gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
I got a bottle of Patron and some lights off. Two red devil looking eyeballs. And I finna turn up when the night falls. If you hear a siren, then it's my fault. Jump in my whip, baby, let's ride. We ain't gonna stop at a red light. And I'ma take shots like a Tech 9. It's gonna get live. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down to the ground. Oh yeah, wow, shorty make it bounce. Mama see the put cuffs on my cardiac. Took my breath away like a heart attack. And I'ma spend every dime and my money back. Everybody wanna know. If you're ready, let me know. Let's go. If you're ready, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. If you're ready, let me know. Here we go. Let's go. I got a bottle of Grey Goose and ice cubes. Have a drink that'll put me in the right mood. 80 proof's gonna lower my IQ. And I've been the same way since high school. I look shorty right in her brown eyes. She about to take a trip to Cloud 9. I'm the man, baby, I get the crowd hype. I turn the cadence of a hook into a soundbite. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down to the ground. Oh yeah, wow, shorty make it bounce. Mama see the put cuffs on my cardiac. Took my breath away like a heart attack. And I'ma spend every dime and my money
better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caught real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more. Freedom from the source, they don't really listen until they feel it for their heart in. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
to carry on into the wild. Into the wild.
Okay, a swift 2-0 to start the day then as Excite Gaming lay the hammer down on their opponents. Welcome back to the Esports Hub January Clash here at Staffordshire University. We have some brilliant trophies lined up for the winners of the competition. But how do you feel that game went? First of all, why do you hate Red Card?
Personally, I think it's a better control map, in my opinion. It's not the greatest for hardpoint, as you would have seen. All the points are like small areas confined to like 2 places where people can stand. Like the one being on a staircase, the other one being on a stand area, and then just mid is the nicest one at least because it's just an area with cover. Everywhere else there's no cover.
Yeah, as we mentioned, 2-0 start for Excite Gaming, the exact start they're going to want for the rest of this tournament. Anything that stood out to you on that first map?
I have to go for me in terms of like the 240, 250 hard point. It was very back and forth. We did see across like a lot of the hills, guys, where Hammer were getting full 60s in the first set rotations, but then Excite started to wake up a little bit. Elusive had an absolutely killer map, at least a 1.6 KD, just started going lights out across all the chaining of hills and rotating. But it's just sort of like the conversation, mainly when we talk about hard point, of the point deficit and understanding again the economics of time. You know, when it comes to rotating again, Elusive had such a large margin to really beat, and Excite Gaming had 248 points for like a full minute. It was just a real grit and raw aggression of Hammer Esports to try and hold off the P2, but again, no one rotated towards P3, and it was a fundamental error.
Yeah, I mean, when it gets to like 248 points, like it's like Hammer Esports have a lot of ground to make up, and all it takes is one bad rotation, and then that's it for Hammer. But Elusive was a big part of that. I mean, he got a few kill streaks, so 5-6 kills in a row. It's big kills, and yeah, but Hammer Esports should not be feeling bad about that. They did keep it in there when most of us said that they were going to lose, but no, it was a good game.
Yeah, Exo were definitely the favourites for that, and going into the Search and Destroy map as well, they definitely showed why they're the favourites. They're definitely more experienced team, more experienced lineup as a whole. For Search and Destroy, do you think Hacienda was a good pick for Hammer, or do you think that ultimately they all laid down on the veto?
Well, it's tough. I mean, I did think it was quite even at the start. I thought, both it could be, maybe a best of 3, 4-3 games. But I mean, obviously, Excite played that a lot better. I mean, they were just a lot more dominant. I mean, Hammer did try, but there was just, again, Elusive. It was a big part of everything. Callum as well. Just, domination.
Got to give credit to Haku as well from Hammer Esports. I mean, that's the person that held off 3 kills to even get to, force an extra rotation. I mean, as well, Chica on Excite Gaming had a massive 3K as well to even, switch the tide of pacing, because that's sort of like the key decisions and some of the key moments that really swung around the hard points. And it always is going to be a key conversation point to talk about, knowing that a single player in your team can perform to like an exceptionally high level at any given time, given the rotations and given the adjustments needed to execute a good strategy. And hardpoint did really, really well. And the S&D2 in Hacienda, I mean, there were some moments again where we started to see Hammer Esports really come alive, guys. There was no denying that they Quinn's 1v2. I mean, even in the final sort of closing embers, there was signs of life, but I think it just comes down to more or less the nervousness in the 1vx situations, because Hammer were putting so many of those, and we saw in instances again where they try and find a kill, find a gunfight, they miss both sections of the shots, and then the gun would go down, and boom, the third player's around the corner, they're going to get eliminated.
Yeah, I think the post-plant situations for Hammer were pretty decent, all things considered, when you consider a lot of the rounds they were playing, they were losing so many early gunfights and being put in man disadvantages. So the fact that they keep it as close as they did, even though they lost 6-3, the game looked a lot closer on the eye test than it did on the actual score sheet itself. So I think hats off to Hammer Esports for just the way they played. I think they'll come into this tournament quite nicely. Speaking of coming into the tournament, we've got 2 new teams on stage now, Mission Magpies and ICG Takeover. Both teams having weird games off stream, I think Mission Magpies didn't necessarily have the start they'd want. Do you think the stage would improve things for them? Do you think they're better stage teams? Or do you think maybe the pressure off stream is a lot better for them?
Well, Magpies are no stranger to large-scale events, LAN events. They compete in CWL London, CDL London, Paris, and even from like the Black Ops 4 Modern Warfare 2010 era, they've got lots of players on this roster that just have the test of time. Even players when I was in Advanced Warfare 2015 that are still going around that just have got levels of game and knowledge and tactical ability that, I mean, 90s experience is one thing, but they just know how to form together a great team and play great Call of Duty, especially their chemistry. I mean, when you talk about the experience and talk about time together, their chemistry and knowing where players should be across different COD titles, I mean, that doesn't really go away. But also in ISG Takeover as well, they have been competing as well since the Black Ops 4, Modern Warfare 19 era, pre-COVID, been to a few events as well abroad, and they are again a core three of Dargs, Cole and Clark. They have been together for a long time. Slivs is the new pickup for them. He did really well in the Middlesbrough LAN, finishing top 12 at Annex Dynasty, and it was a smart move and a smart choice to get him on board as soon as possible. He will drastically improve the performance.
Yeah, definitely. Should do. But all in all, the good thing about both these teams, the fact that it could go either way, in the sense of they both have very strong players, both have lots of experience in their rosters, and just bringing in someone new for ICG may change the field a little bit in their favour, may not, you never know. However, it's not a terrible situation for them. It might change completely. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's, you know, they might have had not the greatest start in their game that we didn't see, but I mean, the stages are completely different, you know, scenario, different environment, you know, nerves might be a bit up there, but also the adrenaline just from being in front of a crowd might actually rally them on to win. So it could go either way. I'm excited to see both these teams for the first time on the stage, and this could be the first best of three today.
Yeah, I think we could see all three maps, definitely. I just want to see both teams like be loud, be aggressive, and just generally show like they are here to win these trophies. They're not just here to participate, and maybe go in like that first loss, get that out of your system, go into this run thinking, okay, fresh start, new team. I want to see a close competitive game from both sides ultimately. But speaking of close game, we've got predictions. How do you see this one going? Do you see this going all three? Just want to see what maps we do. We'll get red card again.
I'll go first. I feel like
yeah, you go first.
I feel like ICG might take the hard point, and I feel like Magpies might take the S&D, and then the third map is up for grabs. You know, it's a real toss-up between the two, because when it comes to control, especially if you get protocol thrown in there, you're relying solely on one role, the main AR, still all the hard work and lots of the wet running. So that sort of thing I can really settle it. It could go either way, but the third map is my key decisive point between who takes it between these two teams.
Yeah, it could. I think it will go to 3. It's just a thought, but I really hope 3.
You hope 3?
We hope 3, yeah, that's more for
I'm
us to talk
optimistic,
about.
but
It would be nice to see control. Just a one game of control on the stage. Just get everybody to experience the actual control and see how everyone's playing it. Because we didn't get to see that in the previous game, so we don't know how either of those like to play control or how they would. But it'd be really nice to see control. But I think ICG take this. But I do think it will be 1-1 then. But it could go out anyway.
Sure.
All of the maps.
the checkerboard finish, if you will.
Yeah.
Something like in the middle.
It'll be down to something really small, and it will just change everything.
Hopefully a bit more red card for you then.
No.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the one. That's the one desk wish. Just make George's tears be more visible on camera.
Taste of tears.
Just zooming in.
I loved your open letter this morning to Activision saying, "Please don't make us watch this."
Just anything but red card. Anything but red card.
I feel like one of the more interesting stats as well in terms of the teams. I know that Mission Magpies have the oldest roster here currently out of the 10 on display. I think their combined age is 101, if I'm not too wrong, which means they could be playing in the 19th century or even in if we were to go that far back.
Playing in Quake days. Nevertheless, like they may have the oldest roster. We're going to see if experience pays off for them as Mission Magpies take on ICG Takeover. We're going to lead you to the casters now. Major and Pablo, take it away.
Cheers, guys. Well, perhaps we've got another set of rosters actually that's a bit more beneficial to us in terms of being able to kind of paint storylines for players that we know quite a little bit about. Obviously, the ICG Takeover boys, we cast them all the way back in Vanguard, so we're going back a lot of years with those guys. And like the guys said, the roster of Mission Magpies as well, kind of the experience they've got on the team. We obviously saw them and we cast them actually over at the Middlesbrough LAN as well. So it's kind of a diverse amount of experience across both teams here, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the ICG Takeover guys, we might have been at multiple lands with them now in terms of casting over them, maybe 3. And last year, I think, when we did Middlesbrough LAN, it was the Mission Magpie side that I don't think they performed as well as they'd like to have done, but we remember Copley being a standout and obviously a player to look out for. With the ICG Takeover guys, I think it's a mixed bag. Obviously, I've kind of been back and forth with Dogs for a few months now in terms of the excitement building towards getting to this LAN. He's been in particular been looking forward to trying to showcase what he can do. I think a player to look out for in that team as well, obviously, is Smits there, someone who can apply a lot of pressure against other teams, and someone we've cast over a lot is obviously Cole as well. So, you know, a really solid pair of rosters. Again, I would suggest potentially ICG Takeover with in terms of experience, maybe with the advantage. But as we saw the first game, it really doesn't make any difference in these best of threes. If you don't come out flying, then you can potentially be on the struggle bus. And a lot of these maps were fairly close as well. So, yeah, very interesting to see. And we talk about maps, mate, and what are they doing to us today? We had the red card double Hacienda, and what have they brought us now?
Double red card Hacienda.
Yeah.
Giving us for diversity by changing.
Yes, imagination.
Yeah, so obviously that hard point that we saw between Excite and Hammer, that was a case of there was opportunity for Hammer Esports to really take that map.
Yeah.
But then we kind of saw the advantages of teams that rotate early, regardless of how necessarily badly they might be doing in terms of slaying engagements. If you're rotating early and you've got those players blocking those important spawns on a map like Red Card, it does benefit the team that is doing the basics, the textbook stuff, as we normally tend to refer to.
Sort of 31-second transition. I think it was Chica, and I think he got partially there and then thought, that's a bit early. That's a little bit early, and then came back. But yeah, obviously Red Card, we talked about the geography of it, it's quite large, and you really do have to be on your A game concentration-wise, so you're going to need to, you know, nominate that player that's going to say, look, 25 seconds, we need to be thinking about potentially moving to the next hill and staying consistent. But it's not just about transition. You've got to be ready to win that gunfight. So again, a lot of these like one-on-one moments, or are you going to send the strategy, send 2 people to that next hill and try and, you know, dominate, and is that going to cost you in terms of time that you could potentially get in terms of scrap at the old? And so many different strategies, and that's why I like Red Card. I think it just lends itself to this, and there's also no kind of like horrifically unpredictable spawns. So if you are able to kind of like block spawns and ensure that a team gets into the sticky situation of kind of being back Eskies, you know, on that garage hill at the end of that hill, that's exactly where you want them to be so that you can sprint over to next. So yeah, going to be interesting again to see the strategies. I think we're going to get really used to Red Card today and Hacienda. I think we need Hacienda quite badly, but it would be nice if someone could throw a Skyline in there just so that we can do some horse racing commentary as well. But yeah, obviously really looking forward to seeing how ICG perform, and obviously Mission Magpies with an opportunity here to kind of make amends. I believe they didn't do so well in their first game, so really opportunity to make amends.
Yeah, well, the thing is with, like, say, Mission Magpies, if we're talking about the games that we have already had, with that first wave of games, obviously both of these teams have unfortunately lost their first games. In one side, you've got Mission Magpies, who played Avenge, who are arguably the favourites for the tournament, and it was a 2-0, and by the sounds of it, a relatively comfortable one for Avenge. And then on the flip side, ICG, they went 1-0 up in their series, and then dropped map 2 and 3. So you've got both teams that are kind of going to be reaching for a bit of a regain off this series, and you would argue whoever, this could be a really big swing map, especially for seeding, because all the teams go through into that bracket. It's just a question of where they rank with the seedings, because the last thing you're going to want is you're going to be matching up with, say, seed 1, seed 2 from that other group straight into the winners bracket, because those games in winners brackets, even though you might gruel and grind out a couple of them, they do pay benefit in that you don't have so many matches to run in that losers bracket if you drop down early, because that run across the whole day, you could look at about an 8 to 10 hour set of just back-to-back games over and over and over.
And there's such potential for like a banana skin moment in that, you know, even though you might be in the driving seat in terms of the people you're playing against, you just don't want to find a horrible map set against a really awkward team that break your rhythm and really can cause an upset on that run. So you want to save yourself as much kind of like headache as possible in that sense. And I guess as well, if you're playing that many games, you're going to you don't want to get like fatigued, like that mental burnout you can get from just playing lots and lots of high energy, high concentration Call of Duty, and you know that's usually what separates the men from the boys in that way. But again, you've got to lock in for a really a grueling day.
Well, the thing is, we talk about it. I mean, because we're ancient anyway. But literally, casting a whole day of COD could be tiring. Let alone how they've got to be locked in and play it. Yeah, exactly. Whereas, obviously, all of the communication, the energy that goes into the games, like even in a map, if you have a close map that goes down to the wire, like say mentally, when you split that across 8 to 10 hours a day, it really does separate the men from the boys. Really, in
I think it's one of them interesting things. Is I think if you were able to take yourself out of yourself while you're locked in to that game, a really high intensity game, and actually feel how tense you are as a person, like you are kind of hunched over, really hands on with the controller. You know, you've got the grip strength things. You go around on TikTok testing them. I think a couple of gamers after a solid hard point or a nervous S&D could probably really do well on those grip strength tests. But you really are kind of like physically, it's not just a case of kind of, you know, mentally being there concentration wise. You got, you know, concentration itself is a chemical in that sense, and you depleting that over the course of a game, and you're physically in there tense and ready to go, and it can be a grueler. And if you've got that and you're in the losers run bracket and you've got to go right the way through, you're going to be physically drained by the end of the Saturday. I don't think a lot of people who don't necessarily understand esports realise how physically demanding it can be in that sense as well.
Yeah. Well, I think we're just still waiting on some tech issues anyways, Pabs, but the guys were talking about predictions on this one. I know we like to try and steer away from this one. The one kind of rule that we've learned in the years of casting is don't
Have you
really
got flags in there that you're trying to plant?
No, I'm trying to pin the blame on you if it does go wrong, so I'm asking you. It's, in terms of kind of what the guys on the desk were saying, obviously the hard point, Connie flagged them as saying ICG, you would expect to take the hard point, and obviously the side of Mission Magpies to maybe pull the search and destroy back. So you're already looking at that map point and saying, again, because it's a best of 3, that hard point can be very, very important. The last thing you're going to want if you're ICG, for example, is you drop the hard point and then you're going into a search and destroy where you could argue all the experience that's across that Mission Magpies team, more than capable of taking the search off you. Yeah. So you don't really want to put too much emphasis on the first map, but at these best of 3s, you pretty much have to, because you have to get a big map going. Otherwise, it's just you end up kind of pinned back right off from the get-go.
Yeah, and the problem is that obviously we have kind of like everyone's got to get in, get logged onto their accounts, get set up, get the controllers sorted, and that little break where you're kind of cooling down, you're not flying straight into another game. There's that little gap, and is that going to impact their ability into that hard point? And we know that some teams really do start slowly. We saw again, kind of like Callum had a slow start and that hard point and wasn't able to put up the numbers I'm sure he would have wanted to, and then once he was warmed up, he absolutely dominated the S&D.
Yeah.
But for ICG Takeover or Mission Magpie, I don't think either of them can afford to have a slow start, or players on a slow start either. I don't think any player is going to want to get off the mark as slow as that. So this could be in terms of their determination, in terms of like having a regain from the first series, which they both lost, then this could be actually a really interesting and really exciting game, like in terms of like pure passion and aggression. So obviously it's not going to, the map's not going to lend itself to that necessarily. I think if it was a skyline or something, that would be completely insane. I think we'd see really, really kind of and the other problem, I guess, is psychologically speaking, is, you know, if you've as an individual, you've lost the first matchup and maybe you didn't perform so well, then are you going to suddenly kind of like try and improve your game but go rogue a little bit, or maybe just try and prove to yourself that you can get picks, and could that absolutely wreck the strategy of the team? And you know how players can lose their heads, and it's just an interesting. This is actually a really interesting matchup based on the fact that they come into this with 2 L's.
Well, the thing is as well, like, now we've gone down from 6 teams per group to 5. Each team only plays 4 games. So if you're off the back of your first 2 games and you don't have a win under your belt, that's when you're going to think, okay, this is getting a little bit difficult, albeit because we don't have the teams dropping into the losers bracket off the back of where they place in the group. You're still, again, although the seeding is the most important thing for how we judge it, you still want to try and come up against a team where you're going to give yourself the best opportunity to start to push through that winners bracket. And if you've had 2 games and dropped 2 series, you're going to have to then, you put more pressure on yourself for that 3rd series, and then if you don't win that one, your 4th series, otherwise you're going to be coming up against the likes of Avenge in that winners round 1 bracket, who everyone is looking at the moment and going, realistically, we don't want to be playing them.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden it's like you get this snowball of pressure if you don't win the first series, then you're like, right, okay, well, let's regain on the second series.
Yeah.
And then if you don't get that one, then it's like, oh, hang on a minute. And then you start that kind of that self-doubt and that kind of worry starts to slowly seep in, whether it's subconsciously or not, you don't know. But yeah, so guys, we're just having a few tech issues. So what we will do in the meantime is we will just throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, hopefully we will have that series on your screen.
keeps me awake. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'll
better watch out if you enemies a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more. Freedom from the source, they don't really listen until they feel it for their blood in. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back. And we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels and do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mom and tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. And the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling and progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life getting boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
Knocking models, popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop
just knows what it wants. Will I go back to the place where I belong? Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. You'll be my pleasure. I got nothing to be scared of, because where people live, there is always love. I know the answers in my heart, so I'll try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure?
I got a piece of my heart that's covered in gold. You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all 'cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all 'cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.
Ladies and gents, thank you very much for your patience. We hopefully, in the next few minutes, perhaps will be getting underway with our game between Mission Magpies and ICG Takeover. We haven't started. We're not jumping in midway through. We've had some technical difficulties. Deja vu, essentially, for us, isn't it? But hopefully, going forwards, it won't necessarily be the easiest way of cracking out through the games the rest of the day, because we might have an issue with names and that kind of thing. But obviously, we'll guide you guys through it as the day goes on. But this series at the moment, in terms of the player names, everything on the screen is going to be correct.
Yeah.
So we have a series to go. We're literally just waiting on one of the lads, I think, to come back from tournament.
Yeah, there's kind of a classic problem with the issues that we're having, where you kind of like, if there's a team's already stayed logged in and they've managed to stay online, then other teams will jump on, but not going to be the case in this game. So we should get a genuine match underway. We are just waiting for the teams to kind of lobby up. But yeah, this should be an interesting one. We did kind of have a conversation earlier on about these two teams and how, you know, their potential for a close matchup. And obviously both teams come into this, I think, with an L from their first series game, so they're going to want to make amends. They're going to want to kind of have a regain, put that to the back burner, and just look positively forward and see what they can do. Now, I believe the map set, was this the map set with red card Hacienda?
That is correct.
So yeah, just they're just playing with our lives now, lack of imagination. But yeah, 2 red cards back to back, and obviously it does lend itself to a team that's kind of like strategically more intelligent. So we're going to be looking for kind of like clever rotations. They're rotating at the right time so that you're able to maximise the time, but also their ability to defend that first wave coming into the hill. So I'm really, really interested to see how the two teams match up. Obviously, Mission Magpies we covered in Middlesbrough, I believe, and obviously a player that we remember was Copley, and he, you know, performed really well. But obviously we know the guys from ICG Takeover really well, having cast them probably 1,000 times. So hopefully these guys are going to bring the passion and bring us a really solid performance.
Yeah, I think we're going to become very accustomed to red card, hard point. Obviously, talking about the first series that we had, it was a 250-240 win in the end for the guys of Excite Gaming. But as a map, we kind of saw how strategically it did benefit those teams who rotated earlier, albeit the guys from Hammer, they were down by a considerable amount of points, almost managed to claw it back and work a bit of a miracle on that one. But unfortunately, it just kind of, when you get past that 200-point mark, isn't it? It's always the case that they just give themselves a little bit too much to do, and then the team just whittles them down with like scrap time, whether it's 3 or 4 consecutive hills. That's always the difficulty.
I think the difficulty as well, obviously for Hammer, having to, you know, have to break that next hill immediately. Like, they had to try and get as much scrap time as possible, because obviously I think it might have been P2 hill. They were moving from P2 to P3, and I think there was an issue in terms of they needed the entire amount of scrap time, and obviously they wanted to try and get over to that. But on the screen right now, guys, we got the Mission I can't come around to Magpies. You can tell I'm not from Newcastle, but yeah. And then on the other screen right now, you've got the boys of ICG Takeover.
Yeah, so we can see the ICG guys there on the screen, hopefully ready to go, pretty much locked in, and hopefully, touch wood, no more tech issues, at least for the short term.
Yeah.
But yeah, it should be a good series. Hopefully, as and when we can get it underway. Obviously, as and when we get results as well, Pabs, throughout the day, we'll slowly start to whittle down kind of who's going to be finishing kind of top of Group A and Group B. It's going to be a case of whoever finishes bottom of that group is probably going to come up against the heavy hitters within the tournament. They're going to be looking especially towards games 3 and 4. If you don't have a win at that point, you are going to really start to panic a little bit.
Yeah, you've got the keys to the bus and you're driving around Stoke-on-Trent, so yeah, it's going to be a tricky one for them. But yeah, this is the kind of matchup where they're desperately going to want to get a win on the board. So I expect this to be more frenetic, if anything, than the first one. First game of the day really is about settling nerves and getting into the rhythm and being comfortable. We were talking about how interesting it is. It's always online. The fact that you can't kind of go old school and just connect the things up, and it makes it kind of different from station to station. Your experience can be different as well.
Yeah.
For a lot of players who are new to LANs, I was literally speaking to Crybaby before, and he was like, there's got 2 players, himself and someone else, who this is their first LAN. So those little experiences as well can completely change how you approach your game, and obviously you've got a little bit of settling in to do. So yeah, these next games, round 2, round 3, are going to be where we actually see how the players perform, as opposed to potentially kind of being the rabbit in the headlights in that game 1. So yeah, Hacienda though, mate, is Hacienda Control for a start, something we haven't cast yet. We were on the precipice in the previous if there was going to be an S&D win for Hammer, but it never happened. So it's just all about like what are your thoughts like going into potentially seeing that Hacienda Control?
Well, the opinion that I got when it first came out was a lot of people were saying it's chalked, it's not a very good map for Control, but now we're having it 2 series in a row. So whether or not
is that a strategy?
They've improved it, which is a rarity for Activision. But if they have made it somewhat more playable and shifted control points and that kind of thing, then we'll have to wait and see if it is a bit more of a balanced map than from what the whispers were that I heard anyway when it first came through. But in terms of a general map, obviously we've seen it work. Black Ops 4, it was a common map in Hardpoint, worked very, very well. I still think on this card it works well in Hardpoint as well. I think the general map layout, the rotation plays well to the pacing of the game in comparison to some of the other maps that we were unfortunately dropped with right when the game came out on release. So it is a workable map, I think, with a few tweaks and changes in Control. If it hasn't happened yet, it can still be a bit more doable.
I think what's interesting about it for me is a lot of emphasis is placed on the actual kind of the quirks and the geography of the hill itself. But in Hacienda, it's actually the approaches to the hill that can get interesting. So obviously you've got Garage, which is an interesting hill in itself in terms of you've got a large door, you can jump up from water, you've got the small side door stairs, and obviously from rock. And all of those places outside of that have got interesting, you can use rock as a heady to try and get a little bit of suppressor fire into Garage, and obviously you can then double team through that side door to try and get trades and things like that. So it's a lot more interesting from the perspective of maybe trying to break into the hill, as opposed to some maps where a lot of emphasis and a lot of detail has gone to the hill itself, but the actual approach to it is reasonably boring. So yeah, be interesting obviously when we do finally see that, but obviously the control as well is a weird one. So one thing we have noticed about this iteration of Call of Duty is how the bias towards one S&D site in particular on certain maps has, so Vault A all the time, you go and get Red Card, and it seems to be again that push over towards kind of like stage side. So it's going to be interesting when we do finally get to a Hacienda S&D as well, whether that's going to be the case as well. So a lot of interesting opportunities today to see things right. I mean, we're pretty deep into the season as such, I guess, and we're still coming up with new things.
Yeah, I think that's the benefit as well. Shout out to ES Hub and everyone here at the University of Staffordshire for putting it on, because again, they are a rarity over in the EU, and so far today maps have been a rarity. So we're finally going.
Got a game.
So red card hardpoint here between Mission Magpies and ICG Takeover is now going to hopefully go underway without any more issues as of this point forward, and hopefully we have a working codcaster as well, mate.
Yeah, that would be lovely, wouldn't it? Hopefully we get the full 1 through 8 and not a spurious 48 or 64. I'd love to see the fly cam out there. It's a required skill, isn't it? This is something you've got to learn. They've done quite well with this, but yeah, big massive game for these two teams. They both really going to want to win this after their losses earlier in the day. I guess players to look out for, obviously for us, we've been talking about Copley at the top. We cast over him last year. I don't think his team did particularly particularly brilliantly, but he is an individual who's really good. And I guess on the other side, it's a weird mix of players. For me, I'm going to be looking out for Dogs, but I think obviously Cole, and I'm sure one of the players is Smister, but I'm not sure which one it is. P1 obviously is, absolutely always about this kind of war of attrition and just trying to get a little bit of control, and a lot of that happens towards mid as well. So we are going to see a really solid start there coming out of ICG Takeover. A little tiny lead, slither of a lead so far.
Yeah, so P1, as expected, going to be that more heavier contested point. Last couple of shots going in there, but it's going to actually be a kill feed that goes a little bit in favour of ICG before Mission Magpies are able to just clear off who remains on the hill. We saw this in the first hardpoint, Pabs, on the first series that we cast. Actually, it's very much a case of there's a lot of gunfight wins, but not necessarily converting to a huge amount of time. It is a really difficult hill to convert a lot off of. It's more a case of like a typical hardpoint, you use it just to literally bounce off of and then go towards that P2.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about the kind of like intelligence in terms of going for the rotations, we can see the Mission Magpie boys trying to go around the back during the scrap time of P1. That's kind of allowed ICG Takeover to get a little bit of control of that P2, but straight away the blue arrows spawn out towards the end, towards kind of like back spawn, and they're going to look to try and flush through. But again, ICG Takeover just looking a little bit too strong. It is only a slender lead, but everyone contributing, and Cole 6-1 on a 4 streak. The team combining 4-7 right now.
For a second, Logicam wasn't going to be able to get that kill, but he is. But unfortunately, the time just isn't really being converted at the moment for Mission Magpies. But big couple of kills coming through from Mimo as he's able to take down 2, and that scrap time will just put them ever so slightly in the lead off the back of this. Already you can see number 4 on the minimap, and Clark is already looking towards the new hill, and shots coming through. Not going to be able to get that man remaining off of it, and Mimo's now finding himself on a 6 streak. Actually, you can see that Mad Cat, who I believe is Ryan, is actually not able to get that respective kill either. So 6 in a row for, nice couple of kills there for Clark on the rotation. That's a really big set of kills actually to stay alive and potentially help his team just pivot off of this hill and start to push this lead out a little bit more as he flies in with the SMG again, and Clark 3 in a row mopping up.
Yeah, absolute work. He actually rotated really early, and we knew that he was going to have to win those gunfights, but that first wave of kills, a 3-piece from Clark, really helps that, and then the rest are going to get tidied up. So ICG Takeover now in a position where they can potentially get themselves a little bit of time, but those blue arrows converge quickly. You know, we talk about big moments in a game, and this is fairly early into this, but Clark gets the 3, they mop up the final player, but they don't really convert it into a lot of time. I think they got maybe 6 or 7 seconds off the back of that, so probably it's moments like that where you get a ton of kills, don't convert it into actual time, and it becomes a problem. But it is still a bit of a war of attrition over towards Garage.
Yeah, so we've had 3 hills accounting to 180 seconds, and we've only got 90 on the board at the moment. So next hill, P4 over towards stage side, will go down. Cole just waiting for the next chow, which is going to come down that street side, and it's going to be Copley that just stops him from progressing up the map a little bit here, just locking down this lane. Really nice work from him. He's going to just have to retreat for the time being, though he does have Mimo. Well, he did have Mimo as he goes into the blender. But now Mission Magpies looking to try and push this lead out just that little bit more. The wallbang coming through the bottom of the stage. Is it going to be enough? No, Logican able to stay alive, and they've kind of turtled up a little bit here, Babs, but it's actually working for them in terms of converting time. This is the biggest chunk of time that we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, absolutely, Logican. I mean, that's a tricky one when you're prone, because you don't get that like physical kind of jump reaction time, so you've really got to be on point to get that kill. He does that, and that's going to be a moment where Mission Magpies did what ICG weren't able to do. They've actually got the kills and converted it into real saleable time, so that's going to give them around and about a 40-second lead. Then it's not unassailable, but they're starting to really flex a little bit, and now the kill feed is going a little bit blue. Mad Cat's not the Mad Cat I think that we know of old, but he's definitely playing mad, and he's playing a bit like a cat as well. So Mission Magpie is about to hit the 100-second mark, plenty of time on this last hill in the rotation.
Combining for 9, all they did before Ryan just fell there. So Mission Magpie is really starting to put the pace to the boys of ICG now. You can see that Dogs is going to be soaking up the time, and he needs a little bit of help on the hill from his other boys, because at the moment he's really contributing the biggest chunk of time. But now with him falling, it's going to be a gunfight that, again, is going to be the Mission Magpies are the last players standing in and around the hill. You've got one player still remaining on the outside in towards that ticket building, but they can't seem to budge the player off the hill, at least for now. They do manage to take Ryan down, so 50 points is going to be the deficit as it gets a little bit messy towards the hill. But again, Mission Magpies just keep finding themselves kills, and they manage to get another 4 streak across 2 players, Copley and Logican, doing some really good work there. And now this lead is starting to get a little bit worrying here for ICG. This next hill needs to be convincing, but unfortunately, it's a P1.
Yeah, it's not only a P1, but they're not really set up for it at the minute. But a really big kill to stop a mid-map control. And now you see those 3 blue skulls across the middle of the map. That's going to allow ICG Takeover to get themselves positioned up. Now this is an opportunity for them to really set themselves into a place where they can get a lot of time from this. And P1 not really an easy hill to try and control like that. Obviously, you've got so much sights of suppression, but these kills are largely going away. There's going to be a push through Office though to try and make a bit of a surprise, but again, not going to be any time on that. With 30 seconds remaining, though, it is a bit of a gamble from ICG Takeover in terms of they've largely given that hill up, looking for that P2 in the second rotation control.
Yeah, nice shots there from Colt. Dog's going to be locking down this street side of the map. It's really important that they don't allow them to push through here, and they are winning engagements, and now those blue arrows are just going to keep spawning out on that less preferred side. So 10 seconds of scrap time here for ICG, but more importantly, they've set themselves pretty much ready for the P2, so Mission Magpies are going to have to work their way up the map. A couple of bullets there from Dogs just to weaken up one. He is still having a good map at the moment, his Dogs 18 and 11, so if he can keep this going, this is really good. On the flip side, perhaps, when you look at Mission Magpies, considering that they're all negative bar Copley, who's positive by 5 now as he manages to win another engagement, you do worry maybe for ICG if they don't speed up really in terms of getting time converted from these kills. Mission Magpies start getting kills, then this lead would be a hell of a lot bigger than it already is, but a big wave of gunfight wins for them.
Yeah, I think this is like a perfect example of why hardpoint at times can be about efficiency, and despite the fact that they are negative for the large part, it's really about what kills they got when they got them. Did they break into the hill and get 4 kills? And in that sense, efficiency is at its maximum, and that's really good play from Mission Magpies. But right now, ICG Takeover just not able to hold on to kills at all. They're just getting bullied straight back off them, and obviously they're trying to get themselves into position. But this is probably going to be the second or third hill that the boys have decided to give any scrap time up, and as that lead slowly gets larger and larger, we're at the kind of 70-second point now. Yep. This is going to become more and more difficult, and they can't continue to repeat this kind of failure to hold on to hills.
No, Cole's got a really big job out the back here. There's going to be one player spawning up on him, but a big kill that's able to come through there from Ryan means that, again, Mission Magpies, they're in the time, and this is now looking like a 100-point game unless they manage to break in. A big kill actually comes through from Smithster, and an orange kill feed is going to be much more beneficial to them than we saw previously. They still haven't got anyone on the time, though. They finally managed to get a body on, but that body will fall, and that kill feed lights up blue. The spawns now out towards the backside of Garage are not going to be ideal to them, so they're going to have to try and push through the front of the hill, but the deficit is just growing by the second. 100 points is pretty much lurking on the horizon for them now, and they are getting pinned back and absolutely hammered in terms of kills now, Pabs.
Yeah, this is going to be an opportunity really that they're going to, for the first time, really have to look at transitioning away, because they are getting absolutely blended out the back. So really great work from Mission Magpies, who, you've got to say, every member of the team contributing, whether it's in kills or time, and that's largely what's helped them get to this near 200-point mark. So it is going to be another push out from the Red Arrows as they look to try and get control of this stage. But who's there already? Mission Magpies taking the better chunk of time. They pushed the 200-point mark. The kill feed's largely blue. It is not looking good for ICG Takeover.
Oh, this is not good. Mission Magpies over the 200-point mark. They can't win off the hill, but every single second that they get is just going to be absolutely a dagger straight through the heart of ICG. In this map 1, they are scampering towards the point, but they're getting locked down. Copley over towards the stage area is just not allowing anyone to push through goals here, and it looks as though there's going to be one player still to his left in Dogs. It's going to persist on trying to take him out of this position. He's played his life really well, actually, and his teammate able to keep him alive with 15 seconds remaining on this hill. This rotation on ICG Takeover has to be absolutely bulletproof, and more importantly, Mission Magpies can't have any more time, otherwise this map's already done.
Yeah, absolutely. This is when we talk about perfect Call of Duty. Well, ICG Takeover are really going to have to lock in now, and not the easiest hill to do it. So exposed with so many points, and they're already on. That's going to be 250, and that is all she wrote. Mission Magpies with the first win. It's going to be on the back foot for ICG Takeover, and you can see the boys just look chill, look relaxed, look ready for an S&D, but we're going to obviously continue on to red card. But the boys of Mission Magpies came in with a mission, and they've achieved it.
Well, we kind of looked at ICG to say, right, okay, well, the hard point, especially with that core 3 of Cole, Clark and Dogs being like so used to playing with each other, the respawn, the efficiency of it should be on their side, but they were just on the the receiving end of an absolute battering, especially towards the middle portion of the map. 103 points just saved themselves the blushes on that one. And you look across the board, Pabs, they're not exactly getting, obviously Clark -7, so you had a couple of players that were like negative, but across the board, that doesn't look like a 250-103 scoreboard in my eyes. I think it was just a case of every single time they'd rotated, Mission Magpies just managed to break them and hold such a huge amount of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we talked about efficiency and how the Magpies were able to just turn a handful of kills into an incredible amount of time. And at the start of the first rotation, ICG Takeover were absolutely slaying out. But at times they just, they got a full kill feed, but they got 7 seconds off it. So it's moments like that where you're not able to just lock in. I think you mentioned that they were tailing up a little bit in terms of they were kind of like quite cautious. They didn't look to spread out and try and get that geography once they had hill control, and that that allows the opposition to get right to the hill and then engage before normally you would want to have that engagement 20-30 meters 40 meters out of the hill so that you can actually kind of like destroy that first wave of gunfights, but never really worked out for them, and they were on the back foot for the rest of the time. So we talk about level playing field where S&D kind of provides that, so it's an opportunity now for ICG Takeover to kind of try and like put that to bed, put that away, and try and regain a little bit.
Yeah, I suppose if you're going to try and find kind of fault within that map 2 choice that we've now got, it's obviously staying on red card, and it did look as though kind of the ARs of Mission Magpies did have all of those angles pretty much on lock. We'll see Copley over towards the stage area where he was just able to just tear through players, and yeah, big map from him at 25 and 18 in the end. So as a standout player, he was obviously the man that was providing a lot of kind of like the kills that they needed. But yeah, as a team performance as a whole, it was pretty much textbook Call of Duty, really. Rotated when they need to, and unfortunately for the boys of ICG Takeover, when they didn't have rotation, they just weren't able to get towards the hill. Every single time it felt like they were kind of battling heavily, especially towards that P3 in Garage. It looked as though they were pretty much there or thereabouts, but then when they got pinned back and spawned, they just couldn't get anyone in the hill and anyone on the time.
I think probably like towards the end of that first rotation, beginning of the second rotation, kind of like that 4 hills, they were largely giving up a lot of scrap time trying to reposition, and then when you're not able to defend that first wave of hills because you are kind of like turtled a little and overcautious, it just compounds the problem that you face, and then you kind of getting destroyed within the first 10 seconds of the hill. The team then jump on, they're able to defend for a solid 35-40 seconds, getting not necessarily lots of kills, and it just kind of snowballed and to the point where they just weren't able to bring it back. But honestly, Mission Magpie, we talked about a kind of like a skill gap. I don't see one in terms of raw gunplay, but there does seem to be a more cohesive, better maybe comms coming out of the Magpies than right now ICG Takeover.
Yeah, I think it might benefit ICG a little bit more in a search and destroy. When we talk about kind of the cohesion within teams and comms, Hardpoint is probably the hardest one because it's so fluid and it's constantly changing. You're tracking players, you're tracking spawns. When in search and destroy, it's a little bit easier. You common name, and you've not got to also think about when he next comes off spawn or when he gets killed. And kind of the simplicity of search and destroy can actually benefit a team that does get a bit more flustered in a respawn. Obviously Control being a bit more of a mixture of the two is where you kind of find the middle ground, but it wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, if we do see a much better performance from ICG Takeover in the search and destroy. It's just a question of they really don't want to start this one off slow. I think if they drop a few rounds on the bounce, it might start to slip away. Yeah. That's essentially what happened in the hard point. It was good until it went a little bit bad, and then it went terribly bad towards the middle portion of the later one. So you're really looking at them to try and secure a few early rounds. Otherwise, it might start to run away with Mission Magpies again.
I think it's about having a plan B. So I think a lot of the time, obviously, teams really work hard on an initial strategy and get it nailed, and obviously time dictates whether you've got the time to kind of like have a plan B or work on a plan B, and if there isn't one and things fall apart, it can get quite tricky. And I think we witnessed that really because there wasn't really a rhythm change or a kind of emphasis change from ICG Takeover. They just continued to kind of like play the same strategy, chalk a hill if they weren't winning it kind of early on, move to the next hill, get defeated, we chalk it, move on to the next one, and they never really tried to break the rhythm or break the kind of the will of the Magpies. So yeah, this is really about a regain, and in S&D they've got a great opportunity, but I think they're going to need to get the first blood back on this red card, and they're going to really need to lean on their ARs in this.
Yeah, because we kind of know as a map from reps that we've seen on red card search, the opening can be, it's essentially the first 20 seconds are getting information. If you've got a clear B site, usually it's a case of there's going to be one person. If you get that first kill, then pretty much the whole gang follows. Everyone goes in, and you can usually get bombed down, especially in restaurant. If you manage to isolate one player that might only be the only player on that defensive side that's in the site, if you can get that first pick, whether it's for a nade or through like just team shots from over peaking something, it really does give you a bit of a green light to get straight in towards the hill, get the bomb down. And then we know, especially at that restaurant side, which we tend to see more, I would say, more bomb plants at.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's easier to defend when you're in there, because you've only really got kind of the front side of the hill and then out towards the back spawn where you've got kind of 2 doors. So if you've got 3 players up, you watch 3 lanes and you're pretty much set to go for the most part. So we'll have to wait and see how they decide to try and take this one, because we are underweight for map number 2, and now it's just a question of what kind of ICG takeover we're going to get in the search and destroy. Mission Magpies going to be on the offense first, and it's going to be Ryan with the bomb as they slowly look to work their way. It looks as though Logican's getting up towards the B site. Now it's just a question of where those engagements are. He's able to get the first one. Goes a little bit out the back. Oh! Okay, well, that's one you should be winning. Never mind. It's going to be a 1 versus 4 now for Smithster.
Well, if you were looking for a regain from ICG takeover, then that is not the way to do it. Incredible plays there coming out of the Magpies, and it is going to be advantage to them. It's going to be Smithster on his own. He's listed as Genesis. He's going to get a pick there, though. She's going to not quite even it up. It is going to be a 1v2. Copley and Magcat with the enviable task.
Oh, shot!
Holy, Smith is on a roll right now. The rest of his team, if he's able to get this pick, really need to buy him a pint after the game, because he's looking every angle. He's going to push out, he's pushed left, reactions there, but he's not able to do it. It is going to be the Magpies just about holding on to victory in that first round.
A bit of a squeaky bum time there. I thought for a second the one.
Don't mention squeaky bums to me.
Oh no, we don't need to know about your toilet troubles, Babs. First round on the board, and nice work there from Ryan, just to save themselves some blushes, because yeah, realistically, in terms of the mental game, you don't want to drop a 1 versus 3 in the opening round, let's be honest. So yeah, good round eventually, and they just managed to smuggle it over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to round 2, it is going to be ICG takeover on the offensive, so good opportunity for them. Let's see if they can get this offensive. We did see kind of a back and forth until about, well, it was in the hacienda actually. I'm just lying, just making things up now, mate. But yeah, it is going to be potentially another push over towards this B site, but again, just very cautious. Again, they've got to worry a little bit slow, tailing up. It's the same as the hard point. Is this some kind of super intelligent strategy? But it's allowed the Arrows of Blue Magpies to get a lot of control.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of importance here on Mimo. Just watching over middle, his teammate in Logican actually goes down, so forces him just to reposition. You see that Logican overextended quite heavily down towards that street side past the A-bomb site, potentially a little bit unnecessarily, but it's actually going to mean that Mimo is going to be the lone player here, at least for now, and there's going to be 3 ICG players over towards him. So now it's just a question of how many he can potentially get. He has been spotted, he is able to get 1, so at least does his job, but now 2 versus 3, this bomb is going down, and Clark, number 7 on the minimap, keep an eye on him, because he might be able to catch a couple of these players out as they slowly try and transition over towards the bomb site. Shots go in, but there's Cole to finalise that kill, and now it's all going to be down on Ryan.
So similar as round 1, a 1v3. Ryan, an enviable task of taking on Smith, the Cole and Clark, but nice setup. Should be some information to be able to gather. I think he's chose well though coming out this side, but information's there. Don't think he's going to last too long. Gets shot on the backside. ICG takeover. Parity restored, 1-1. It's got to be a positive for them.
Yeah, I think that first pick that they were able to give ICG down that street side was potentially a little bit of an unnecessary freebie, because as soon as they kind of opened that area of the map up, ICG, to be fair to them, capitalised on it. They realised the opening was there, and they had the bodies to try and get that control from stage side. So it will be around on the board for them to tie it back up, and now it's just a question of whether the guys from Mission Magpies opt to try and do what worked so well in that first round, or whether they'll try and switch it up a little bit here in round number 3.
Yeah, I think again we might be in this position where the rhythm or the serve needs to be broken, and I think the team that does that early is going to be in the driving seat to potentially take the game. But again, it's going to be a push, a little less cautious than ICG on the offensive. They're going to take a little bit more ground. They're going to get a pick early doors, so first blood going to go the way of Copley as Cole goes into round 3, and that's just going to give them that little bit of confidence to push out towards that B zone. But this is all about information gathering. Keep your eyes peeled on number 7, who is making his way around the back.
Well, Dogs is, I don't know whether he's actually in tickets or just outside of it, so he's just outside of it. The stun comes through, so they get a lot of information, but this is what we spoke about before. opening the opportunity to get the bomb down at B and the retake and how difficult it can be. Number 7 Clark's going to be on a bit of a pinch as well, so they've got the opportunity to pick these players off. They've just got to try and pick them off one at a time. That's going to be the difficulty. The shots come through. There's actually a team kill that comes out, but there will be a player in Clark that goes down. Dogs goes down as well. Mission Magpies looking good for this round. It will mean, again, that you're looking towards Smithster. Not going to be able to get that other kill, and it will be Mission Magpies getting that round on the board and retaking the lead.
Yeah, back and forth, a bit more ping-pongy. So again, we're still waiting for someone to really get to grips with this S&D, but yeah, another kind of, wouldn't say clinical performance in that, but yeah, they did look fairly solid, pushing on that left-hand side, making their way down, getting some important picks, and again, ICG just looking a bit kind of uncoordinated at times, don't seem to be as cohesive, I guess, and in terms of like a comparison against the Magpies right now, just seem to be floundering a little. So I think this is where we talked about potentially you're at that point where you need a plan B, you need kind of a different approach or some way to break the rhythm or just something a little bit different, and I don't think it's going to be the case, is it?
Well, Copley's going to be that lone man over towards the back end of the B site. It's just a question of can he win that first engagement. He's got it coming up shortly. His teammate in Mimo is going to try and help him out, and they do manage to take Copley down, but Mimo very quick with the trade, and that bomb is actually being dropped inside the B site. So ICG Takeover are going to be forced to go in towards the site. They are going to manage just to back Ryan up with a couple of shots. Cole not going to finalise the kill, but again, it's going to be a flank this time from Logican number 1. He might actually get some really rough timing because you've got number 5 on the mini-map. He's able to get Cole, so that's now going to be a position where it's going to be 2 versus 3. Mimo's going to be backed up, and there's another pick that comes through from Logican. Really good work from him once again, and it leaves Smithster again in a position where he needs to clutch up. He's able to get 1 away with his life. They just got to be careful not to gift him too many free picks. 2 HP in a dream, never mind.
Yeah, 2 HP. It's not going to be the moment where you want to jump out and get the challenge. Again, you've got to look maybe at the positioning of Smithster there. He was kind of out waiting for that flank push. We get the flank coming around the back from Logican, but his positioning, he didn't see Logican push through right along the side, kind of pitch side, and make his way into the bomb site, and that was a missed opportunity at a point where they could have tied the kill up to 2 versus 2, and then once that third player fell for ICG Takeover, it became really a really difficult moment in terms of being able to get a clutch in an area that's quite confined and you're trying to push through from a more exposed area. So yeah, Magpies really, you know, they've kind of solidified. We looked for potentially a team to take this S&D by the scruff of the neck, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yep. And for any of you guys who are joining a little bit late to the party, Mission Magpies did take map number 1 250 to 103, so it was very convincing from the boys in blue, and now it looks as though they're going to try and just play it carefully again with the option of maybe working their way up the B side. Clark is going to work his way again through the spawn, through the back garage. Is somebody on the side of Mission Magpies going to make that read though? But somebody is working their way around the back. Shots in from Logican, 7 HP, got to be careful, trophies down. And it will be Mimo again in towards that ticket building as he gets tagged up. The shots are a little bit wayward here. There's been a few opportunities for first bloods as Clark on that flank. He's weakening the players up, but meanwhile in towards the site, Copley's able to get a really big 2-piece. It will be replied with a kill finally from ICG Takeover, but that 2 versus 3 situation and the bomb being able to potentially be planted is not ideal for them.
Yeah, they're going to need a pick actually fairly soon. Obviously, another kind of like big flank coming around from a player and a position where he's not able to take advantage, and that's being punished massively by Logican there. And it's going to be big shots coming from Smithster. Can he save the day again in a 1v2? Logican and Ryan going to be the 2 players going to deal with. He's just looking to transition to a different angle, and I don't know whether the boys from Magpie are going to read this again. Just not entirely sure whether there's a player behind them, but I think they've got the information. This could be all it's said for this round, and that again is a solid performance from Mission Magpies. And again, nice, get the information, and they make sure that they're there for trades, and if there's any issues, they've got a spare player to mop things up.
Yeah, so Ryan did, I think, get the information as to the whereabouts of Smithster. Over towards that P4 side, there's not really much you can do in terms of trying to push in. You've got 2 options really, but it will be another round on the board, and this is very dangerous territory now if you're an ICG Takeover fan in pubs, because you've got Dargs who's still waiting to pick up his first kill in the whole map, and with Cole contributing 1 with 1 kill across 2 players after 5 rounds, it's not looking good.
I think Dargs needs to challenge the Elmore energy. He was 0-5 in the previous S&D and regained in some style. So I think just getting off the board, I think he just needs to get a little bit of 1 pick, get the confidence back, and then really start to play it. But right now, I just think the ICG takeover have been a little too cautious in their approaches, and this has been. We talked about the plan B. Well, this definitely is a new approach for the team in red. So it does look like they're pushing over towards A, and the boys in blue probably going to start to transition that important kill though. Dogs off the board, which is what we wanted to see.
Yeah, bomb's going down as well. Got to be careful. The nade is going to weaken up that player, and now it's going to be a 2 versus 3. So Mission Magpies, it's doable. They've got to win the important gunfights, and out the back, unfortunately, there it will be a case that Ryan is not able to win it. Clark takes him down, and it will now be all on Mimo. So got to try and close the distance with a sub is not ideal, especially when the ARs are watching over you. He knows that one player's over towards that middle hedge. Nade isn't going to quite kill him as he tries to throw a few shoulders and keep himself alive, but through all this time he's only got 18 seconds left to work with, and he does finally get mopped up. So a much better round there from ICG Takeover, and a much needed one as well to make it 4-2.
Well, maybe they're making us eat our words, because we did say, have they got a plan B? Well, it turns out that they have actually literally got a plan for the B side, so or the A side, sorry. But yeah, just a really solid performance from them. They look kind of much more composed. It was almost a little bit more mature in terms of their performance. So yeah, that's the ICG Takeover I think we're more used to seeing. Just get that pick, get control of the site, get bomb down quickly to control the time, and then obviously the big one for is dogs off the board. So 0-5 now coming into the round, 2-5, and a 2-round deficit definitely feels a lot better than a 3-round deficit, which has just got way too much air between the teams.
So keep an eye on number 7 on the minimap again. Clark has done it multiple rounds where he's just managed to find an opening in one of these lanes, and he might run straight into Logican here. He's just watching the pinch. All the shots though aren't going to be enough for a kill. Got to be careful, because you've still got Mimo over towards that ticket area, which he's played pretty much the whole map. So Clark, maybe with some good timing again down the street side, might be able to find Logican a little bit round and round down towards this back garage area. They haven't crossed each other's paths again, but he has managed to get himself over towards the top plat area, and there should be a free pick underneath him. Nice work from Clark, able to dip out, and now it's a 3 versus 3.
That's incredible plays from Clark, and that's going to take a little bit of emphasis away from the attacking side. They're going to know we need to go big, and Logican forced to go back to deal with Clark, and that's just going to add a little bit of time that the boys of the Magpies don't want. So ICT Takeover, it is a 2v2, but I'm going to argue they've got a slight advantage. Next pick's all important, but right now you've got to say Dog's really confident. He's right up there, but right now no one there to trade him, so this is going to be important if he's able to get a pick.
Oh, he's done so well to get that pick, and his teammate is now here to help him out, and this might be the all-important one to get the round done. They've managed to pin Copley back, and they do manage to take him down. That's a really big kill from Dogs in that one. If he loses that, it's done. So yeah, really good work there from him, and it does enable ICG Takeover to just close that distance again down to 1.
I think largely, Dogs is the in-game leader maybe, and there's like the kind of talismanic figure in ICG Takeover. You kind of worried that he's so out on a limb to get that kill. He's got no one there for the trade. It's a 2v1, and he does so well to do that. Brings a bit of confidence to the boys, the rest of the team. So now it's only a 1-round deficit, and really you've got to think that in the back of the minds of the Magpies, they were so close to picking up the shiny thing, and it's just gone completely wrong. So really a really good opportunity now for ICG Takeover to just plant that seed of doubt in the mind of the Magpies.
So ICG back on the offense, and they are taking it over towards the B site. Again, Clark, just no hesitation to push up to close the distance. It's just going to be a question of what Mimo can do from mid, potentially, if he is going to get a pinch, because they have managed to get in towards the site, and now it's going to be down to Mission Magpies to try and get themselves back on it. Bombs down. It's just a question of where those first engagements are going to lie. The trophy from Clark is going to help them out a hell of a lot. Stop those tacticals just from weakening the players and start to organise the push. The nades coming out aren't going to tag anyone up. Logican's going to actually be the bait here, so now he needs the players from behind. Mimo's able to get one. It will mean that Dogs replies with the pick as well, as it gets a little bit back and forth inside the hill. Logican's able to take Dogs down, so 2 versus 3. Cole's got a lot of work to do now, and he's able to get a couple of kills. So now it's Cole up against Copley. Round and round they go, and it's a big win that comes through for ICG Takeover. They tie it up 4 apiece, and now you think, wow, where's the momentum?
Parity restored indeed, yeah, and obviously the boys of Magpies trying to utilise all that kind of like building detail to kind of slide in, make sure they don't get picked, but it's not enough in the end. And it's some really, we've seen in that round some kind of really intelligent play coming out of ICG Takeover, a straight push, get control of the time by getting the bomb down, getting themselves into decent positions, winning the important gunfights, but at the same time, like, those huge reaction one-on-ones that come down to gun skill going well. And as you pointed out, Dogs going from 0-5 to 6-6. The man is on fire right now.
The Elmore? Is that what we're calling it?
You said it's the Elmore, yeah. It's an Elmore.
So ICG back on defence. It looks as though Mission Magpies are going to try and go over towards that B site once again. That's the one that's been beneficial to them. And again, Clark's just found another opening here, and there's going to be 2 players potentially for a pick. There's at least one. He will get traded out, though. Really good work from Ryan. Means now it's going to be a 3 versus 3. They've still got the bomb in the hand, but they've still got a player in the site, and they're able to isolate 2 of them. Dargs and Cole both go down, and now you're looking towards Smith to try and work the 1 versus 3 here. It's not going to be ideal. We've seen him do it a couple of times where he's able to pick off 1 or 2 players, but getting the 3rd is just the difficult one, especially when that bomb is now gone down.
Yeah, this is going to be his 2nd or 3rd attempt at this 1v3, and obviously in a really horrific position. Those blue arrows have tailed totally up, and that's going to be a pretty easy kill for the Magpies, who go back into the lead 5-4 on the precipice of going 2-0 up in the series. So ICG takeover, this is the real moment for them. Have they got the ice in the veins? Otherwise, they're going to find themselves with 2 L's for the day. So the question is, can Dogs do an L more now and really start to turn the thing tide round for his team? So ICG takeover on the precipice.
Well, this is the question. They had obviously a decent round on the offense going towards the B site, but they've had a little bit of success when they have taken it towards A. So the infamous question, A or B, is going to be the one that's the all-important one. And it looks as though they are going to be headed down that street side over towards A. Logican's going to be there. How quickly is he going to try and push up towards this middle hedge? And he's able to get tagged up, and he's able to get isolated and killed. So now opportunity arises for them to try and work their way up the map. They've got to be careful though. The shots though really nice from Ryan over towards the top side. I mean, they're just going to slow down that push a little bit, and they are going to tag Clark up over towards the bomb site. So he's got to be careful not to try and plant the bomb too early. Can he manage to get this bomb down here? And his teammate unfortunately goes down. So Clark, he's down. They're getting picked apart, and now it's all going to be down to Smithster again. Every single time it feels as though he's the last man up. He goes down, and that bomb is going to get defused, and that is going to be the search and the series.
Yeah, really good plays by Mission Magpies. Clinical in the end, almost surgical in the way that they dealt with ICG takeover, who did try and go for that push that they kind of plan B push. Didn't work out for them in the end. And again, you just got to look at the cohesion coming out of the Magpies. They're just a little bit more kind of on the ball. But yeah, really good plays from Magpies. Look solid as well. So it is unfortunate for ICG takeover, who do push out to a 0-2 in the day. And Ryan again, 11-4. It's an incredible double figures. Day 2 on the main stage. You got to be happy with that, haven't you?
Maybe that is Madcap, mate. Maybe it is the resurgence.
Yeah, is he MVP of Birmingham, CWL Birmingham MVP. Thank you very much.
Yeah, nice work there from Mission Magpies. And now it kind of leaves a difficult position now for ICG takeover. Pabs, obviously both teams coming into that series had lost their first opening game, and you've got kind of a benefit now for Mission Magpies, where they're going to be the more optimistic because they are now 1-1, and they've managed to kind of get the nerves out of the way and get their first win under their belt. Whereas on the flip side, ICG now find themselves 0-2, and these last remaining games for them, 3 and 4, they're going to be really, really big now for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be all about being able to regain in the middle of the day and go big on those last 2 games. But Mission Magpies, they're going to be in a much better position. They're 1-1 for the day, and they're going to want to go on and obviously make that a positive. And they've got absolute big players. They know they've got players that can do it in S&D. They look really comfortable against a team that have been playing together for a long time, who have got like a good chemistry between themselves. So really got to go away and think that's a positive. They've mission accomplished in that sense. So yeah, it is, and it's nice to have had a game of Call of Duty again. Nice to finally got one tech issues put to one side. So hopefully we will be able to bring you more games as well.
Yep, and I will just double check to see which the next one on main we believe is going to be Eclectic versus Excite Gaming. I believe that's the next one that we'll have on the screen. We'll double check anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that is the right game.
Oh, happy days! There you go. The schedule's working.
Yeah, so that will be the next one, which obviously Connie and Mark are going to be casting over as well for the next 2 series. So
absolutely, the beautiful tones. They've both got throat lozenges as well, so there'll be no coughing. There'll be no, which we are prone to doing. So it'll be nice to see those boys on the cast as well. So yeah, it's been absolutely great to play to cast over some Call of Duty. We've seen some people, friends that we've known for a while, and we've seen some new faces as well. So this arena as well, we've got to say shout out to Staffs University as well, and the guys here, the admin here. The setup here is incredible.
It's like rocket ship setup.
Yeah, honestly, it's like it's a level above anything I've seen before. The setup for main stage is great. They've got a full area for kind of those side station kind of games, and they've got easily the best production suite I've seen. The team in there are just awesome as well. So hats off to them, doing a lot of work behind the scenes, and the production team as well. Hats off. So this hopefully is going to be a little bit smoother for the rest of the day. But again, yeah, this has been incredible so far.
Yep. Well, so big moves by Mission Magpies. They're on the board at least for now. Obviously, throughout the day, we'll try and keep you guys updated with those other scores and how the teams are getting on. In the meantime, while we get everything sorted for our next series, we'll throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the next game in the groups up on your screen.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada hunted, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels, ain't do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. mountain, I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. Hey, the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
Heaven just knows what it wants. Will I go back to the place where I belong? Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure.
no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. You'll be my pleasure. I got nothing to be scared of, because where people live, there is always love. I know the answers in my heart, so I'll try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure? I find it hard to let go. Memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure?
You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise. Yo. Don't be afraid to let go, just a little bit more. Taking the heavenly glow, we've come to adore. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise.
Well, after a lengthy delay, we've got another 2-0 in the books, and yeah, that's match 2. As Mission Magpies take their first win of the Esports Hub January Clash. Now, how do you think that game went, sir? It was pretty much one-sided on Hardpoint. We got a bit of a comeback on Search and Destroy, but nevertheless, Mission Magpies looked pretty confident.
Mate, they looked amazing, to be fair. Like, ICT Takeover have been playing together for absolute time. Like, they're very used to their play styles. Their chemistry is on point, but they just didn't look like that at all. They looked completely, like, they fell apart. The cohesion was gone. And Music Magpie, we should have some CDs, shall we? Mission Magpie, complete opposite, just looked completely on point. At times, they look surgical. But yeah, just, I think we saw a little bit of Tailwind coming out, a little bit of very cautious play coming out of ICG Takeover, and again, they were kind of giving up the hill rotating really at the wrong time, kind of like when they should be battling for 20 odd seconds of scrap time, they were going to the next hill, losing the initial gunfights, so they were losing kind of a solid chunk of time at the start, and then they were just repeating that over and over, never really had a plan B when it came to trying to break the rhythm of the Magpies, and they just look solid in the hard point, and obviously, 2 red cards back to back. Now, I spoke to Dogs after the game, and he was like, we haven't really scrimmed an S&D at all on red card, and so I was like, why choose it then? He was just like, let's give it a go. It's time to experiment at LAN, so let's do it, boys. But yeah, he said they just weren't very comfortable on it, and I think it really showed. They did get themselves a couple of rounds, but it's when they tried to do something different, the way they started to get a positive result, but then they fell back on kind of old ways, and Magpies just looked solid really in the end.
Yeah, they did have a bit of a comeback at the end of Search and Destroy. It looked like they was going to take it potentially to an overtime round, but nevertheless, 2 red cards in a row. That's surely got to be great news for you, George, isn't it?
It's just dreadful.
I'm with you, man. I feel the pain.
It's just a really odd map.
Mate, it's a cardboard. It's like eating cardboard.
Yeah.
It's so boring. It's just a
really open space.
If like
for everywhere you go.
baseline, it's like -10 on vanilla. It's so annoying. I thought that obviously. For me, like losing Rewind, initially I didn't like Rewind, but losing Rewind just kind of like I was fuming, and then we still got red card, and I was just like, okay, Sam, we'll deal with that. But then to see it get picked for the first 2 arena games so heavily, it's just like, oh, come on, boys, a little bit of a match.
It's 2 hard points, 2 red cards. Will we see 3? I hope not.
No.
But I think obviously the S&D, the talking point for me in the S&D is really Dogs going from 0-5, then having to come back and then going 6-7 in the end. And as much as that's a great comeback, the problem you face with that is that the lack of contribution in those previous rounds really and they were 3-1 down at one point and really had to kind of come back. So I think if he was able to contribute a lot earlier, I think that's a lot tighter game, and I think ICG Takeover would probably have been able to take it to the control then, which is something we've yet to have today on the arena. So it would be nice. Hopefully, guys, can you get this to a game 3? That'd be lovely.
I wouldn't mind it. I mean, it's like, I think the issue is ICG respected Magpies way too much after the first game. It's just like they just played so passive, and I'm dying for this 3 maps because I want to see some control. I want to see more maps being played, not same bloody red card each time, man. I want something different. Give me something different. But no, it was a good game. I don't know what. Yeah, the pick of red card after you already lose on it is a bit of an interesting one. But I mean, hey. Happens. It is what it is. It's
a really good point that you've made in terms about respect. Like that caution did feel like they were paying way too much respect to their abilities, and in terms of like individual gun skills, I didn't feel like there was a massive drop off between them. It felt like they could go toe to toe. It's just largely the structure of their play, and because they were so overly cautious at times, they didn't take up the geography they should have took up when they got kills and then started to own the map. You saw, I think, was it round 3 in the S&D where they were almost in spawn, like deciding what to do. Like, oh, we're having a conversation. Hold on a minute. The escalators aren't working. What do we do? But yeah, so it was a weird one. But yeah, it's another 2-0. So it would be nice if this game could go to a control.
Yeah, well, speaking of this game, we've got one more new team and a returning team as Excite Gaming face Eclectic. Eclectic, not played on stage yet. They've had pretty mixed results, having a win and a loss, going 1-1, but same as Excite Gaming. They won their first game on Arena, lost off stream. Do you think maybe Excite might be better on the Arena? Like, some teams definitely perform better on stage than they do online, for instance. Yeah. So do you think that could play a factor into this first game? Just that LAN experience itself?
Yeah, I think obviously LAN experience helps a long way, and I know the guys from Excite really well. They're well used to being in the mix. They're used to being in small, loud, sweaty environments. They're used to being, on the kind of pressure of being on main stage as well. They're fine. They're going to be completely relaxed. Chica is the most relaxed person that you're going to meet in the day. Don't know a great deal about Eclectic, so it's really going to be. I don't know their history. Don't really know whether they've played LANs before, so they look really organised. I've spoke to them outside, and they look kind of confident, and they could bring the fire. At the end of the day, there's not a massive amount of pressure. It's not like there's thousands of people in the arena watching as well. So it's an opportunity for them to get a little bit of experience on the main stage and then just see what they can do. But it really is about locking in. They've just got to lock in.
Well, it is an entirely new roster, complete new debut, four new players for the team, and so far, so good. 1-1. They're in with a shout of getting into the playoff stage for certain and winning these beautiful trophies on day 2. How do you see this one going? Do we predictions? Do we see this going 3? Are we going to get more red card?
I keep going. It will go 3, and I'll definitely keep that going. I think
we're going all 3.
I still think it'll be all 3. I hope for 3. I just want to see a control game. I want to see how people play control in here, because it's a different environment to play a control. Because they may have played them upstairs, I don't know, but seeing them in here play control would be very, very different, because in front of people, bigger difference than actually playing just in a room together. And conveniently, both teams, their both losses were 2 mistaken. So they both lost to the same team. So there's still an even playing field between them.
Always got a good side. Like Mistaken Esports never have a bad side. Like they're always in the mix there or thereabouts. Obviously, I know a couple of the guys who've been running Mistaken for a while, and they always make sure they've got a good set of players. But yeah, we just want to see more COD. Obviously, 4 maps in a handful of hours. We just want to get to that game 5. But again, obviously, in terms of predictions, guys, I just can't call this one because obviously we don't know a great deal about this team in terms of their abilities and capabilities. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, from that, I'm probably going to go with Excite because I know that they're kind of chill on stage and they're just going to lock in. The other thing is that Chica came into the first game literally completely cold. He walked in like 5 minutes before it was due to start and his hands were like ice. So he's kind of warmed up. They've had a couple of games, and when Chica can control a game and goes off, he can put up big numbers. So I'm going to go Excite, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go Excite. I mean, even though it's not a big crowd, playing on the stage does make a difference. And I mean, they've known to prove, and they've been, given verbal to the team in the first, so they were ready to bring the energy and bring that confidence. So I do want three games, so I'm going to say 2-1 Excite, but I think Excite will be confident going into this. So I mean, Yeah, Excite for me.
Wait, are we jinxing it? Everyone said.
I'm going 2-1.
I think we are jinxing it. Yeah.
We've been jinxing the 2-1.
We need to
I
go
think
for
it'll be
2-0s right now.
Right,
We are getting control.
I'll say 2-0, and then it might be 2-1 after that.
I think
No,
2-1
you mean
Eclectic.
2-1, but you're saying 2-0. I like
Exactly,
that.
mate,
Like that
exactly.
thinking.
I want to
Yeah.
see 2-1 against Excite. So I think
We want
Eclectic
to
takes it.
see 3 maps. We want to see
Same
a lot
feeling.
of good card action. It's the complete unknowns of Eclectic versus the veteran savvy of Excite Gaming. Over to you, casters.
Much appreciated, Desk. Ian, welcome. You're joined by Mark of G and Connie. Good to be behind the stage and behind the screen and behind the big camera today.
I know, right? Hi. It was forever. It's almost like I never existed on the analyst desk, and now I've just been, moved over in a free agency over towards the casting side of things. But I would say, Mark, in terms of today's series, we've got a nice, exciting matchup for you from Eclectic and Excite, again, returning to the main stage. One key note to mention, of course, is that we are going to be having the accounts from the last series in this series. So
Other than one player, I think.
Other than one player who's
that's
managed
got
to
their name.
slip past the stream and find a way to play on his own account. So we just are going to keep it safe and no more IP issues, hopefully, for the foreseeable.
Yes, exactly. And like the Desk said earlier, both teams on a 1-on-1 scenario at the moment. So they both lost, they both won, but different order. So Excite have just coming off a loss here against Mistaken, 2 maps to 1. So they got a game free, they got the control, but that was obviously off stream. Do you think that's this game, like they says on the desk there, do you think we're going to see a game free between the 2 teams here? Both teams losing out to Mistaken. So, I mean, they're losing it to good opposition. So
I
they
feel
have
like the
lost.
desk hit the nail on the head there when it comes to the predictions in terms of going to a map 3. I mean, we've said it for every single one that on paper they should be going to full distance, given the jitters, the cold arena in itself plays a huge factor on performance, and the early wake up, and probably the 17 coffees consumed by any given player at any given time on that main stage. We won't be expecting consistent performances straight away, and map 3 is more promising because any big mistake will show itself straight away in the first few instances of round robin. That's just the way that the game has behaved for time and time beyond that. So I think in terms of Excite, we've already seen them on the stage, looking very confident. Strong 2-0 win to kick off the game against Hammer Esports. So they were close maps. That's a caveat that me and you were looking back in the green room thinking it could go either way. They just got very lucky in the final 2 closing embers and just played this massive advantage in the respawns. And then in the S&Ds, they just had the extra bit of gas in the tank for the final 3 rounds.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we were saying it before they even started. The players, Elmore was gunning in the first series. He was phenomenal performance from him. Started off with. He's going to continue that as well into this series. But there's also that, like we said, they've got the experience in control. So if it does go to the map 3, they've played a control game so far at least already. So they've got a wee bit of experience in the control side of things. And map-wise, though, it might have been a different set of maps. So this time round, it's going to be, we're not going to see Hacienda, thankfully. Would you believe it? It is going to be a change, and we're going to see a double vault as our 2.
Scroll up. Let's see the final results.
Where is it? Where is the results? There we go. So yeah, we're going to go. It's going to be Skyline to start with. So we're getting a new map straight away, and we're seeing a double server vault if we get to the control, which is going to be fantastic.
I think that's a nice change. We had red card for like 4 maps in a row now, and I think even Pablo Major was starting to lose our minds a little bit, seeing the same old call-outs every single time, and even not understanding where the players are because red card is just a punishing vertical map. Skyline again, also in the same category. In terms of having a 3-course meal, Skyline and red card should never be your starters. In any
I'm
situation.
surprised we've seen red card as well, but like they've had to cast over red card plenty of times so far today. We won't get to do it this series. Maybe the next series.
If the players like it, I always think just let them have it. It's round
I mean,
robin. You try your worst maps usually. That's always the key
maybe it's
rule.
because they know that they've played it a little bit more than the opposition most likely would, because they pretend to ban it for the most part, right? So I mean, maybe that's the reason. They're like, we might be able to throw them off on a completely different map set, which makes the game a wee bit easier for them, maybe in the grand scheme of things, if they think they're a better quality player or a better opposition against them, to be honest. So.
Do you know what is exciting though? In terms of the team compositions for today, I mean, we have Excite Gaming that are sort of glittered with Challengers veterans, if you will. I mean, we have Chica, we have Elusive, we have Cal and Chaos, who've been around for donkeys now. I feel like MW 2019 was when I first was introduced to these players. Maybe before then they were playing, but that's when we started to see them in the ladder, in the Challenger Cups, in the home series. Then they were very consistent. I remember seeing Elmore break out in Vanguard as well. So they've had a good few years of experience under their belt. Elmore probably being the newest player out of a lineup that's already played so many Challengers Cups, I can't even count on one hand. But in terms of Eclectic, again, it's just 4 new players that we haven't seen yet before. I feel like in terms of research in the Challengers data pool and the previous LAN events, they're 4 players that don't come up at all in any database. So it's just the exciting prospect of getting to see them for the first time, understand their tactics, what strategies are coming into all maps, and just again, who's leading the charge, who's the talisman for the team, because it's always one in every single new team formed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having new players added to our roster as well sometimes shakes things up a little bit, but sometimes can bring the best out of your team, because then they might bring that experience that they have and change a few things around, maybe a few strategies that are a little bit different that they've learned from past 6 teams and bring it to their team and all of a sudden change how they play as an overall group, and maybe the cohesion's a little bit better as well that way as well. But eclectic, like you said, we're not really of much knowledge of the individual players, so you're going to have Baru, Don, Demon, Sparky, and the other one will be, I'm pretty sure the actual name, but that's not
on my notes here, you've got Sparky, Don Demon, Dexel, and Baru.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Again, new names. We'll see. We'll see from the adjustments exactly what happens. I think the main sort of shift conversation has to go into the Skyline Hardpoint and just what an opening it's going to be. We expect the submachine gun players to have the most value and the most importance when it comes to opening break off, when it comes to the chaining of hills, when it comes to the breaking of hills as well, and exactly what the set pieces of each team are going to look like when it comes to breaking, and even again just the timings from break to hold are literally 5 seconds short on average in comparison to red card to protocol. It's a tiny map.
Yeah.
You spawn up close to the hill. Even the furthest spawn out is still a 7-second rush towards the hill, which
I've
is
seen
the median.
some very close ones because of that. The fact that everything is so close, tight, the maps just become like a 250 to 240, 247. It's a crazy kind of skyline.
Right there is Elmore, and that's Chica. Oh my God, he's had his haircut. That is tough to see. I think one of the key things as well from knowing all the players from the European circuit is just growing up for the last 5 years, like who is what and how they changed. I mean, Chica used to have his beautiful, long, luscious locks back in Sheffield, back in Middlesbrough. Today he's donning more of the business cut. Everything today is strictly business, formal attire, ready for some funerals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there is some players going around in their jammies still. I'm pretty sure they just walked out of bed, pulled on their jammies, put on a pair of Crocs, and that same sort of. That's me. I'm ready for my LAN. It feels as if they're at home.
Describe Zappy without saying Zappy's name.
Yeah, well,
pretty
exactly.
much detailed the perfect candidate right there.
Mind you, there was like pretty much a whole team that came in the exact same. I was just like, whoa, okay, welcome home face.
And I've spoken to them about like, why do you wear pajamas on stage? And it's like, they're comfy. I want to be comfortable on stage. And I respect the call. It's the same thing for players wearing sliders. Remember a few years ago, players were coming on sliders and like, why are you wearing Crocs? Why are you wearing sliders? Just again, optimal performance. You can't go against it. He dropped 50 kills.
Yeah, I mean, whatever makes it comfortable for you. Like, it's like people that asking for these comfortable chairs. They're great, right? Great gaming chairs, unbelievable. Some people were like, I don't want that. I want a fold-up chair. I mean, that's understandable. Shotzi does it. Why can't I do it? Shotzi turns up like that and he performs with a steel chair. I mean, pick a steel chair if you want. If you think it's going to make you a better player, it's going to make you more comfortable. Do you do that at home? Maybe you do.
I think one of the stranger players in Call of Duty that just have set peripheral requirements is Ellie. He'll use a follow-up chair, but he will lean 45 degrees into the desk.
I know, yeah.
And you've seen it. Ellie's POV is just forehead for 90 minutes of the match, and the rest of his team are just sort of laid back. Oh, there we go. I can see more of the map this way.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's just all preference, and some people love just centering their face on the crosshair on the pixels just to make sure again that they are going to get the first bullet off, which is the key gunfight mechanic for Call of Duty. And I just have to say, with the up movement coming in Black Ops 6, this is where the sort of barriers to entry and the fencing for gunfights has changed so much. You can kill from any direction, and even when we had MW2 and diving was the main components, this is where Black Ops 6 again is sort of mashed out alongside slide cancelling, and you feel like you can do anything you want. You can spam from prone to jump up and then create an awkward view model. Nothing really is, making it easier for these players. But the new gen players that come into the cohort of Call of Duty having the best possible time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, speaking about having the best amount of time, we're having the best time here at the LAN, but we're going to throw it to a quick break before we get our match and our finally underway between Eclectic and Excite Gaming. So look forward to seeing you back after that short break. We're all back, ready for another one. Right, so game number 3 on broadcast. Hopefully, we're all sorted. We've got our lobbies all ready to go, and we're going to be getting the teams of Eclectic and Excite to be on the stage. There's actually, since as we break, players have came in, and we've actually seen other players from the other teams coming in to watch and spectate as well. So I mean, it's going to be even more of an audience for the both players, the both sets of teams.
We're around the 2 o'clock mark, where I think everyone started to wake up now, had the Premier Inn breakfast, and just floated over now to the LAN Centre and to the arena. So it is a bit more of a packed out one for this particular matchup. And given already the context we provided to you at home as well, it will be on the accounts from the last match. That's what the players will be showing their names on the screen, though we actually have got notes here as well for who is what in the lobby. That is again until the IP issues are fixed, and we could do relogins again. I mean, takes a bit of time. I mean, Activision's like a massive company, so we'll adjust.
We've got to think as well. We're also used to Codcast being wrong, so the kill feed's normally wrong anyway. Right? So why just change the names to completely different team names and player names? You know, we just have to go with the flow. So we'll be looking at different screens trying to find out who pretty much killed who, unless it's Dexo, because he's online and he's on his kill. So at least we know when Dexo kills someone, it is Dexo. Thankfully.
I love that. What is the biggest sort of condition, I think, for this Skyline hardpoint coming up here? Well, again, with some red card today, we haven't really seen much of the map pool expanded. I mean, Protocol has pretty much not been in, with Hasias or S&D, Skyline making its debut now. Given the actual sort of haste and flow of the map, again, it's very small. It's got 2 layers of verticality. The P1 hill itself can be contested as a money hill, but it depends upon the given setup and break off of the team. Usually, again, for the first rotation, you'll see it left-white, ready for a P2 setup. And spawn control is really difficult. The ARs have got a lot more promise and privilege to hold the high positions in Skyline, and that's again just thanks to the open hill setup, just catching players diving on, being sneaky. Again, that's where flanking also presents a huge opportunity for submachine gun players to find their best entry.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like that being said as well, we're also going to get a vault as well afterwards, which is another brand new map for the broadcast, which is fantastic. So looking forward to it. We're hopefully getting into map 1 here, and we're going to see
lovely
Eclectic and Excite have to offer here, and who's going to take their second win of the day and make it a 2-1 in the series, and somebody will take that second loss, and we don't want to see that, but I mean, it's going to happen. Somebody has to win.
Look at this map. Look how small the map is in general. The fly view is only 2 seconds long.
I didn't even
you look at one side, and you're immediately over to the other side of the map right now.
Well, and that's why nade spots are perfect at the start of this game. You start off the game, a good old nade over the top. As long as you don't hit your teammates, I'm pretty sure a lot of players are used to these oppositions. But yeah, let's look at the teams there. We're seeing obviously Excite here, like it says, it is showing you elusive, and Chica, Chaos, and Elmore. But yeah, I mean, at least we've got some teams on here.
Shout out production as well. Got an overlay to show us the names.
Exactly.
But I mean, given the kill feed again, Eclectic already open up here with a few, but still 50-50. No one touching time, as expected for P1 on this point. Excite the first move over. Spawn control again is still for grabs. We're seeing Dexy in the prime position again to actually coordinate his teammates around the back. That's where Baru, again, loses an unfortunate gunfight. Still Excite Gaming hold on to P2 spawns, as it is a 10-2 opening.
Yeah, a good wee opening here for Eclectic here on the hard point. But at this point in time, they're already getting a player up and on the back here. They're thinking about P2 spawns, where that's the money hill, right? The P2 on this map, Skyline, definitely the money hill, but you want to try and get the good gunfights and tie as many players off of the new rotations, because Excite have that spawn potential here, but Eclectic's going to take a good wee lead, wee chunk at the start of the map. But as it keeps going this way, as long as Excite starts lighting up, and there we go, there's another 3 kills in the feed here for Excite, and all of a sudden it looks like they're going to get a good wee bit of hold here, as all the players of Eclectic are opposite side of the map. Even though it's a small map, they are on the other side and having to spawn back over.
Nice position as well. They've gone for the south side of the map push, hoping to hit ladder and hit the zip line into point. And again, the gunfight's quite crucial here because they're killing all the blockers, so spawns now will start to split up. You see again 5 and 1 going again right in tandem. It's going to be Excite holding on to the point here, taking the lead for the first time. 30 seconds go their way, and we look towards the remaining 30 seconds, even scrap time. Eclectic are trying to break on through to it. You see them moving down the south side of the map, and even on the north side of the map. They're trying to get the kills, funneled into the middle, ready for some early pressure.
Yeah, exactly that, and they're winning their gunfights for the most part here. Even Cole finding the player rotating round the back, but eventually Eclectic do find the kills that they need here to get into that last bit of scrap time. We've got 17 more seconds here on the time for them, but that's fine for Excite because they're already rotated into kitchen. They're getting the kills here, and Genesis here finds one. That's well, Genesis, we're going to say Genesis, but it's Chaos. It's Chaos that's finding that one. Obviously, Mark, you've got to look at the screen here.
Yeah, bang tidy, Mark. Nice work. So Excite Gaming already get initial for new. Similar to P2, they have in fact opted now to a approach this from more of an outside the hill setup. 2 ARs posted in mid and hope to control bedroom and piano in order to cut off the cross spawns for Eclectic. And look at this though, because there's so much coverage on the north side, Eclectic spawn right in front of the hill.
Yeah, exactly that. There you go. But Eclectic now finally getting the kills that they need. That's 3 dead in the feed. They're going to get themselves into that hard point. Sparks, though. I would say Sparks, but look at this. He's absolutely gunning it down here, Chica. It's 5 in a row so far, but eventually he does get found there. Yeah, that's it. Exactly what they needed to get that throw in there.
Dexy, solid start to the map. 12 and 6, only 3 hills in. Definitely a talisman for the team and a catalyst that could propel them in the right direction because it is still close. And I think, no, some of the more niche factors we see in this hard point are decided around the control of middle of the map. The heat map has only seen 2 players really go for deep flanks, and both times they lost on the head-to-head gunfight for spawns. So it's nice to see both teams here have similar strategy and similar firepower in terms of breaking. So predictions in terms of anything crazy early on at the box is a close game, but excited with the experience, have that 20-point lead, and the fight for spawns again, a right between Elmore and Don Demon.
Yeah, and they're trying to get the pinch in here as well. They get the first pick straight away there, and they're going to try and get that player that's hiding behind the bathtub, the normal position that you're expecting players to hold in this hard point here, because it's a solid position to be in. Look at that, you get the double kill straight off it. Make it a triple. Oh my god. What are we saying? That's exactly how you hold that position, exactly behind the bathroom there. What are you going to do to stop that?
I mean, Sparky again, 5 and 10 doesn't really matter so much because he has been the hill kitten for this team. No better phrasing than that. Him and Demon together working in tandem actually have got most of the rotations locked in, and they're definitely the forerunners for the team when it comes to shading P3 to P4. The one coming up next, the most challenging rotation I think on Skyline personally, because we're going back to P1. This is where we start shifting away from keeping hills white, keeping them contested, and we start trying to scale towards a lead. Eclectic already put 2 players up on the balcony. Madcap, or in this instance, should we really say Baru, is going to be one playing prone. We need trophies though, because Nays can take him off.
Yeah, exactly that. But this, like we said, it's that fight for P1. Nobody really looking to get onto the point for too long. But a couple of kills going there for Chica there. Is going to keep the hill time for now as he finds another kill as well. They are keeping it going as elusive. Just get found there by the kill from the nade though. But as it's there, like you said, it's Eclectic that's got that spawn here for P2. They've got the time, they're getting that lead, it's building even further, and we're getting to a 20-point lead so far for them.
Oh, it's beautiful, Mark. I mean, Excite Gaming had a nice little spawn, but you see the 2 skulls dropping on the north side of the map. Eclectic have now spawned there. This control Elusive has here on the backside, it creates an awkward pinch. Eclectic committed way too much in the middle of the map to try and get through Jim, but Excite Gaming fanned out trying to catch the players through the nets.
Yeah, exactly, and there comes the contest, and then Clark, well, I keep saying Clark, it's Elmore, he's sliding on in, he's getting that time back again. I keep looking at the bottom of the screen, I need to look at the top of the screen, but as that comes in, we were looking at Excite here, trying to hold at the back here, but there we go, Dexo in the back, finds that he's on 5, does eventually get picked off there in the back, but their teammate are already there trying to rotate and help out as well, so he's going to be, that's Barrow finding it, but oh, it's not there for them. He doesn't get the kill, but Excite lighting up the feed, going to potentially take the lead here. They're holding P2, and they did quite well in the first set of rotations in P2 as well.
A 15-point game, but I'm starting to understand the patterns emerging between Eclectic and Excite Gaming. Eclectic focus everything around Sparky and keeping him alive in Hill. Overusing trophies, setting up the ARs relatively close to submachine guns, so you're looking at more firepower at close-range situations, but so easy in susceptible flanks, and that's what Excite Gaming do. You have players like Chaos, players like Chica, who have spent 6 years of their life running a submachine gun. They know the routes and know the systems, and even so, the game is just, to and fro, the seesaw of life and the seesaw of Skyline is just going to swing one or either way very soon. 19-point gap, going to really start to escalate soon.
Yeah, ammo. Excite are already ready in kitchen here, right, for this first P2, first hard point. Oh my god, my mouth, Mark. What? I've had all these lozenges and we're still in that position where we're struggling out here. But as Chaos gets into the hill here, he gets 2 kills of his own, does eventually get traded out here though, but if Eclectic can keep the pressure on like they have, they've managed to spawn Excite out and going to get some good time here into the kitchen and give them a good lead.
Barry pushed out and Excite Gaming flipped 2 players on the other side of the map. This actually kind of put them in a tough spot now to hold this hill when Eclectic had all 4 stacked around it, bunkered up with trophies. Excite Gaming can now apply pressure from 2 different exits. And that's a big problem now. 30 seconds of scrap time can go their way. They can take the lead again. And then we sort of restart the competition again. Can Eclectic win rotation to new? Where Excite Gaming in the first set rotations were so good at over-rotating, Eclectic now is starting to apply the same concept.
Yeah, and as the time is whittling down here in kitchen, hardpoint, it looks like Eclectic are sending all their boys there. They're not looking at that back of the spawn at this point in time here where the potential rotation for the new hardpoint is coming in, and Excite are going to get around the back here, and it's going to be well, who are we watching inside here? Number 5 is going to be Elusive, sliding on up. Going to try and look through.
So there's no real block at the back here, Mark. You can see number 8, Elmore. He's just waiting for the teammates to come and support so that then they can take full control of spawns. Problem, though, is, again, 10 seconds of red time go to Eclectic's way. And the way in which we see Smithster run around, I mean, this is where things get even more interesting. Or should I actually say, just in terms of that, Dexy, look at this right here. 27-15. Scaled up from the 11-6 start. And still very much on form. Definitely leading alongside Sparky for hill time, but it's clear to see now that he needs to keep this up in order for Eclectic to win the game. This margin now is at 60 points, and we have, met our maker. Our fortune has come true.
Yeah, Sparky is currently running a 6 spree as well. He's in a 1 minute and 12 seconds on that time and holding as much as possible, looking towards that Hellstorm if he can. It's a really difficult thing to get in, to be honest, in the hard points and stuff, because you need to get so much more kills and score on the board here to try and get yourself the chance. But with Eclectic holding a good one here in this rotation, 200.
Wow!
But wow.
That's Chica, ladies and gentlemen. Chica Melt's the original name for this man, legally at birth, but unfortunately now he is trying to live back up to it again 3 years after his infamous run in the CDC.
They've got a bit of a deficit here, though, but we're going back to P1. Our first set of rotations is underway. It's going to be exciting in that, and yeah, look at the gap there. It's closing in slowly but surely here for Excite. Will they take the most of the P1? Because Eclectic are kind of roaming around the map, unaware of where they're actually going at the moment. I'm forgetting about the hill and the time that they're losing here at the moment, but maybe potentially looking for that hold on the new hardpoint.
And they've all bunkered up here in bedroom. Excite Gaming have got really a tough exit, but none of the Arms from Eclectic have actually set up onto a balcony near piano, so it could be a free break. If they get the trophies down in time, then yes, they could find the 7 seconds of scrap, but given now the 27 points left to win for Eclectic, they're focusing on rotation. They've put Barrow here on the long line of sight to cause a distraction, and this really is where you start to look at Don Demon and the work he's doing on piano. He's completely fenced off the spawners, he's running back to block, and this is just great fundamentals now to close out the map.
Yeah, but you've got Chica there trying to look around the rotation, but that's 3 dead for Eclectic. That's exactly what they needed to get there. They found all the players of Excite, and there's only that one player in the back, and that's going to be Elmore trying to stay alive. He's going to cast Dexo unaware. Well, doesn't get the second dome, and that's good for Eclectic here, but we've got 14 seconds left to play for, plenty of time on the hill here, but the spawn is broken for a second here, and that's exactly what they need to get on the time.
Oh, Callum Chaos, welcome to the show. 30 seconds of scrap time, still has to over-adjust and look at these spawns. Teammates are now here to support for the break, but look at the pinch right here. We're seeing Don Demon and Sparky flood the north and south side of the map. Excite Gaming funnels all the way through from balcony into corridor. No one's hitting the zip line, and that is where the impact really comes to show. Sparky is set himself up in hill, started off 5 and 10, 24 and 24. He's picked up a beautiful run of form to close out the first map, 251-81. Eclectic take the opening at first blood in our best of 3.
Exactly, they are 250 to 181, and the Eclectic side that we said we're not sure of have shown up on the main stage here, and a fantastic wing in this one. Apologies for me messing up the names and stuff in the kill feed, because that is really hard to follow. I'm not going to lie, I'm trying to look at the mini-map and look at that, but guys, what a fantastic first map for Eclectic. 250 to 181. I didn't expect it to be as big a margin as that, to be fair.
I mean, in terms of when we were sort of zooming in at the 120 mark, that was a sort of last moments where the game was going to be neck and neck. I mean, I understood the systems of what Eclectic needed. They needed to see Sparky start to get more traded kills inside the hill. I mean, Dexel's actual run of form and the amount of firepower he has across the whole 8 minutes. 37 and 20, you don't get that on main stage without having, a very good keen eye for Skyline. Definite veto tactical pick for getting this in as soon as possible to start the confidence run. It's also a spot again where Excite Gaming, first series since they're on main stage where they actually have not won the first map, although it has been 2 total, so the size sample is a little bit too skewed.
Yeah, well, that's true. But like you said, with Dexel there as well, you also had a good amount of hill time and so many non-traded highs as well. So unbelievable performance from them, as we'll show you a little bit of these replays so far. But there was a good few bits in there for Excite, and it's not like they were down and out early on. It was quite a tight hardpoint to start with.
They didn't have much room to work with, though. And I think that was because, again, they were trying to hunt down Dexel. They identified the win condition for the biggest firepower, biggest fragger on Eclectic's actual roster. But that's where things started to look a bit different. Don Demon, I think, for lots of the second set rotations, held his own in piano. We just saw him beat it to be free, hold that position. Every death, he'd sprint there, he'd watch the cross, he'd get a free 2-piece with not even looking at him, and it's just a map knowledge again on Skyline to know when the spawns are controlled, although we did see some moments for both teams on the P3 where they just haven't found the right system to hold. We see some player pushing out, aggressing towards balcony, or a player pushing out, aggressing towards garden, which just flips 2 players that have already died into the back of you, and it's just, again, way too many exits to cover, not enough people to answer the call.
Yeah, exactly that, exactly that. So, going into our second map is going to be an S&D over on Vault. In terms of an S&D side of things then, Excite obviously experiencing it as well as Eclectic in the last couple of matches that they've played so far, but who in the outside things here between these two teams do you expect to have that ice in the S&D?
I think, given the run of form in Hardpoint and Eclectic now, we've got the first real map to see them and how they perform, they can shoot straight. Great. They've got a guy like Dexel on their team who is just fabulous at Hardpoint, and as well 100 seconds in Hill alongside Sparky. Yeah, that's just, 2 players again and their systems in the respawns. S&D, Excite Gaming, have got players like Chica. They have got Elusive, who have, taken teams like, Vortex back in MW 2019 to map 5s before, taken Hydra to map 5s before in some of the older games. And these are 2 players, again, that are just established, one of which, is a world champion. So the experience in this particular 40% margin of a best of 5, and now, again, the one sort of swing factor question mark mode in the best of 3. I have to say them, just on, sheer power and sheer experience, they're cut above the rest.
So like the cast, the analysts on the desk at the start of the map, they were thinking a map 3 could be on the cards, and the way you're saying it seems like you're expecting Excite to win this S&D here and going into a map 3. Well, we'll see another Vault if it does go that way, and we'll see a Control on the broadcast for potentially the first time, but we'll wait and see once we get into that, because Excite, I'm sure they don't want to be off this main stage.
I think that's what I've learned, Mark, as well, because I feel like Excite are one of the younger rosters actually out of the 10 here today in Stoke. One thing about, young players in S&D, they're grinding S&D wages, they're working hard watching VODs. LAN experience, though, is actually kind of in pale in comparison to Excite Gaming. So LAN S&D, again, is sort of one of the more interesting modes where we don't see the true development of tactics and strategy early on. But everything you might practice beforehand in scrims kind of gets thrown out the window when you're that young. And it's just happened to everyone at every given point in time. Same for Excite Gaming 5-6 years ago. So that's sort of where you put your marbles, if you were to will.
Yeah, speaking of tactics, normally when it comes to the Vault side of things, I always see the attackers going in really quickly with Sharp, trying to get that bomb down towards obviously the underside of Pool, and it's normally quickly turned over, and all of a sudden the defensive side will win it. But first pick comes off straight off the nade here from Dexel, and great way to start.
Yeah, he's killed in Paul, although it's an immediate fast plant for Eclectic. They want a 3v4 post plant again just to try and bunker up and hopefully again trail the guns in the right exits. This again is sort of where Excite Gaming, they already have enough reps and they already know exactly who should be filing into what position at what time. It's a flawless round to kick it off here on the Vault, and it's just a beautiful look for Baru and Don Demon. You can't really ask for better in a situation again where, if you'll excuse me again, I think Eclectic actually took the first round given the overlay.
Oh yeah, given the overlay, yeah. Maybe we're looking at it. This is going to be the hardest part about it, but Dexel was definitely the side there. I'm sure the overlay might be correct, but we'll double check with that one. But it was the attackers though that did put the bomb down, did get defused, and did get all 4 dead. So I mean, going into that, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So Excite Gaming is actually on the left-hand side, Eclectic's on the right-hand side for everyone watching at home. Oh, we do love A-side, B-side. It really is fun.
As if you can't make our job any more harder here on the podcast.
Exactly. We've got, different teams, different accounts in the same nades. But that, I guess, is where Dexel, again, similar to the first, opens up with a wonderful set piece. A 3v4 straight away now is what is going to be the answer here. Can Excite Gaming find a rhythm? I mean, it opens up into 2v3. Control for Paul is the main answer, and they tie it up into an even betting. We see the players from Eclectic positioned here inside the Vault in a post plant, but Eclectic, again, have got to try and fight 2 exits here from Excite Gaming and Clark. Or should we actually realistically look towards Baru? That's the opening.
There you go. One more player left from Eclectic here, trying to stay alive. That's Elusive, and can he stay elusive here and get this sorted out here as the bomb will be looking to be defused here. Does get spotted though, shot through, but there we go. The trade comes in, and there's still going to be enough time. I thought he was going to hit the reload there. I thought that was it. I thought he'd wasted the time, but he's got the time to get the defuse in. There we go, and Baru will get that defuse, and Excite will take the map.
Okay, I feel like now that the scoreboard is sorted out and we've kind of calmed down from the 10 coffees this morning, I think Eclectic actually are indeed on the right side.
10 coffees, I love it.
Okay, so it's 1 apiece, and it was a nice little close. 1v2 on the cards, but again, positionally speaking, difficult on Vault. The post plant inside the ball is very punishing and very easy to lap 3 or 4 times of the map and evade the 1v1 trying to defuse the bomb. Now, to set nade again, we've already seen great form out of Dexy to actually land 2. This time around, though, both teams rush towards mid.
Yeah, exactly. Looking towards mid. No early picks this time round. A little bit of a slower start, but there you go. You're getting a chance here to find 1. Sparky will be the first to fall. 2 in a row. All of a sudden it's traded out though, and it's now 2 versus 3 here for the Eclectic side. But they still got to get that bomb. It's now down. Exciter are going to be watching over that for sure. But there we go. Exactly. A good wee pick to make it a 2v2. The chance is here for Elusive to make it a 2 versus 1. And now we go. Don Demon. What can he do here? He's not got the bomb, and he's got to be trying to take this home up himself.
Yeah, Chica and Elusive, last 2 players alive, both glued themselves into the middle of the map. And it's tough now for Don Demon to actually get any information. Of course, we expect him to wrap around Palace. In 40 seconds left in a 1v2 with bomb down, he has to re-clear everything. One of the worst situations to be in. Also, as well, have 3 cars around B, unexploded. So any given time, if the nade's in the belt and it's thrown, yeah, it'd be quite salt in the wound way to die. But as he re-clears mid again, there's no movement from Excite Gaming. They're actually holding position, floating towards B, ready for an exit kill.
Exactly that. And Elusive is just throwing shoulders around beside that pillar there. He does spot the player, and then you go. Excite will take the round 2-1.
Lovely. So well,
Are we going 1 apiece each way? What do you expect involved?
I sort of love the roster sort of setup as well from Excite Gaming. Again, it's sort of a multinational UK and IRE setup. I mean, Elusive, of course, is from Scotland.
He's a flying Scotsman. Can I use that word at some point?
I'm supposed to write as well as Scottish, just to add a bit more of a bedding, you know. It's good to see sort of all the different ranges of people travelling around to Stoke to play some Call of Duty. It's lovely to see.
The French teams over as well. It's crazy.
Exactly.
The Netherlands as well. I mean, it's fantastic, isn't it? Here we go into round number 4.
They set up again towards A. Excite Gaming are trying to avoid the set nades and get to pool as fast as possible. We did know again just the power of Dexy's set nade towards pool. It's gotten 2 rounds, you know, into a 4v3 straight away. But given the actual rotation, they're fanning out this early on. They actually want to try and close the exits because they fear that Eclectic might try and push out early. And that's why Excite Gaming are already really adjusting around 2 angles. A trade on the outside, full control on the inside, and it's just, you know, wrapping into a beautiful 2v2.
Yeah, Dexter finding a 2, but it's instantly traded out, and then all of a sudden we're back to a 2v2, but the bomb's on 23 seconds left to play for, and you can see them trying to get in here. It's Sparky and Dexel up against Elusive and Chaos. But here we go, we've got a wee wrap around the back. Is he going to get the double? Yes, he does. Excite Gaming take 2 rounds on the bounce.
Again, seasoned veterans, 3-1 lead. Now that's sort of zooming into the macro portion of this map. We've already established again the first 4 rounds, just given how the first 2 went with the set nades from Dexy. We start to see Elusive now change their break off a little bit. They're going to commit towards mid, but they're going to run closer to the line to get to pool straight away. Given that there is one core strategy in S&D for Vault, going to pool, getting bombed down straight away. Probably the only real instance in a map mode combination that you can do it in the last 5 years of COD. It's just, again, the foot race to complete the mission. And that's where I think Eclectic now are starting to, you know, try and engineer new ideas. The set nades again need to be replaced, and the break off towards mid again is going to fan out for both teams because they're running towards pool.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to get that A bomb planted once again, and now I think it's all about their setup here for a Collective once they've got the bomb down. Because some people stay inside that vault and you've got all 3 angles. Watch, yes, it's perfect. But most of the team know that you are there, and there you go. The first pick already goes out. It is traded out though, thankfully for the team of Eclectic. But
let's slow it down here. We're in a 3v2, and the way Barry died as well opens Excite Gaming's position. So they're pushing through mid, have to make sure again Chica's staying alive. He's got the rotation, and this is really where things start to exaggerate, you know, the actual lead in the scoreboard. 1v to correct ourselves again. Eclectic actually are 3-1 up as well, so they're on for a 2-0. We really have been screwed over by the scoreboards today, haven't we, Mark?
The scoreboards are just, yeah, phenomenal for us. Thank you very much for our sidecasters who are keeping us in the know, and there we go. Last person is finally found. Chica. It's actually Dexel. See, that's why we're figuring it out. So this bit is switched over.
Dexel was like the one missing link, you know. You just see that account on the other team, yeah, that's
Dexel. Thankfully, we've got a real player name in there. They can tell us exactly who's who. So, yeah, Excite bring one back there now eventually. So it's another opportunity.
What it did so well there again is just, fundamental 1v2 S&D in a post plant. Check bomb at 7 seconds. No more regards for how well he evaded the 2 players and even held his life. Again, it's just, you see lots of instances now, especially in Vault, where the map's so small, you have to run in circles around your opponent and hopefully catch a good timing to find a kill. Or even just an early cut. Someone doesn't do a full lap of the map. They run through mid to try and, cut the distance. But the set nades, though, this time around for a quick they send 2 through to pool. No one connects. And what are Excite doing? Well, they're going straight over for an immediate push.
I also had an RCXD on its way there, but there's 1 pick. Make that 2! What a start here if you're Eclectic.
They've opened it well. And look at who's pushing around the back here. We're seeing Eclectic start to make positional changes, but again, that's where things start to look a little bit interesting. They're down a couple players, and Dexel's now wrapped it into the 2v2, but again, the bomb needs to go down, and what's this? Excite Gaming making a crucial decision that could change the map.
Yeah, it could be a massive change here. The bomb's down though, so they're going to be able to keep an eye on what's going on there, and it's all about getting that bomb down now and giving them themselves that extra bit. It might actually rotate towards B, but the bomb does start getting planted there towards the A side, and it's going to be what the retake can be. They're up there at the top balcony position here as well. Good spot area to kind of look over the map, but they do find 1 all down to that final player.
And again, he has to hold bomb. 30 seconds left to go. And doesn't let the pressure in front of him. Connects on both players. But again, the slide, the aim assist drag, just too great when it comes to overwhelming the 1 marker left. And that right there is Excite Gaming, bringing us into a lovely 3-3 scoreline. 2 consistent rounds where they finished it in different fashion, but the same pattern is emerging. They're getting the 1vx situations on their side, and even in the clutch situations, they're playing the objective so well, checking bomb at 7 seconds.
Yes, exactly that. Checking the bomb where needed, and Dexel was trying to do it all himself to try and come back from that one there. Wasn't able to find it, so the Electric will fall that one. It's going to tie it up here.
And this is where we start to look now towards the utility. I think in around now the mid-rounds, round number 7, we start to see the set nades again change from over towards mid. They're going to start putting them more towards pool. We haven't seen a rotation over to B yet, although you only really see a B plant in the 1vx situations. And this really is where Excite Gaming now start to coordinate their strategy and commit towards the set break-off and then try and get some kills early on.
Yeah, here we go. First early pick here comes in, and that's a fantastic start here. He's on a 4 streak as well. He's staying alive the last few rounds and finding a good few picks. And yeah, there we go. 2 dead for the Eclectic. It's going to be a difficult ask here, but the defensive side normally seem to be the better ones, but at this point, it's not working that way this time.
They've found some good form, I think, in actually, going through the extremities of map, the outer perimeter. When they start pushing through the mid again, you're sort of asking yourself to re-clear 9 different angles, and any wrong lucky gamble will cost you your life. Yeah. So now in the 2v2 again, they've reverted to similar strategies from the previous, and this is where we start to see, the arrows closing in on each other.
Exactly that. So what can these 2 players do here from Eclectic here? They've got the retake potentially a way to start up in a second, but the bomb's still 36 seconds away. They've got to be clearing as much of the map as possible, trying to find their opposition where they're going to be hiding. There is 1 up top balcony, it looks like, as well, and he's just kind of throwing shoulders. You've got 1 on the bomb, ready to wait in. He does slide in, he finds that pick, though. That's the headshot to find this kill, and he's going to go straight to the defuse, and his teammates outside. Has to get off the bomb, though.
No utility as well in the back pocket. I mean, Excite Gaming, again, have to make sure they read the timing well. Eclectic here, and no slouches. And I think that might just be the one last little push off the bomb that could get them the round. He already commits to the challenge, but it's just one last nail in the coffin. And Excite now starts to take the lead for the first time here in the S&D.
Yeah, exactly. This is what Excite are needing to do. They've got a wee flow, they're finding a wee rhythm, they're starting to get the picks early, and they're starting to find even the retake from the defence inside. And that's exactly what you need to do here in an S&D. You need to throw. We always said it, and Pablo said it in the last matches, you have to break the serve, and they've done so.
Absolutely. I think tennis references actually kind of make S&D a little bit more of an easier read for the casuals at home as well.
So
as
the next one will be Juice.
It will be Juice. Don't throw golf terms in there, oh god. We'll be going 13 rounds. I must say, though, in terms of Excite Gaming, they've done well to show their veteranship and their experience in understanding what position map they were in and the mistakes they had to correct. But Eclectic again are going a bit more throttle here in the middle of the map. The opening, of course, is where we enter into a simple trade. A set nade opens up Eclectic's bank account to now get man advantage.
Yeah, exactly. There you've got Chica and Elusive both finding kills. Perfect start. I don't know, I'm confusing myself, to be
So, if you want to have a look at this one. So, Eclectic.
Exo is there.
Eclectic are yellow. Excite are red. And Eclectic, again, have got 3 players alive in a post plant. It is on B, bear in mind. So, if we actually are looking towards the 1 remaining player, this is where you have to open up the ideas. You can't isolate these kills. They're all bunkered together. They're holding different angles. And if you were to move into the danger, the kill zone, then you kind of can, finish the rest for me, Mark.
Yeah, exactly. It's just we're all square here once again in the S&D, and do you know what? This is it's going to be one of these matches. I think it's going to go all the way to this round 11 here.
And you sound elated at that prospect.
I'm absolutely over the moon with it. The more map and the more S&D we get, the better, But it makes it more difficult for us. But I mean, it's still perfectly well. It's more COD.
So the winning conditions for both teams that I see, again, is instantly the 1vx situations. The man advantage straight away. The first blood is a factor that I think the first 2 rounds was overlooked, but now it's starting to have more promise in round conversion. There's no XG in COD, but there is kills to deaths. And already we're opening up here. Excite Gaming drawing that first blood.
Hey, there we go. Exactly what they need to do here to start off and give themselves an opportunity in the attacking. Because as soon as you pick one of the defenders, that kind of retake makes it even harder for the defending side with one member down already. And it just needs to be the trades that need to go in.
So they've slowed it down really well here. That's what Excite Gaming's sort of natural players start grouping together and committing to ideas. But the long wraps, again, is sort of where you see Eclectic really shine and trusting one player to hold the island and then aggress half the map, because that opens up loads of range of vision for information. And the utility, again, everyone spent it apart from Genesis OTP on Excite Gaming's side.
Yeah, there we go. And another kill, and that's another opportunity here. The attackers will get the bomb down, and this time we're going towards that B site, but there is information when the bomb planter is being picked off, and 2 goes in the feed once again. It's back to a 2v2 scenario.
Lovely shots, although again, a second decision to be made. Calling for the teammate for Eclectic, because Excite Gaming now need to hold this position. Once bomb goes down, no cars are blown up yet, but oh, this is where we start to see Eclectic make the next move. Bomb needs to be planted, decisions have to be made, and they're just playing with time.
There's a little like no time left. There we go. It finally comes out. They slide in through. There was very little time there for that bomb plant. I think we might have just got it if he held it, but there is no chance that that's going to do it. Eclectic are here at map point and match point.
I know, this is definitely uncomfortable territory, but still they've been in many times. Excite Gaming. I mean, the whole roster in itself, conjuring up the final few strategies here for the S&D. Eclectic needs to keep their composure, have to keep the bottle. It can go at any minute here in the round number 10. It is infamous, because once again you lose it, you're opening up a larger proportion of possibility to happen. And you could even end up on the wrong side of history.
Yeah, exactly. And Excite don't want to be on another side of that L. They want to try and get an opportunity here to try and get it back into control and get themselves another win on the board. But Eclectic here have to start off quite well. But first pick might come in. Oh, it doesn't. He manages to sneak away.
And that's a good little position here, because look what it's opening up here for Excite Gaming. I mean, the aggression already early on is what opens up these huge flanks. But despite it, this is where we do in fact see Excite Gaming get the first blood. The RC car was saved for this reason, and it just is now creating a massive snowball effect that looks like they can't stop. Every single player isolated, one left alone, and it's just, the worst possible position to hold your life. No one was inside. They got shoved off bomb and just had to put one player on for a man mark job.
Exactly, and there we go. What are we going to see? That round 11 that we expected to happen.
Oh, goody.
1 for 1. We're seeing the full S&D here.
We really are. And around 11 again, tactics already start to be corroborated between the teams. Already glancing over at both stations, and they really are locked in. You can just see the concentration and just what levels of discipline they have here. But especially for Excite Gaming to bring it up to this level. Eclectic, though, have got the most to answer for. Pressure's back on them after losing. Could have converted it, gone 2-0. Controls ever looking so tempting right now, isn't it, Mark?
Yes, exactly. It is ever so tempting. And you were speaking about they're locked in. You can see more foreheads now than you can see faces. So, I mean, that's how close they're getting to their screen. This is the decisive game.
I feel like it's just, it's just a show of confidence, Why not be scared? I've got 4 head as well, and so do you.
Well, that's true. But are they going to find 4 dead is the answer.
Well, they commit towards mid. That's just why Eclectic have got the greatest setup lined up. But, the opening is just beautiful for Excite Gaming. A 2v1. 8 players almost mowed down. It was instead going to always be 5.
Oh, God.
And we're left alone here. Bomb is already dropped, and it's just a really tough spot to regain and regroup. Yeah. And I think that's where you have to put Excite Gaming in a position now where they hold all the cards.
Sparky's got to try and do it all himself here, and I don't know if he's going to be able to find that opportunity to try and find the 2 players, because you can already see him sitting waiting there patiently inside the vault, and he's just going to get beamed down here. 40 seconds, they stopped going for the bomb there, but it's going to be a retake.
And they're playing from a very punishing position as well. This is, of course, banking on utility being saved, and I can't see anyone holding any utility left from the start of the round. So they have to rely again on jiggle peaks and having the gun up just before your opponent. The cameraing is, on point for both teams. but it's just, the discipline, the pressure, the shots. They're simply going to do the job so well.
Excite, take it to map number 3. We're seeing a control on the broadcast for the first time in this LAN in day 1 here at the University of Staffordshire, and it's been a fantastic round of S&D. It did go all the way to the end, the better end, and the Codcaster and all the other elusive machinery that we are going on in the background threw us off a little bit. But
I mentioned as well in terms
overall,
of the lineup for Excite Gaming, Mark. I mean, I mentioned, they've gone to round 11s against Hydra years ago, Steve-O, Bands. They're no stranger to these occasions. And I think that right there is another example of them going to round 11 and converting it. They do have a lot of composure here in the really high pressure, high stakes moments. But the numbers as well, just to go around it. I mean, we're seeing lots of impressive movement from Dexel across now 2 maps. I'm pretty sure if you want to do the total maps, I think 55 kills he's on right now across 2 maps and
Dexel
25, 30 deaths.
Kills. That was 17 in the S&D alone
wow.
on his side. So fantastic from Dexel. Sadly, having to go to that map 3, which they could have had it. They could have had it. They had the map point, they had the match point, potentially at the grasp of it, but Excite Gaming, we're making sure this was going to a game 3.
And there are moments as well where we saw Collective have some really impressive moments. I mean, if you look at the replays again, they were 3-1 up, and the way in which they got those rounds were, again, 1vx situations, couple icy situations, but the set nades from Dexel, I think, really sort of gave them a good look to have the immediate advantage for 10 seconds, then they could play around the setup. I don't think that was really conversated enough in the comms throughout the mid-round. They just had the advantage and went, okay, let's keep clearing. Where in situations like that, you just want to group together and, again, attack things as a team. Keep the trades 1-to-1 because the numbers are always going to be very beneficial and in your favour.
Yeah, exactly that. But we were speaking about like the overall start and how we were getting on with that there as well. Dexel was obviously having a great round from his team. Did go on to lose it. However, Chica on the opposite end as well for Excite was getting the 2 pieces. They opened it up for them. They give them that 4 versus 2 scenario. You shouldn't lose in that scenario, right? When you get the two kills early on in the round, Excite Gaming, pretty much you're expecting to win that round.
I think the only sort of on-camera 1v4 we've had so far was on Vault, and it was Simp against Miami. So there are possibilities again to come back, but they are bomb site specific. I mean, if you do plans on B, you better hope that all the cars are exploded around it. Otherwise, again, if you forget that one thing in a head-to-head 1v1, your opponent just has to shoot you when you're defending bomb, and the car blows up and you're dead. And it's just similar to High Rise last year when we had the exploding barrels glittered all over the map. At any point in time, environmental factors are going to be probably the most demanding thing on Vault. That's why everyone plays it safe and goes towards A.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of fed up of that fact that that's the way it goes, but that's just the way it goes, isn't it? This is the easier one to get down, the bomb placement, the position where you can hold potentially, but I always feel like even though you're on your attack and you're going to, you end up losing it anyway. So like, why go if you know that the potential for the defending side's going to win it anyway? So, I mean, for the most part, the retake always wins. It's a strange one sometimes, but you just have to get different positions for holding that defense.
And we see a Collective now already just discussing the control. These are the players, of course, on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. You've got a real mixture of Sparky, Don Demon, Dexel, and Baru. But it's interesting to see as well just the general theme for both teams. We're going into a map 3. Do we want to be here? I mean, we could have 2-0'd either way. Both teams have that perspective. We'll go here. We'll see what happens. But I do think, though, Elusive is definitely a bit more awake than the rest of his team, and we might have a doctor.
And one's still cold. I wonder if that's Chica still feeling the cold there. He's keeping his hands warm as much as possible. They got some players up here as well, got their hand warmers as well. It's perfect.
2 jumpers and still sub-zero temperatures for Chica.
Exactly. He's not got his big long coat on, like the big trench coats that need to keep them warm as well. There's a few players going around still wearing their jumpers, their jackets and everything. I'm like, God, I'm sweating and I'm just sitting down. I'm not even playing. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And for the control as well, against Protocol.
Oh, it's Vault.
Vault again.
Vault
Okay,
again.
we're sticking to what we know.
We're sticking to the fact that we're seeing a double header of the same map. Doesn't matter which it is, but it was Hacienda last time, but this time it's Vault.
And Vault control again plays quite well. The biggest implications, though, again, is the A point. I feel like, again, it's really hard to convert B, especially after an early A or even a mid to late A on whatever life count. So the break-offs, again, have been quite varied for teams all across challenges in the CDL. Some teams opt to go for B straight away, get a third or 2/3 of the way there, then, spend all of their credits on A to try and get that out of the way and then have less of an insurance to claim on trying to get B converted. Other teams, again, just go straight for A and then use all their lives on B. And it's sort of, the players head-to-head have to predict who will be where at what time in a set spawn system mode.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going into hardpoint where things are constantly moving. We're going to be in control, where you can control spawns really easily. The issue is, though, similar to Uplink all those years ago, is that teams have a lot more man markers to deal with.
Yeah. On the defensive side, sometimes that spawn trap is just disgusting and filthy. You just see the same feed coming from the defenders, and they're just like lighting up the kill feed constantly. And if you get them stuck in that spawn trap, that will give you that man advantage. It gives you as many kills as you possibly could get and hold on as long as possible. But going into it, who do you fancy your chances in the control? Excite have a game of control already so far at the LAN here. Eclectic haven't.
Eclectic, I feel like the combination of Dexel and Sparky, if Sparky can hit form a little bit earlier alongside Dexel, then no one's stopping them in the map from actually taking space and controlling. That's always going to be the biggest conditions here on control. Just having the areas locked away, using your stuns and your nades with intent, rather than just throwing them hoping for a blind kill. This is where Excite Gaming do have a little bit more of fun, or should we say even more time.
Yeah, back to switched on the other side. It's the Eclectic that will be... Oh, the early nade from Excite killing the teammates instantaneously. It's not the way you want to start your round of control.
No, it's not. And just for context as well, we have also got flip scoreboards and flip name boards as well. So Eclectic are indeed having one of the more interesting runs. Actually, no, in my ear it's fixed. Okay, wonderful, great, fantastic. And look at the head-to-head already again. Lives are going more in Excite Gaming's way, but this is where we start to understand just how are we going to break around this. Because A has already gone their way, now focusing on towards B, 25 lives apiece.
Yeah, so the names are still flipped around, but it is still the right way around on the screen. So that's the main thing.
Oh, beautiful, wonderful. I love happy endings.
Well, we do, we do, but it's not looking like a good start there. Eclectic do find 3 kills in the feed, though, giving them an opportunity here in the defense. But like I said, this is the spawn trap position that they're in here. They're trying to kind of pin them back from the spawn. One player does eventually fall on it. It's traded like a checkerboard here, but with that extra 1 minute that they did get on A, it's B where it is the hardest part, I think, to get in terms of the control side of things.
Lovely. Scoreboards all fixed up, so the corresponding teams are on the corresponding colours, the corresponding nameplates. And Excite Gaming already again are starting to now exhaust the nades. Don't want to block the car straight away, and it's just a great opening. And even if we were to look towards Dexel, I think things now will really create a beautiful opening, because look at what's happening. Excite Gaming have to defend.
Yeah, exactly. This feed 4 dead again. Once again in the feed, they're pushed out to the side, and they're just pinning them down. They've got that extra main advantage as well. Like 3, well, make it 2, but it just keeps getting traded back and forward. So we're keeping that gap between for Eclectic to have 2 or 3 players difference in the defense, and that's exactly what they need to do here to defend and hold on to that B zone themselves so they don't lose any ticks, because it could come down to ticks for that final round 5.
I feel like we have to look towards now just a live count. 16 to 11, a minute left on the clock. They spent all their chips to try and get A straight away, but B, with cars exploded, and you know the respawning players on defense just having the better positions. They have to now just hunt for kills. They have to try and group together and really sort of pack the map up into a box. And look at the positioning as well. Number 2 going for the south side. Has a read, but not really an aggressive angle. Just instead hoping to support the team. And the decision here, again, support rather than try and trap is quite crucial.
Well, they get a couple of kills in the feed here for Excite. They were pushed up and got quite good control of the map. They are going to be able to get onto the time, but whether they can get their support in, because he's left all alone over there, and all of Eclectic are going to come sliding through, and there's going to be the kill off of the control point, and it's going to be an opportunity here for them to try and get this defense finish with, and 20 seconds left on the clock. Do you get any time on this one here?
Well, exactly. I mean, Eclectic down to 4 lives. Excite down to 6. They start capturing. There's more pressure here. A player as well is making the bold move to pinch around the back. He's getting players, and he's really eliminating now all the forces. They're starting to stack time. We're beyond 2/3 of a tick. The pressure is there. One last player to try and fight the 2 to get the time, and it's just going to be a beautiful close.
Wow.
Hang on a second.
2v1. 1v1 assist.
Oh! How do we close it out? It's going to be a push, but no push around the van. And Eclectic, they get the first round win. It might confuse you with the scoreboard, but Eclectic is still on the attacking side for that round. And it went to a 1v1 right to the wire. And what a way to really show your marble in the final map of this series.
Yeah, definitely. It is definitely throwing me, not going to lie. This Eclectic, Excite, Eclectic, it could be, I mean, it's these. I mean, it could be anybody.
I've started to just understand it now.
I don't think I have.
I've got
I
it
have
locked
not
in.
followed it.
I've got
I'm
it
like,
locked in.
who's dying here? Who's this? Oh, wait a minute. Dexo's on this side. No, that's not Dexo, because that was Dexo's meant to be in this position. And yeah, it's confusing.
Well, Eclectic
Yeah.
actually are 1-0 up. They are the yellow.
Yes,
and
they are.
Excite
Yeah.
Gaming are the red.
Yes.
Thanks
I know
for
the name
responding.
tags are right, but the Dexo was in the position on the other side in a different position. I mean, now we're here. We'll just keep it the way it is, because that is perfect. We know that Dexo is eclectic.
And this time around, Excite Gaming are on the attacking portion. They start committing towards mid, have great luck again, just opening up the map. But look at the flood and the exits, fully controlled by Eclectic. They have at least now shoved some pressure off the point, and they are going to really focus now on the remaining 4 lanes of access here in mid, because the spawns are up for grabs.
Yeah, Elusive here trying to get a couple of kills here in the feed. He's staying alive for a little bit now here, just now, but they need to get some time onto this. But it is contested, and you do have the Eclectic team already inside, but 2 dead. It's going to open up that A zone for them for a bit.
And how are they actually going to fan out this pressure? Well, given the actual blocking of the map, we're seeing a lot more progression from the north side here for Eclectic. But Excite Gaming, again, are just trying to focus on an objective. We saw last round again. Eclectic had wonderful luck in 5 deaths to actually get this point converted. Similar fashion, though, the pinstripe kill feed is not the same outcome they were hoping for on their turn.
No, definitely not here, and you can see the Eclectic are pushing up into the spawn side of things here, and if they can get a few kills and pick up the back here, they know the player's in the back, but he does fall, and that's going to be what Excite need to kind of clear their lines and try and get pushed up into the map here, control.
There's been no real attempts for a set piece here for Eclectic. They've actually just sort of stuck together, fanned out, and glued themselves back together again after every engagement. And it's just a coverage control of the map. They know freely again, the confidence is brimming to the full. They are going to have a lot more fun actually on Vault and understanding the movement. Now, this is where we have to put Excite Gaming into a bit more of a precedent to convert A. I think that's slowly what we're focusing on. Life count is still 16-16. It is good, but given the way, you know, the fat lady sings, I just think that Eclectic have now really locked this off well.
Yeah, definitely, and they're keeping that, even the progression on A down. 20 seconds left to play for. They're in a defensive position. They're all set up ready for this, and I don't see Excite getting themselves onto the time here, because they're all following in the feed from that spawn side, and it's just going to be a difficult task here for Excite to try and break on through.
And now we have to relook towards the lives. 13-12, 3 seconds left. It really has to come down to the waves and holding your life. If you are Excite Gaming, they've done so well. But hang on a second. Eclectic are starting to group now. 3 players spawning up and sprinting to the point.
There we go. The minute is gained, and there we go. It's all down to the kills. Once again, it's a 10v9. We can see one of these 1v1 scenarios in the end, but who comes out on top? Is it Eclectic or Excite?
And Excite have to hold their lives. It's so crucial for them to stick together on the north side of the map. And this is where Eclectic are starting to now play more of a cat and mouse game. You can see them sprinting towards the spawns, trying to hunt down, be awkward, unorthodox, rat the plays. And it's just really what now is going to be high alert, a core focus now for Excite Gaming. They've got pressure. They're reading it really well.
Yeah, they're reading it very well. They're holding well. They're finding their picks. They're getting it down to 9 versus 5. It is in favour of Eclectic here on that defensive side. A pick does come out here. It's onto Dexo, but it's going to be a tough ass 21 seconds to play for. They did it in the last few seconds on A, but on B it's a completely different ball game here. But a couple of kills go their way. It's down to 6 versus 5. Make that no more respawns there for Excite Gaming in it, but it's going to be a very close scenario once again. Almost down to the wire. 4v3.
Hang on a second here as well. Look at the players pinching. The cutoff has to be locked in for Excite Gaming in this position. We're going back to another 3v2. And look at the fan from Eclectic. They've read this so well. They have openings in every single angle. And it's just a beautiful finish from what could have been a huge upset for Excite Gaming in that round. It lined up beautifully for Eclectic, and it's 2-0.
I thought they almost threw it away there with a team kill as well. I thought, oh my god, you've just gave yourself the same numbers, but it's managed to get it on through to the zone, stop that tick of progress, and let the time whittle out here and find their win. They're now onto map point and match point this time. And can they hold their own here and got the ice in this one for the final round of control, or have Excite got a way back into this one?
There's going to be a huge reconfiguration right now for Excite Gaming in terms of at least pacing off spawn. They've seen already, again, the best and worst of Eclectic, and right now they really have been taken to the sword in 2 different instances, both rounds finishing with the smallest amount of players on the map. Yeah. The lives, again, are a key factor here for win conditions. Let's see again if they control early on. The set lanes go through, and they're already tapping towards B.
Yeah, so if Clark is still Chica is definitely not warmed up so far in the control. He's not got used to it. He's 8 and 16. Can he turn it around in this round here to try and find the win? But they've got the defensive side, so potentially a chance to win it. But we did see Eclectic manage to steal their attacking side. So can they do it again to make it 3-0 in the scoreboard?
And that's going to be one of the biggest questions to answer, because right now, again, they're relying solely on their intuition and trying to get the players' spawn locations identified. There hasn't really been any luck so far, a few one-to-one trades to say so, but when you have two teams that are so aggressive and two teams that love spreading the map so much, it'd be really hard sometimes to identify what the core focus would be. Spawns have not really been in control for either team, and we haven't really seen a trap employed yet.
Yeah, exactly. They get a good couple of kills in the feed there, and they're going to get some free players onto that A zones to try and get a wee bit of progression made towards A. They did start on B as well to kind of throw off the side of Excite, because then that means that the players can then move and rotate around, and you see 3 dead in the feed straight away there from Eclectic. They've got the advantage, but only by 1. But they got the full take a progression towards A. Now it's to try and work towards that B side once again and get the control of the map as much as possible.
So now they're not actually opting to go for the favourable routes to get control on the heat map. They're playing the extremities, and it's a big gamble because when it comes to head-to-head isolating gunfights, Eclectic have got a lot to ask. They really are trying to group together the kills. Excite Gaming are chipping away at 2 free kills in the feed, so the last marker up near the point has to wait, slow down play, hold his life, and that's a lot of pressure to have here. But given the round count, I mean, of course, great policy, you're 2-0 up, but at 16-19, this is now where we start to see Excite Gaming apply new tactics.
Yeah, they're going to apply more pressure here and try and push yourself through into that spawn, try and get even more of the picks early on, but good wee trade out there from Dexo to get themselves into it and get themselves the player in the back that he needed to find in there, and once he's out of the way, you can start to make that kind of progression towards B. But they've got 3-man disadvantage at the moment, and now they're just trying to kind of recuperating that lead and potentially get the chance towards B. But they'll probably still have a chance in the defense as well, and how strong it is.
Look at this beautiful pinch as well. Collective have got some wonderful ideas. The issue is, again, can they time the position? Because you're trying to create an awkward X-hold here from a large angle. And again, look at the focus in the arrows, darting back towards their own spawn. A player snuck behind enemy lines, opens up room now for the players towards the point, attacking to go freely without any head-to-head fights, and it's just creating a huge pressure relief and a great idea.
Yeah, exactly, and he's managed to pick the kills off in the back. 2 players will get onto the zone. 1 does get picked off there as Chica starts to slide on through. Can he find a second? He doesn't manage it. It's there for Eclectic, 3 kills in a row, and they're going to keep that chance to get the tick on B, and the player up there in that balcony needs to stay alive as much as possible here because he is causing havoc in the back.
So interesting to see. Excite Gaming now are tied. Almost 8-6 life count, an extra third for Eclectic. And look at how they've played it. The one hero has kept it in them. And it's just now a foot race here towards the hill.
Another team need.
And the teammates aren't helping the pressure at the front because look at how Eclectic have played this one. They're going to start stacking time. 1 near the broken van, 2 on the outside. They're just cutting off the exits. They're trying to fight here from either side of the halfway line on the point. And it's just a huge mirror duel.
No kill. There we go. 3-0 is the scoreline. Eclectic win. And what was like an S&D round at the end there for the first round and the end round there in the control. What a way to end it. Wow. Eclectic winning the series 2-1 against Excite Gaming.
There's nothing more we can add really to that, Mark. I mean, wow, they've won 2 attacking rounds. They were by the closest of margins. They've got the bottle to even convert the 1v1s or the 1v2s even in this mode. I feel like their coordination in the closing embers is just a little bit better than Excite Gaming on that control. It really was the margins, to be fair, because they both went toe-to-toe in terms of, you know, the isolated fights, even the team wipes as well, and even sort of the pushing rotations from A to B, because no one really committed to a B straight away. Both teams went for A, opted for the default strategy, no alterations. The real difference, though, again, is they were much more comfortable on the attack, Eclectic, at finding their way onto the point.
Yeah, you said it before the match there as well, that for the control, that Dexo and Sparky were going to be the standout players that they need to rely on, and they both got 24 kills themselves. They got themselves into them kind of 1v1 scenarios where they're winning the gunfights, and that's exactly what they needed for them 2 main rounds that they won on the attacking side. And you don't normally see the attacking sides win very often, but the Eclectic have done a good job at it, made it very, very tight in the end. It could have went any way because it was so close back and forward, but yeah, it does pull off the 3-0 win in the control, and it was a good little bit at the end, a wee bit of excitement, but not for Excite.
I think that's just giving Vault's reps right now in the current stage 2 of the meta, where, you know, certain instances in Vault, when the first map really was played and competitive, teams were very scared to hit the front of the objective. They were overly cautious to rotate. I feel like now at this point, again, it shows you how comfortable everyone's got on with the thousands of hours dedicated now to playing these modes and these maps. Because, again, it's a map now that once you understand it truly, you can fight anywhere you want. There isn't really any set heat map in mid. But the X is, again, a bit more rewarding if you find the kills because teams do overcommit players there on rotations. And 1 AR can change a whole map.
Yeah, 100%. I believe that, because from the start off, it felt like we were never ever seeing anybody even getting ticks over towards that B side of things, and very rarely even going for it. They were just trying to make sure that they held as much of the A zone as possible so that they didn't lose the ticks. But this time round, people are getting themselves in good positions. They're finding the best spots to be at, and managing to get their ticks on towards B, get themselves the pressure, find their setups, and where it's going for to win the map pretty much on the attacking side, because the attacking side is always normally the more difficult side.
So, eclectic from what we can recap from the overall series. Great respawns, very good S&D. Just needs a little bit more extra in the tank when it comes to the tactical shooter portion of Call of Duty, just to convert the later rounds, because they get a lead early on. The issue is, again, when it comes to the strategies, they just start to not really trust the system a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. So they've got a lot to work on, but also they've got a win in their belt. They made it 2-1 so far at this LAN here, with the 3 maps, the 3 series that they've been part of. So eclectic, looking good, looking good. A good wee position to be in at this moment in time.
Bang tidy.
Yeah, a couple of good games to go as well. There's plenty of other games coming up. I can't actually remember what the next one we've got to cast on the broadcast is, actually, because I'm sure
me too.
it's Avenge Esports. I'm sure it's Avenge Esports, but my brain...
We can look through, the
let's have a
shroud
look.
and shroud of notes, to be fair. Just give us a second here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
oh,
not even any of them.
The voice of God has told us Algeria Esports versus Mistaken, so both of them making their
see
debuts.
The boys of Mistaken, who are currently 2-0.
Yeah, undefeated.
Fantastic. Yeah, and that's against these 2 teams we've just watched. So Eclectic and Excited Beat. So a good 2-0 for them, and
fantastic. We're going to see exactly who will, be the flagship team in the group, and it's just going to be quite a magical event, a magical evening.
Yeah. So for now, we're going to go and get everybody else set up for our next matchup, and we'll take you to a quick short break. That's fucking hard.
You
got cheat codes. Let's go. Free throw. Act like I got cheat codes. Act like I got cheat codes. Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for the bought in. If you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
All right, welcome back to the Esports Hub January Clash. We're about to get into our fourth game of the day. The third game, obviously our most competitive so far between Eclectic and Excite Gaming. Definitely an exciting game for us to see. First time we've seen all three maps on stage. Finally.
Yep.
First time we've also not seen Red Card as well, so there you go, George. 2 votes. How'd you feel like that game went?
Definitely much better. More impactful, definitely. And you can tell the team seemed more comfortable playing those maps over the red cards that were getting played, because there were just a lot of things going like back and forward, and there were games that were like the rotation was a big problem. And then you have like Volt, and they just all seem comfortable on all of them. They know where they need to be, they know where they need to go, and it's just general. They just seem more comfortable on them.
Well, I think definitely a player that definitely felt the most comfortable, Dexy, just took the entire server by storm. Pretty much single-handedly won map 1 by themselves with 37 kills. Do you feel like that made an impact, or do you feel like Excite clicked on near the end of the game, especially during Search and Destroy, where they managed to pretty much win that Search and Destroy pretty comfortably?
It's a weird one. I think Excite can be a little bit slow off the blocks, and obviously these were Eclectic were an unknown quantity, and I think that's probably the same for the players on Excite. They didn't know what to expect, and those lads came out firing on all cylinders, which is great, and obviously a super competitive game, which is what you want to see. But obviously Excite just needed to pick up. I think obviously after kind of like a slow start, they just wanted to regain, and they took it to the wire though, and I think that was kind of an indicator of how the control was going to go. Like, even though Excite win, then it was so tight and so close, and at times relying on kind of individual gunfights and big plays by individual players, it really lent the kind of veracity to that 3-0 in the control. So yeah, good performance from Eclectic, and definitely a team to look out for. They looked really kind of organised strategically, like they didn't seem to fall off and fall into like naive traps. So yeah, I think it was pretty good, and I'm sure Excite will probably be super disappointed with the way it went.
Yeah, Excite disappointed. They fall down to 1 and 2. Eclectic now up to 2 and 1. They're looking comfortable going into the playoff stages, especially tomorrow. They're going to look to want to get that individual performances going still from the likes of Dexy. Going into our next game, though, we have the leaders of one of our groups, Mistaken Esports, going up against a new roster, Algeria Esports. Got Audacity and Inverse with a new roster. Do you think that's going to play much of a impact in this game, or do you think this is going to be Mistaken taking this comfortably?
Well, I'm over to you guys. Algeria, I mean, I've never seen any of these players or the team.
I mean, me neither, but I mean, I really hope they stay, because I'm looking at them now. They've got the best kits on by far out of the teams we've seen. Nice, white and green. So camera will show at some point. But I mean, Mistaken, they are the top, so you would probably put them to be the favourites. But again, I want to see a bit of competition. Don't want it to be like a sweep, 2-0. Next, I want to see 2-1 maybe, and Algeria, maybe not the top, but stage for the first time. It could be something special, but just got to wait and see, really, haven't we?
I think what we have to see is, like, Mistaken also have a new roster as well, so they're also like bringing a lot of fresh takes to the table. It's an established org, but like that's still a new roster that's playing for the first time together. So both teams have that same issue as sorts, but it's ultimately like who's got more pressure on them, because again, these are both their first games on stage, so ultimately there's a lot of unknowns quantities to us. A lot of people will recognise some of the players available, especially on Algeria. They've got Audacity and Inverse. They're coming over from their old lineup, bringing them Paddy and Regrob. So ultimately I want to see, like, do their philosophies what do they say on their Twitter where they want the aggressive philosophy to continue on? Do we see that, or is this just going to be like passive? They want to like go on to more default heavy gameplay.
Oh, this is definitely going to be an aggressive matchup for them. They're going to play. They should come out of the gate swinging. Personally, I do think Mistaken do take it. However, I think Algeria do surprise them a little bit.
So we've got two Mistakens.
I mean, I'd be hard pressed to go against Mistaken. We've kind of been following and casting over them for so long, and kind of like grew up with them. And in fact, I was running orgs back when Mistaken started as well, so it'd be hard to go against them. But just for that fact, I'm going to go with Algier. Unknown quantity, you know, they can come in and they can kind of get away with some unusual strategies a little bit, just to mix things up, break the rhythm of Mistaken, and hopefully get a nice early start. Get a good, if they can take the hard point, it really puts the pressure onto Mistaken. But they never really have a bad roster. Mistaken always know how to pick good players, so it is going to be pressure on the Team Algeria, but again, it's just whether they can cope with it on the main stage, and we're going to see that very soon.
So yeah, ultimately Mistaken, top of their leaderboard. They're the favourites for this game. Going to be see how both these teams continue their momentum, especially as we head later into the day. That's going to be it from us, though. We're going to head over to the casters now. It's Mistaken versus Algeria.
Fantastic little bit of analysis there from the teams, and I think I kind of agree with them quite a lot of the time as well. Mistaken more of the kind of known entity in this side of things, but Algeria could be that spanner in the works that Mistaken haven't come across yet, haven't practiced against, haven't played against as much, and don't know what we can do against them. Potentially an upset here.
I feel like one of the biggest things about this particular matchup, it is a top-of-the-table clash in Group A, slap bang in the middle of the schedule. Everyone is much more warmer than the 10 a.m. start. They've already had a couple of games to go from the last few hours, so they have got at least a point now. Probably some of the best Call of Duty to be played in peak performance standards. If we were to look at the history as well, from what Pablo and the rest of the desk went into analysis on, as Mistaken, again, as mentioned, been around for a while, been at all 3 UK LANs that have, existed since post-COVID era in Sheffield, in Middlesbrough, now here as well in Stoke. And they've had sporadic placements in Sheffield. I think they finished in the top 12 region, the top 8 region. Middlesbrough's improved to top 6. Looking again for a championship, they're an org that has been elusive under many different lineups of a victory, and given the investment and given the prestige and their sort of notoriety for bringing up rookies alongside seasoned veterans and putting players on the map, they do that very well. They've had a very good scouting department for that. And Algeria Esports as well. First time ever seeing a national team compete here inside the city of Stoke. But,
Definitely.
I mean, to mention it as well, you have some players like Audacity who are on the Wired Lobbies team back in the Middlesbrough LAN. And they, again, finished dead last to mention. But Inverse as well, coming from no scrims, just passion, did in fact finish in the top 12 region. So it's a mixture of these two guys that have played before at LAN, very different positions on the totem pole, bringing in two more players that haven't really competed thus far in the UK circuit, and seeing how they can build a wonderful system around that. It's a lot to ask for the Phoenix.
Yeah, well, that's exactly that. We can see it's going to be interesting. I was going to say, from that perspective of the players there was one player missing there, I'm sure, but maybe a bit of camo and I couldn't see him. Maybe he's still sitting there. It's Rasco himself, but Rasco is one of the players that I've seen plenty of times. I've heard his name across.
Fantastic. You have to take the lead on Rasco, because I found nothing on Rasco.
Well, Rasco, I mean, I just hear about Rasco. I never know. I've never actually played or casted over him, but he seems like he's a relatively decent COD player, to be fair. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see what he's going to do here at the LAN. And obviously, they've had 2-0 wins and a 2-1 win. So, I mean, it's been quite a good performance from the Mistaken side so far. And that was against the two teams that we just seen on the broadcast here. That was Eclectic and Excite. So we've seen how close their two match was at the end there. And so Mistaken obviously shown their prowess and how good they are so far. But Algeria, this is like the top of the table, like you said, the top of the table clash.
I'm very familiar with Rush as well on the Mistaken Esports roster. I remember playing against him back in MW 2019. Very great player, more of a leader kind of archetype in terms of his personality style. Loves to get people to rally behind him, create strategy, and just sort of leads from the front, as well as an aggressive SMG. So that's one of the more incremental play styles that could really, really benefit a team like, again, Mistaken, with players like Rasco, Euphoria, Balance, who need a bit more direction. You could do sort of loose cannons. You have to kind of set them on the right line, the right trail of thinking to really get the best out of them. And it's also, again, more in Algeria's part with, Inverse being sort of the flagship for this team. Already a player that's performed at LAN before, and he's, grouping up again with, 3 players, one of which has got experience. The other two are quite new to LAN, and especially on the main stage environment, as it's been glittered throughout the broadcast all day, can be very pressurizing.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we still kept that audience as well from the last game as well. So they've got even more people to kind of show up against. Obviously, they've been playing up in what we call the sweatbox, I'm going to say, because it's pretty warm up there. I'm not going to lie. All them bodies playing in all these different PCs and all these different games.
There are some guys in the room with coats on, and I have to give them a round of applause, because I can barely even think right now, and I've got a hoodie on. So
yeah, but it's a little bit cooler down here than it is up there, that's for sure. But these guys have had to do it they're playing, and they're obviously maybe against the opposition, looking directly in their faces, almost over the top of that monitor, given that pressure there. Do you feel like that would be harder, knowing the fact that they're literally just there? Whereas this time, set up in the broadcast room, you're obviously side by side. You're not really looking that direction. You're always looking forward, aren't you?
And for the actual series today, we have Vault Hardpoint up first, then Skyline S&D, and if we need, Vault Control for a third map. So we're kind of flipping around the maps from the previous main stage series, still sticking to the Vault Skyline tradition. Red Card has been completely phased out of existence, given standards now from our two series we've watched today. And it's going to be more or less just a kind of a recap in terms of what to expect. Both maps, again, heavily SMG based, very quick to rotate from one portion of the map to the other. The spawn points and control of spawns is probably the biggest factor, because it's very hard to have consistent static spawns in such a small map without accidentally flipping out your team. This is going to be quite key. And I think Mistaken, given again Russia's leadership, have to go behind him and have to trust his instincts. Given Iran, we have had 3 months now of gameplay. We have got rough spawns from a few patch updates. It is going to have to be just pure drilling exercises here in this series to even, continue the undefeated run from Mistaken, to confirm top of the group, and for Algeria is to overtake.
Yeah. Are you expecting the Mistaken roster then to come out on top here against the Algerian side, or do you still feel there could be an upset potentially?
We have to see. We have to see in the first map what the story is going to be told. Because again,
Exactly.
for this roster, outside of the arena, they're 2-0, pretty much flawless across all maps. I think it's a 4-0 record for them for the day. And this is where now we start to put a new environment in front of them, with people in front watching. We're not in a classroom. We are now officially in session.
They're locked in. They have to be ready. They have to be warm. Like we said, the last game, I'm pretty sure a few players started off a little bit warm, started to get themselves into it as the series was going away into the kind of start of it, because that first series that we just watched there, it was like a very close hard point, and then eventually the one team just started sliding away from it. And that could be the thing that happens here as well. If Mistaken start off strong, it could be very difficult to come back if you're Algeria. But then that being said as well, if they keep it close as long as possible here, Vault, it's crazy. It's such a small map. It's a quick rotation. It's going to be interesting. That P2 is phenomenal position inside that pool side of things as well, which could be really interesting if you get some good hold in there and can hold the spawns in the back. You could get some good time on that one. The money hill.
When I run through the numbers with some of my close analyst friends and challengers and even the CDL, one thing we can look for is in control, out of control, and fighting for control across both teams, and what stage are they taking the map at. And on Vault, and especially Skyline as well, the average for a team that's winning in control is around 40%. For Skyline, it's 30%. The large lion's share of the percent statistics is 60% fighting for control. And that's why the small maps, again, require more firepower, a little less tactically, but sheer map knowledge and intuition and awareness to know where people are.
Yeah, you get to see it as well. Some of the players you're watching, you'll see like they're already turning pre-firing where they're expecting, because they know the timings. They've kind of judged that from their scrims that they've done, all the practice they've put into the games, even in ranked play or whatever as well. That they know where the spawns are, so they know roughly. Like that guy died a second. It's like their brain is just already thinking, right, he's going to either come from this direction or this direction. They'll come turn pre-fire, expected a player to appear there. And half the time, they're pretty much right. They read it well, or they've got that knowledge from somebody else in a different position in the map, which makes it very crucial. Obviously, the communication between the players is key always when it comes to who's doing what, who's killed where. Even knowing that knowledge that this player in the back is dead, you've got the full opportunity to kind of make that rotation round. You've got that opportunity you've got free reign to run, to make yourself available in the back where you need it. So I think that's a crucial thing to do as a team, and to build that kind of overall knowledge of what you expect to do once you've done the first parts. That's the kills, the early on kills, that you can get that position and then push yourself through up the map, gain the control, flip the spawns where need to, but not overcompensate, not push too far up that you then flip it again instantaneously, which sometimes gets you caught in the backside. You get split spawns and all of a sudden you're in a sticky situation. But map number 1, back to Vault again. We've just seen that map. We've just seen this twice in a row, but we're going to see it starting again here, this time on a hard point. So we get to see all versions of our Vault in the 2 casts so far. So Algeria and Mistaken Esports. Mistaken looking to go undefeated so far, 2-0 at the moment. Algeria also undefeated, only got 1 game in their belt though, so maybe not had as much practice as Mistaken have, and not as much maps put in is mistaken. So we'll see if they can do something nice.
Algeria again, to mention it right now, spawning over near the palace side, and Mistaken will take the first runnings near tank and near statue. We both see the teams commit towards the middle of the map, the set names be thrown, and already outside positions, and the extremity is being played by Mistaken. Algeria flood for the point.
Yeah, exactly. First wee quick take in here, and you've got the players of Algeria getting into the zone, slowly working their way in, but 3 dead in the feed from Mistaken makes that 4. They'll get the break in the hard point, and now they've got plenty of time there on that one.
This is how we start to understand now what the rotation should look like. Mistaken are going to gamble for 30 seconds here and hopefully rely solely on Rush and Rasko to rotate for New Hill. Algeria positioned to play it on the south side of the map. Audacity again. This is where we start to see the flip. Is it the right decision to make? Because control again on this map can chop and change. Any given spawn point is an immediate info call ready to look behind you. But simply put, Mistaken again opt to give up scrap time here. Focus for New. They need 4 players up ready for a push.
Yeah, and all of a sudden as well, it's flipped once again on its head there. Algeria getting the back spawns here for P2, ready for it. 4 seconds left on the time on this one, but where's the kills coming? There you go, it's a checkerboard in the kill feed. So still in favour of Algeria here. Mistaken having to come from that spawn at the very back here towards the P4, and it's going to be a difficult ask here, but if they can get that wraparound. But you do see Rasko trying to make that opportunity here in the back here, potentially going to see the player down at that hot tub. Turns it, checks it, finds the kill. There we go. There's the opening, and Mistaken are in the hardpoint and have control.
Yep, 15 seconds uncontested here, given positions on the map. Already found a lurking player in Audacity round the back spawns, and it's just balance blocking straight away. And it's just beautiful. Beautiful setup here. It's very punishing where Algeria are forced to cut through pool and cut through mid-map against 2 ARs. Trailing, this could be 20 seconds of scrap time given, but look at the rotation. They found their way onto the point. Mistaken was shoved off. They've already put a player on rotation, and they're just trying again to play for 35 seconds on each hill. They're relying solely on the rotations here, and early on, it establishes a comfortable lead.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's Mistaken. You've got the 2 players either back at Algeria at their side for this new hardpoint. Is P3 is between P3 and P4 changeover. I think these are 2 great hills to kind of like link one on the other, and if you can get a good hold here in that buildings in the top balcony positions, solid spots for your ARs to be at.
Beautiful. Look at the north side of the map, though. Everyone's spawned up there. And then important 1v1 again for rotation and spawn control is won by balance. And if you look towards Algeria, they can be punished and really suffocated here. Euphoria has been the player lurking around mid-map, closing all the exits, and just found all the perfect opportunities. Or should we say, actually, Rasko in this situation has found all the perfect opportunities. Because look at the opening here now for Mistaken. Take a nice 50-point advantage. Scrap time could be theirs, but if it only wasn't for Inverse and Audacity, putting a stop to the scrap time.
Yeah, there we go. Mistaken though. They've got a good wee chunk of lead here, but 14 seconds of scrap time going towards Algeria here, and they have that kind of back spawn position for the next hardpoint, and it's all about that player in the back, and it's Rush. Can he find these kills that he needs here up top? He does find that one, so then it's now gaining that control to start breaking on through. You get your team getting close up before they get into that new hardpoint, but you can see Algeria holding quite well here. Only a few seconds gone in it, but at least they've got a chance. All 3 players there, and 1 player they have to deal with in the back, and he does get dealt with there.
Look at this. I mean, 40 seconds to play with here. A beautiful 3-piece. We see Mistaken spawn now towards Paul. Not ideal given the full utility belt, and they're relying on Rasko to do God's work. And no one's actually opened up the back spawns just yet. Algeria have got pretty much close proximity, but look at the way in which they're flooding. They're not going north here. They're trying to cut off the players through mid, and it's the right decision. But will it focus on the backside? A 1v1 for Hill, and the spawns are still all green.
Yeah, exactly. Algeria have done a great job at it to kind of keep that gap, and they've started to close it at least within 40 seconds. We've got 12 more seconds to play for. They'll hopefully get that last bit of scrap time, because Mistaken have gave up pushing in towards that as we go back towards P1 here in our second set of rotations. And you're already hearing shouts. I don't know if you're hearing it, but I hear shouts of dead there as soon as they find the first pick there. But Algeria now trying to find that break on through, but all 4 dead there at this point in time. There's only 1 player anywhere near the hard point, and he's having to take a route around the back so they can get the P2 spawns position.
Rasko, 14-5. Impressive start for the young man. Mistaken crossed the 100-point barrier. 15 seconds initial already converted. But look at the split spawns for Algeria. 1 through Palace and 1 as well on the north side near the A point in control. And look at how they flood. They actually opt again to enter all 4 lanes and exits. They take an extra step around the extremities to try and convert, you know, the easiest kills you can find on the map. Biggest problem, though, again, is we do see Regrob and Audacity posting up ARs in the predicted exits. And it's just awkward forcing moments. Both teams, again, across all 5 hills, have actually opted again for 10-second scrap time. They fight for it, and then the rotation is always going to be a 1v1. Maybe an overload for either team can really swing the score. Mistaken at 125.
Yeah, definitely. But it did help for Mistaken actually to get that a little bit of scrap time because it pushes Algeria out in that spawns there. But Mistaken can't afford to be getting too many players picked off here because you do see the number 2 player spawning out, and Algeria are going to get that opportunity here to get the first early part of the hard point here as it stands, and they're going to try and have to make sure the players in the back are dealt with because Rascal, with that SMG in his hand, can absolutely light up that kill feed, and if he does do so, that will be the break, and there we go. You do see Rush and Rascal finding kills in the back, get themselves the opportunity, and now Algeria are going to have to try and make that break, and again here with 36 seconds left to play for.
Great positioning as well. Lane prone, trophies out. You know that's all you have to do to soak up time here outside of pool. And Mistaken again relying quite heavily here on the cut-offs, especially through truck, especially around the corner of Palm Tree to get the ARs posted. But even so, they're leaving the hill white just to make sure again that they have 3 to 4 players on the respawn ready to retake. Algeria fighting from the front, have the longer spawn, and the rotation from Mistaken is so well proactive. They push perfectly across the map, and the cut-offs have to be well timed. Positionally speaking, that information call for Algeria is going to push them away from scrap time and focus on new.
Yeah, exactly, and that's them set up ready here for P3 and P4 rotations here, but they're getting split spawns as well, which makes it a little bit more difficult here, but actually can pinch there in the Algeria side, who are on the hard point at the time, trying to get past that 100-point margin as they have done so, which means it's a 50-point game at this point in time.
Lovely opening for Rush. Still playing around pillars here for time. Needs teammates to support, and they start to progress. Algeria, though, again, so the most committed player, Audacity, on a huge mission, fails it instantly. Has to be now a rotation towards the front side of the hill as 25 seconds go to where Mistaken.
Yeah, all Algeria are dead in that one there, and that's them pushing them all down that B side here, the street. They're trying to push on through, and they're going to have to try and get the time, whether they fight for that 25 seconds or try and push right through, get the kills against the Mistaken squad, so they can then get that tie-in from 3, but 4 dead in the feed for Mistaken is exactly the way you want to do this, to keep Algeria back further away from them spawns.
And Algeria is now focusing the break off towards pool, and I respect the idea here. Something to the S&D strap, if you can commit and get to balcony straight away, auto mantle, win a head-to-head gunfight, you break into Palace quite comfortably. They have to make sure again that there's players from the north side blocking the spawn, which is still in Mistaken's favour. 3 confirmed kills, make it a full wipe, and now they can start aggressing out, creating awkward traps, awkward spawn traps that can't be dealt with. Rasco's heading on for the Hunter missile, and this is a 27 and 10 performance of sheer decimation.
Oh, yes, as you say, it's almost like the caster curse. He instantly hits the floor afterwards, doesn't manage to get the strike, but they did get the break on through, and they're going to get past that 200-point margin, and still plenty of time to play for here in this.
I feel like you have to really focus now on what can Mistaken do in these spawns. They're holding them well. 30 seconds have gone nowhere on this hill time. 100-point gap here. One more perfect hill, they win the first map. You look towards the actual spawn rotations. Algeria are really proactive in this moment, but a pistol kill onto 2 people is Mistaken just showing off.
Yeah, definitely showing off here. They're getting past it. 30 seconds left for them to win this game here. And Algeria needing to get every single break nice and sorted. P1 is the hard point that they're going to next. And this is going to be really difficult because it is a back and forward one. And normally Mistaken are relatively decent on this one.
Oh, listen to this right now. 7 seconds to convert. A solid performance from Rasco. 31 and 13. 82 seconds on that hard point. Damage to boot. And Algeria Esports, the Fenix, have found really a struggling time to break onto P1. I say it, and it's the complete opposite when we break onto the next segment. 3 players stacked on hill. Mistaken have to fan the map and try and find the entries.
Yeah, that was a good wee 4 dead there for Algeria to gain as much time as they need, because they have to get on every single hard point now and get as much of this time as possible. But Rush is shooting bodies. The atmosphere just lights up there as they start getting that break on through, and they're going to get some time here onto P1. If they can get within 10 seconds here, they can actually win it still here because there's plenty of time to play for. But with the players getting on, Inverse is on the hard point, and he's trying to make sure that they can get as much time here, but they have to kind of make that rotation quite quickly here towards P2, or the game could be well and truly over.
We saw it in the first series today. A perfect hold from Hammer Esports, and they couldn't even get rotation in time. Mistaken make it 246 to 123. Algeria have to play perfect for a minimum of 3 hills. Oh, that's a tall order, and we're floating over towards Paul's side. Very easy to break. Rasco's already the first talisman to knock on the door. They break through the front entry, and 1 second left with no green arrows on the point. Mistaken take the first map. The Fenix are down 1-0.
Yeah, there we go. A 250 to 131 map win here for Mistaken. A great, solid effort from the Mistaken boys there. I mean, Logic was doing something. Logic, but 25 and 13. Logic is Euphoria having a fantastic matchup.
Absolutely. And Rush himself as well, I'm pretty sure. If he actually do float towards the scoreboard.
It's that double kill everybody went mad for. They were like, whoa! In the audience.
Oh, no.
as well.
It was simply fantastic. Yeah, Rush 25 and 14. And
Rasco
was really the sort of important factor here. 35 and 15. 27 non-traded kills, meaning he was alive every life for around 35 to 40 seconds. 3.6k damage is miles ahead of second place in the lobby, and the hill time to boot as well. He had an average 421 damage every minute, and that right there is 3 kills a minute on pace, given the map and given the length. For a 50 bomb if it were to go to full distance, but the domination was just shown in true class and colours. Mistaken have won a championship at this event, and that right there is a hard point, which is definitely world class.
Yeah, definitely. I've said that Rasco shows up quite well online, and everybody's always a bit like, wait a minute, Rasco, how good are you actually at COD? And he's shown exactly how good he is. He had lots of hill time, lots of kills, and that's exactly what you want from a COD player.
Nothing more than that. I mean, those are the fundamentals that don't really change game to game. You can stick them on different engines, but one thing to note as well when it comes to Rush, he's usually a player that performs well on Infinity Ward engines, and Treyarch, we're sitting him, actually lights up fairly well and kind of lead the play good. I mean, if Rasco hit form the way he did in the next map, of course, you can start to predict the next, well, the skyline, what can happen there. But if you look at 16 and 6 at 118 points, and just how much of an impact it had on the overall, player count on the map. It was a constant 3v2 for Mistaken in every exchange.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that one point as well. 21 and 10 he was standing with 155 on the clock. I mean, how are you doing this, Rasco? Like, teach me your ways, son. Teach me your ways.
And interesting in transition as well, once they crossed 105 points, Rush started getting in hill more. He was the one soaking up and allowing Rasco to touch time first, then sort of, pass the baton for him to go and push out spawns. So it was quite an interesting setup that really sort of benefited their best player in that map. Just allowed him to really explore all options, get comfortable, and just, again, coordinate with players, again, that maybe would fill positions or even get trades. It just worked well. Where Algeria couldn't find their footing was, I think, in terms of, like, the first set of rotations, they had a really good chance as well to just soak up the P1, rotate towards the P2. Second set rotations, lots of the crucial 1v1s were missed, and I feel like, again, we're seeing gunfights being taken that were just two disadvantages to them, from way up high. That's where positioning of Mistaken really benefited, and I feel like, again, Algeria way too low to the ground.
Yeah, definitely. But they're going to have to try and bounce back now, Algeria, after quite a convincing loss. But it is an S&D, and we're going to change things completely, slow down the pace a little bit. It is Skyline though, so it's not too slow. at the most part of it, it's quite a quick and small map. So I mean, anything can happen in S&D. Whether you just go straight for the kills early on, or you just try and wait your time. Some people have been holding back before the spawn, so they're not waiting for nades, they're not waiting for anything, not having to worry about trophy systems, especially early on in the match, because no trophy systems will be out at the start. So you're expecting a lot of nades be pinged over towards that A bomb site potentially more often than not.
And that's where I think we have to sort of draw the line in terms of how much can we expect the performance to transition from hardpoint to search and destroy from Mistaken. I feel like, again, given the knowledge, would the pressure get to them in the S&D? I mean, they're a team, again, in respawns that are so comfortable. Algeria, again, in the same bucket. Both teams are quite sensitive to pressure, especially in the later 4-4s, 5-4s, round 10, round 11. So any crucial mistake could be exaggerated and could be a total head loss for the team, which is a factor we haven't really explored so much here at LAN, just in terms of, the teams that haven't really been to those depths before and have to gamble everything on one idea, and if it all goes to pop, then, well, what's the next step? There's no real sort of proactive thinking after, the worst-case scenario. Mistaken, I mean, yeah, they've got an O on the record here. I mean, they've pretty much qualified for playoffs tomorrow in quite a convincing position. They're in the hardest group, which is Group A. I mean, yeah, they have got a lot of confidence. But can they convert in a mode in, let's say, interesting conditions?
The Group B, aren't they? Group A is Avenge and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, so they're in Group B. They've got
Thank you for the correction.
Probably a little bit easier than Avenge, but they will be, the way they're playing, they will be facing Avenge at some point, I'm sure, and that could be a really tasty match.
A winner's
Avenge
final.
so far, I'm pretty sure, going pretty well as well so far this evening. So, yeah, going into map number 2, hopefully very soon. With Skyline, S&D on the hands, Algeria wanting to stay in the game here, making it to the map 3, hopefully, which will be back to Vault again.
I feel like that's, just about as, mixy as you're going to get, as most diverse as you're going to get in a map pool. We've seen Red Card, it's in Hacienda once, and now for the last 2 series, it's been Vault and Skyline.
Yeah.
Just a different chopping change.
It's like we swapped the casters, so we swapped the map pool. That's like, okay.
If you get Major and Pablo, you get Red Card. If you get us, you get Vault and Skyline.
Yep. That's exactly it.
Let's bring in some more talent just to get Hacienda in there somewhere.
I love a bit of Hacienda myself, to be fair.
Me too, but the players don't, especially for a first day.
No,
Play it safe.
Maybe that's what it is. Play it safe. Let's go with the maps that are here. But like, okay, Skyline, it is. Search and Destroy is their game mode. Mistaken Esports, convincing in the hardpoint. Know how to find kills and rotations, but this time around, you're playing your life. You've got 1 life to play for. It's all about finding the first picks potentially, or even getting that bomb down and finding that solid defensive effort. Can Algeria bounce back though and get a round and even a score on the board here and make it to that control?
Mistaken Esports again defending the first round. And Algeria commit to a bold strategy already, and the way in which they execute this is very quick and aggressive, dodging all the set nature Mistaken, and already the first move on the chessboard has been made.
That was very well done since it switched off to us as well, but all of a sudden the bomb is planted towards that A site, and now it's all about this defensive setup here that they can set up. If Mistaken can find that first pick, which they do, Rush does find the first, going to start making his way towards the rotation, but they're going to be set up quite nicely, and there we go, another kill going their way, and Mistaken, oh, I thought that was shot body, but he didn't shoot his own body. There we go, 1 more left of Algeria, but the bomb can be started to be defused here at this point in time from Rush.
Well, that's it again, the 1v3. Oh, no last check. Rush holds his marbles, and it's just a beautiful exit and a beautiful defuse. I mean, it was a wonderful opening round from Algeria, getting the bomb plant in the 4v4. The timing on rotation, Mistaken read that like a book. They found all the exits, got 3 kills, immediate disadvantage, worst case scenario for Algeria in the opening round, and already in an advantageous position. Well, now we flip it around. For Algeria defending this one, Mistaken have got to plant it. And this time around, it's a different strategy with even more of a bolder call to regress so fast.
There we go, all 4 players placed it through mid, but the first pick is against them. So that's not a good start, but there you go, the trade does come in. We're going to see the opportunity here for Mistaken to try and get onto this time there, but Rascal falls next. It is Algeria with the man advantage.
Bolt plant in a 2v3 because it could be a 1v3 almost instantly. We're down to 1 last player. Balance left all alone. Holding bomb, and it's already going to be quite a controlling factor. Darks holds up the irons. Algeria, an inverse, convert the final kill, tied up 1-1.
Yep, exactly. Paddy getting the defuse there as well, so he knew that he could just hold down that lane with the AR and hope for the best. If he does end up falling, he can get off that bomb and potentially find the opportunity. But Algeria tie things up here in S&D now, and it's going to be a good old road for them. They got the early pick, which was exactly what they needed to start with.
And these are quite some light-hearted rounds, to be fair. You know, they're just sort of little 1v2s, just simple hold 9 sight up in this direction from the prediction. They get it right. You know, there's nothing really scrappy or aggressive going on. I mean, the break-offs, of course, both teams are very bold. Like, they commit a lot of pressure towards the halfway point without expecting, you know, a trade or losing 2 players after 10 seconds. The set nates as well, yet to be explored from both teams.
Well, Algeria with an interesting strategy. Forget the bomb on the attack and just push straight through.
This could be a fake attempt, but the numbers now aren't there. They pick it up, but this is sort of where Mistaken have to make a big decision in terms of predicting where the pressure should lie.
Yeah, exactly. But they did get the 2 kills, so it does hang in the balance. So they have that opportunity here. 3 versus 2 scenario on the attacking round, and they're just expecting that 1 player to potentially rotate around the back here, and versus waiting inside that bedroom side.
And it's perfect positioning here, Mark. Rush has got no idea on the line, but he's found the perfect opportunity to strike. And the slide is just perfect for 3. What a way to announce yourselves in round number 3. Rush has pathed that beautifully. Algeria were left scratching their heads. How could we let him slip? Why didn't we clear stairs? And Mistaken are showing what at the top of the group.
That's it. That's some brave shooting. Shooting bodies early on in an S&G round. Fair play to them. Could bite you in the backside there, but Algeria will not be happy with the way that round went. Having that first blood, having that opportunity to put the bomb down, and then just not watching the back rotation. And Rush just did exactly what you expect him to do. Sneak around there, get yourself the first pick, and all of a sudden it just lined up for him.
And that's the problem again when it comes to post plants in Skyline. They're just not fun for players. You have every single area to clear. All 3 lanes are open. The only real comfort you have is within bedroom, within gym. And even so, to break off for this time around, the Mistaken, they actually have to dodge set nades from Algeria, which again are well placed. And the aggression in which they set to meet the mark is to try and find that first blood.
Yeah, exactly. And so far, a little bit of a slower round here. No first blood, but as we say it does come in. Paddy's the first to fall. I think it was Euphoria that got that pick there as well, but I'm not sure because Rush was obviously on a free from the last round. So yeah, definitely it was Euphoria that found the first pick.
What Mistaken are trying to do here as well is predict where the openness will be on either side. Given Algeria's room to rotate, they could go from no players on site to 3 players on site straight away. And it's just positionally speaking, a clear-cut opportunity for Algeria to equalise, but the trade is just way too good, and Mistaken still hold advantage.
Yeah, the fact that Euphoria got the first pick there straight away in the back there, they spotted him first, and he still manages to find one of the kills. He's automatically answered back there, and Algeria, Audacity falls, and Mistaken win another round.
And what I'm noticing here from Mistaken's rounds, the rounds they're converting, I mean, aside from a Rush 1v3, just, wake you up here on a Saturday, they actually have the opportunity to understand when the bomb's going to go down at what time from Algeria, and that's one of the key notifying factors for a win condition, knowing when the plant's going to happen. Happens straight away, okay, cool, in 4v4 situation, there's room to go. If it happens later on, it creates more of a tense atmosphere within the team because they have to re-clear everything, what they've already re-cleared. It's just, the angles being so punishing on Skyline. And the open space as well. The verticality, drop down into the hot tub, expect to get killed from kitchen or from gym or from bedroom.
Yeah, exactly that. Early start off here. Rush again, continuing his sprays on 4 in a row. Next one there is going to be Balance, finding another kill here as well. And now 2. Oh my god, that's a good 2 from Paddy there to tie it back up here to 2 apiece here. But bombs down. But the Algeria know that.
Right now they're focusing again on trying to make it a 1v2, and both teams again are in positions where they're just holding angles, waiting for one mistake, one slip up. But the verticality in Skyline, the underground, the high ground, it's just all about timing. That's where you get punished most. Euphoria puts themselves in the picture-perfect position. 2v1, and a lovely swing that just was not to be. Mistaken. Hold the perfect iron sights, make it 4-1. Now we're at a deficit. Now we're at a huge gap. And a big question mark looming over the Fenix heads.
Yeah, well, the way it is, it's all come down to predictions. He swings out that doorway expecting the player to be there. He was there, but he just couldn't get the gunny up in time, and Mistaken winning the round here now. With it looks like a considerable lead. Don't see Mistaken throwing this away, but it's going to take some really good rounds from Algeria here to try and get it back to within, and even enough scoreline for them to have a chance of winning this one.
Strategically, again, they're actually going for more of a dummy here. They're actually grouped together in 2s to try and alleviate pressure from the outer flanks. Mistaken actually path directly into the red dot. The opening is beautiful, but Rasco has found all the pressure on A, taken care of it, and go, here you go, have a 2v2. Guess where Bomb's going to be?
Exactly, there we go. Rush, though, he's going to add another one onto his tally, and Audacity is left last man alive here, a 1 versus 2 scenario. Mistaken with bomb in hand, though, no going for the plant, but just looking for that kill, and there we go. Mistaken Esports have it towards map point, and also match point to make it a 3-0 series. Well, a 2-0 series, but a 3-0 in the overall day so far for them.
And that's sort of the core thing here when it comes to seeding for tomorrow. If we see an unbeaten in team Mistaken, they look over towards Group A, and you've already alluded to the Avengers matchup, and that could happen in winners finals. And it's really nice to get an early glimpse into tomorrow and what we could expect from the players in the lobby. Mistaken have got 4 players that are just so well tuned to each other's keenness that they can really work around any situation. Final round potentially for this series. Algeria Esports, they commit to a heavy strategy with trophies down to block the nades.
Yeah, there we go. To be honest, we've not seen it happen this way so far. Rush is the first to fall, though, as we see Rigrob finding that first pick there early on here, but they're going to get that bomb down quickly as well. The second kill going their way as well. A good round start for Algeria. Can they continue it here and get the win in the round? At least to get a second one on the board so far, but Rasco, if he can continue what he's doing, you've got the player rotating on the back of Euphoria, going to try and make it a 2v2 scenario, but doesn't manage to find the pick, will end up falling, and that will be the round over. Algeria will get the win, and at least it's not a 6-1 defeat in the S&D. That could have been a horrible win to look back at.
So they can definitely consider that a sloppy round on their behalf. They were caught sprinting on 2 different occasions in the gunfights. Algeria just played the kitchen well. But still, that's sort of the only real heat map that we see from Algeria finding success. It is in kitchen, or it is watching the crossover towards pool and hot tub. Where we do see, Mistaken have this beautiful elasticity on the map. Drop down from high, you see Rush to change of verticality to try and get a kill, and then run away and create an illusion of where he's going to be for the next moment. But now we have to focus again just towards what can we do here on the attacking side for Mistaken.
We ain't expecting a really aggressive start again from Mistaken, because that's what they like to do in their attack round. But instead, it's 1-for-1. Rush finding a kill. Rascal finding the next one. Third one dead. It's all down to the one remaining player of Algeria. And the bomb will be getting planted here towards that A bomb site. And what can Audacity do here?
Oh, the set nade is beautiful. Hasn't even thrown it. He just wants to get the bullet. No need to throw the nade or the stun. And Mistaken. Sia is a way to phrase it. 2-0 against Algeria. 3-0 in their group. On track to go undefeated and be the #1 seed for Group B.
Yeah, definitely. Well done. A great performance from Rascal and co. But to be honest, Rush had a great series match there in the S&D, and that was just a phenomenal way to play. Like, 3-piece was won, but so far, a phenomenal match from Mistaken. An easy enough 2-0 for them. Very convincing in both the hardpoint and the S&D here. And even looking at the scoreboard there, every single one of their players, bar one, getting to 7 at least in the kill feeds, if that's all correct. But yeah, relatively good overall S&D.
They have got, just a very light-hearted 7-3, 7-6, 7-4. I still think, though, in terms of numbers and statistics, you just have to look at how the rounds panned out. I mean,
exactly.
The 1vx clutch situations were just, phenomenal from Mistaken. Where Algeria, I think, really sort of capitalised again was just on the path of sloppiness from Mistaken. I think the round number 6 and the round number 1 was the only real sort of question mark that we did see. But it's clear to see again how their system has evolved to protect Rush and protect Rasco, to ensure they're alive and ensure that they can hunt down the remaining players. It's just so much fun for Mistaken having 2 Bloodhounds in your team that sole desire is to find kills.
Yeah, exactly. And finding kills is what they did, and Rush did it in such great form as well. This little 3-piece that we had here, just to show off, pretty much, just to show off his skill. His gun skill is fantastic. His positioning, even his reads are fantastic as well. Like, expecting players to be where they were every single time.
And again, it's all love and class at the end of the series. Algeria Mistaken, showing respect. And again, it's just cementing where we see ourselves in Group B and where the final, dice will fall after the roll. But there's no denying Mistaken and just how good they are. I guess it's excited again to watch the Avengers team over in Group A, who's on a similar trajectory to go undefeated. And it just makes it a bit more of an understanding and a clarity for us who the top dogs are in this tournament today. Mistaken, based on numbers, undefeated so far today in the arena and in the classroom. You can't deny that they're already probably one of the favourites to win the whole damn thing this early on.
Definitely one of the top squad sides. That's 3 out of their 4 matches they'll have in the group stages. One more game to play. Do we see them even getting a game lost here in this one?
It could happen.
Group B? It could happen. But I think they're playing against Hammer Esports, who haven't had a fantastic start so far here in the LAN. But we'll wait and see. You never know, that surprise upset, because they're just like too hot-headed, but Mistaken, I'm pretty sure, have this in the bag for the top seed in the Group B side of things. And like we say, as Avenge are expected to be the top seed in the A group. But we'll wait and see how the other games pan out. The results come in. There has been some good results. We've got the leaderboards potentially getting updated at some point, so we can see our group standings soon enough before we kind of pass ourselves into that whole winners and losers bracket and how we set ourselves up in the seeding side of things. So yeah, a fantastic game once again. 2 great series there, but we got to cast over. We'll be going back to a wee quick break here again for a bit till we set up for our next broadcast. We'll be going back to Pablo and Major again.
Oh, my favourites.
Yay! Thank you very much, guys.
Let's go. Free throw. Let's roll. Act like I got cheat codes. Let's go. Free throw. Act like I got cheat codes. Act like I got cheat codes. Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he drones me. And he gets caught real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gold. Always wanting more, freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for their body. And if you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no
chance to carry on into the wild. Into the wild. To the into the wild. Hidden fortress. I'm the attack and there's no going back. Hearing voices calling out my name. Got them path laid out in front of me. Sharp knife, headstrong, no time to think. I'm a huntress. I don't know who I am. Hear the shadows follow me over the hills in the evergreen. Trade my soul for a chance to carry on into the wild. To the wild. Into the wild. Na 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 na. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Into the wild. The shadows follow me over the hills and the evergreen. Trade myself for a chance to carry on into the wild.
Sports. How do you think that went? That was not a close game, was it?
Yeah, it was a massive clubbing. It was definitely an outclassing as well from Mistaken. A 2-0 to finish, but a 250, 130 hard point, and then a 6-1 S&D. It really was the rush and Rusco, just to put it into brief terms. It does go to show you, though, again, why top of the group in Group B. mistaken exactly where they're going to stand and the momentum carrying forward for tomorrow. Algeria definitely done the dumps. Wasn't a series that you can review with any sort of positive outcomes, other than, of course, Audacity having a really, really lovely showing, and even Inverse as well, taking more of a leadership position and doing well and coordinating some strategy. This series is a bit more evenly matched, I would say. We do have Eclectic back on camera for you and Algeria. Eclectic, though, again, we saw earlier today take a victory over Excite Gaming, which, of course, was quite a nice and not so comfortable 2-1. The control was really good. We know the control was fantastic. But in terms of sort of the head-to-head as well, the coach as well for Eclectic has been very active, very animate, giving direction, instructions. Definitely after the previous series, he wasn't happy with the result of 2-1 and could have seen it going 2-0. And is just starting to lock in his players. Yeah,
absolutely. So, Mistaken, obviously, they've got the momentum going forward. They're more than likely going to get a pretty decent seed going into the playoffs. For Algeria, they want to be like quelling those demons. They don't want to focus too much on the fact that they got stomped. They want to come back into this next game. They don't have to worry about playing a game upstairs and having to rush back and forth. They've got a pretty comfortable, I'd say, in the seats. You'd like to think. And that might make a difference. I think that I would like to see Algeria do well. But yeah, it's going to be a bit hard. You have to get over that mental barrier of what happened last game. It was, not a lot of positives. It was just, Rush was just walking like a dog a little bit. But hey, a new game now, different team, new game, and the mental hopefully resets, and hopefully they're going to be coming back a lot better than they did last time.
I feel like a really good showing there was I feel like a Mistaken kind of gave away a lot of information on how they play, but also showed a masterclass in hardpoint as well. We saw just how good they were at controlling very difficult to get spawns. Well, I think a player that was showing a masterclass on hardpoint earlier in the day on their first stage game, Dexy, Algeria may have avoided, they may not have to play Rascal and Rush anymore, but they now have to play the player that got nearly 90 kills in their first best of 3. Yeah, I know. 90 kills in best of 3, averaging 30 a map, even in S&D. 17 kills, I think, was the score line for him. Yeah, definitely the team's cannon, if you will, and the rest of them are just sort of there trying to reload it. I feel like with Dex coming back onto the stage, it's a good feeling for him. We know that he can perform in front of people, in a camera, in a studio ambient setting, which is lovely. Algeria already have had their last series on stage, so they've come in a bit more warmer to this one. So in terms of momentum carrying forward, both teams are coming in at around the same level.
Yeah, I think they should probably, best thing to do for their mental research, just take that last game as like a warm-up game for themselves for this one.
Absolutely.
They get to go, okay, now we know what not to do. And now we know what could be fixed. And they go, okay, let's now do that in this game and just hopefully go out and surprise everyone.
And the fixes are put Audacity in a bit more of a power role where he can frag, let Inverse lead as well, but also be close to the submachine guns. I feel like submachine guns and ARs are so far apart and that created way too many holes to exploit. Yeah, so we are going into the game soon. Is Algeria going to come back, or is Dex going to completely dominate things as we expect them to? Headed over to the casters now. Major and Pablo back on the desk.
Pabs, we've got a bit of a slow leader starting to form, obviously, in this respective group. So this game, actually, that we've got on paper from the results that we've seen so far, touchwood, going to be a close one, and we might actually see our first map 3.
Yeah, it's possible. Obviously, Connie and Mark got the joy of a control, so hopefully we're going to get into that. We did 4 maps kind of this morning, so it'll be nice if we can get into a control. But this matchup, really interesting. Obviously, we've got quite a lot of statistics that we can pull from now that as the tournament's kind of progressing, obviously we've managed to, plenty of workarounds for the tech issues, and it's flowing quite nicely. But we've seen Eclectic earlier on the main stage, and they actually looked pretty comfortable. They at times very cohesive, and at times, against Excite, who are a kind of very organised team of players who've played together a bit. They did look really good. And obviously we've just seen Algeria, not the easiest team for them to come up against, in Mistaken, who obviously just incredible really at times. Mistaken historically always had good teams, and they know how to pick good players, so it's not that surprising. But just the pace that they came out with, probably taking Algeria a little bit by surprise.
Yeah, I think the main thing for Algeria as well, obviously this is back-to-back main stage games for those guys, but they've come off the back of to be honest, a bit of a hammering from Mistaken. It did look a very comfortable game for the team that are now sat currently top of the group, unbeaten, looking as though they're going to be in that top seed spot, at least from their side of the of the groups anyway. But it's a case now of trying to stay warm, go into another series, and just try and literally chalk off the last 2 maps that you've just had, really, and try and look at this game as a big opportunity to push yourself back up.
And mate, what a map to do it on, Skyline. It's really about potentially being able to utilise the fact that it's quite small. It can be a little chaotic, so being able to utilise those elements, hopefully they're going to be able to just maybe go a little rogue. We are going to kind of something we didn't see from them with like big individual moments, so we just need to see some of the players kind of up-tempo that gunny a little bit, just lean forward and go through the gears a little bit. So hopefully Algeria are able to just totally reset from that previous game, put it in the back of the mind, in fact shake it out your head and get on. And obviously for Eclectic it's just about moving forward basically. They've looked good on the main stage and it's time for them to see if they can continue this form.
So Hardpoint underway. As mentioned, the previous games, the names aren't quite going to line up with what they are for now, as the guys are frantically typing who is who for us so we can try and understand, but the team name's obviously going to be the right way around. The main thing for Algeria off the back of this one, Pabs, is to make sure that they hit the ground running. We know how out of hand a hard point on Skyline can get, just mainly from the fact if you're not winning those all-important gunfights.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously the P1's always a bit of a mixy affair in any hill, in any map. It doesn't really matter. Obviously Sparky, again, making good use of that kind of edge of the building to get across and again get back onto it. But Eclectic are just going to tie things up fairly early doors as they look to try and get set up for the P2. They've got a couple of players in and around, but that's going to be an absolutely huge gunfight won by Inverse there, and that's potentially going to give them the opportunity to get a few players in green over towards the P2. But alas, it is going to be Eclectic who managed to get themselves set up, and now it's going to be a bit of a gunfight over at the Earthquake Roll.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of times how these spawns can flip, and it will be an opportunity now to maybe hold a sizable chunk of time. It's going to be Sparky who's actually shout on his actual account, so he's now just going to wait outside the backside of the hill. There's going to be a couple of players ready and waiting around him, actually spawning up close, so we know how close these spawns can get. Gunfight's going to ensue over towards the top side of the hill, as it will be a couple of players from Algeria Esports, at least in the time for now, but the gunfights still go green, and that is a very clean set wipe of kills. And now it's just a question of where those spawns are going to come through here for Eclectic. They are going to spawn out the back of the hill, and now the all-important scrap time, which, albeit perhaps you don't really have to run very far on this map to pick up potentially 20 seconds of scrap time.
I mean, it's a solid chunk of scrap time as well. No one really thinking about the next hill, because that was about 24 seconds when both teams kind of came off it. Now it is about this very difficult kitchen hill, which again just becomes all about your AR control and whether you can get players to rush in and get control of the hill. Right now it is those green arrows waiting for that to pop, and it's going to see them just put a little bit more time on the board. And already, kind of like if you consider the game that we've just seen on main stage against Mistaken, they're just a much better showing. These teams maybe slightly more matched in terms of gun skill, and maybe Eclectic just going to have to rely on their strategies and their kind of better gameplay. But right now the team in green staying within touching distance, maybe 20 seconds, and doing quite well.
So 30 seconds of scrap time isn't exactly going to be a difficult ask, potentially, the way they're set up, at least for now. You've got Sparky soaking up the time, nice shots coming down there from Dexy, and it will be Algeria looking to have to try and punch their way back in towards the hill. So Audacity's done a really good job, at least for now, to help maintain a little bit of time, but they're still going to throw quite a lot of bodies of this, as we usually expect on a Skyline, and the kill feed again goes in Eclectic's favour, which isn't ideal for the guys in green. Paddy out the back is just waiting for the opportunity to maybe get a pick of someone who's going to try and push around the back over towards the next hill. But nice kill there again coming through from Dexy. You've still got a couple of players here inside the hill, but the more important player out the back is going to be Sparky. An opportunity to pinch out that player just behind Bathtub. Is he going to get that pick? He's tagged up. He has got help in the form of his team that's now looking to try and push in, and they're going to try and coordinate it one at a time. A lot of players getting lined up though, and that is everyone down on the side of Algeria.
Yeah, already we're starting to see Eclectic's ability when they do get kills to turn it into solid time. Algeria Esports on a couple of occasions now have managed to get almost full team wipe, but not really get any time off the back of it. So that kind of kill to hill time efficiency just not really being their friend at the minute. They are still well within touching distance, though. We haven't quite gone past that 60-second zone where it starts to get difficult. You really need to go big on a couple of hills, but kill feed is still staying largely red, but that's going to be Inverse with an important kill, and again Audacity just there to mix things up. But right now they can't get near this hill, and it's going to be about potentially setting up for this second rotation, but just watch number 5 and Sparky about to cause some problems for Algeria Esports.
Yeah, and when you just look across the board at the kills, obviously you've got Demon, who's struggling a little bit, but Barry's almost double positive. Sparky 10 and 7, triple positive from Dexy. Algeria really need just some kills to go with this. Being 70 points down, not necessarily the worst in the world, at least for now, but they do drop the man on the time. A little bit of a back and forth, as you come to expect on a P1, and it's going to be a couple of engagements which Demon is going to try and find himself playing for his life, and they do manage to get Dexy on the time. So now where do Algeria try and push it from? There's going to be another couple of kills, and it just feels at the moment, Pabs, it's just wave and wave of gunfight wins which Eclectic are able to do, and they just keep stacking up more and more time, and now it's a 100-point deficit.
And they've just completely annihilated Algeria Esports for spawns as well. So a really nice push through mid, and they managed to get a player out back in the form of Baru, so he's going to have control over towards that back kitchen area, and that's just going to make it even more difficult for Algeria Esports once that next hill P2 flips on and this one turns off. So a little bit of scrap going to be available, but it does look like they've made their way around. But honestly, I think there's a little bit of confidence in Eclectic. I don't think they're overly concerned when Algeria do manage to get themselves settled. I think they feel confident that they can kind of rush the hill and win the gunfights.
Yeah, and this is the thing, isn't it, with Skyline? It doesn't matter necessarily even if it's not the most efficient rotation. If you've got the ability in the players to just get gunfight wins time after time after time, that looks as though that's what they're leaning on. But saying that, a couple of gunfights go in favour of Algeria, which hasn't necessarily been the other tune of the map so far. Nice couple of shots coming through there from Paddy, who's slowly trying to work his way back to evens, but they've got to, more importantly, just keep these players out from the spawn, out the back of the time, and it will be a good opportunity now with 30 seconds still remaining for them to do that. It is a little bit of a trek for Eclectic to get towards the hill. Sparky able to mop up that player courtesy of the pistol, and a gunfight in that time, and it's actually a really big win there that comes through, and I believe it was Red Rob who was able to win that one. So it's going to be Algeria still trailing by the 100 points. So even though they've had a good hill there, Pabs, you still look at the sizable lead that they've got. It's just going to be really, really difficult still on a map that's just so messy all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if this is a closer game, that's an incredible kill for Algeria Esports, but I think that's largely Eclectic understanding that this kind of almost 100-point difference means that they can take, very small chunks of each hill now. They take 20 seconds, 25 seconds off the next few kills. They're probably still going to be the winners in the hard point. So Algeria Esports now having to play really perfect hard point, and when you kind of look at where they were in the previous match against Mistaken and how they're performing now, we think that might be a little bit of a mountain to climb for them. But again, they did do well on that P2 hill, but this P3 one is just not the same beast. They are going to be settled for potentially being able to push through onto this, and they have got the players off, but again, 22 seconds isn't going to be their friend, and it's going to be Eclectic 10 seconds off the 200 mark. It's still plenty to do, and it is Algeria don't push. They're not in the 100-point club, which is always a good sign.
The only thing though for them is that they don't have the rotation to Nuva, saying that they're able to win a couple of gunfights. Eclectic are still spawning out the back towards the new hill though, which is going to benefit them. Shots from Inverse aren't going to quite connect enough to take that player down, but the team shots are good enough. Sparky though with a really important pick, and it's actually going to be a bit of a team kill. It's not ideal when it looked as though there was an opportunity to pinch around the back and play for those spawns. Unfortunately, the team kill and the sudden death that he gets from the enemy's trade is just going to mean that Eclectic, they are still located out the back of the hill, and they're still struggling to even get this man off the time, and he's just done such a good job, Barry, of staying alive.
Well, a three-piece from Sparky, I don't know whether they're Eclectic, but they might be electric at that, but incredible performance there, and that's going to give them a little bit more time, and again, that's something Eclectic have been able to do, which is just, get a handful of kills and just turn it into an absolute chunk of time. Those green skulls littering the map aren't going to be favourable for Algeria, but finally going to get on the hill and get themselves a little bit of time. But again, you got to look at Eclectic getting a wave of kills. They've only got 17 seconds off that hill, so not really able to add a chunk of time, but they are going to be around the kind of 80-point lead right now. And again, you've just got to look to the slaying power coming out of Algeria. Is it enough to kind of compete? We've got players on Eclectic way over 20 on every single player. They were streaking for 4 across two players, but now we hit this third rotation. Get loads of rotations in these games on Skyline.
Yeah, and Sparky and Dexel are just absolutely frying at the moment. 26 and 16, 25 and 14. Back on the P1, at least only for a split second, as they do manage to take them down. Paddy is going to do enough, and he is going to now soak up the time, courtesy of a little bit of a push over towards this P2 side of the map. So a good wave of gunfight wins actually goes in favour of Algeria Esports, and although it's only 70 points that they trail by, every little bit of scrap time now on every single hill is just going to slowly claw that win across for Eclectic. It's now still going to be Paddy staying alive inside the hill, so he's actually done a really good job on the back of this hill. And I tell you, if you're Eclectic now, you're a little bit worried, because this lead is slowly starting to disappear, and the gunfight. Never mind.
into the pool, taxi. But yeah, unfortunately, it is going to be, he falls at the last hill, and that was such good play from Algeria Esports. They've got that back to within 50 seconds, and this is going to be a massive set of gunfights coming up for the team in green. Eclectic looking to get control of this P2 in the third rotation. Those green skulls are not going to be what Algeria Esports want to see. 30 seconds required for Eclectic to go one up in this series, but plenty of opportunity now for those green arrows to push through. Big gunfight goes down, and it is going to be Audacity. In fact, it was Regrob who gets that kill. It's going to allow them to potentially push on again. Another 36 seconds available. If they're able to kind of win these next range of gunfights, this brings them to potentially to the 200 point, and you kind of wonder whether there's going to be any doubt in the mind, and that is an absolute team wipe. So now it's time to turn those kills into solid time, just start to apply a little bit of pressure to Eclectic, just enough to maybe give them a little bit of doubt and make a few mistakes.
Yeah, they did have a combined 8 streak for a split second there across all 4 players. That does finally stop, courtesy of a couple of kills that come through from Sparky and Dexy, but it's now going to be 7 seconds of scrap time, which it looks as though Algeria are just going to ignore and try and focus on the new hill. That's the main thing for them now. Can they clear these gunfights? No, they can't. Demon's going to stay alive on the hill once more. They do get a trade. There's a big gunfight on the time, actually, between Audacity, and Audacity's the player that's actually come out on top of this one. So Algeria slowly working their way up to the 200 point mark. They're ready on the rotated, but can they just read where these players are going to try and push from? There's a couple of players pushing in through mid. One gunfight win goes in their favour. Where are the trades going to land, though? And unfortunately, it's going to land every single one pretty much in favour now of Eclectic. They're back on the time. Algeria are going to start scrambling towards the hill. You've still got a couple of players now trying to work a bit of a pincher. I think Inverse is going around the back very quickly. He's got to try and make this work, though. There's one pick for him. Gets the second. Hunts for the third. And it's going to be 3 that fall. Algeria stay alive for now, but you've got 5 seconds on Eclectic, and all it takes is one clean wipe.
Holy hell, that's going to be huge for Algeria Esports. They've got plenty of time on there to bring this a little bit closer, but only 5 seconds required, and that could be all she said for Eclectic. It's going to require someone to push through. It's going to be Audacity pushing through, but he's not going to be able to do it. Eclectic with a pretty tight win in the end, from almost snatching again defeat from the jaws of victory. They never looked like they were going to potentially lose it in those first handful of rotations, but Algeria Esports came back strong. Now, you talk about potential trying to take positives from the game, difficult against mistake in esports, but absolute opportunities there against Eclectic. Incredible, and it gives them a little bit of hope going into the S&D.
Yeah, I think if they didn't just give themselves that much work to do, like I say, it was a margin at the start of the game that was absolutely enormous, and it ended 250 to 213. And when you start a hill and a map so badly, I mean, even across the board, you look at a few of their players. Obviously, we see Cole on the screen, but Audacity, he's gone quite heavily negative. So too has Red Rob as well. So, considering you're that negative on the map and you've managed to keep it as a 37-point game, you've got to try and look more at the positives, I guess, than the negatives in that one, because they managed to get a huge amount of time, considering they were getting quite heavily outslain.
Yeah, and they did it, you know, it's just almost perfect in the way that they managed to bring in about 120 seconds in that third rotation. And again, you've got to look at moments when Eclectic got themselves, you know, 3 4-man wipes, but we're only getting 17 seconds of hill time, and Algeria were able to push on. And it's moments like that that Algeria just not able to take advantage of. So again, but there are positives to take. Again, Algeria have got to go into the S&D with their tails up. They didn't perform that badly in the latter half of that, and if anything, you're going to take momentum from that into the S&D. But yeah, really important for them now to just kind of like put that game to one side and really just concentrate on doing a much better performance, get your first bloods, and just try and get the win, get that breadstick on the board.
Yeah, and obviously going into map number 2, Hacienda Search and Destroy It. Going to be a little bit of a slower gameplay as well, which potentially perhaps might suit Algeria Esports. Obviously, the quick engagements on Skyline, just in terms of raw numbers, didn't really bode too well for them. We saw kind of a couple of 2-pieces coming through from Sparky, Dexel as well. We're just able to kind of rack up 2-3 kills in quick succession. Algeria, on the other hand, did struggle to have kind of those explosive moments where a single player was able to pick up 2 or 3. Whereas in the Search and Destroy, potentially you might look at kind of that slower side of the game, which might benefit Algeria. Again, you've got to try and look to the positives more so than the negatives now at this point for the regain. I mean, you can see on the scoreboard there, though, it was 171 to 63 at one point.
Yeah, it was really kind of like a huge disparity in terms of the scoreline. I think the other thing to take away is that, like, you look at the stats, the non-traded kills for Eclectic look really high. Like, I think 2 players combining for 53 non-traded. But realistically, that came at the very beginning. That's that first like rotation or two, like rotation and a half. And then once Algeria started actually getting their trades and making sure that they weren't getting dominated, it's a completely different game. So maybe if they can just come out firing a little bit sooner, they're going to be able to compete a little bit better. But yeah, it is about taking the positives away and then coming into this S&D with a fresh approach. And again, it's all about that second game plan. Obviously, we're going to see quite a bit. Obviously, we haven't cast a lot of Hacienda S&D, but I expect us to see, you know, that upper mid map control. It's all about those long lane controls with ARs, and trying to get that first blood. So realistically, we might see a little bit of a cautious approach, but it depends how confident the Collective feel, whether they think they surprise and rush this Algeria esports side. But Hacienda offers something that some of the other maps don't really offer. Obviously on Vault S&D we see that push to A all the time.
Yeah.
And it was the same with Rewind in many ways. We saw that kind of very samey push over towards bomb site. So hopefully this Hacienda offers a few more opportunities. It's difficult because obviously that B site's like so beyond rock that it's really difficult to get to, but as a transitional option it is actually quite effective.
Yeah, I mean we saw it in our first series of the day, didn't we, between Excite Gaming and Hammer Esports, that Hacienda Search and Destroy. And again, there is that variety which doesn't seem to be a common theme across the maps that we've got so far in this iteration of Call of Duty. So yeah, it is going to be an opportunity for both respective sides to, if they want to switch it up, they have the ability to do it. It's not going to be like a protocol where in order to plant the B bomb you've got to literally go in the spawn of the other team, albeit it is a big map with opportunities that you can do it, but it's very, very difficult. Whereas Hacienda feels it's pretty much split down the middle. The lanes are pretty much symmetrical for the most part, so it gives that opportunity, like you say, if you've got the bomb and you manage to get a couple of gunfights, to then rotate to the adjacent bomb site rather than having to go through the spawn in order to get to.
I think the other thing for me is that you take like Vault S&D. I think the post plant kind of recapturing the bomb site, particularly A, in that post plant scenario for the defensive team is so difficult. The ability to get Overwatch from beyond pool and towards kind of like showers means that it's a lot easier to kind of babysit the bomb on A.
Yeah.
But as Hacienda, I think it's a little bit more even. You've got like a much better opportunity to retake the site with good coordinated pushes, whereas something like Vault, it just very much comes down to individual gun skill, having trigger discipline, so you're not TKing your own players in that really confined space. So I think Hacienda, obviously there was a lot of concern with it replacing Rewind, which was, you know, a favoured map, I think, but I think it's actually for S&D. I think it's something that could actually work out.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get into map number 2 very, very shortly. Obviously, across the rest of the games as well, Pabs, obviously one game, looking across the games that we've got upcoming, I mean, there is a very interesting game between Avenge Esports and Faceless Fruits, which I don't know whether the guys have actually started that game. We have actually asked to see if we can potentially have that one on main, because that
pretty certain. I went upstairs before and I'm almost certain it was literally just about to start. I was speaking to Zappy in his famous Crocs and
the rainbow Crocs,
and I think that game was just underway. So yeah, we did kind of like push for it to be on main, but I think we asked for it a little bit too late.
Right, yeah.
So we would have wanted that to be on main stage, but I think it's being played out upstairs. So yeah, I mean at the end of the day, those two teams are likely to meet up again. There's an opportunity for that to happen. Yeah. It's one of the more preferred matchups of the day. So unfortunately not able to get it on main stage. I think basically with the tech issues we've had, if you can get a game going, you just get it going. And obviously we found some really useful workarounds as well, so that's great. But yeah, we're just waiting to lobby into the Hacienda S&D third map, control map. Is it Vault, I believe?
Yep.
Yeah, so, and, you know, it was interesting listening to, I think it was Connie before, talking about how it might have even been Mark, so either one of the casters. Yeah, I was talking to either one of them before, and they were like, their players just seem, there's a flow in Vault that you're obviously not getting in Red Card and obviously not getting in Hacienda, because they've come into, obviously Hacienda's come into the rotation quite late, and I think people shy away from Red Card kind of bit, even though we've seen it all day. So I'm just wondering whether if we do get to that Vault control, it's going to be interesting with how Algeria push the Eclectic at the end of the hard point. Can they, if they win this S&D, can they go into control and then maybe throw the cat among the pigeons?
There you go. The trademark Pablo phrase, that one, mate. You had to get one in, didn't you? It's like, that's the end of Search and Destroy. Obviously, looking towards map 3, Pabs, but for the sake of the guys, they've got to get to that map 3 first of all for Algeria Esports. It's all well and good for us talking about a map 3, but they've really got to try and hit the ground running. In the Search and Destroy, you don't want to start dropping rounds. They don't want to give themselves, more importantly, that uphill battle that we saw they had to try and climb on that map number 1. So hopefully they are able to get some steam relatively quickly in this search and destroy. So Algeria Esports going to be the side on the defence first, and it will be Eclectic with that bomb. Looks as though they're headed over towards the A site, but they've got Aquaman in number 2, which is going to be Demon, actually going on a little bit of a swim to see if he can potentially get a pick. And I think it's actually going to be Paddy that, if he's not careful, might get shot in the back.
Yeah, he's going to have to watch this, a little bit of an Overwatch on B, but he's going to go all the way out. Looks like he's going straight to boat. Maybe he's decided to try and find another way to another map. I don't know, but that is going to be unfortunate time, and he's actually not going to see that player protecting Paddy over towards that B site. So it is going to be Dexel who drops, who was absolutely incredible in the hard point. So a big loss to Eclectic. Flash blood going to Algeria Esports. It is going to be Inverse who manages to get a pick, but he is going to get traded straight out. So it is going to be 2v2. Bomb not down, 40 seconds on the clock.
So Baru, as Rasco on the screen, will manage to retrieve bomb. 2 versus 2. It looks as though he's maybe going to try and do a bit of a rotation. No, he's going to double back and get this bomb down. So he's going to really rely on Demon here to keep him alive out the back here, Pabs. It looks as though Paddy's toying with the idea of working a bit of a pinch on towards this lone player out the back here, but it's just going to be the next important gunfight is going to probably be the one that buries them here. Algeria, if they don't manage to win it, they do manage to get some shots and some information to go through. So nice work there from Red Rob, able to get one. He spots the other second out the back as well, and he's able to get it there. So Algeria, bit of hype, bit of life in the boys.
Yeah, and you could hear the enthusiasm coming out of that a little bit. I think that's a little bit of a lift in spirits there, a little bit of relief. You can kind of hear the relief in the cheer, but yeah, it's good to get that positive moment on the board. And really, this is the first time we've seen them kind of with the tails up. So actually looking quite clinical at times. And we talked about their inability to get trades in the first half of the hard point, and then straight away we're seeing them getting a couple of trades and how effective it is in terms of being able to get the win on that round. So it is going to be interesting. Now we get to see them on that offensive and what kind of strategies have they got in terms of pushing across, and whether they're going to be those kind of vanilla pushes over towards A, or whether we're going to see an interesting transition to B. They're going to see Eclectic just going to look to try and get as much information as possible. Sparky with that job over towards A, and Baru going to be just dealing with that B bomb site, and a little bit of caution as they push through mid. Major.
Yeah.
We see number 5 there. It is going to be Regrob just trying to push across.
Oh, and Dexel gets a really big kill, actually. I thought for a second Inverse was going to be able to make the plate. There was a couple of players on the plate for him, but really good work there from Dexel. So now 2 versus 3, and the bomb is down as well. So they're going to have to try and retrieve this one. Algeria Esports. So it was a heavy stack over towards the top side of mid, and going to be forced to retreat at the moment is Barrick. So out he goes. He is a little bit isolated for the time being. Algeria probably doing the smart thing, Pabs, opting to group up. 2 versus 3, probably the right move here on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to need to try and get at least another pick before they can feel confident to move. And again, I wonder whether there's information. That's a huge kill. It's going to make sure that they've got a 2v2 now. So a little bit of consternation potentially and Eclectic, but with only 25 seconds on the lock, they might need to just play a little bit of time. Bomb has been collected. Oh, a little bit of information. So the chase is now on. Has he been able to do it? No, Jockey's round 3, and it's going to be see both players fall, and it is going to be a 1v1. Dexel is going to be up against Audacity.
Yeah, he's got to plant the bomb, though. This is the difficulty, and he's going to get peeked from top window. Is Dexel going to spot him? Oh, my God. No, he didn't. So he's actually going to get the bomb down. Can he get away with this one, Audacity? Over towards the bottom side of top. And it's going to be really difficult, actually, for him to try and locate him here, with the sub being up close. Oh, he's going to get shot in the back. That's a really unfortunate timing there for him. So you can see the idea was there from Audacity, but unfortunately the timing was just difficult. He opted to reposition. Unfortunately, just got caught out in mid.
Yeah, another defensive win as well. So hopefully we're going to see this potential ping pong back and forth as a defensive strength seems to be the word of the day. But hopefully we're going to see someone break the save Eclectic, obviously with that potential. But yeah, there was close. That 1v1 could have changed things if Algeria Esports go 2-0 up. That kind of puts a little bit of doubt in the mind of Eclectic. That might change the strategy in terms of the confidence going into the next round. But let's see what an offensive round for Eclectic brings. And again, another thing I guess is in terms of experience is we talk about top end challenger teams being able to read how teams play and then being able to assimilate that information and then use it against them, and it's just going to be interesting to see whether Algeria have got that in the back pocket.
Oh, Paddy's done a good job there. He got the pick, and it looks as though the trade was pretty much imminent, but he's able to get out. So first blood goes in favour of Algeria on the defensive side again. So next engagement's going to be big win again from Paddy, who's able to shut down yet another player. So 2 kills for him in the round, make it 3. He's on for the ace. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. They all drop, and Algeria Esports looking pretty good on the defensive side.
Well, if they take the S&D and they can get into control, someone buy Paddy a drink, because holy hell, that was incredible plays from him. And that's the kind of, we talked about, they weren't necessarily able to have one player that could step up in terms of like go rogue and do something really impressive, particularly in the last hard point, and obviously particularly against Mistaken, who are a very skillful side. And there we go, Paddy steps up and gets that, and maybe that's enough to really kind of lift the confidence of that team. Yeah. Algeria Esports. We got 2 players, both on 1, and you just think if they start, they're 2-1 up. If those players start to contribute a little bit more, that could be a much wider gap right now.
Yeah. Especially considering they drop map 1. There's going to be an opportunity here to push that control. But obviously don't count the Eclectic roster out just yet. So bomb in the hands of Inverse. Looks as though it's, I don't know if that's down in Winery or whether it's top mid. It looks as though it's potentially top mid where he's dropped that bomb and a big gunfight win comes through from Algeria again. So 2 versus 2. They'll make it a 2 versus 1 barrier now. Up against Red Rob and Audacity. Now, is he going to try and play this from? It looks as though the bomb is going over towards the B side. Whether he's got view over it, it looks as though he doesn't. So he's opting to play it really deep in the spawn. So he's going to see that the bomb is now planted and he's going to have to opt to reposition here. So Algeria, 1 in P2, 1 on the bomb site. Barry, where's he going to opt to try and play it from? Top mid looks as though it's going to be the decision. And they are a little bit isolated here at the moment, Algeria. If he gets this pick from mid, the trade's probably not going to be quick enough here from Red Rob. So how's he going to opt to try and play this one? Barry gets the information, spots the player, gets the kill, and this is the problem. Is the trade going to come through quickly enough? It's not. So the regen comes through here for Barry. 1 versus 1 now. Is he going to check that deep right corner? He is, but he can't win the gunfight. And Algeria, off the back of it, will take another round.
Yeah, that's really good. And puts a little bit of air between them and Eclectic, a little bit of doubt in the mind of Eclectic, and you can feel the confidence coming out of Algeria Esports and the confidence to go and challenge the players in these gunfights that we weren't seeing in earlier rounds. So yeah, it's really big plays. We're already seeing Regrob 6-1. That's a stellar performance when you consider how well Eclectic played against the likes of Excite. So really good to see them on the main stage at LAN putting up some decent numbers. 3-1 gives them a little bit of air. Also gives you that little opportunity to, I wouldn't say experiment, but you can definitely have a consideration to play your plan B or try something a bit different. But you really want to solidify that lead now, and next round for them would really kind of like can solidify that dominance in this S&D.
Yeah, Red Rob, first blood again. Is he going to get a second? He is. So 2 up towards the top side of mid is going to mean that this round's a little bit easier for them. 2 versus 4, and they take down the third as well. Last man up is going to be Demon, who's desperately trying to get out of dodge. He's got to be careful. There's going to be 2 players top mid. If he takes a gunfight, he's probably going to get shot in the side by somebody else. Absolutely wigs one of the players. Pistol out, though, isn't going to be ideal. And the reload here, is the timing going to get the better of him? It is. So back to back rounds for Algeria Esports. 4-1 up. They are running away with this one now.
Where did that team come from? Literally, honestly, guys, we're live here, and they're the same players that were playing in the hard point earlier on and against Mistaken Esports. They've just absolutely stepped up, and obviously a conversation being had, comms maybe improved, and you could see the ability to be able to corner players, you know, use bait and distraction to get those kills. So big up Algeria Esports. 4-1, that is some healthy air, and we've obviously got Regrub 8-1 on the 4th street. I mean, if you're going to do it on main stage.
Yep. So it looks as though the regain, even off the back of previous series and that map 1, is looking very strong for Algeria Esports. And again, engagements top mid are going to be the first ones, and there's another pick for Paddy. Even with the sub, the team shots are paying off, and they managed to get a second one as well. Dexel goes down, they're dropping, and wow, that was an infamously quick round. Algeria Esports just seem to have their number on this map. They got 6-1 in the Search and Destroy in the series prior. It looks like they might be dishing one out here.
Yeah, I can literally see Regrob smiling, he's laughing, but yeah, 5-1, I mean, that has got to give you a massive confidence boost, and especially going in, if they do win this 6-1, that's a huge win. That's kind of, you know, coming out of the games that we've witnessed, almost an anomaly, but the confidence they might take going into control. Eclectic, you talked about squeaky bum time earlier on, that is some incredible performance, and now they're streaking for 9. We've got a player on 10-2. We've got a player on 8-1. This is a stellar performance coming out of that duo.
Yeah, so you've got 18 kills between 2 players in 6 rounds. So between the 2 of them, they're grabbing 3 kills every single round at the moment. Paddy's going to decide to back up here. The smart move, because they are well and truly funneling over towards that site. And the first pick again goes through. So Inverse able to get one and able to run away. So another pick as well. Shock Horror comes through. They are dropping like flies at the moment. Sparky's going to be the last man up. He needs a 1 versus 3 here, or 1 versus 4 actually saying that, because it's going to be bomb down in a really awkward spot. I think Algeria know this bomb is down as well, so Sparky has got to just produce something absolutely ridiculous here if he's going to take this round.
Not a lot of time to get a 1v3, 43 seconds on the clock, and you can see Consternation doesn't know quite what to do.
Dead.
Green Arrow's already funneling through, and that's going to be Algeria Esports forming parity 1-all in the series, and that is, you could feel the relief from them, the cheers as they get that on the board, and that's going to see us. You asked for it, mate. Into a control.
Yeah, map 3.
Yeah, let's go. Call of Duty. Yeah, it's fucking. Let's do it, man. We needed a little bit more of a long kind of game. Get into it a little bit, and we're going to get that full control, and that's going to be interesting because obviously Hacienda kind of throws the cat among the pigeons a little bit in the sense that there's not going to be as many reps on other maps. We can see incredible scoreline again. Paddy 13-2, and you can see it as well. Regrob going 8-2. So combine them for 21 kills and only 4 deaths. That's an incredible performance from them. But going Hacienda kind of does. It's not can't get as many reps, you know. It kind of is an interesting map, but going into Vault, this is everyone's preferred map to an extent. Everyone's super comfortable on it, and it's going to be interesting to see whether Eclectic can utilize that to their advantage, or whether Algeria are going to continue that momentum that they've just taught a 6-1 in the S&D. If I'd have told you to plant that flag at the start of that S&D, you'd have called me a madman.
Yeah, and we'll see the ace in the end there from Paddy. A really good map there from him, and obviously they're going to need those individual performances going back into another respawn pabs, because map 1, let's be honest, it was a very, very slow start from them. They were heavily outslaying. Vault, again, still a map that is very kind of engagement heavy, and you can start to pin teams back. The last thing you want on a Vault control is when you're out the back and you're just getting spawn killed time after time from that player blocking the pool side spawn, and the other person kind of blocking that cannon building as well. You just get absolutely shredded on lives, so you don't want to be on that kind of offensive side and then realising that you're dropping lives left, right and centre, and then you think, oh, we've got the A point now, and then realise you've got 3 lives left and the other team's still on 15 or 16.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the key is obviously not Regrob. I think it was Inverse and Audacity didn't put up massive numbers in the S&D, so as much as it's a 6-1, it was very reliant on 2 players going absolutely huge. I mean, dropping like crazy numbers for the competitive S&D. So going into the control, you've got to look at those 2 players to do the exact opposite of how they were in the S&D and start to put up some big numbers. So they've got to come in flying, because they haven't got the momentum that Regrob and Paddy brought into that and from that S&D. So really, they've got to go huge in this, so otherwise it could be a problem for them. We know that Eclectic are going to kind of play at a higher tempo, so they've just got to try and meet and just make sure. The key really is about getting these trades. They struggled in the hard point in the first 2 rotations of getting the trades. When they finally solved that problem, they started to put points on the board. They're not going to have the kind of time, and no Skyline's quick map, but they're not going to have that kind of opportunity in this Vault control. They've just got to do that from the outset.
Yeah, so we'll see what kind of Algeria Esports side we get. It looks as though we pretty much know what we're going to get with Eclectic in respawns pass, but obviously that search and destroy is a bit of a substantial hiccup from what we thought we were going to get in that search and destroy. You would have thought it would be a little bit closer. Obviously, we kind of know that certain teams at different levels can have obviously one very, very strong game mode and one not so strong game mode. Off the back of that, whether it was just Algeria Esports kind of everything syncing together, or whether Eclectic maybe have something that they can look back on and go, right, okay, we can do that ahead of.
You remember back in the day, the players that we've cast over in the past, like you go back 3 years and you talk about that Rafi, Grad, Nile side, very S&D heavy. Like they could beat anyone at S&D. Then take them into a respawn and it would be a different kettle of fish against the bigger teams. These lads could be playing S&D Chals all night and be like absolute legends at S&D, and they just respawn is just, they're not scrimming as effectively, or maybe they're still kind of learning the thing. So it's just whether they're going to be able to transition. Control's ideal situation really in that case, because obviously it's got that objective, and you don't necessarily need to get an absolute ton of kills to get those zones down. A couple of wipes and you're going to kill the zone. But again, we're going to see how it is. Vault is a very mixy map, and again, they've just got to avoid that spawn trap.
Yeah, so we'll see how they get on. It looks as though it's the guys of Eclectic that are going to be on that side, which is a bit more prone to being spawn killed from. So we'll see whether or not the boys from Algeria Esports can make the most of that very strong search and destroy and try and keep that momentum going here into the opening round of map 3. Remember, best of 3 for all of these group games, so this is do or die now for either of these 2 teams. Eclectic, off the back of a map 1 win, now find themselves in a map 3, so we'll see what kind of conundrum we might get here on the vault control. And already a couple of engagements going a little bit back and forth, and a big two-piece actually already comes through there for Eclectic, courtesy of Demon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was Sparky with the shots he made coming out to get that first pick, and it is going to be a little bit of control for Eclectic, but a little bit of progress is going to be going the way of them. They've got the first tick and they're halfway through that second tick, so right now Algeria Esports not really dealing with that very first kind of push. That's the one that you really need to repel, and you're not able to do that. It is going to be a problem. So they are able to finally get a player off the hill. It is going to be a split. You can already see number one in Demon just looking to cause problems over towards that Algeria Esports spawn. Right now he's going to see a few more start to play, so he's going to get some information. There is one player from Algeria Esports just in and around the spawn trying to cause problems, and a little bit of distraction as that A point is nearly done.
So A progression pretty much there. Eclectic have got a life advantage as well. There's another life to add to that as Dexel's able to pick off one Algeria Esports player, and the second one drops as well. The last thing they're going to want, Pabs, as well off the back of this is a very swift transition here from Eclectic, and it looks as though they've got number one here as Demon goes in towards the top side of Art. So opportunity now for him to really start to slow down these reinforcements, so they do manage to get the man on the point. So Dexel's on the time, the progression's coming through. Algeria looks as though they're going to send a couple of players. Audacity's going to be pinching through mid here, and he might be able to get the gunfight win that he needs to at least stop the progress, because that first tick is pretty much all but done. They're still not being able to work the pinch quite potentially as quickly enough as they would have hoped. They do finally get those players off the time, but the difficulty is they've still got to get Demon out of top up.
Yeah, this is the problem. He's been in here for an absolute age now. One tick over towards being an absolutely right now Eclectic kind of just morphing onto the beast. They're not being challenged enough. They don't think the pace from Algeria Esports is quite enough to deal with them. There isn't enough kind of emphasis and urgency in the way that they're playing right now, and I think they're being slowly but surely choked out of the game. 120, they're one life down in terms of the kills, and they're only 150. Well, there's plenty of time for Eclectic to be able to get those final two. Right now it has been a little bit of a pushback from Algeria. They've managed to get a couple of kills, and now they are funneling through, but those red arrows start to swarm.
And the main thing is Audacity drops over towards those mid steps as well, so now they're not going to have an opportunity to pinch unless number 6 Paddy makes the play, because he's working up his way through vault steps, and he's done that. He's going to manage to get 2 kills, and they will leave it as a 2 versus 1 on the hill. So really nice work from Algeria. Again, that opportunity to pinch through vault steps is just going to keep them alive, at least for the time being. But the second tick is done, so they can't really afford for another stack here, as Eclectic are just going to try and work their way up the map once more. Paddy's going to be watching this lane in towards mid. He has got Inverse nearby as well in number 8, and Inverse is able to win that engagement onto Sparky. So just slowly starting to whittle down the reinforcements. Nice shots from range there from Audacity as well from top art, and if they can just keep him alive in this top position, it's going to be so difficult here for Eclectic to even push up the map.
Yeah, I love the confidence coming out of Algeria, shouting dead, but they've like 1 tick away from losing the game with 26 seconds on the clock, and they've got a little bit of control, but they're going to have a big gunfight coming up. Number 5 in Audacity needs to get that pick. He does indeed. The kill feed largely green for the last 6 kills, and those red arrows going to start to have to think about pushing forward very quickly with only 13 on the clock. That itself from Sparky over towards Regrob. In fact, it was Inverse is a huge kill in the terms of Eclectic being able to get on, but right now a really nice defense in the latter part of this first round of control, and it's going to see Algeria Esports take the win. And again, it was kind of difficult at the beginning for them, but they just slowly but surely came back into the game and have found solutions to everything that Eclectic have thrown at them.
Yep. I suppose the positive that Eclectic have got in that one is that they did manage to get 5 ticks, so if it does mean they get pushed onto the defensive side off the back of that, they will be happy with that. So it's just going to be a case of what kind of Algeria Esports team we're going to get on the offense here, whether they can keep that kind of pace and manage to kind of emulate at least what they did and manage to get 5 ticks, if not take the round. So it's going to be a question that they're going to have to try and find the answer to here in round number 2. But first round on the board, I mean, get Pabs for confidence. And in terms of how Paddy's playing at the moment, he's playing lights out. 12 and 6 from him at the moment. He is really leading the charge now for the resurgence of this Algeria Esports roster.
Yeah, absolutely. What, 1 round in control? He's got 12 kills, 13 kills in the 6 rounds of S&D, so he's absolutely flying right now. And again, just proves it by putting Dexy into the dirt. So nice bit of kills, but it is going to be back and forth. So Algeria not able to potentially to get a foot onto that A zone. It is going to be number 5 in Audacity. Just be in mid right now, just waiting for his opportunity his teammates to come and support him and see if he can get a couple of picks. So there's going to be a push through mid. I don't know whether he's read that or not, but another big fight goes down towards the middle. Right now it is back and forth, so no one team been able to take control of this second round in his early doors yet, but 55 seconds. If Algeria Esports Major don't really do anything very quickly, that time is going to start to eat away.
Yeah, so they haven't even got a single tick yet at the moment. Inverse in towards mid. Oh, bold reach out, not going to get it, and you're going to see 6 in a row now from Barry, who's really started to command the middle portion of the map. And yeah, now this is the difficulty for them. They're all spawning out the back. You've got number 2 in Barry blocking those pool spawns. Is he going to win the engagement? No, he's not. So that's actually a really big win there from Inverse, because it's going to force number 1 in Demon just to try and transition over to deal with him, and he is going to have a little bit of help, but he might actually be able to get a pick and get away with his life here. He is. So, as you mentioned, Pab's time is not of the essence here for these guys. They've got 20 seconds, and they're literally just sat in spawn, really struggling to even get out.
Yeah, it looks like honestly, it looked like one of the players just quit out then, but
yeah,
I
think he's DC'd or something.
Yeah, it did look like he DC'd completely then, so it does look there's an issue. But yeah, really on the struggle bus in terms of that round, 7 seconds on the clock. Eclectic got them in the spawn trap, and again, it just looked like they didn't really want to get involved in that game. So we'll see what happens in terms of a reset and see what happens in terms of the scoreline. But obviously, Eclectic looking very, very strong, and a lot of that really comes down to the fact that you think about those first wave of gunfights. You've got to have a good plan to be able to get control of that A zone. The least you need to do is get those 3 ticks. Obviously, Eclectic have got the 5 ticks in the bank, and that's what you're largely competing against to make sure that you're in the preferential side if it does get itself to a round 5.
Yeah, so I assume we are going to see a lobby restart. Unless Paddy, to be fair, he's been playing well, but against the whole gang, I don't think he'll have the best of luck, really.
Yeah, well, he did get an ace in the S&D, so maybe that's the plan.
If you want to do it, you've got to do it yourself sometimes, don't you?
I think I've got a monster down here that's marks he can have if he wants to try and boost himself. But yeah, I think it's a bit of an ask, that, mate. But yeah, we are going to see a restart. But obviously, I think the talking point is this like Jekyll and Hyde performance coming out of Algeria Esports. You take the first half of the hard point where they were utterly appalling, and then once they started getting trades, they were able to string together 120 seconds to take themselves from being kind of like at the 70-second mark, and then all the way to being like 220, which was incredible performance, but too little too late. They take that momentum into the S&D, where they were at times like so surgical. It was like, you know, it was clinical. It was almost a lesson in S&D, and whether Eclectic just completely fell off or have got no comms, or maybe they just, maybe there's a reason they don't play S&D or something. I don't know. We really didn't see 6-1 coming though. And then obviously this control is really interesting in terms of they were great on the defence, but they just don't seem to have a plan to control any of the zones to get the ticks.
One thing I would say is, although Algeria were able to take the defensive side, it wasn't as convincing as when we saw Eclectic on that defensive side. Obviously, they didn't even really get a tick. I don't even know if they got a tick on the A point in the end. I don't think they did.
No.
So you've got kind of one team who managed to get 5 ticks and almost get the job done on the offense, and then on the opposite side, Algeria even struggled to get a single tick on the board, and they weren't able to do it. So being 5 ticks up, I mean, I don't know how it's going to work, obviously, with the map restart. So I assume an admin or someone who's going to keep tabs of that, because
someone with better brains
on
than
the defensive side. Someone with a bit more firepower upstairs.
If someone keeps saying ticks, I'm going to check myself for lice or something like that.
Start scratching.
Yeah, do. So yeah, hopefully we'll get some information and find out exactly where that is. But again, going into this, I think for Algeria, especially when they're on the attacking side, they just need to have a little bit more of a plan of attack. I think they obviously need to make sure they win that first wave of gunfight so they can get control. But I also think one thing they don't seem to do effectively in Respawn is when they get the kills, you kind of assume the geography around you, push up and make sure that you kind of like in that not elevated's the wrong word, advanced position, so that you can get the kills further into the spawn, and it makes it easier for you to get that time then, and it's something that we're not seeing them do really effectively. They tend to turtle up, especially in hardpoint. We saw that when they got on, they turtled and weren't pushing out, and obviously once they started getting the trades, it worked out well for them, but they'd already got to the point where the game was well and truly done and dusted. So going into this control, just got to pray that they get the kills, make sure they take the geography up. They don't need 4 players on hill. They need to push a handful of players out and get those next initial spawns over on Eclectic. But we'll see how it goes. You know, their conversation, a little bit of a break, a little bit of a stretch of the fingers, make sure the hands are nice and warm, and maybe it's a different Algeria we see coming into this control.
I mean, playing devil's advocate here, I suppose on the flip side, you could argue, because of how slow they came out in map 1, the probably the break might not necessarily benefit them as much as you might think, because obviously they want to try and keep that momentum going, and obviously you don't want cold hands, and then all of a sudden you drop around, and then you think, oh bloody hell, I'm going into this one a bit cold when I was on a bit of a streak at the moment. And
well, Paddy in particular probably not going to be a friend of the break, I guess, in that sense. Who's an absolutely incredible performance in the last two games, but yeah, he's probably not going to be happy about it. But a couple of the players who were a little bit slow in the blocks, particularly those two players that had a poor S&D and haven't kind of been able to transition and improve into the control, break might do them fine. So you think about one player who might not drop, double digits or 30 kills, he can still contribute with the break, but those two players, given that opportunity, might be able to contribute a little bit more. You would hope, anyway. I think we're at a peak waffle now, mate.
Yeah, I think just in general for Algeria, they're going to need kind of, obviously in the Search and Destroy, we saw Red Rob and Paddy, they had big maps, both of them. And I think, especially on a respawn, they're going to have at least somebody dropping 30 plus and looking maybe 1.5 KD, kind of around that area. So if somebody else on the team is struggling, you've kind of got that slack that's being picked up to at least go toe-to-toe with the Eclectic roster, because we've seen a couple of times where Barry's had big moments, where Sparky's had big moments. So we know that roster's got that ability in them. It's just Algeria have got to try and match what they can bring in terms of just being able to put up big numbers. We know it with objective game modes, it's not the be all end all, and I think the positive thing for Algeria is on that hard point, because of how heavily outslain they got, even if they just match the slaying, if Eclectic or of what Eclectic are going to bring, they're most likely going to just keep taking rounds off of them, because they were getting hammered in the first part of that hard point, and then it was a 37-point difference. So
but what we're seeing, I think, is you look at those when they come together in hard point, they lose that first wave of gunfights, and then they go into control and they're losing that first wave of gunfights. So I don't know whether it's just a communication issue or whether it's just a gun skill issue. I feel like it is. I think in terms of the reactions, they look great on S&D, and that's usually the measure of a good player. But I think going into this control, they're behaving very similarly to they did in hardpoint, losing those initial gunfights and not really having a plan B, or just kind of like a regain to be able to kind of transition and then get back to the hill and have an answer. And because obviously the way Vault is, once you lose those gunfights, Eclectic do move straight up then and kind of get them in spawn. You could, before the DC, you could see there must have been there was almost like a conversation happening, like what do we do, where do we go, we're kind of back spawn. So yeah, it makes it very difficult for them, but yeah, hopefully there's a bit of a regain, a bit of a conversation going on, and maybe they can come back and kick some ass.
Yeah. In the meantime, while the guys sort out the technical issues, we will throw it to a quick break, and then when we come back, we will have that Vault control. I assume we are continuing from one apiece.
stalling. My people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels and do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. While enemies falling, I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. Hey, the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy the progress.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to day one of the Esports Hub LAN. We've got news, Pabs. We're not continuing at 1-1. We're actually having a map restart, so both teams have agreed to restart from 0-0. So we get a fresh start of full control in that one. Yeah, which is a new one for us. But either way, we get 3 more.
So they had a warm up and basically we're at the same place we were anyway.
Yeah, but just the Men in Black pen, just like, didn't say anything. Pretend it didn't happen, mate.
Fair enough. Okay, that's happy days. I mean, wait, they could do just went from 1-1, and just I don't know. I'm so confused. But
I don't know. At least in our peanut-sized brain, we don't have to do the maths on it. Really,
Yours
the game
that big?
should work it out. Yeah,
it's a handful of cells. Never mind. Yeah, it means we get to see the whole control again. I guess in terms of momentum, it's probably the ideal scenario. I guess from a Eclectic's perspective, that they weren't able to win the offensive round, but they did get 5 ticks. They did seem to have a plan in terms of how they were going to get zone A. They managed to get it over the line. So again, just in terms of where we are existentially, Eclectic still potentially the favoured team to take this, but Algeria at times have looked incredible, but has largely been on the back of some really big individual performances. So obviously Paddy going huge for them at times, and obviously Regrub in the S&D. I think we need obviously Audacity and Inverse to really step up in this control and really help in terms of, I think if they start on the offensive side, they just need that. If they don't get that A zone really quickly, I think it's going to be an issue for them.
Yeah, well, I assume they're going to start on the same sides. We are going to see, as I do believe we are jumping in towards that restart of controls. As mentioned, guys, we are restarting from 0-0, so we're not continuing on. So we don't have to do any extra thinking on our part for what we already have to do with all the names and all that stuff. So listen, every cloud, mate, every cloud.
I've got to jog your memory right, but Paddy, if that's Paddy on the end, he definitely played at ACCL. I'm almost certain of it.
I don't know. You'll have to ask at the end.
I'm going to ask him, yeah. It's like, because I take loads of photographs of everyone at the event. You end up remembering everyone's faces to an extent. I swear he's played at ACC. I'm sure maybe we didn't cast over him because we only managed to get a few games. But we'll see how it goes anyway. Algeria really need to go big. This is going to be an opportunity. They're going to start on the defensive side, so maybe the preferred opportunity for them. But they were able to hold out for that first round win, but it was at the expense of 5 ticks. So the boys of Eclectic already on the hill. You can see they push straight up as well, but it is going to be number 5 in Inverse, I think, who's going to be making his way through the back to get those picks. Yep. And that is exactly what he's able to do.
Yeah, big couple of kills there actually coming through. Audacity is going to be soaking up the time. You can see the number 6 on the mini map there, which is going to be Grob is going to be able to get potentially another pick over towards the backside of Paul. He's going to be that man over towards Cat now. Should be a free pick for him if he checks the left hand side. There's going to be a kind of a plethora of players to aim at there, but it will be Eclectic getting a couple of kills and able to slowly start to push up the map. The time is ticking away though a little bit because they haven't got anyone stopping it, at least for now. You've got Demon, who's managed to work his way up towards the lobby side of the defensive team, but it's going to be difficult now for Algeria Esports. Paddy just waiting for the right time to jump up, and Demon just going to double back and help his teammate out. It doesn't actually need it actually, as Dexy is able to get a couple himself, and that should be a few ticks on the board here. Saying that Inverse with a big 2-piece. I don't know whether they got that tick done. I think they did just about get it over the line. Really good work there from Dexel, and it will be an opportunity for another kill on the cards. Not quite able to get it, but already 2 ticks done, and the A point is very close to being done, Pabs, but they've only got 30 seconds to really try and get this one over the line.
We did say that Inverse needed to step up in this game, and he's done exactly that, but it is going to be still A required for Eclectic. 24 seconds on the clock. Much better performance coming out of Algeria. Maybe that little bit of a warm-up that we saw when it was at kind of 1-1 is worked in their favour, and that is going to be another big play by Audacity, although 3 kills in the kill feed for Eclectic is going to see A point over the line, and there's going to be 15 lives played, 16, so at 1:13 on the clock, this could go right down to the wire in terms of kills.
Well, Sparky just stop the clock for a second, so they do buy themselves that extra minute. Now the question is what they try and do with it. Number 7 Paddy on the mini-maps pushed all the way up towards their cannon. Might be an opportunity for him to maybe get a couple of kills onto the players in spawns. They do manage to get a couple of picks. So 2 players pushed up the map here for Eclectic. They are going to spawn over towards that pool side though, courtesy of Paddy blocking those spawns. So they're going to have to try and traverse their way around the map rather than trying to push down that B Street side. But they have managed to get a couple of players pushed up now. 1 up through vault steps, 2 in through mid. And the next gunfight is going to be the all-important one. Paddy just still lurking, waiting for that next engagement. And again, it's Algeria winning gunfights as they manage to mop up a few more players. Number 3, and Dexel's going to be the last man up, at least anywhere near the time. And this time is slowly starting to tick away.
Yeah, absolute work coming from Paddy. He made his way out towards the kind of like pool area, made his way up through the top hat and managed to get into mid and just cut a sway through. But unfortunately, those heroics aren't going to be enough as we see those red arrows start to form forward. It is going to be number 6 in Regrob, who does drop in mid, and that's going to be absolutely vital as we see a couple of players just start to see that ticks go over. It's going to be 2 to B, so they're back in the exact same position they were in that first game. It's almost parallel. Right now, this is about a little bit more control coming from the Eclectic boys with 25s on the clock. It's going to see it over, and they are going to improve their standing from that first restart and get the full set of ticks and go 1-0 up.
Yeah, the last time that we saw Algeria on that defensive side, they were able to keep somebody alive in mid and just work that pinch through mid, whereas on that occasion they didn't win the gunfights in mid and then eventually just had to keep kind of headbutting through the front side of Art, and they just got picked apart one at a time. So kind of the adaptation that the guys of Eclectic have been able to make in that one does show that they have learned from those previous rounds. That
we talked about that, didn't we? One thing we see from top challenger sides is the ability to, sometimes you see them get beaten S&D in the first handful of rounds and then absolutely slay out, and it's that ability to read what the team's kind of playing, how they're playing, and then assimilate it, and Eclectic able to do that with that mid control. We did see Paddy try and he was effective. He pushed through mid, got himself 2 kills with the support coming from Audacity, but then again they've read that and they've got the kills, and that's going to see that slight improvement, and they go 1 up in this series. And it's going to be difficult now for Algeria, who were on the struggle bus a little bit when it came to this offensive push.
They've opted to send a couple of players in towards B off the rip on this one. You can see number 2 even on the minimap's going to push through, so they're going to have to be careful of the pinch here because he should have fish in a barrel potentially to take down. They are going to actually do a little bit of a switch here. It's going to play out perfectly there as Paddy manages to grab a couple of kills. Inverse just laying prone on the time. This B progression is coming through, and it's coming through quickly here. Eclectic are scrambling to get towards the time. Barry's able to get 1, but the trade comes through, but the nades and the shots are enough to clear up pretty much everyone apart from Audacity, who's trying to play his life. He goes down, and it looked as though it was a bit of a worrying time for the boys of Eclectic there, Pabs, but they managed to mop up the pieces very, very efficiently.
Yeah, obviously a little bit of a change in plans, a little change in tactic to try and get that B zone. They get 1 tick, but it's not enough, and when they get wiped, obviously those red arrows immediately swarm to mid, and the boys of Algeria Esports just not able then to get that wave of kills, and you can see already those convergence like a set of teeth just absolutely making their way over. That's a couple of big kills though coming out of Regrob, so that's going to be huge for them, and it looks like a little bit of support. It's really nice to see, and this is an opportunity now for them to get on the kill, but it is going to be a problem as we see Sparky out towards the side with all that information. His team are going to know one they are, but they are going to look to try and distract. It is going to fail, and it is going to be a little bit of a wipe coming through mid.
Yeah, and Sparky's on a 6 now. He's played the pinch through mid. Nice couple of kills though coming through from Paddy again. As he manages to get 4 in a row, he is really trying his utmost to keep the boys in with a fighting chance of this one. They've got 1 tick at A. The second tick's coming through quite quickly, I believe, with a triple stack that is now starting to form. But again, Paddy just farming kills. There's another one for him, 5 in a row. A is now all but done. The little head bob for the contest. Is it going to pay off a little bit here? There's going to be another kill that comes through on the time, and they don't manage to get that A point done just yet. It will be Paddy who's able to get a kill, but it's not going to be enough. 25 seconds remain on the clock here. A big win that comes through from Audacity, but they've got to try and stop the clock again and get that A point point done. 20 seconds now is all but what remains. Dexel's going to grab a big couple of kills in towards the point. They're desperately trying to flood in through the front. There's another one. 2 kills on the board for Algeria. A reply comes through, but it's going to be 3 down. They do get on that A point, and they buy themselves a minute, but look at the lives.
Oh my days, they're so close to snatching defeat again from the jaws of victory, but that was an incredible performance in the middle from Algeria Esports to see the A point over the line. But it is 6v6 with 1:03 on the clock. This is almost certainly going to come down to lives unless Algeria Esports are able to do something. Keep your eyes on Sparky though. It looks like he's going to potentially cause some problems waiting for any players that do die and come through spawn. So I don't know if anyone number 7 there in Paddy, whether he's read that, he's going to be the chasers on. Some windy shots though is going to see Sparky miss those kills, and again you can see a little bit of spawn control now for Algeria, and that's going to be a huge kill major for Sparky. One player does make it on, but that kill feed largely red.
Oh, well, 2 players are coming off respawn. It's now 2 versus 3. Red Rob, Audacity, they've got it all to do, and unfortunately there, Red Rob goes down. Audacity now needs effectively a 1v3 hit. He's got 1 player in Sparky roaming around mid. Is he going to manage to get some good timing to at least do the first step in the dance? No, he's not. He's going to go down. So really good work there. It looked for a second as though Algeria were going to potentially get that round done. They obviously attempted to go through the back, spawn those players up in R. And it's now going to be an opportunity here for the boys of Algeria to have to form a regain here, because, yeah, really good rounds again from Paddy. Obviously 21 and 9 out of him. Did his utmost, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely took that momentum over and from the S&D, and he's carried it forward. Even with the break, even going back to 0-0, he's still putting up really big figures. This is the precipice right now for Algeria Sports. This is the point where they really need to turn things on. At times, they have looked really effective, but it has largely been on the back of some big individual performances. Eclectic really taking advantage of the break, and yet they're doing very, very well. But they've got to win the round, and again, Algeria, you know, they were at the end of the hard point came good, so we can't write them off just yet.
So opening kills, this is the difficulty. Eclectic, they're managing to start to get quite a significant amount of momentum now. Look at the streak, 11 across 3 of their players. And now this A point is getting done very quickly. Nice work though from Red Rob. He's really struggling though at the moment at 9 and 20. So for all the efforts that Paddy is putting through, it's not going to be enough, at least for now. They are trailing by 5 blocks. Another pick this time comes through from Baru. It's going to be, again, another combined streak. Make it 9 before Demon finally falls. But look at the damage they've done, perhaps. They've got 2 minutes on the clock, and they have got a lot of lives to work with still remaining to get this B point done.
Yeah, it is going to be obviously down to Inverse now to try and pick those players off that B zone. But again, just a little bit slow in pushing up once they have got those picks. So it is going to give the opportunity to those players in red to push forward, and you can already see that. If you just got to keep your eyes peeled onto Red Rob, who looks like he's going to try and get in behind. He's managed to get 1 pick, but he hasn't seen any of the other players, and that's going to be a 3-stack. You're going to see 2 players, in fact 1 player fall. It is going to be a nade coming out of Audacity that sees that player into the blender, but again, they're just not able to dig them out in time. And 21 lives plays 17. They have managed to just tighten that disparity between the lives up ever so slightly, but now again it's back to a 5 lead, and they only require those 2 ticks, and you can already see the kind of control they've got. And again, from the previous round, Sparky looking to cause problems.
Look where he is, number 1. Sparky posted up in the spawn, so Algeria are going to be double guessing themselves here to try and find where he is, if they are combing that indeed. The pinch comes through though again, and that's what they managed to do so successfully the first time when they were on that defensive side, and it is now going to make it a little bit more easier for them, at least for now. But they still not dealt with Sparky. And
that's big.
Finally, Red Rob gets rid of him, and 11 lives is doable. But that 1 tick, Pabs, is going to be potentially the death of them here if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously, again, they're going to have to rely on 1 player potentially to go huge. In fact, it's been Paddy largely, but they've got to make sure now it's not just about trades. They need to get themselves a good handful of kills, which is exactly what they've done. They've brought it down to 2 life count, but this is going to potentially come down to either a TDM or that final tick. There's so many opportunities for Eclectic here to just apply the thumb screws, apply the pressure, and just put this to Algeria right now. We're on board with Paddy, who's been the star of Algeria Sports today, and it looks like he's going to be looking to try and get, again, a little bit of control in and around that catwalk area and around Rugs. So See those players just pushing through Major, and again, it's a very heavy stack from Algeria Esports towards the zone.
This is it, do or die now. 2 players on the point. The progression's coming through quickly. Algeria, they've got to contest it. Inverse is on the flank again. Can he mop up the players? He can. He gets 2. The pistol looking for the 3rd. It's not going to be enough. The contest is just about in the nick of time. They've got to still deal with Dexel, who's able to get 1. Not able to get the 2nd, but it's going to finally go down. So 1 kill. The 2nd, though, is a trade, actually, that comes through from Sparky. 5 versus 3. No more respawns. Demon's going to swing this from a wide angle and is able to make it now a 4 versus 2. They're slowly starting to work through lives here. A really big 2-piece now puts it as a 1 versus 1. Paddy up against, or 1 versus 2, apologies, as Demon and Dexter were still alive. They do manage to spot Paddy. If anyone's going to be able to do it, it is going to be him, but he's got no
he's played his
HP.
life.
He's so weak. All it's going to take is a bullet. They mop him up, and Eclectic will get it done in a 3-0.
Ooh, what a break that was, and what a good performance from Eclectic in the end, but Algeria really putting the pressure to them and making it as difficult as possible. I guess a 3-0 is probably not a deserved result in that sense, in terms of it doesn't really reflect the kind of pressure and the energy that Algeria Esports brought to it, but convincing in the end. And I guess you look at the beginning of that hard point and how the disparity between, in terms of strategy, gun skill, everything really kind of set them on the back foot from the beginning. But Algeria Esports at time, I guess you could say plucky. I don't know if that's the right word, kind of, I don't know, positive anyway. There's plenty of positives for them to take from that game, but yeah, just some big dominant performances. 22 non-traded in a control, going 26 and 18. Sparky absolutely going ham in that, and obviously we can see Dexel 25 and 17 as well with 19 non-traded. And again, it comes down to that support from your teammates and non-traded kills being the issue again for Algeria Esports.
Yeah, I think it was just a case of kind of what we saw in the first phase of that hard point, where the firepower of Eclectic was just a little bit too much. You kind of shouted out the efforts of Paddy putting up some big numbers.
Yeah.
But it just unfortunately in that instance wasn't enough. He wasn't quite able to pick up too much of the slack in that one, and it just ended up as a very convincing 3-0. Saying that though, a couple of the rounds could have gone either way. I think it's, when you look at it now, you think, right, it was fine margins between it, and the 3-0 doesn't really do justice for Algeria in that control.
No.
Because obviously before the restart we were sat at 1 round apiece.
Yeah.
So as a minimum they had 1 round on the board. Obviously courtesy of the restart and some close rounds, it meant that it did finish in the 3-0, but they have some positives to take away from that series. It's our first one that we've actually seen go to a game 3, but I know it's ended in an L on that, in that sense of things, but they've got some positives to take away from it at least.
I think what they need to do is hire Johnny W to be like really, really horrific. And you know, if they're at 1-1, no, we're not starting regaining it. No, we want that red stick on the board. He would do absolutely anything to ensure that he had an advantage in every possible sense. So yeah, maybe just being a little bit too polite has cost them in the end, but it was a convincing win in the end for Eclectic, who've looked really good on main stage, defeating Algeria Esports and then previously Excite on the main stage. Our next game up, mate, it's lined up to be a bit of a cracker, really, isn't it?
So we're being told from production our next game is going to be Avenge up against ICG Takeover, so we get to see Dogs and the boys once again, which we'll be happy with.
And they're already locked in
as well. Oh yeah, cool. Oh, that makes it a bit easier, doesn't it? Yeah, so they can actually use their 3 of the accounts are actually the right ones. So yeah, we'll actually have a little bit of less work to do, and the production guys as well will be a little bit more relieved with that one. But yeah, that will be the series coming up after the break. But in the meantime, Pabs, I mean, we are slowly starting to whittle down the kind of the seeding now for what we're going to be looking forward to. We are going to try and get some of those winner bracket games done as well today. So courtesy of 2 buys, because 2 teams did drop out before the tournament. So those teams that finish first place, they are going to instantly go into winners round 2. So it makes that battle for the first spot pretty much the really important one.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we've seen the kind of cream rise to the top, Mistaken obviously doing very well, Avenge doing very well. We don't quite know, obviously Avenge playing Faceless right now, or that game's potentially being done.
It's finished,
yeah, so we don't know the scoreline on that one just yet, but obviously that'll come through. Probably the biggest game of the day so far, and I think that's probably going to be a game that we're likely to see again potentially, with some big players coming out of Faceless. We obviously know Zappy and that, so they know what they can bring to the game, the kind of passion and energy they can bring. So it's going to be nice though, our first opportunity to see Avenge on the main stage for everyone to see on stream. What are we looking at there, man?
2-1 to Avenge in the end, so they're still top of the group, mate.
Oh, okay, so still plowing forward, and again doing it against some decent opposition, but it's going to be interesting to see how they fare against ICG Takeover, who have been on the struggle bus largely all day. So it's going to be it's not a way, it's not where you want to be when you need to get a round on the board, a game on the board, is to play probably the favourites for the tournament.
Yeah, so in the meantime, guys, while we get the guys set up on the main stage, we are going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back we will have that game on your screen.
Well, folks, Algeria Esports put up a good fight in that last round, but ultimately they fell short to Eclectic, who have proven themselves to be pretty decent on this stage so far. I'd have to say 2 wins. Put themselves into good footing going ahead through the rest of the tournament.
There's such an interesting roster as well on lineup. I mean, I was chatting with the coach, Vizfly, formerly #1 Swiss player, ranked for many, many years in that position, and has built a multinational European lineup from players from Albania, Italy, Spain, France, and definitely the only international team per se in this tournament. So there's a lot of riding on them in terms of performing well against lots of the UK native teams that we have on display. And I feel like their control is fantastic. The S&D needs polishing up. That kind of is like a given across the desk here. We haven't really seen much confidence when it comes to converting rounds.
You got to feel bad for Algeria, though. Like, they're leaving a sour taste in their mouth. I mean, they did end up winning, and then there's the technical issues, which then brought them out. But, I mean, to say that people might have seen them, that they wouldn't have got a map, they can hang their heads high knowing that they've got a map. 6-1 as well on S&D. It was a great display, but no, they're just not quite getting enough there to win. But
they just got to start winning those hard points.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's great insight.
They keep struggling in that respawn. It's their biggest weakness so far. They've been on stage twice. They've struggled hard point both times. They definitely do look like they're a bit unsure on the respawn when they first play, but then when they have the one game, they seem a lot more comfortable. And it's like, if they could just convert that instead of being the second game to the first one, they'll be sorted. Because they're winning their second ones.
The hard point against the Eclectic did look a lot more polished, and them coming back into that game gave them so much momentum, which led to their 6-1 win on Search and Destroy. I feel like if we didn't have that tech issue, if we didn't have that tech pause, maybe they could have kept this momentum going a little bit, and we wouldn't have had such a kind of a one-sided map 3. But ultimately, Algeria not quite able to match the level that Eclectic have shown so far. I've been very impressed with them so far. I think they'll do well in this tournament. Nevertheless, we are going over to Group A now as we see Avenge Esports for the first time on stage. They'll be playing up against a team we've already seen so far on stage, ICG, and hopefully ICG will be wanting to get back that loss they felt earlier in the day.
I think it's really interesting as well seeing Avenge Esports for the first time. I mean, it's them and Mistake in Esports so far that are top of their groups and both undefeated, albeit with Avenge to play more matches this afternoon in their block of matches. So it's interesting to see just overall kind of where the pressure lies and what the fundamentals might be. It'd be a cool debut as well for Redden, Heptix, Julian and Callum on stage for the first time. Also a debut year in COD as well, when the coach has been already speaking to them beforehand, getting them ready, getting them understood for the vetoes. So it's very well prepared from their court. We're seeing ICG take over as well, who we saw earlier in the day, and given their form right now and their run of matches, they've started to pick up pace quite gradually. Start of the day is always a slow one, especially at 10 in the morning and the first one on main stage. But I feel like S-Dark has kind of got the troops together and really lined them up for success. And given that Swifts has now started to hit critical form in this portion of the day, only means one thing, and that is going to be a good match.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be hard to match the intensity of the last match we just saw. But I mean, yeah, ICG, we've seen them on the stage today, and they might have lost, but I think there's a bit of venom in what they're going to be doing in this match. They're going to be looking to get a win on the stage in front of people. So even though, their opponents are the top of their bracket, I think we could see a very good game, I think.
Definitely. Oh, yeah, definitely. Should be a good game either way.
Oh, yeah.
I do hope it is close. I know it's been a long day, but I do hope it is close for a 2-1. However, I still believe it might still go in the favour of ANG. So.
Maybe not. I mean, it all depends on how the new environment coming into the arena is for Avenge. I mean, they've played most of the matches today upstairs in the Station 2 and Station 3. And now they're in front of a home crowd, particularly as well. When it looks to the section of crowd for ICG against Avenge, it's like 30-1.
Yeah.
There's a strong following right now for the boys from London. So I respect.
Got nothing to lose. It's a dangerous thing to have if you got nothing to lose.
They've got the crowd, the sixth man behind them for this series. And a best of 3 as well, which is shorter and a bit more punishing as well. Focuses more on the respawn. So, I mean, given their respawn form, potentially today, that could be one of the key indicators. 60% of the series controlling the hardpoint can get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Avenge, we're expecting them to be the favourites in this series. They've got, obviously, crowd behind them. They've got the experience as well. They don't have that factor of playing on stage yet. However, whether that plays an impact, we're yet to see. It's Avenge and ICG takeover on a best of 3. Over to you, Major and Pablo.
Well, perhaps we've kind of got two different ends of the scale at the moment now. You've got one team who are looking to try and go undefeated in the entire group, and then you've got another team who are literally trying to prove something and pretty much get, I believe, what is their first win on the board so far for ICG. So you've almost got literally complete polar opposites of the group at the moment, where one team's got a lot to prove in a certain sense that everyone keeps talking about for this poor Revenge team that just don't seem to be ever missed out on, and then ICG, who have got their own point to prove here to really start to show what they can actually bring here to the LAN event.
There's a lot of pressure on Avenge to do very, very well in this game. I think the timeline is largely going to be in that Twitch stream. Just if they, I think if they drop a map, I think the roasting on the timeline is going to be. This is an elite roster that have played against some of the best teams in Europe. We've seen them for the last 2 weeks, surprising teams and stuff. Hey, look at that! It's us. It's us. But we've seen them kind of surprising. Players and teams right the way through the last few weeks. It was obviously a surprise to see them in the elites, and they've honestly gone on from strength to strength. But this is the mark of a team. What can they do at LAN? And obviously, no offense to the guys from ICG, they're on the struggle bus at the minute, so you would expect Avenge to kind of. There's no way that I would expect them to go 3-0, but I think if they don't, there's going to be a lot of questions raised on the timeline, and ICG have got a lot to prove, and I think this is a good opportunity for them to do something kind of like crazy and go a little kind of off rhythm and off kilter, and look to try and get a little bit of a thumbs up or a thumb to the nose to Avenge right now. We've seen kind of ICG over time, have individual moments where they've had players go big, but this is where we need to see them as a team, because if they don't perform as a team, they're just going to get picked apart.
Yeah, the thing is as well, obviously Avenger coming off the back of a win against the Fruits in Zappi.
That's a decent side.
Exactly. So it's not exactly like they've really, really struggled and then, say, taken a loss on that one, which I think everyone would have, say, you talk about kind of the Twitch chat, everyone is very quick on the timeline to kind of jump on the backs of players, but then we've had issues where players, take a name out of a hat, Felix, for example, when he first started, the accusations that come on, it's just, as a player, you've just got to keep your head down, keep going through the tournaments, show up to LANs when you can, which is what the guys have done, and just keep proving that you're winning in LANs and on lines, PC checks, whatever you've got to do, essentially, money camp, you've got to do it all if you're going to want to try and get to the point where...
the Nathan Parker story all over again.
Exactly, it's like Nathan Parker V2, really, for this event, isn't it? It's like the new storyline for this one.
I think it's obviously, it's way higher in kind of relevance, though, because obviously that Nathan Parker side don't think made it to elites last year. They were just doing really, really well in terms of cups and stuff, and I think this is totally different ballpark. But obviously as well, I think the conversation around challenges in terms of how a lot of players retired, have left COD, a lot of players have been picked up in terms of CDL. The representation in Europe is quite high, and I think that's allowed, it's initially a dilution of the quality, but at the same time it's allowed a lot of players to come into those, to fill those holes almost. So this is exactly what we're seeing. And at the minute, you can talk about how they perform online, but right now they haven't dropped a game, like they haven't dropped a series. They're absolutely ploughing through teams, and they've just beaten Faceless through to a really good side. You wouldn't want to play them. They're a very difficult team to play. So right now they're not confounding expectation. They're doing exactly what they should be doing. It's going to be interesting when it comes up to a mistaken game or comes up to the other Faceless team, because obviously there's still some very good sides in it. But yeah, this is an opportunity for them, and I think a lot of eyes are going to be on to see just how much damage that they can do to ICG TakeOver. I think that's what everyone's thinking.
Yeah, so we should be hopping into map number 1 very shortly. Best of 3 as per usual in these group games, and we are actually going to get a different map paths in Protocol. So our 3 maps for this series, guys: Protocol Hardpoint, Skyline Search and Destroy, and a Vault Control if we do indeed need it. So Protocol Hardpoint, very structured hardpoint map paths. We know kind of the kind of bunker area that gets heavily contested and fought for. You can get a big chunk of time on that one, and it is one of those more structured maps, AR heavy. You look towards the AR presence that the likes of Avenge have got, and you're going to think, right, okay, this is where those guys need to put up big numbers. And likewise on the flip side, ICG are going to think the same as well.
Well, the beauty of having ICG TakeOver on the board is that we've only got one player who's kind of out of it, so it is going to be, Genesis is actually going to be Smithster, and on the other side, Sparky is Haptics, Logic is Callan, Rasco is Julian, and if you're interested, Ois Dexy is Redden. So this is going to be a big moment. I think ICG need to come out firing, they need to go big, and there's going to be Colin who starts the killing right off, and already that's a nice start there for the boys of ICG with 2 kills. But again, it is going to be this war of attrition to kind of get a little bit of control of P1, but make sure that you don't lose spawns for that P2.
So Unfortunately there for Julian, he does go down, so a little bit of early time for ICG. You've still got Clark as well, just currently on a 5 streak before he finally goes down, so it will be a little bit of a shining light in the early stage of this one. You can see there that Julian just going for the chow there with the sub in hand. Isn't going to get the kill, but it is going to enable his team just to try and push up the map a little bit and prepare themselves for that P2 rotation. So a lot of middle map control for Avenge, at least for now. It looks as though Red is going to try and get a kill up towards top mid. Nothing happens of it, so the rotation is going to be here, and it is going to be Callum that's ready on the time. The trade, though, not going to happen as he's able to chew through 2 players.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very purple kill feed as Avenge look to try and take control of this P2, and obviously it's a difficult one to defend against. So many points that you can get kind of pressure from different places. It is going to be Red absolutely bodied right there by Dogs in that top building area, so it's an interesting kill right there already. It is going to be Paddy who's, Smith's there. I'm falling back to old games. Smith's there on the hill. He manages to get a pick, and that's going to be a 2-piece for Clark as well, so an opportunity for them potentially to tie this up and take the lead for ICG takeover. Already a very competitive game. We're starting to see the kill feed go back and forth though, so some players having big games.
Yeah, well, Heptix now finds himself on a 3 streak. Callum 6 and 2, looking good as well in the early stage of this one, but the lead is only a minimal one. You can see the rotation though, the early one is the more important, and it will be 5 in a row now for Heptix. Just going to shoulder peek over towards the top side of Zip. Isn't going to get any kills, at least for now, but his teammate there in Callum is going to manage to take down 1, and it will be an opportunity now for ICG Takeover to indeed take over the hill. There's a couple of players still here. The trades though looking good. Red able to get 1. He's going to get a couple of shots into his teammate, but they do manage to clear out pretty much everyone bar Smithster, saying that he does now fall, and now ICG Takeover just got to be a bit careful not to try and headbutt the front of this hill, because it can be brutal if you're trying to just punch your way into the front of lockers.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have 40 seconds on the clock, I don't think it's a good idea to start to funnel one by one in. Sparky with some, not Sparky, apologies, Septics with some incredible time and shooting bodies as well. Oh dear, boys. Avenge Esports going to take that out to a 30-second lead. Looks like letting go a bit of aggression there. It is going to be cold, just bottom spiral staircase. Get themselves a couple of kills, but it is going to be a solid hold for this hill. Getting themselves about 40-45 seconds. Avenge Esports takes that lead out to about 50 seconds, and it's going to be all about whether ICG Takeover can really repel this next wave of attackers in purple.
Yeah, so Clark just waiting by drop. Looks as though there's a couple of players, at least Smith's just watching the front of bunker. He's going to actually get shot in the back here, so they don't unfortunately watch the one lane where one of those players can slip through the net. Dar's going to try and fly round. Nothing comes of it. Callum with a really good 2-piece now finds himself on another streak. 6 now in a row for Callum, 12 and 3. Yep. And the boys of ICG Takeover, kind of similar story perhaps at the moment. They are dropping quite heavily in terms of gunfight engagements, and at the moment Callum is absolutely chewing through them. 13 and 3, 7 in a row, and doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon. 8 in a row now for Callum.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kind of maintain that pace that it looks like they've dropped off in terms of their slaying ability. Obviously, coming at the start of the game, you come out the box fine, and you've got every kind of intention to maintain that intensity, but it's so difficult to do, especially when you're getting picked apart and then you start having to kind of troll your way over the entire map to get back. And this is exactly why this bunker hill is so valuable. And now Avenge Esports stringing really big hills back to back, taking a large chunk of time, and this is what we expected to see. But yeah, we did think, you know, off the back of that first 2 kills, it might be a little bit more competitive, but right now Julian and Callum absolutely teaming up to dominate. Redden caught on the struggle bus a little bit at 6 and 8, but he has gathered 49 seconds, so Avenge really in the driving seat right now.
Oh, and Clark not quite able to win the second engagement, so the P1 where they got a little bit of time in the first rotation is what they're going to look to lean on to maybe try and claw back a bit of a lead, but another kill comes through from Julian, 15 and 10 from him. You've got the likes of Dargs Pabs. He's doing his utmost here, currently at 14 and 8. 4 in a row now for him. He's doing his best to keep the boys in with a fighting chance here. Cole and Smith, though, as you would say, currently on the struggle bus, as are currently combining now for what is 11 and 28 between the 2 of them. So yeah, they're really going to need a little bit more from those 2 if they're going to try and claw this lead back.
Yeah, I think the Dargs this year made it kind of a personal imperative to just massively improve as a player. He kind of messaged me and said exactly that, and that's what he's wanted to do presently on a 6 streak. So doing everything he can for his teammates to be able to help them along, but that is a 100-point deficit right there. Problem with that is you've got a team as skillful as Avenge Esports. They don't necessarily need to go absolutely ham on each kill. Now they can take a little bit of time, and they're just going to, you know, just absolutely destroy and apply the pressure to ICG Takeover.
Yep. So 100-point deficit. They don't have the rotation, so it's going to be a bit of a brutal one. They do manage to get Clark on the hill, but the shots that coming through are going to take him off, and 1 goes down, 3 go down, make it potentially 4 if Cole was able to stay alive. as alive.
Alive.
Still alive. Still now this lead just keeps getting pushed out, Pabs, and at the moment it is an absolute bloodbath. You've got double negative, from Cole. You've got double negative pretty much from Smithster. Nothing's really changing at the moment, and now we go on to the next two hills where Avenge Esports were able to take such a substantial amount of time from in the last rotation.
Yeah, they chained these two back to back and were able to just kind of like get a ton of time, and that kill feed consistently purple. It is going to be red, and Julian able to get those two picks, and right now 202 to 60. We did kind of expect it might be a wide scoreline in terms of the disparity between the two, but 60 to 208, ICG just not really having an answer to the strength and pace of Avenge Esports, and this is where you really need, the rest of your team to kind of like win their individual gunfights, but you kind of think they're going to have to play a little bit more together and just try and push a little bit more. Communication needs to come out of ICG Takeover, otherwise they're going to be hugely on the struggle bus.
Well, you got number 7 in Smithster trying to work his way around the back, but I think it was Red actually that was just able to make the read, stops that pinch, and now they're going to be pushing their way through the front. Top side is going to be occupied by Darg, so he should have at least one kill here, able to take down one. There is going to be another engagement ready for him. Nice shots, his teammate there able to help him out, finalise that kill. They are still having people in the back. Julian able to grab one before he finally goes down, but they're still soaking up the time. They can still win off this hill as well. Maybe not now because they've just hopped off of it for the time being as they look to try and prioritise the rotation over towards bunker. They do manage to get a couple of kills, but only a few seconds remain. Who's going to win the engagements in towards the new hill? Smithster's able to grab the first pick. And with 4 seconds remaining, all it takes is one clean break. First kill comes from Callum, still going strong. 23 and 15 from Julian. 24 and 15 before he finally gets traded out. They're holding on for dear life here. The boys of ICG Takeover, but they're not trading out as efficiently as they want. It's going to open the door for Avenge to get back in. They have been absolutely shredded on that one.
Yeah, that wasn't a pretty one to watch at all. ICG Takeover just kind of out of the depth against Avenge Esports, 250 to 71. Just an incredible, powerful performance coming out of them. I know we obviously expected it. I actually think ICG did quite well at the very beginning of that first rotation to kind of go toe-to-toe with them, but trying to maintain that level of intensity and consistency is so difficult at this level, and Avenge kind of showing you why they've made it to the elites in many ways and how they can power through. And again, the tail of the tape is largely in non-traded. 7 and 8 for Cole and Smithster, who were largely on the scores 14 and 21, 13 and 23. So really tricky for them, but the stats don't lie. Avenge Esports looking very comfortable on the main stage.
Yeah, and you do have to feel for the guys potentially as well, really, for Avenge, because it's lose-lose. If they win, everyone goes, well, you should have won.
Yeah.
And if you lose, obviously everyone goes, I'm going to win it. Well, you should be winning that one. So it's like there's not really a position in which they can come out really on top, apart from just coming through with the win and just cracking on as always. And to be fair, that is the perfect map to do it in, mate. 100-point club, crack on, get on with map number 2 on Skyline Search. Yeah,
but this is the thing you said at the start of the game, is that it doesn't matter. It's lose-lose in the sense you just keep your head down, you keep playing, you do everything you can, you keep winning, and you just kind of like shove the words of the haters back down their throats. But again, just some moments where you just saw ICG, had moments where they could have capitalised on a couple of big kills and they just weren't able to do it. And I think that's largely kind of an ineffective team comms, ineffective team performance from them. But Avenge just so strong, and sometimes you see them snapping onto 1, 2, 3 kills like that, and it just kind of like superhuman kind of performances at times. So really good to see the team in purple proving why they are where they are. But going into S&D, different kind of setup, and it's something the Skyline S&D maybe plays a little into the hands of ICG. I mean, you still got to say the Avenge are going to be favourites, but it is a map that can potentially offer problems, and it is an opportunity for a very good individual player to potentially go huge and change a map. We saw it with Algeria. They were able to do that. An eclectic team that probably should have got a lot closer, got absolutely slapped. So ICG may be able to take some positives from that performance from the other team.
Yeah. Well, the main thing for ICG is just to essentially forget map 1, crack on with map 2, and as you mentioned, perhaps Skyline Search and Destroy. You don't really know what you're going to get with various teams on Skyline Search, to be honest. Obviously, the engagements at the start of the search going to be literally the all-important ones, because you can see teams dropping 2-3 lives within the first 20 seconds of that one, whether you chal it through kitchen side, where we know teams basically meet there within the first 10 seconds.
Yep.
If you lose those original engagements and you send 2-3 bodies there, all of a sudden you're down 2-3 lives, and then the round becomes difficult to clutch up. And with how close the engagements are, like around the site, normally you anticipate that players are able to make those trades efficiently enough so that if one player drops, usually there's someone at least nearby or within touching distance of making the trade.
Yeah.
So that's probably something that, again, you're looking at Avenge Esports to be efficient at. Again, they are kind of that upper echelon of EU team at the moment that everyone's kind of looking at. So that is something that with a team that does that well, you're expecting.
Oh, at confidence. I expect them to come into that first round and absolutely fly into that middle section with confidence, and I expect them to be positive that they're going to win their gunfights. You would expect no less from a team with that capability. So maybe that's something that ICG can take into account, maybe play slightly differently, play at an off angle, or take a different route and look to try and push them from poolside instead of just that kind of like heroic launch over towards kitchen. So it is a couple of opportunities. When interesting, we saw through the week Ben W doing exactly that against opposition that you would say he was up against that kind of mountain to climb. He was able to take people down from like over towards far kind of like garden and get some picks with the AR. So there's opportunities there to kind of like really break the rhythm of a side. But again, you're right about that lose-lose situation for Avenge. Like they've got to go big in this game.
Yep. So we are now loading in towards number 2, we're being told. There you go, so Skyline, Search and Destroy. So yeah, you are a bit limited on the map, Pabs, for what you can do, because essentially you haven't got that 3-lane advantage. We've kind of spoken before about one player can literally watch the entire cross of mid. You've got the underground route, but then at the same time...
It's so pointless. It's like, the map is it's so weird. So it's just too long to make that vent worthwhile. By the time you've come out, half the teams have gone anyway.
Yeah.
You end up in a 1v1.
Well, we are now ready and underway. Avenge Esports. Can they
forgot
manage
the bomb.
to make this one a swift 2-0? ICG, they are going to be on the defensive side in the opening one, so the nades already engaging, and in typical fashion, we find a big couple of kills that come through. I think the team names are actually the wrong way around on this one, so it's going to be Clark that's able to get a big 3-piece for the boys of ICG Takeover, and it will now be a 1 versus 1 actually, which I believe is Red versus Dogs.
Yeah, it's going to be Red, just looking to get a little bit of information. Dogs, who had an incredible performance considering the level of slap that they got in the hard point, but Red just reading this perfectly. He's going to start defusing just to try and bait that player out, and that's going to be a pretty easy picking, and it's going to be around on the board for Avenge Esports. Hey, look at that. Who asks and you shall receive.
So I think it's a split one, because I think whoever's operating free cam has got the team names the right way round. So they go the right way round when we operate free cam, but then when we go through the player cam switching, it switches back. But yeah, obviously 3-0 from Red, good opening start round from him. But if you're ICG, you're kind of kicking yourself a little bit with that one, because they got 3 kills right off the bat. Clark managed to get a really big 3-piece, and all of a sudden they dropped that round. So they're looking at that one and probably thinking, not ideal.
Yeah, this is a big moment for ICG. They're going to have to try and apply a little bit of pressure now, and you can see they're going to be in that opportunity to get the defensive push in. And again, we talked about, are they going to look to try and take an off angle, or are they going to look to try and push through? It is in fact going to be the boys of Avenge who are going to look to do that. Again, it does look like the names of the teams have flipped now again. Hey, we're back, but it is going to be not Rasco, it's going to be Julian with First Blood. That's going to apply the pressure straight onto ICG, who's left Cole now in a 1v3. It is going to be Heptics with Bomb, but I'm not sure they're going to need to get it down. Avenge Esports kind of momentum just carrying on.
Yeah, and this is the thing, if you're ICG Takeover, you don't want to keep throwing rounds away very, very quickly. That felt like a very fast round, to be honest. It was one where 2 kills came through very quickly, but obviously didn't see the final kill, but we do get to see it in the end there as Julian's able to mop up what remains of ICG. But yeah, in this position, Pabs, it's as difficult as it is on a traditional map. You would, if you've dropped a couple of rounds, you think, right, play it slow, play for a pick, try and extend the time in which the other team has to work for rounds, rather than just keep banking rounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So ICG at the moment, it's going to be difficult. They've got 3 players currently rocking Krispy Kremes, and Clark's probably looking at the lads saying, come on, give me a bit more, boys, as it gets very messy into top mid, and I don't think I've ever seen that, as everyone seems to just fly through top mid, and 2 players drop on the side of Avenge, and now it will just be Heptics in the 1 versus 2. Able to get the first pick, and now he's going to go round and round with Smithster. So Bomb needs to be retrieved here by Smithster, and they are currently on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, I don't know where the comms are, but I think he probably should have been told that was from Piano's side, and I don't know why he expects the player to have pushed through quite so heavily when both bomb sites are further along. But yeah, he's just going to make sure, checking every angle. Again, time not going to be a friend to him if he does have to check absolutely every corner before making his way through. Manages to push through towards that piano side. This is going to be very interesting. Smithers potentially going to come in around the back, and whether that's been read perfectly there, the shots are in, he's able to get the pick, and that's huge for ICG takeover. One on the board, and that's going to be a lift for them.
I was going to say, if you drop that one, all of a sudden the shoulders start to drop, and the morale hits the floor, and you've got another big uphill battle going into that one. So nice work there from Smithster. Really big moment for that team. Now it's just a case of, can they manage to chain back-to-back rounds? That's the problem, because again, you don't really want to have a good round off the back of a really important 1-versus-1 and a big regain, and then all of a sudden you have a really fast opening start that we saw to kind of that top cat area, and then everyone just drops.
I want to know where they get that lamp from, because I look at mine and he snapped and he put a bullet through that one and it was fine. It's just incredible work. It's got to be somewhere else other than IKEA. Yeah, there's going to be haptics, just looking down the cat just to try and get a little bit of information, just get the nades out and stuns out, and nothing really going to be working. It's going to be a first blood though. We're going to see Red into the next round, which is a big advantage. He's 4-2, absolutely having a game. So ICG with the advantage, although we do see Clark fall, and it's going to be Callum who gets that pick, but this is going to be all about whether ICG are able, can they get the next pick, can they ensure that they get their trades, and can they restore parity in this game.
Wow, they've got so many players out the back here, and it's actually going to pay off. Absolute dividends for them. ICG back-to-back rounds, 2 apiece. There's a really unorthodox play there, perhaps all the way out the back of Helipad, and another one out the backside of P2, and they just got every single individual gunfight win. We'll see the kill coming through here from Dogs for the final one, but yeah, every single individual gunfight went in their favour literally in that 2 seconds that we saw the engagements happen.
I think we talked about do ICG have the ability to be able to read how the other team plays and then assimilate it, and we know Avenge can be very aggressive, and I think the idea that you kind of like step back a little bit and let them come to you, that's exactly what ICG have been able to do and get those picks, and now it's 2-2, looking very solid for the boys of ICG. They have got to maintain this consistency and this intensity. There's going to be first blood going the way of Avenge Esports via Red, and there's going to be 2 fallers. Clark and Cole go into the next round in a 2v4 now with 1:13 on the clock.
It's going to get busy in kitchen. Dogs has put himself in a position where he's going to have to try and jump across. The call that he's one shot is going to be there. He goes down, and now Smith has a 1-versus-3 to try and operate here. There's going to be 2 players pushing through bedroom. They're going to swarm him, and surely the trade comes through. He doesn't even need it as he wins the gunfight. And Avenge Esports just stop the rot for the time being. Perhaps drop 2 rounds in a row, and they do a good regain, and they manage to get themselves
2 really big kills as well. Like this, there was kind of like very reaction slide kills. Like the confidence coming out to the player, just incredible, and that's going to be a headshot to see it off as well. So really kind of confidence in their own ability, as well as their kind of individual ability, as well as their ability as a team, just goes a long way to show. But 3-2, ICG well within this game. They can still do something, and again, the way that they performed in the 2 rounds that they won shows that they can go on. They just can't let the shoulders drop. They can't let that kind of play into the head game. So there's going to be haptics just pushing through kitchen again. This is more a conventional push coming out of it. It is going to be C2 fallers. Callum gets both kills, and that's going to put the boys of ICG on the back foot.
Well, every single time they try and go towards that side of the map, Callum just shuts them down. 6 in a row now for him. Finally falls. So no lucky number 7. Dogs all alone in the back of Spawn, tagged up, bagged up, and another round on the board for Avenge Esports. It feels though every single time ISG try to meet aggression with aggression, especially over towards that kitchen side, they just get absolutely hammered, especially in First Bloods. It's always 1-piece, 2-piece, and it's just very difficult on the back of that round when you drop 2 players that are holding a lane and you're up against 4, you're just inviting pressure from literally every proportion of the map, whether it's up top, over towards piano, and inevitably whoever's kind of sat at the back of Spawn is like they've got too many angles to watch and just get pinched out.
Well, this is going to be huge now. ICG take over. You fear that if Avenge get the next round, it's going to be too much of a gap. It's going to be 2-round deficit right now, but this is huge. I think this is an important round for ICG. They can't allow this lead to go any further out, otherwise it's going to see them at the end of this series. And it's well read from Clark, though. That's a big first blood and an opportunity now. If they manage to get the next pick, this could be huge.
Yeah, well, Clark's watching out towards the back of Spawn, and Clark wins an engagement. The trade comes through. Ooh. Shots from Dogs. Going to tag up. I believe it was Julian there. He has managed to work his way over towards top plat.
That's another big kill
there from Smithster. Is able to get the kill onto I was going to say Dexy there, but it's indeed Julian. So Julian needs the 1-versus-2. 1-versus-3, apologies, I can't count. He goes round towards the kitchen side, but with a sub in hand, he's got to try and close the distance quickly, otherwise he's going to get shredded by an AR. First pick comes through. Got to be careful of the health regen though as he gels, and unfortunately there's going to be 2 players literally staring down the barrel at him. So ICG reduce that deficit back down to 1 round.
Yeah, we said that was an important round. I feel if that gets away from them, it starts to get to struggle bus territory for them, and it really becomes kind of difficult. You've got to play kind of so perfectly, and that you can't afford to make any mistakes. And again, they play those off angles and get those kills, and it's nice for them to get into them 1v1 situations and get the picks as well. So not necessarily conventional trades in that sense, but absolutely huge match for them. And you can potentially, if they can tie this up, we could start to smell the waft. It's really surprising to me at this point, but I think this is a testament to a little bit of intelligent play coming out of ICG.
Yeah, like you say, the all important. If they can get to number 5 here, Revenge, they're probably going to be feeling very confident. They're going to send a lot of players up the map. Callum again, free reign just to push up. He knows there's 1 player here. He does have a little bit of help. The stun is just going to back up those 2 players, and the RCXD is going to get shut down, so nothing comes of it. No value at all. 3 versus 4 as Callum will drop. So ICG just slowing down the pace again, and it's benefiting them every single time they seem to do it. 2 versus 4. There is a trade though that comes through straight away from Heptic, so now makes that situation just a little bit easier. 2 versus 3. And Julian's still pushed up here with an engagement, but he's not able to win it. Dark shuts him down, and Heptix now needs the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, again, similar situation to the previous round, and ICG just need to make sure they get the picks. That's a little bit of a windy shot, and it's going to be the tags going in. It is still advantage ICG takeover. They've still got 2 players on there, and they do that effectively, and it's going to be parity restored for all. And honestly, that's a little bit of a pressure applied. I think the boys from Avenge are probably going to sit forward a little bit more.
So ICG, every single time, they've slowed it down and just literally sat and held an angle. It was just every single first blood when they threw bodies at it just never seemed to go their way. So hopefully they've become a little bit wiser to it for now. And they tie it up at 4 rounds apiece. And now it's just a question of, if you're ICG, you want to try and mix it up as and when you can so that Avengers don't try and adapt to what they're doing. But to be fair, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Every single time they play like they did in that round prior, they seem to take the round. So at this point, you just think, don't switch it up. It looks as though they're going to go for this heavy top stack, and it's going to be a team kill that comes through every single time that top cat area gets flooded with bodies. It always seems to be the ones of ICG that hit the floor first.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when they go into that kind of head-to-head kind of war of attrition, they just lose out, and especially over distance, the AR's punishing them as well. So it is going to be a 3v4, and they've got to play it in and around the back in Callum. So that is going to be a problem for them, and that's going to force them to turn around, bomb down. It is quickly picked up, but this next gunfight is going to be vital. They need to take care of this player in the back, otherwise they're going to have to think about a number of fronts in terms of entry and egress. The players are going to be able to take them, and that is unfortunate, as we see Clark now in a 1v4. He's managed to get 3 picks in the past, but that's going to be Avenge Esports taking the lead again, 5-4, and on the potential precipice of dealing with ICG in this game.
So 1 more round is needed, and a 2-0 will be completed here for Avenge. So map 1 very one-sided, map 2 still an opportunity here for ICG to maybe force that round 11. So let's see what they decide to try and opt to play here. I think if you're a fan of ICG, you think just don't hit top cat, for God's sake.
Yeah, or don't rush through like kitchen as well, please. But yeah, I mean, they have had really good success holding and playing those off angles. But again, this is not potentially the place you want to do, because you've got bomb, and it's going to be Callum pushing through mid. He gets dealt with, and that's the first time that's happened. There is going to be an instant reply from Haptics though, as he puts Cole into the blender. It is going to be a 3v3, and again, it is going to be Haptics with bomb, and that's going to be another big pick advantage now with the boys of Avenge. That's going to be huge as Clark goes absolutely monumental. It's going to leave Red in a 1v2, 1 minute on the clock.
So Red transitions over towards top cat. Oh, he sees that man in mid. He flies off the top rope, and he's able to get it 1 versus 1. Clark versus Red. And this is for ICG's hopes to stay alive in this one. And this is for Avengers' win. It looks as though Clark's going to push through over towards bedroom. Red is just going to maybe get some good timing. Did he spot him over towards that jacuzzi side? He did. He's tagged him up, and now he's going on the hunt. Red, bit of pressure applied, and he's able to get it done. It will be a swift 2-0. And the Avenge fans there making sure they realise the players are appreciated for that.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to ask questions pushing through glass like that. I mean, you're just making so much noise, and that's what's alerted Red to that possibility, and he's managed to get the pick. And again, you know, it was a very convincing hard point, but the S&D just a lot less convincing. We obviously know it's a Skyline. S&D is a weird one, but ICG doing really well. A lot of positives for them to take from that. Obviously, the performance of Dargs in particular playing really, really well, and again putting up some numbers in the hard point as well. But back to the drawing board, back to the lab, I suppose, for ICG. But Avenge just going to continue this kind of rampage through the bracket that they through their group. Oh, yeah, I forgot the word group. Been working in the music industry for years and can't remember the word group, but yeah, go ahead. But yeah, absolute work from them. So Avenge, you were right, they're in that lose-lose situation. They, absolutely have to win this game, bearing in mind the kind of rarefied air that they're in at the minute. But again, a nice bit of pressure coming from ICG, and they can take positives away from it, but still plenty of Call of Duty to be played today as well.
Yeah, so you guys will see the replays on the screen. Yeah, ICG, I think off the back of the hard point, they did well in terms of trying to regain a little bit. Unfortunately, I think they just gave themselves a little bit too much to do in the series as a whole. I mean, because they would have then gone back onto another respawn, which would have been difficult to take from this Avenge Esports roster anyway. Yeah, but in the social side, they did have moments. They did have kind of phases where it felt as though they could have taken a map. And I think it's going to be, I think that's maybe 3 series now where they've been on the receiving end of a 2-0, but arguably, you could have said they could have taken quite a few of those maps, and they could have easily have forced the map 3. So, although they might be a little bit down, I don't think it's necessarily a series where they can keep their head down too low, because they do have positives that they can take from it.
I think the thing as well is that it's not like big individual plays, like especially in this S&D, it's like a lot of really healthy teamwork going on. They were largely getting the trades, then when it required them to clutch up, they were able to do it. So it's not like one player was just dominating the entire performance. It was a really healthy kind of team performance coming out of them. So there is positives to take for Avenge. I mean, they just got to plough on and keep producing these 2-0s, I guess, and obviously they're going to have to play a lot more talented, a lot more kind of experienced players going into tomorrow. But obviously it's been their first opportunity to play on the main stage, get those like maybe first main stage jitters out the way if there is any. It's obviously they've got quite a following there, the entire right side of the auditorium completely filled with people here to watch Avenge Esports, so they've brought a following with them. But again, it's just to get that out the way. They've done that job. It would have been nice to see them up against Faithless, where they did obviously lose a map as well, but maybe S&D not their thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to see. But regardless, they've done the job. They won't really care too much about if it's a map loss that they're able to pick up on the way, because they are still unbeaten in terms of series at the moment, and they are still top of that Group A standing. So yeah, they're doing the job they need to. Proud to say, the haters are going to hate regardless of what you try and do. So again, lose. All you can do is turn up and win your series. So pull out all the sass. But yeah, looking across over towards the other group, probably we're going to end up in a situation perhaps where, as we start to kind of whittle down the winners bracket, you would expect at some point to see a Mistaken versus Avenge, and I think that is going to be probably the big mark of, right, who is the team that's going to have to be the one that has to slip up to lose this tournament, because at the moment they are the two teams that just seem to be running through people at the moment. They haven't lost a series, and I think that's going to be the behemoth series.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously Sunday's a different day though, so you don't know what team's going to turn up. You don't know the teams that aren't Mistaken and Avenge, how they're going to play tomorrow as well. So still plenty of really good Call of Duty players and really solid sides that can potentially have a regain tomorrow. But yeah, it has been an incredible game. Nice to see Avenger finally on the main stage. Nice to see ICG putting them under pressure. And we are going to head to a break, but we are going to be back shortly with a lot more Call of Duty.
now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise. Yo! Don't be afraid to let go, just a little bit more. Taking the heavenly glow, we've come to adore. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
I got a bottle of Patron and some lights off. Two red devil looking eyeballs. And I finna turn up when the night falls. If you hear a siren, then it's my fault. Jump in my whip, baby, let's ride. We ain't gonna stop at a red light. And I'ma take shots like a Tech 9. It's gonna get live. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down to the ground. Oh yeah, wow, shorty making pounds. Mama see the put cuffs on my cardiac. Took my breath away like a heart attack. And I'ma spend every dime and my money back. Everybody wanna know. If you're ready, let me know. Let's go. If you're ready, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. If you're ready, let me know. Here we go. Let's go. I got a bottle of Grey Goose and ice cubes. Type of drink that'll put me in the right mood. 80 proof's gonna lower my IQ. And I've been the same way since high school. I look shorty right in her brown eyes. She about to take a trip to Cloud 9. I'm the man, baby. I get the crowd hype. I turn the cadence of a hook into a soundbite. Here we go, it's about to go down. Let me know, I'ma buy another round. Get low, drop it down to the ground. Oh yeah, wow, shorty making pounds. Mama see the put cuffs on my cardiac. Took my breath away like a heart attack. And I'ma spend every dime and my money back. Everybody wanna know. Let's go. If you're ready, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. If you're ready, let me know. Here we go. Let's go.
You
cheat code. Let's go. Free throw. Act like I got cheat code. Act like I got cheat code.
Well, we are back here at January Clash for the Esports Hub, and what a game we just had. It was pretty close one. Not too much that we expected, but at the end of the day, Avenge taken out.
Yeah, not that surprising, but they've been really dominant today overall in their games for Avenge, but it's unfortunate to ICG. They did perform well. A bit unfortunate on their side, but AO, they have another game.
Yeah. They've had quite a few games on the stage today, and unfortunately none going quite their way. The results just haven't been there for them today. Do you think they're going to take that away from this tournament and go into the rest of the season with much vigour, or is it just going to be a one and done?
To be honest, the guys have been together long enough over the years across multiple iterations of COD. I think they only ever strive to take the losses that they get and improve as a team, to be honest. And realistically, they came up against a team that have something to prove. Avenger doing incredibly well at the moment at the event, and they are arguably, like me and Pabs were kind of saying, they are the top two. With them and mistaken at the moment. So every team they come up against, you know, they're going to be looking to prove a point. They're going to look to try and slam teams and respawns, and that's exactly what we saw. And unfortunately for ICG, they just came up against a team that just have that little bit more than them currently at the moment. But again, looking towards the next series that they've got, they're back on the main stage again, so they must be pretty comfortable at this point because they're here again.
Yeah, they must be comfortable. They must be like pretty warm in the seats as well. Like
Yeah.
They've been here, I think this is their third or fourth game now on stage, and so looking at Avenge, like they've had a lot to prove. They've proved that today. A lot of wins, top in their group as well. Grinding a lot as well offline. And generally, I feel confident in their hopes going into the playoffs. We do have another game up for you today. We've got ICG facing Faceless Fruit, who we haven't seen quite on stage just yet. Do we think anything to know about Faceless Fruit?
Very talented roster. Zappy is a player who's come through challenges over the last couple of years, and he started kind of at the amateur level, fresh face in, and really had to rise through the ranks through a lot of different teams, and eventually he kind of kept bouncing from team to team, essentially where he went from a more talented group of players because he just essentially was carrying the rosters that he was on, and now he's kind of in a position where he's cemented himself. He managed to get in towards Elite's last Call of Duty. Luto, again, another incredible player on that roster, so they're going to be a very, very good outfit. They managed to take a map off of the Avenge roster as well, so if you're going to do that, you're going to be a good team. So they are littered with talent across that roster, so I don't think they're a team to be sniffed at. They might not necessarily have had the reps that other teams here might have got, but when you've got kind of the natural talent that they've got on that team, they will probably have enough to be able to get through the series pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it's a new roster, but they've all got the experience to work with.
Yeah.
We do expect them to make a little dent in playoffs as well. Decent side. You'd expect them to maybe even provide an upsell too. Like, for all we know, like they could be beating a Mistaken or Revenge when it matters the most. But for this game against ICG, get some predictions going. Do we see ICG finally breaking the deadlock?
I'd like to see it happen. I mean, maybe I like an underdog story. I don't know, but I mean they've lost two on the stage. It is unfortunate. They did play well in both those games, so I feel like third time's a charm. They are going to come good this game, even though Faceless Fruits they have a strong team. They can cause upsets here and there, but I would like ICG to get a game under their belt, get confidence, and then see what happens after that.
Yeah, I would probably go with Faceless. I'll go 2-1 Faceless because I think ICG they have been good, but they have struggled quite a lot today. I don't know if it's the arena or just the fact that they just haven't been able to mesh very well today, but I just think Faceless takes it.
Think of the story, man. Underdog story. Could be something beautiful.
True, but
Yeah, I think my head's saying 2-0 to the Faceless guys, but me and Pabs have a lot of love for the ICG guys, so my heart's saying that they'll at least manage to pinch a map on this one. So I think you're going to see kind of the pace that Faceless set in that map one. I think if they hit the ground running, Faceless will be difficult to stop from grabbing a 2-0 in this one, but you never know on main stage. So ICG are the most comfortable team up here at the moment because they've been here the most, so the spotlight probably doesn't challenge them anymore.
Yes, ICG, they've obviously lost a few games. Maybe this is the moment they need to sort of kickstart things, get back into that seeding potential. Nevertheless, ICG and Faceless Fruits, over to you guys.
Ian, fantastic analyst as well. Once again, this is the desk is phenomenal.
I know it's routine from these guys. They're just overperforming, quite flashy, bite-sized chunks. And
I think Major wasn't looking forward to the whole analyst side of things, but I mean.
Oh, he did wonderful.
Well.
Very stoic, got a very stoned face, but said, yes, talented roster, one of the best. Love ICG. Thank you for having me.
He knows his way with a mic, that's for sure. But ICG, they are the team that has been here the most on the main stage. This time, Faceless Fruits, who took a while before they actually got any games going, to be fair, upstairs in the other the room. So this one's going to be an interesting one to see how they fare in a different scenario here, as we've got the vetoes just coming in here as well. So
live
because we get to see it as well. We get to see it. So, speaking of that, anyway, now that we've got them here, map number 1, Protocol. Here we go, a different map on the broadcast, thankfully.
Right, here's the spice of life.
And
took us 8 hours.
Well, yeah, and then we're going to get a Vault S&D.
A Vault S&D, fine. And what's the control?
And then if we do go to control, it's a Hacienda. So we get to see Hacienda maybe for us.
Thank you,
we were wanting a hardpoint Hacienda, but
thank you, Faceless and ICG. Actually, a nice toss-up of a series. Definitely some good spreads. And I feel like, again, it's just expanding the map pool here, especially now we're near the sort of tail end of round robin. We've already seen AVG go 5-0 today. Mistaken as well, pretty much on track as well to secure their top seed in the groups, meaning that if we see them to finish top in both of their groups, they're going to be going into a bye. They're going to be in winners round 2 tomorrow. Yeah. Everyone else is sort of fighting for the scraps and looking to see where they can land themselves, because we will, of course, have at least one wave of best of 5s tonight for the first section of the bracket, just to help things sort of chuckle on nicely into Sunday. ICG take over, Faceless Fruits. I mean, let's talk about them. I had a nice little chat with S-Dogs in the break around sort of their team setup and chemistry, and going more into detail about how long they've been playing together as a core of like Cole, Clark, and S-Dogs. And he was saying, yeah, I've only missed 1 cup with Clark in 6 years. So that's around 70 tournaments together, which is a long time. Even some pros can have that.
I've been around for a while, but I've not been casting or even paying attention to it.
Lots of history. And wouldn't it be worth it as well to actually sort of like peel back the layers and look at the group standings a bit in terms of really reflecting on the day? You can see again the consistencies. AVNG 4-0 so far, on track to be top of the group regardless of results. And again, Faceless are currently sat in the 2nd spot. We of course have to say that Faceless Esports,
the other
Faceless
one,
Fruits, and 2 different kind of sides of the coin here, Mark.
Having to play against each other in their first ever group stage together. I mean, it's an interesting one. One of them did lose out, sadly. I mean, Faceless Fruits, I'm assuming, were the team to lose out there on that one. But over on to the Group B side of things, you can see, obviously, Mistaken have went the same as AVNG. They were on the top bracket. Easy, pretty much solidified.
And Eclectic as well. They're only 3-1 to be fair. They're behind them. But then you sort of see the gap from 2nd to 3rd.
A few times, I think. They've definitely shown up today. It's been a completely different side of things.
So the update as well, I think, from the graphic to now is that Algeria are currently sitting at 3rd. They're 2-2. Exciter 1-3, and Hammer, I believe, are dead last.
Yeah, sadly.
They just got put in one of the groups of death.
They pretty much used that hammer to put that nail in the coffin. That is just the way that ended. They're going to be having to go through a wee losers brackets run, see if they can do something at least potentially tomorrow and see what happens, or whenever it is potentially next up, because we'll be deciding the brackets obviously after these next couple of matches, and then we'll get to see who's playing who potentially for the rest of the days today, before we end out our Saturday. We'll go to our Winter Sunday, Championship Sunday, which we're all looking forward to here, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for who's going to take top spot.
Biggest thing as well is actually looking into the Faceless guys. We haven't really seen much of them today, have we? And it's important to sort of look at all the players on the roster. I mean, 2 names that stick out to me are Powerhouse and Zappy. They've been around for Powerhouse especially, around a good 5-6 years. Been to locals, been to Cup World League London 2019. Lots of experience on some of the biggest challenger stages. Again, Zappy really started to break out in Vanguard, and Major even said as well, worked his way up through lots of the original European circuits, then into some good challengers teams. Qualified for an elite last year, which is probably probably one of the more interesting feathers in the cap of that young man. Although we're going to be joined by Jumpy and Sage, who are to us relatively unknown. And the first time tonight have a chance to prove themselves alongside two players that already have done quite a fair bit of sheer hard work.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have to see what they can do against ICG. ICG are obviously kind of in a wee bit of a rut at the moment for the last couple matches, so maybe this is what they need here as well for the Faceless Fruits here. Maybe they're going to be able to kind of shine and show a wee bit of a win here, but get their first win of the weekend. They're still going to have to face another couple of games this evening. So ICG take it. This is going to be their last up game, and most of the games have been here, so they've got used to kind of sitting in this vibe, and the fact that there's an audience and there's that LAN and using these PCs that are slightly different than the other ones that we've been practicing and playing the other matches on. So Faceless are just going to have to get used to that as the game first starts off, I think.
I feel like now we can sort of dive into sort of the team dynamics and the play styles we expect to see going into today's match. With Protocol on the line for the first map in the hardpoint, it's going to be the heads-to-head of S-Dogs and Zappy, which to me kind of screams all different kinds of joy because it's two very contrasting play styles. S-Dogs is a bit more measured, slowed down, likes to read the map, strategize a plan. Zappy's a bit more like a Rottweiler. He likes to run around and try and claim power positions that his, powerhouse tells him to go and get. And again, a very high sense player as well. I believe he runs 12-12, which is not so common in the regular circuit of all Call of Duty challenges, but is effective, can control the recoil.
Yeah, I actually only found out as well he's a stick and move guy as well. I mean, Zappy.
I was as well, to be fair.
Stick and move? Like, I have to even understand that. It's elite. I'm hearing in the crowd. There we go. That's why I'm not a confident.
For more context as well, it is mainly Faceless Esports
Second
itself
move, I have no idea about.
Trying to defend one of the more strange combinations.
We've got the crowd going at least, but hopefully the players can get them going a little bit more later on when map 1 starts off.
Never knew stick and move was such a passionate topic of conversation.
Really
brings the best out in people.
These guys are like, this is it. This is the best part of it. Stick and move has to be done. You have to use it.
Don't tell them I play default.
Default. I have to be tactical flip myself, to be fair, but the joys of scuff controllers nowadays. I mean,
what a lovely digression. I love sort of going into these little sort of like avenues of conversation and learn the game.
What happens, in between times, you've just got to kind of fill these voids and fill these gaps as we get obviously the crowd excited, which is what we're all here about. They're here to spectate, have some fun. These guys are here to compete and show them some fun on the maps as well. So yeah, there you go. There's a
crowd cam as well.
Cam. Come on, crowd. Come on, let's get a wee celebration. Magpies in the back there. Come on. You're on camera, Magpies. Can you see it? There we go. We wave. There we go.
I think given the standards of a 7 p.m. right now, this is probably like 2 hours sleep for the entire crowd combined.
Where's the calf?
You can't really expect, a world-class Mexican wave to start forming here in the
that's
venue.
normally when it gets the boredom really kicks in, as when a class of Mexican wave comes out.
I think that's the one about the stick and move conversation.
Something's not good, right?
They haven't left the stick and move conversation. It's still rattling away.
Yeah, they're like, I can't believe this. What do they know about this?
We've started a parliamentary debate over should we use our sticks to jump and run.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to go to a poll, and we're going to have to put one on the screen and get that organised and see who sets up. But as we hear our voice of God lets us know, the map number 1 is about to commence, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see Protocol, hardpoint between Faceless Fruits, ICG takeover. If it all runs nice and smoothly, I'm sure the boys are Faceless. You said it earlier. They're very passionate.
I feel like hopefully now we'll get some crowd chants, given that suddenly they see Protocol and they're excited. This is where we start to lay the foundations. Some custom songs from Faceless Esports. Again, currently sat 2nd and 4th in their group.
Seeing what they can do as an arc. Having 2 of the teams here as well gives them an extra opportunity to get some so far in the brackets. But Faceless Fruit's going to be the first time on the broadcast, so we'll see what these guys can do in the first matchup here in the hardpoint. And very strong squad, so we're looking to see quite a good contested map, I'm sure.
Oh, lovely. Here we go. Faceless Fruit starting already on the P2 side. And again, ICG takeover, just to mention, floating a little bit more towards the earlier side for that P1 contention. Now they've been broke off again, is well spread. And so far, again, we do see Faceless Fruit's touch time for the first opening segments. Looking again at good, strong free kills in the feed, but still no confirmed positioning here. They're trying to look for how to trap a spawn, but simply put, everyone's way too spread out thus far. They're focusing way too much in the middle.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good wee opening here for Faceless Fruit. It was the first kill coming the way of Zappy as well, so they got themselves on, but the break does come in here as ICG take over a wee bit for a few seconds. Not too much, but the contest is in, and at least they're fighting back and forward here on P1 as we kind of expect. expected there. But a couple of kills going their way from Sage and Jumpy, and they're getting their opportunity in.
Lovely 12 seconds of scrap time as well here, Mark, and it's just going to give them a nice, gentle 30-point cushion, but look towards the next hill, and already neither team really has committed heavily towards actually setting up. They've actually opted instead to try and get a few exits here on the P1, because again, the PT spawns can be flipped quite convincingly if you stack 3 players on the hill, or even have 2 players pushing through the ammunition building. But now we start to see the kill feed go a nice shade of orange here. ISG take over, lock in the first 10 seconds, and they start again a very progressive hold with spawns, faceless fruits being right outside the hill.
Yeah, Sparky and Smithster here, both on a 2 streak at the moment, holding some good time here as Sparky. They're going to tie the game up and even potentially take the lead here as Faceless Fruits are now getting an opportunity around the hill here to try and get themselves on a wee break as you do see Jumpy getting in, but falls to his death as well. So ICG again, they take that lead for the first time in this match.
Still some late pressure here for the last 20 seconds of scrap time. Faceless Fruits do want to try and close the deficit by a small margin. And it's a lovely little wake-up call again, just to really see how things are going. I mean, in terms of Sparky, and really working well in this one. I mean, now we're at 40 apiece. Let's rotate a little bit more towards the next set of rotations. I mean, Jumpy, a slow start for him, but when you're sort of running a submachine gun, particularly on protocol, first entry, is really good beneficial coverage for Zappy to get involved.
Yeah, definitely. It needs to be sorted out here. Powerhouse here is going currently 3-3. It looks like there's not very many kills going on, actually, to be honest, surprisingly, but it's quite a tied game here at the moment in time. And yeah, as you see in the hill, it is orange just now, and they're going to see ICG taking control of this one just now, but a couple of kills going their way. The spawn's coming from the backside of Faceless Fruits are managing to get themselves in and do get the double kill here from Zappy. Make it free! There we go! That's what you needed.
A beautiful breakfast meal, if you were to serve it up as a dish. I mean, the scrap time is still in either team's hands. The spawns are just way too close. Geographically speaking, they can still hit this, and it just gives ICG a bit more room to breathe. A 1-point game, and scrap time again is quite crucial after rotation over towards new. 17 seconds going the way of Faceless Fruits. Definitely a strong order. We go downstairs now to the next hill, and definitely one of the most difficult to hold a full 60 on. The exits through elevator, the spiral stairway, and jumping off the ledge from mid really create a very challenging hill.
Yeah, so off of that good couple of kills going their way of Zappy, you do get the lead back again. But ICG are already set up here in the new hardpoint, ready to see a few good kills going their way. But there we go, Jumpy does find one, gets that breakthrough, they get inside that console room. But there's one player still sitting back, but he is out of the water, out in the game, and now all of a sudden, there's a wee bit of a time for Faceless Fruits here to get the opportunity here to get some more time on that.
And so far they've had 25. The next 35 going this way. We're looking at around 120 points on the board before we start to go back to that infamous P1. And that is a fantastic position to put yourselves in, knowing just how punishing it is to see a team suddenly gain momentum and traction in protocol. And again, when it comes to the head-to-head on AR, I mean, Zappy 12-7, a comfortable 38 seconds inside a hill. But also, again, we're seeing Cole really come into his own, start to take some leadership and really rocket in terms of coordinating where he wants Snifster at what time.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the first set of rotations here, though. We're back to P1 soon enough here with one more second left. The rotation is going to be split. You've got to see both P teams fighting in both each other's houses at this point in time, trying to find their opportunity here. But yeah, it's an interesting way of starting. A few dead in the feed here for ICG take over. They're going to get in control of P1 at the moment. But look at this, we sneaking in the back from the back building, does get spotted, there we go, and all of a sudden it's a wee bit more time added for ICG.
So far, 20 seconds have gone their way. Lots of players we see contesting actually this sort of zip-up 3-story level power position. And again, it really can be effective if you have 2 submachine guns pushing hill. It's not really where we're seeing ICG start to find their greatest success. And I feel like, again, it's a constant 3v2 or 4v3 in the map where Faceless Fruits have just got the timing on them. But if we actually look towards how this has been executed, 19 seconds going into the bank account, slowly starting to put the pressure down on Faceless Fruits and how they should respond to the next hill. Because at this point, we're going rotation. There isn't much of a scrap time duel. It really is just down to a 10-point margin, and simply where we see the rotations coming in. Powerhouse now starting to coordinate a nice attack.
We mentioned the fact as well that Clark, by the way, is on a 7 spray so far. How close is he to that Hellstorm here? How close are we going to see it? We're going to see one more kill potentially going their way. They're going to gain that opportunity to get that Hellstorm. And we've not actually seen one used so far on broadcast, but look at the scoreline now. It's back to almost a tie game here for ICG. Oh, it does get picked off.
It is a pinstripe kill feed, so therefore we're sort of starting to stalemate from the original team holding the point. And pressure alleviated now for Faceless Fruits means at least a good 10 seconds uncontested, but ICG take over. They're still trying to ensure spawns. They're all hitting from the front side, but that could be a problem. When you're diving off without your gun up, you're going to lose the gunfight regardless. And we are just saying, Faceless Fruits take opportunity. 3 players stacked on the hill. They're focusing a player in mid to try and draw away the immediate hit, and that's how you ensure the next 17 seconds.
Yes, definitely. They're going to make sure that ripens here. The time is going to keep going upwards here for Faceless Fruits, and then we start to look towards the rotations into the new building. And ICG Taker have 3 players around it, but there's also Faceless Fruits trying to find that opening here. They get the 2 kills in the feed, and that's going to give a wee chance for them to get into the new hardpoint and get the spawns back for themselves.
And it's very challenging right now just seeing Clark in this spot, because again, he's solely trying to at least stall the push or stall a punishing step from Faceless Fruits. The remaining teammates are crossing through mid. And simply put now, the real position here, we see S-Dogs and this call of order. I mean, the stun check isn't ideal, but what is fantastic again is he's alleviating pressure from the front to allow his teammates to push him with subs.
Yeah, there you go. Zappy is turning up as well here in this hardpoint. He's got 6 kills. He's trying to face it for even more. He's going to make it 7, is he? Oh, was so close. His teammate will steal that kill there. Powerhouse does get the pick, gets another as well, and a good amount of time here. 26 seconds still to play for here. Do ICG Takeover decide we need to get ourselves into this hard point and get the break on through, or are they going to give up and go to the next hard point?
I mean, 182 points is just fascinating to see the last 2 hills have gone Faceless Fruits' way. It's been more of them getting time and then leaving it to contest for ICG, where they haven't supplemented. But really, when it comes to the kill streaks, there is a Hellstorm in play here, and that could be one of the more defining factors for how we see the rounds and the map play out.
Yeah, we're waiting to get almost to this next rotation of potentially the 200-point margin, and also the chance of using that Hellstorm missile. Will you need it? Will they need it? Or are they just going to keep running away with it in the kill feed here? Because so far, it's a good couple of kills. There we go. Another one for Sage here. And he's just dancing around the hill here, looking for the rotations coming in. ICG have got 3 members around the point here, but they need to find the picks here. But Cole gets 2 in it, so that's all of a sudden is done.
Now, interesting to see the actual sort of numbers being glittered across the scoreboard. Zappy, 27 and 15. Having the most output for his team in the main AR position, but again, flying all over the map. Is there really any sort of confirmed control to slow it down for Faceless Fruits? ICG here playing for 23 seconds of scrap time, got a large 80-point deficit to try and close. And look at the spread of players actually centered here in the middle. Then there's no one trying to control spawns. They're just trying to get the exits, because they know, again, if they get 3 kills, the overload will be there. Then the next adjustment after that to hold this P1 and push people into ammo.
Yeah, well, ICG is going to get that last bit of scrap time, which will be a wee bit valuable. Close the gap a little bit, not too much though, in the grand scheme of things, and near enough to the point. They're obviously down below, so you can see from up top here, Sif Smith, they're trying to look through the building, trying to see for these opportunities from the players of Faceless Fruits coming in from the spawn here, but it might be one of these stalemates just now on P1 at the moment. But you do see Zappy jump on board onto the hard point, finds a pick through the window as well. That's some nice wee sneaky angle, that is.
Be interesting to see as well how the strategy might change here in the close. ICG have started to gain some momentum. Wouldn't be out of question if it's happy to pull out a submachine gun, you know, at this point here in the control. Especially though when they need the pressure, especially when they need to try and get more bodies on the hill. I mean, listen, 35-point margin, you can't say no. Scrap time will go ICG's way. The splits are awkward, but it's still very much, how can we see Faceless Fruits even adjust a strategy? Do you go for scrap time here or rotate to Nick?
Yeah, I mean, rotating Chanu is probably a good opportunity here for them, because 10 seconds isn't going to be too valuable. You can still win it on the next hill, but it's all about that rotation where Faceless Fruits are already getting to the setup and pushed out ICG, and they've spawned quite far away from this point as well, so it's going to be good.
Oh, it's just from the push mark. I mean, listen, Jumpy and Zappy just sprinted to mid-map. They allowed Sage and Powerhouse to just sort of cross over. But actually, Taker have found the kills in mid. They've broken up a little split here. One last player to pressure out, and they've controlled the hill. A fantastic move, and no real set piece to define, just where we see Faceless Fruits try and make an effort. But this is where Zappy's 34 and 19 Hellstorm missile comes into effect. Finds a little connection, pressures outside the castle tower, and it's bought his team enough time to push the point.
Exactly, that's what they needed to do. It stops the players of ICG being on that hill and getting picked off. You don't want to be picked off, but all of a sudden, Faceless are 10 seconds away from this. Can they win it on the hill? It doesn't look like ICG are anywhere nearby. We've got 5 more seconds to play for. It looks like that is going to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be one more kill in the feed, but the break is in. Eventually, 1 more second left to play for. Wow.
And look at the contest as well. The spawns are so far out from Faceless Fruits because they commit into the hill, but Dark's the last person to touch. So they can, I mean, the rotation though, yeah, it's game over. I mean, look at this push. One last player can come in from ICG Takeover. Has to be a head-to-head win. The numbers aren't there. And Faceless Fruits at the first map, 250. And it's just simply put, Zappy's clinical performance leading the line, and also the coordination again, just to see where we can apply the pressure and knowing where everyone should be on the map. But ICG put a really good fight in the final 3 hills, and definitely a prioritize scrap time at just opportune moment where we're getting 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah, they were definitely closing the gap. It was looking like a little bit better for ICG. They did have a few good sprees as well, but it just didn't pay off enough for them. Zappy picking up that hellstorm obviously was crucial there to kind of push them out of that hill there in P2 near the end there. It kind of solidified that opportunity to win the game and got the rotations. You can see, look at that, 4,632 damage going the way of Zappy. 37 kills, 26 non-traded kills for his way. But even on the other side there, Smifters put up 30 kills as well, but just, yeah, they weren't just strong enough in terms of the rotation side. The positional play was just not on point. Faceless Fruits got the good rotations, got a little bit more time every single time they got the power point. 30 seconds to 40 seconds for the most part. So it was quite a decent performance from Faceless Fruits.
And what's interesting as well, just to sort of note how the map played. I mean, it's interesting to see the systems of now, how ICG started off the day, just allowing Smithster to be more of like the freedom player, just free to roam, fill in the gaps where you're putting Clark, Cole, and Neslargs in regimented roles that they know they can perform well in. So now just sort of seeing everyone kind of having the fluidity. I think it's about, the 8-hour mark tends to change the strategy quite a lot for these players. Yeah. But also just having Faceless Fruits on for the first time and seeing they still have probably the same decibel reading as a rocket taking off at like 8, 9 p.m. It's just enough good morale to see that, yeah, they still actually want to try and finish well here in the round robin, have a good position for themselves here in the first few best of fives here in playoffs, and it's still going to be a long day in the office for these two teams.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like because they've been waiting for so long for their first map upstairs, and then now they're going to get quick succession. I mean, this could be really ready. This could be their second win that they've got from some waiting around here all day, watching everybody else perform and having to just put some games up on the scripts and some wee practice sessions here and there. But their first matchup obviously went quite well against pretty much their same organisation. The Faceless side, they managed to get a wee game in there, and then now all of a sudden their second game up against ICG, a strong hard point for them.
Yeah, no real sort of external comments in terms of where the systems are looking fantastic for ICG and Faceless Fruits. It's obvious to see again that they're still trying to understand and figure out optimally what should the playoff system look like and who should be best in what position, because I think map to map now we've seen certain players that we touted to be fantastic throughout the whole tournament. Again, have their moments, have their blips, but again, certain players that we have no real clue or recollection as to where to place them on the pool, they do fantastic, and there's, okay, just raises the stock immediately, gives us an insight in terms of, right, we can definitely pin them against this team, because in terms of the top four floating around for me and you, and Major and Pablo, it is going to be mistaken. Two Faceless teams and AVNG.
Yeah, definitely looking strong. Going into S&D though, we're going back to Vault. We've seen Vault S&D already for our cast so far. Does this favour any one side so far at this point in time? From what you've seen ICG playing so far in their S&D rounds, do you fancy their chances against the Faceless Fruits in a kind of 1v1 scenario almost?
I absolutely do.
Yeah,
absolutely. No hesitation on this comment. It has to be solely based around ICG's ability to have set plays from the spawning of the round. I feel like with Faceless Fruits are relying a lot on powerhouse in these situations to give communication, give guidance, be a conductor for the team. And if he were to be out the map again, he'd still be sort of given that level of precedence. But there's kind of like the factor where you lose a player with that level of S&D knowledge straight away into a round, it just kind of throws everything off. The players revert back to, factory settings, and they have no real idea in terms of where we should focus our guns.
Yeah.
But with ICG, I mean, again, this is where the chemistry and cores of long-standing players tend to have much fun in S&D. They know enough for the small niche things from how well the teams have been stuck together and how long they've been stuck together for to have answers to every problem. And I feel like, again, with players like Clark having a really optimal series now starting to wake up, it could be quite a problem again. And that's where you sort of would have to look again towards, Jumpy in situations for being one of the faster SMGs on Faceless Fruit's team. And Powerhouse, again, holding his life.
Yeah, definitely. Well, as we get to see, we're going to see a wee quick flyover, our beautiful Vault map. Same again, we're expecting that A push, the quick bomb plant, and see what happens from this one. But with will there be any change up of the plan or any change up of the strategies going into this one? Because then, we have seen some people go for the B bomb. Doesn't happen very often whatsoever, to be fair. But when it does happen, it's quite a nice wee change.
A nice wee change.
I like a nice wee change.
Like a nice wee change.
Yeah. Like, this is a nice wee change for us. Like, they're just not used to this. And they've got the chants from the crowd and everything. They're saying, let's go Faceless.
I know Brandon's brought his one fan out to the arena, and he's so happy that he's turned up.
There you go. First pick, though, does go the way of Smithster with a grenade at the start. And then you're going to get it followed up quickly there by Clark. And another for Clark. There you go. It's already that position that you expect all 4 dead from Faceless.
Well, in the blink of a miss round and sort of how it was developed, both teams committed towards pool. The guns up pretty much immediately from ICG, and Faceless were caught sprinting to the bomb site.
Yes.
That's the gameplay breakdown that is simply put what caused the round to end in that fashion. And it's just unfortunate, again, because of a map like Vault, where we have to commit so many strategies towards pool. I feel like as the months go on, days go on, you start to see teams just finding different creative ways to execute the kills in this area of the map where you know the heat map's going to register red.
Yeah, exactly that. This is where it's going to be interesting. That was the quickest round of S&D because the fact that it flashed but our beautiful faces once again, and then we got the chance to see it was almost dead and gone. But this one, going through the middle of the map here, we see something from Sage from this, but you're seeing a different kill feed. It's blue once again. ICG are definitely taking over here in S&D at this point in time. 2 dead for Faceless Fruit. Sage and Jumpy Fall start off with, and Cole and Clark currently on 2 streaks.
Tough thing as well. Bomb is down, Faceless Fruits, and they are very staggered around the map here, but that's just again to get coverage and try and get a pick. But still, discipline as well to see Zappy even open up a little bit of a room. This is where ICG now start, well, overwhelming the team. The man advantage is always a problem in a 4v2. Given the slides and given the lineup, there are moments I think Faceless Fruits could have had easy kills, but the nerves are just always a factor in these situations. High adrenaline, high octane, high dopamine never really makes your simple kills like this, you know, feel so easy when you're playing in the moment.
Well, Major was saying it on the analyst desk before the start of this match. He does expect ICG TakeOver to take at least one of these maps, and the SD so far 2-0 up. He could have a job an analyst.
I know. Talk about a fortune teller. Major Chafin should have a crystal ball with him at all times to understand and give us insight to what could happen at any moment.
Yeah, maybe that's like, maybe he needs to put my lottery ticket on.
Absolutely, but make sure again that you don't buy from Bet365. ICG take over though. Have bomb, float towards the pool. And what the Faceless Fruits have in mind, again, it's a really staggered setup here. Powerhouse is in a very deep position. And the idea for this again is to try and collapse from 2 different choke points, which ICG already have set up there, but the nades spent by Faceless Fruits, meaning they have to rely on the guns, and that first blood drawn early on is already alarm bells.
Yeah, Starks gets the kill there, but he's traded out quite quickly there as well, though, so that's at least tying things up. But 27 seconds to play for with the bomb being down. Faceless Fruits have to find some extra picks here to try and get themselves even into that bomb site.
And lots of hesitation here as well from Sage, and it just costs them at the wrong time. 12 seconds is not a lot to convert a 2v2 for either team, but this is really where we start to see Cole wake up and teach a lesson in Search and Destroy to Faceless Fruits. A 3-0 start, 3 pretty clean rounds as well. Tactically, we are seeing a slight edge here, and this really is where we expect, again, the strong core of Cole, Clark, and S-Dogs to really shine through.
Yeah, definitely showing their skill level here so far, and it's just maybe need to change something up here, maybe from Faceless Fruits. Maybe a slightly different strategy that might actually help them out here, but if they keep it going, Cole, I mean, he's on a 5 streak so far. Like,
he is. RC Car's in the back pocket. Already has a streak that can change any break off on this particular map as well. How many times have we seen that thing flung into a bomb and gets 2? Yeah, they've pretty much purchased a round of man advantage for later. And already have early plant, information tag from the nade. Means Faceless Fruits now start to commit more towards the point, and a dodge and counter utility as well. Fantastic work.
Sage just trying to throw the shoulders, trying to bait some shots out here, just to try and find out any information that they can possibly get here. But first kill goes in the way. I would say Cole, but it's Jumpy. It's Zappy gets the first one. Jumpy gets another. So Smifter and Clark are both full. They need to try and find Cole though, because Cole's that person that's building towards that streaks there. There we go. We're going to see it yet. 1-2v2 scenario. Bombs down. 17 more seconds left to play for. Difficult ask here for Darks and Cole.
And now this is a really tough spot here for Cole in the 1v2. Has eyes on both players, but has to time the shots well, because it could be an awful bait and switch situation given the pixel peaks and the head glitches from this angle. It just makes it a little bit more tense when it comes now to the 1v1. Time has run down, and Faceless Fruits convert their first round, but still an exit kill, straight 6 for Clark.
Wow.
I mean for Cole, sorry. This is where now you start looking towards the Hellstone.
Cole Clark. Yep.
Yeah.
What a wee turn and burn there it was to get the kill and keep himself alive, which was crucial in that round. He knew he was going to lose out in that round potentially with a 2v1 scenario, so why not try and play it alive? get a pick if you can, and all of a sudden you keep yourself alive.
New strategy as well here for ICG. They float in a different direction to Faceless Fruits, but what makes them really special is in terms of the read and how well they can pinch. There's players set up just for an over-aggressive tick, and it's, well, pretty much timed perfectly. Faceless Fruits counter a very punishing trap, and it opens up a 3v4, but again, map coverage is key, and they didn't really focus for that in the break-off. ICG have got a lot more room to breathe. Oh, that Hellstorm as well ties it up to a 3-3.
Oh god, it was used. I didn't even realise it was properly earned at that point in time. It was so quickly, but there we go. The score streak's used to get the kill. That ties it up here to free a piece here. But they got to collect that bomb and go for a different strategy here. Are they going to go towards that B plant, or are you thinking they're going to rotate around back towards A side?
They're flirting with it right now. You can just see from the arrows in the minimap, like, where should we put this thing? But I feel like, again, they're worried from so many adjustments of Faceless Fruits from, you know, the first trade going either way, where they're going to be. The information on the map for all the knowledge of where they are is just eliminated. After that kill, though, now you're starting to paint a clearer picture of your Faceless Fruits. Although at 3-2, 21 seconds left, it's down to how deep can you send the players, but it's just not ideal. Powerhouse drops down, Sage, the next person to topple over, and ICG Takeover, by namesake, taken over at 4-1 thus far in the S&D. On paper, the better team in the search, and it really is showing through.
Yeah, definitely. They're finding a good wee run at it here in the S&D, and we said that this is where it could be their map, at least guaranteed on it in an S&D potential win. So far, the players that we've mentioned in the first place, yourself have mentioned, they're showing up here. All 7 in a row so far. Still not
8-0.
in an S&D.
Hasn't died yet in 5 rounds.
If that's
simply astounding. They're starting to focus solely on Cole, because at this point, again, the win condition's there. Faceless Fruits have to identify that. If they get rid of Cole straight away, the round looks very different. And this break-off, again, is directly centered around a post-plant straight away. And it's just, wow! It's just perfection. Jumpy, picking up the scraps. Teammates do support. And also, again, just hunting for the last player from ICG. It is Clark left on the map, but the rotation is well-timed for Faceless Fruits. And given that Clark has no info on the read, has to be a quick one.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough wee ask here for Clark to try and find a 1v3, but he's going to add 1 to his basket straight away. Can he find the extra 2? The answer to that one's going to be no, and Faceless Fruits will take the round. You half expect it when you're a 3 versus 1 scenario.
A crucial 2 from Jumpy, really to open up the can of worms in that particular map. And there really was no stopping from this point exactly where everyone was going to fall. You see so many teams commit, you know, simultaneously into that one spot, that one drop down to try and cover and clear bomb. It's a foot race every single time. But you have moments in Call of Duty where that just happens. Everyone's there. And it's almost like a Christmas gift wrapped just for you if you win those gunfights. And now we look towards ICG and the attacking side. 4-2 again. The Faceless Fruits are starting to slowly scale up into the map, thanks to heroics from Jumpy and from Zappy. But from this break-off as well, we focus towards Paul. Let's see where the set names land.
Yeah, let's see what they do. Powerhouse is going to have to try and find himself his first kill. Would you believe it? We're saying at the start of the round, Powerhouse needs to stay alive in this, and so far that's not the case. But Powerhouse does find his first kill, and it gives him the advantage here now as a defensive side. But there's a wrap around here from Smiths that are looking to try and get the player picked off in the back. He will find Sage, but is traded instantaneously out. Clark's left alone once again in a 1v2 scenario, but he will be found. That's a round. Again, Faceless Fruits finding another round in a row.
Definitely one of the more red dot chasing rounds we've had in S&D. I feel like most of the fight was happening outside of the Tiki Bar, almost at the end of pool. And I feel like Smith's wrap was sort of designed to be a distraction. It worked really well. It took a player off the pressure. Problem is, again, though, they have 2 more against a 1 from the early man advantage. That can deal with the actual problem at hand. So it is just simply, you know, perfect scouting that we are seeing so far, where it's just adding a lot more flavor to the S&D. When you look back at the scoreline right now, 4-3, Faceless Fruits pretty much chained 3 in a row here. It is very much a nice injection of confidence they need. We're seeing signs of life, particularly Zappy and Jumpy again, just scaling up in the kill feed. But as you take over, I mean, they're starting to understand where the pattern should lie. Both teams commit heavily towards a portion of the map, and no stuns are thrown just yet.
Yeah, no, we've got kind of a 2-2 split here for the ICG takeover. 2 of them mostly down towards that A bomb site. They'll find the picks, but it's traded out quite quickly here. So if we're going to see that extra kill here, Dargs does fall though, and Faceless Fruits once again in that man advantage here, but they've got the bomb as well, and they're looking to go towards that A bomb plant and get themselves set up here. But what can Clark and Cole do? Cole has been absolutely solid so far in S&D as well, so can he continue his form?
Now, in terms of tonal, how are you going to do the 1v3? feel like, again, Cole's got probably like the worst outcome possible to try and convert this round. I mean, Faceless Fruits have committed heavily towards this plant, protecting it with body blocks. Any sort of split aggression, they plan to try and get out of there. Don't even need to worry about overextending to find a kill. A lovely slump and a lovely jide. I mean, a lovely jump and a lovely slide.
A lovely slide on the jump. Anyone works.
It makes it even more better. And now again, we're at 4-4. What a stark contrast to the start of S&D, where it was 4-1, looking pretty much like ICG have found their footing. I start to think now, again, when it comes to mid-round adjustments, we are seeing Powerhouse retain his life quite comfortably now in these rounds, and it's eventually scaled up again to now 4-4. We're even Stevens, round number 9, attacking side for ICG. Hoping to see more success and more impressions from Cole, because he has been the factor again now that has slowed down the last couple of rounds, but can get the job done for the team.
Yeah, definitely. I think we might have jinxed them a little bit after saying they're looking solid for winning this S&D round. All of a sudden, Faceless Fruits are like, no, they're not going to do it. Here we go. There's 2 kills going their way, and all of a sudden they're in a 3 versus 2 scenario once again in the defensive side. But are they going to get that bomb planted here? Because they have dropped it, so it's going to be Smith. They're looking to regather that potentially, and then look for the first pick early on here. Does get a bit awkward there, but there's a team kill coming in as well, but it is all down to Dargs, last man left alive here, 1 versus 2 scenario up against Jumpy and Zappy.
Now Stark's clearing everything here on this side of the map. Very advanced scanning right now as well, and constantly with the gun up as well in the 1v2. Has the time to do it. 40 seconds is a large window and a great cushion to explore options. And even with this information gained and knowing now exactly what can Faceless Fruits do to achieve victory, he's found a perfect way again just to optimize where he knows they're going to be. Again, map knowledge and experience plays a huge factor in this 1v2.
Yeah, after collecting the bomb though, I wonder if Faceless are just going to stay at B here, as they have done. He does slide on through.
Wow.
Does he get the 2?
No.
Looks like he was going to get it there as well. Almost lined up. Faceless Fruits though make it to map point.
Oh, some last minute heroics as well.
Wow.
I mean, there's no other way really to describe a finish like this. I mean, if you look at the HP's probably on like 10, maybe even 5.
Yeah, that headshot did it though. It won the gunfight. Thankfully, he hits the head in the final the bullet, because that might have been the game done.
Headshot multiplier.
In the win.
You're welcome.
Exactly that.
So what can ICG do here in this spot? Now they're down for the first time, 4 and 5. Have to conjure up spirits here. They've been in this spot before. Unfortunately, couldn't make it to round 11 in the last series. But this time around, they've actually gone for more of the optimistic approach, given room to make sure, again, players can stay alive, but also cover the map and try and close down areas.
Zappy's trying to watch down that B lane straight to see if they can spot any players, though. The first kills, though, it's a checkerboard scenario. It's 2v2 already.
And look at how they opened this up really well. 1:06 on the clock, bombs collected. Now, in this point for ICG takeover, they have to try and plan around the timings.
Yeah, we're 1 minute left to play on that. He's dropped a bomb as well. There we go. Sage is the last one left alive here for Faceless Fruits. This could be going to around 11. 2 versus 1 scenario.
So Clark has the car still. Opting probably not to spend this round. Goes to the 11. It's there in his back pocket. But again, the 1v2 is about shot placement, and it's about how much do you think you can win that gunfight. A bit more on the ego side, but that's okay. Not ideal though for around 11 and gifting the free kill. I mean, I think again, if you're playing that situation, try and make it 1v1 as fast as possible. But this really is where ICG, again, strict roles, strict positions, they're not going to allow you to win that fight. But then we're going to round 11, flip the half around, and this is sort of where we start to look towards the attacking round conversions. Faceless are on a side of the map now that they're so comfortable on winning mark. And when it comes to the post plans, they find it comfortable, hoping again for that conventional A hit into pool.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this is where it comes to that squeaky bum time that Pablo mentioned earlier on in the broadcast. I mean, this is definitely a sweaty bum time.
Yeah, let's avoid any sort of accidents happening here, whether it be happy or sad. Let's make sure, again, this plant goes down, which Faceless Fruits are ready. Sticking early to commitments, I should take over. Nice positions on the map as well. They're playing around timings and forcing errors early against Faceless Fruits.
Yeah, here it's about the retake, where they can gather some information, get some map control, and spot exactly where the Faceless Fruits could be potentially set up here. But 2 players do show some knowledge there. It's 1 kill going their way. Powerhouse is the first to fall. And you said if he does fall first, it could be a difficult scenario here for Faceless Fruits. But are they going to be getting
that trophy is shot down, and they start to break on through. They have control of the bomb site. 3v1. I mean, it's all up to Zappy in a tense situation. The numbers just simply aren't there. And ICG takeover. Convert a beautiful round 11 and make it 1-1. We'll be seeing that control as Hacienda awaits for the final best of threes.
Yeah, a best of 3, which is going the distance. ICG Takeover. From their start early on in the S&D, it looked like it was going to be comfortably an ICG win. It did get tied up very quickly though from Faceless Fruits having a phenomenal few rounds in a row, just tying it up to making the match point first. But I mean, it wasn't to be yet. But they might have an opportunity here in their next map here in Hassie in the control. Completely different scenario. Back to a respawn side of things as well. Faceless Fruits did show their dominance in the hardpoint respawn, but that was a very tense moment there in the end.
Maybe I think when it comes to how do we condition the players, this point in the day, I think ICG have now just started to really optimize what the system should look like. Ultimately, when it comes to putting the worst situation possible. I think Faceless Fruits again, when it came to them scaling back into the series, I think ICG and Cole's performance was astounding for the opening 5 rounds and those 8 kills. But once Faceless Fruits realised if we can get rid of him early, we do stand a chance because he's the one factor that is just finding our timings, has our number saved in the contact list. And it really just sort of added to the levels of prestige we saw. We saw a Hell Missile being called in. The RC car wasn't even used in the end. It ultimately came down to just the control for this specific area here in the map. Bottom vault, around the A-bomb, and both teams again were committed heavy with different opening strategies to try and take it. But really, how do we consider this one? ICG finally get a lucky round 11, convert it in the most beautiful fashion. And Faceless Fruits, I feel like again, still have holes in their game. We have to address this one as well. The respawns are solid. S&D, though, is a huge factor. We move to the best of 5 format. 40% of that series is S&D. We're not in the 66% heaven of respawn in the best of 3s. And I think a lot of players might be caught off by that tomorrow and tonight as well.
Definitely. It's going to be a different scenario when we get to that best of 5 positions. But, I mean, that's what they're kind of used to in their kind of at home anyway, online in their tournaments and stuff. That's kind of the way the schedule normally works. So this might have thrown them off in the first place, just doing a best of 3 initially. But now that we've got through the day, they're starting to kind of get used to that scenario and how we're playing it. But the fact that it's just one of each kind of game mode, it makes it interesting. Definitely, it means that you have to make sure every single map counts here on a best of 3. There's no, oh, I've dropped a map, all of a sudden you've got to be, you can't do it again, that's it. That's your last chance. You're out of the game if otherwise, or you've just got to switch yourself on. So the boys have done that, obviously. Now they've tied it up here. And we're going to go to that Hacienda control and see who's going to have it going the distance, because the Faceless boys are all in full voice at the moment, trying to hype up their team, get themselves going, and make sure it's going to be a really, really good final map here in the control. And it could be vital for their positioning as well on the leaderboard.
So I'm just glancing over at the stage as well. I'm just seeing Zappy and Carl having a chit-chat after that one. Huge respect shown. I think when it goes to round 11 as well, you go beyond the point of like, oh, yeah, I'm feeling great. It's more like, oh, I really hope we win this. You know, the shift from that mentality and now going into control. We are, of course, I think, around at the 8 to 9 hour mark now of these guys playing. And we mentioned again sort of the teams are used to best of 5 formats throughout the Challenger circuit. Our 10 of Orlando is a little bit different. It's got that asterisk next to it, where you just can't expect anything conventional that we've seen consistently across an online coverage. The LAN just brings out a different beast in you every single time. So, will we see Faceless Esports continue to have high levels of octane energy and Call of Duty being played at light speed? Will ICG catch them at the right time? That is ultimately the two play styles that conflict but can win depending upon the way this runs.
I like the way you said light speed, because there is one of the players of ICG Takeover currently wearing a Lightning McQueen jumper. I mean, that's almost kind of like fitted.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, he's got fashion taste, man. That guy's
we Lightning McQueen's fashionable red, yeah. I love it.
No, exactly. Get him for an interview as well. He can explain the detailing on the arms.
Oh, well, I've never even paid attention that closely yet, but I mean, we'll have to have a nosy at that as well. But that'll have to be after we're Hacienda control, or maybe even later, because I'm pretty sure...
You know what's one interesting thing as well when it comes to Hacienda control? One cool thing is that Dargs and Powerhouse played in COD World League in 2019 in London, and in CDL London as well. I mean, Powerhouse is pretty well known on Hacienda. Played it 6 years ago now. So, going back onto this one in a competitive setting on a LAN environment, almost a recall of nostalgia. A throwback to happy times.
Throwback to happy times. I do love the Hacienda map though, but I mean it's definitely a throwback, and I like it when they bring the throwbacks, but they become the more usable maps in the grand scheme of things. And the Faceless Fruit boys are already fist bumping, ready to get underway to our map. And as you can see, Hacienda is loading into your screens, and we're going to get the chance to see who's going to take our final map.
It's always a good opening, and it's always a great idea just to explore exactly where we will place these teams overall when round robin finishes. But how's the under control? ICG are attacking first. Let's see where they move. Again, we usually see the A to B on this map 80% of the time. Very rarely we see teams commit to B for 2/3 of a tick to then spend the numbers on A. But opening up, it's really Faceless Fruits going for the aggressive moves on the outside.
Yeah, there we go. First pit kill does go their way. Make that 2 already here. And it is eventually going to be a trade back. But we're going to get any control on the point at this point in time. Nobody's really getting in a position. All the ICG guys have been pushed back out of their spawn because Faceless Fruits getting a good few picks early on. A good wee trade back and forward there though. But so far, nothing really made towards that A or even B zone at this point in time.
And it's interesting to actually understand what can ICG do in this spot to really open up the numbers. Still a very close game, but look at the progression. It just hasn't been there in the opening 45. This is where Faceless Fruits again, smiling, a bit more optimistic. They know again that A will eventually go their way, so now you start focusing on the lives and getting the numbers down as fast as possible. And this really is a great opening, and an even better idea, just to sort of explore, can we trap the spawn straight away, right up now? Still spawning in Garage, has to be changed.
Yeah. Currently, Cole, though, is on a 4-on-1 at the moment in time, keeping themselves there, but they got a wee bit of tick progression made towards it, but with 29 seconds left to play for, they're going to have to start going towards that A zone, get some going their way, but Faceless Fruits are finding the kills where they need it. That might be the second one as well here, as he's going to start pushing towards it, does eventually fall there, but the trades come back and forward, and it's just a timer that's going down to here at this point in time. If they can just jump on, Darks is there. He's got to find it, and he's falling out. All of a sudden, Jumpy's got the 2, and that stopped the time once again. It's back down to 9 seconds.
I mean, still on 8, tentative. I should take over, start to commit numbers, but they're relying heavily on the rotating players here to get the exits. Because at any point in time here in this margin, you have to make sure that you're diving onto hill, no matter what position your strategy might have. The clock is of the essence. Zappy says no to that. The first round goes to Faceless Fruits, and it was just, you know, a cold close to what was a very well tactically planned round.
Yeah, a 1 tick only gained there in the attack, sorry, for ICG takeover. So Faceless Fruits showing a very strong defensive side of things. Got the wall up ready to push on through, and we're going to see Zappy already starting off this round here as a free streak so far. Now they're going to see what they can do on the attack. Getting some, even second tick of progress gives them that advantage going into round 5 if it gets the distance to that. But now they'll be looking to try and gain as much tick progression and even try and secure the win here and get two rounds on the board.
A tough attacking round for Smithster, but let's see exactly what Faceless Fruits can do on the opposing side. And already they are throwing set utility, finding success, and the south side of the map is actually their core play here. Going for a minimum 2/3 of a tick, and then numbers committed towards the middle for the easy point to be captured. But still though, the rotations and ICG's positioning here on spawns, way too close together. They're going to cut them off.
Yeah, if Sage win that gunfight there, that was at least 1 tick of progression made towards the B side, but it will be ICG takeover. Finding the kills there, getting the progression stopped for now, but map control for Dead, it looks like it's a good position here for ICG takeover to kind of gain more map superiority here in it, and all of the Faceless Fruits will be having to come through Garage and through mid-map again to try and gain some secure area, and maybe potentially go towards that B, because that's where it's made the most progression so far.
And they played it beautifully in terms of setting up 4 triangles around B, and one of them of which is actually sort of playing around to make sure that ICG aren't trying to push through. Again, when that def comes in, they have more pressure now to apply to B, but Faceless Fruits again, line prone, relying on rotating players to come pick up players that have dropped off.
Yeah, well, they got the tick of progression, at least 1 tick so far, almost making that towards B, but there Cole will slide on through, find that kill. It's going to be another kill going their way as Darks finds another, makes it 5. The spree is on, building towards it, and it's going to stop that progression. Once again, it's almost an even Stevens game again.
Faceless Fruits have got wonderful ideas, but ICG spawn control is on point. They have boxed them in right in the back of Palace. And we actually look towards Garage. Again, it's just allowing Smithster to just get into really dirty off angles, find these kills, and flood them now to the south side of the map, which again, when we look at the time, 18 seconds, only got a third of a tick.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same scenario as we already seen in the first round here with ICG takeover and their attack, but 2 dead in the feed, going to get themselves here an opportunity. That's going to make it 3 dead. It's going to be a big difference in life count as well. 21 versus 13 in favour of ICG here. And yeah, we're starting to try and see any progression made. The spawns just not working out for Faceless, as they're all just getting picked off very early on and don't manage to get anywhere further forward. So it'll be a 1-1 scenario we have on our hands. It's also 1-1 in the tick progression on each as well.
And the thing is, Vice Takeover as well, they have got very different break-off ideas to Faceless Fruits. And Faceless Fruits on this opening round, given how the last one went, I can see why they kind of gambled on B. They thought the confidence might be there and it would carry them through. It is just simply put, was the most ineffective strategy to get, because when it comes to the spawn points, ICG are literally around the corner, and they're fighting again from back palace, from garage. The distance is a lot to cover. They're never going to meet the pressure in time.
Well, we said you said in the last round there as well. Smith, there's had a wee bit of a difficult start to his control. Still in a currently 2-9. Might turn that things around here, but they've got to go on the attack once again here. And Faceless Fruits had a really strong defense to start off with.
And Cole's been really consistent for ICG. He's sitting at 13-5 right now in the opening 2 rounds. A solid S&D performance, coupled again. We're starting to see him now. Certain players throughout the day find their form later on. Cole is definitely one of them. Clark as well, too, to mention. Really picking up pace in the moments where players might be sleeping. But looking at just how these things are lining up, it's Zappy again. Finds a perfect line, shouldering around the rock, being a huge nuisance for ICG, and actually crossing in to get coverage.
That position there at the rocks, given some good opportunity and good knowledge there, and all of a sudden there's another kill in the back. It's going to be 4-4 for Zappy and Jumpy so far, and they're working well together as a duo, the two of them.
Yeah, and it's a pairing that I wouldn't really, fundamentally put together, given the play styles and speed. But communication, again, is another key thing. And when it comes to focusing and even communicating, I mean, Zappy's one of the more vocal players on the team, so it kind of works in rhetoric. But even so, again, they have the ability, again, to put Powerhouse in these positions where he knows the map better than anyone. He knows where the pushes are going to be. 3 clean kills. ICG wiped off from the south side of the map, and they're pushing again through Palace.
Yeah, this is another difficult situation here for ICG to try and make it back as well, and they've got a big deficit in the kills as well. But there you go, Jumpy's on a 5 spree as well. He's trying to heat up as well. 6 more seconds left on the timer, but they've managed to stop it so far. Cole is on the time. Can they make sure they can grab one ticket progression is made towards B? And they're just going to have to get that knowledge and get them off of that position, because if they make 2 ticks of progression here, there might be a really strong defense for ICG to take over the next one. But they managed to wipe them, and this is exactly what they needed here.
And they've actually played it to a point now where the confidence is starting to push them away from going into spawn ICG. They're actually cutting through early. And it's just to try and support. In these positions, again, you're relying so much here on Smithster to do all the work. Not already a great start in the control. Probably needs a bit more attention to detail, but doing as well to hold his own on B. And look at this split here as well. Cole and Smithster are playing their trade in a beautiful fashion to try and get time on the board and beat them in ticks, because, again, the defensive rounds are good for both teams, but ICG have got much more of an attack-minded set.
Yeah, definitely, and they're finding the kills as well, but this is going to be down to 8 versus 16 scenarios. Faceless Fruits, if it's a checkerboard like this, it will be the round win for Faceless Fruits at the moment, but 2.6 seconds left. We are 1 tick of progression both from A and B for adding that extra minute, and I don't think they're going to get anywhere near the time. That will be the round win for Faceless Fruits, but ICG did manage to get a good fair amount of ticks there.
They did, and that's going to be one of the fundamental things, if they can hold the defense. And that's if Faceless don't have some sneaky strategy lined up for us tonight where they can get both points. Very hard to Hacienda. Again, one of the more punishing controls on the attack side. Teams have done it before, it's not the question. But again, it's around saving the strategy. Again, we've got tomorrow's playthrough as well. And a lot of teams, again, on coverage, are going to have Bob watching tonight. So it's going to be more of a clued up for winners rounds and who they're going to be playing and what the videos will look like. That's where tomorrow's conversation really takes place. And where Faceless Fruits, again, hopefully, have got something lined up. Again, a few tricks in their sleeve is not a problem.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking about the VODs, and that's one of the questions some of the players have already asked me. Will there be a VOD up? I'm pretty sure there will be. But they're looking to think about what their strategies are going to be going into the next day. But this being said, Faceless Fruits is going to have a really strong attacking phase here to try and win that defense. And need to at least get a full tick of progression somewhere, and then at least 2 on the others to give that advantage going into the defensive side here.
And ICG are actually playing it very carefully here. They've split across the map, but they want to try and make sure they're boxing in Faceless Fruits, which isn't the case. They found the necessary kills in the feed, populating mid, causing many issues again to try and segment them out and cut through to B, which again just creates all this aura of tension where they just don't feel like they can take the necessary routes they need to, force themselves up north through the spawns. That's where, again, Jumpy's life is so key here because he's the blocker.
Yeah, there's a couple of good kills there for Jumpy to start off with there. They're going to get some progression made towards A, and hopefully that's going to pull in some of the ICG players to try and get towards that zone and then give themselves some picks that they're wanting to find Faceless Fruits here. But so far they've managed to get pushed back here. ICG are getting some good coverage across the map, through mid-map here. But that's Powerhouse finding the kill there to make it an opportunity to try and break on out. But there you go, Dezel. Well, we said Dezel, but it's Smithster with the kill there, finding that one. And we've got 18 seconds left. This is going to be a tough ask here for Faceless Fruits again with limited time to play this one.
And they've structured it to a point where they're now starting to come together as a team. We see them again segmenting into twos, try and get the areas covered where they can find free exit kills, players sprinting. Now they're starting to take the fights heads on, and it's just beautiful to watch as ICG control mid, they drain time, and given how this has gone, we're going to be looking at a defense round towards ICG. Doesn't matter if the attacks weren't converted, we're going to that 5th and final round with advantage over to ICG.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a big advantage as well. The defensive round, you've seen how well that one went there for them as well. So, I mean, they're going to see what happens in this one. But Faceless Fruits, maybe they have something up their sleeve, potentially. We're going to have to see something a little bit different than their last 2 attacking rounds. It's not been something to pick and bite at when they've had 1 tick of progression so far out of their 2 attacking rounds. So
maybe that could be the sort of factor here that defines it quite easily. I can see it being the case where now we have to look towards defensive round. Has to be a new break off for ICG. Faceless Fruits will be planning to double up on areas where they felt exposed the most. And it's just going to be the break off again, where the nades are going to run over towards mid. It's going to be very, very high octane. But look at Faceless Fruits again. Unconventional strategy, but they're playing again to try and control from the top down.
yeah, going up from the north side of the map there. Just find 1 kill that's being traded out, but Powerhouse finding 2 there's going to give them a wee bit of opening again to get some more ground earned, and they're already pushing through towards that backside here where ICG are. A couple of players in the back, but 1 does get picked off. That's Powerhouse falling. There's 2 in the feed for ICG takeover. Make that 3, and then all of a sudden that's going to be back in hands of ICG at this point.
Another kill for Clark as well opens up the whole map to control for them. They can start putting in a trap here in Garage where Faceless Fruits can't break out of it. But the player pinching around the back, Smithster, has forced 2 awkward spawns, which actually breaks the flow of play and opens up a nice lane for Faceless Fruits to try and exercise.
Yeah, this is exactly what they did in round 1 as well in their defense for ICG takeover. Got them into that spawn trap, but Faceless finally got their way out of it quite quickly this time compared to what they did in map round 1. But can they get that opportunity to get the progression? They're on to A, they're getting some kills, but they can't afford to lose too many here early on.
And ICG have taken 2 from the north side. They have control again now, overwatching mid. And this is where Faceless Fruits again have to start picking the numbers. We're seeing Zappy last alive, but again, they have to be waiting, patient for this sort of situation here. ICG are planning a trap, and it's working to a degree. And the way they can break out of it again is just overwhelming the areas that are weakest in the setup. He's in the north side of the map again. They're just trying to pinch down, convert a point. The trophy and A will help at least with the barrage of nades and stuns that could come on.
Yeah, there we go. 16 seconds. Times be stopped because they have players on A. The progression is getting made. Can they keep this pressure on? Couple of kills going their way. You've got Powerhouse finding 3. Sage is on 2. Zappy got 1 so far. They are going to get that full tick of progression potentially here and get that extra minute added on the time. Now, B is where we're trying to look for.
Now Smithster again, a little bit nervous after missing those 2 shots, and Faceless Fruits have gone aggressive. They've gone full attack to try and convert the spawns, and this again is where you ideally need an extra player because they have to deal with the respawners and the 2 remaining in mid. But ICG now off of spawn have got a beautiful pinch just gifted to them, handed on a silver platter. And now we're seeing progression towards B. Faceless Fruits already going to go for a heavy stack, but the pinch from Smithster is well timed.
Yeah, it's a great pinch in there. That's all 3 dead from Faceless Fruits. The only person nearby was going to be Powerhouse, but he was getting to the scene a little bit too late. Then eventually does get picked off. ICG can push herself back up through some to the map and push Faceless even further away from the B zone.
And look at now this awkward split. They're slowing it down quite nicely, but ICG are tentative to find more kills. They've held position beautifully. The comms must be really fluid at this point again, just to hold this level of line and discipline without over-adjusting. The blocks are key. They've had a breakthrough mid, and that's where Faceless Fruits again can now start applying a real unit 4-man tactic.
Yeah, it might be the worst part is the fact that they're down in lives here as well. They've got 25 seconds. They've got bodies at the line here because they've literally lost this map if they don't get onto the zone. But 3 dead in the feed is going to make it a very difficult task for Faceless Fruits here because only Powerhouse is pushed up through the back spawn and everybody else is pushing up through Garage and mid-map, and it's going to be a difficult task for ICG's got this in the bag. It looks like 2 dead in the feed. Going to turn around, finds a 3rd. Now 2 more players to play it. They are on the B zone. The progression stopped for a second, but you already see Cole trying to get that knowledge, find out where the player is. There's 2 dead. The team nade as well. That's a bit unfortunate. But ICG takeover will take over the map and find the 3rd one on the round, making that a 2-1 win for ICG takeover here after the control.
And also our first upset of the day.
Yeah.
Team off the board, register a win against Faceless Fruits, who again are currently sat in 4th. Yeah, it actually was well timed and a beautiful control, and just again great leadership again from S-Darks to coordinate everyone to get as many ticks as possible, because we weren't seeing the same level of innovation from Faceless Fruits. They were playing again for their lives, and they were playing again to try and have an early advantage and then overwhelm on the respawns. But ICG went toe for toe in trades, and it just ended beautifully. And we just see how it was well worked. I mean, Cole again, a massive map, 31 and 19, and it really was, again, this guy now hitting form later on in the day to really carry them through.
Yeah, Cole and Dark's both on a combined score of 56 kills. I mean, it's quite a good.
Yeah, good numbers, good output.
Yeah, definitely controlled the map in their defensive side of things, and yeah, just made it very difficult for Faceless to try and find any openings to even grab some tick progression. Final round being the best one for them to gain some progression, but Powerhouse walks right past us and takes his seat in the audience for now until his next matchup. But he's a big lad. You must have seen it. It was like the moon being covered by the sun.
It's called an eclipse.
Yeah, that is.
But I must say, in terms of the actual matchup itself, I mean, it was actually quite an even contest, to be fair. The hard points, clearly, Faceless Fruits have been trading them hard, and it wasn't really much of a fair game. But the Search and Destroy, again, ICG had the round 5 in the pocket, had the round 5 in the control, and it's these little things, again, with the experience of these players on this lineup. They just have the little bit of edge that is just not really comparable to everyone, bar Mission Magpies.
Yeah.
That's the experience I was talking about. So if we go to around 11 against those two teams, then just expect like some of the old school strats to come out, you know. Expect the free bomb through mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what's happened, and it shows their dominance there. I'm surprised the way it's went, but I mean, we might have had a wee upset here for the first time on the main broadcast.
We have. It's our first one. But in terms of like, you know, sort of form today, the context with ICG is they just hadn't won a main stage yet today. They've been on main stage 3 or 4 times. Then you roll into Faceless Fruits, where I think they actually do stand a really good chance, potentially, of taking this one. I mean, the pictures beforehand, I think Major and Pablo were sort of leaning on ideas like they can get a map, they play well. Not expecting no for 2 in a row, and both times Cole has been the answer to their questions.
Yeah, definitely. It needed that good performance from them, and like you said, that's got them themselves their first win on the main stage, and their first win of the day as well. So I mean, is it the first win of the day? Yeah, the first win of the day as well. So I mean, thankfully,
very relaxed, you know, just a nice 8 PM win.
Like, thankfully, we've done it, and we've had to do it on the main stage, which is good.
But still, though, massive plaudits to ICG. Beautiful Call of Duty being played, and they just understood exactly where they need to be in these high-pressure situations. But like, again, after 3 or 4 times where it has come, you know, against them, against other teams, this is a series where it comes to them. And Faceless Fruits, again, are just in a spot where we know the respawns are good. S&D is a big question mark. Same conversation again for Ecliptic as well, not just this team, but also other teams as well, where they have to tune it up for tomorrow. We're going to playoffs where it is just, you know, a non-negotiable to have bad S&D and start relying on the respawns as we get into the thick of it.
Yeah, definitely. That being said, though, getting into the thick of it, we've still got a couple more matches coming your way on the broadcast. We're going to take you to a short break for now, but we'll get set up for our next matchup, and we'll see you on the flip side. It's like, are we seeing you on the flip side?
No going back, hearing voices calling
profiler. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels and do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. Falling, I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. And the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was ghosting. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
Knocking models, popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
one just knows what it wants. Will I go back to the place where I belong? Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. You'll be my pleasure. I got nothing to be scared of, because where people live, there is always love. I know the answers in my heart, so I'll try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure?
ICG Esports take on their first win on stage. Took them a couple of attempts, but nevertheless they got their first win and some valuable seeding points for the Esports Hub January Clash. We're about to hit our final group game of the day, but before we do that, do we want to talk a little bit about ICG's win versus Faceless Fruits?
Oh yes, I'm very happy they won. I mean, they had the Faceless had the crowd, they had like the odds in their favour, but I mean, they really fought. ICG really fought it. I mean, it was incredible. I'm happy they won. It's also brought a lot of weight onto this next game, but yeah, ICG did deserve a win, and I thought it would have get won the game before, but nah, happy for them.
Yeah, definitely. It's just they picked up a lot better in that game.
Oh yeah.
They definitely didn't let the previous game rattle them at all. They were like, we struggled, we didn't win, but new game, win this one, sort ourselves out.
And something you brought up whilst we was watching the game is that Faceless really got into their own when it started to get really loud in here. When the fans was like yelling and chanting, when the players themselves were talking a bit of smack. But yet, at the end of the day, though, they did sort of fail to complete the reverse sweep. ICG do pick up their, I think that was the first win of the day. At least it was the first win on stage.
Yeah,
and that's going to be important for them going into tomorrow's games. If provided they make it to tomorrow's games, of course, we do have big seeding implications, of course, with our next game. Talking a bit about seeds, we have our top 2 seeds lined up, as well as our bottom seed. Fortunately, Hammer Esports not able to provide us the best Call of Duty today. They do pick up the bottom seed. But there's always more games to go. They've got more games to work with.
They may surprise
as we go
from that bottom seed.
Single a limb, could be anything. Top 2 seeds though, we all predicted it. Is Avenge, it's mistaken. They pretty much dominated their groups.
4-0.
Barely losing a map.
Yeah.
But yeah, nevertheless, seeding implications for our next game. Mission Magpies taking on Faceless Fruits. Faceless Fruits keep it comfortable on stage. They get to keep their seats as Mission Magpies returns after this. They beat ICG earlier in the day. Don't know too much about their results earlier throughout the offline games, but I believe with the seeded implications the way they are, can't imagine it was the best. But sometimes teams are better on stage than they are in studios, so I just see that playing out.
It could be a competitive game with the fans, still with Faceless. Maybe they can get it to work for them, but it's a tough one. We'll have to see.
They should have this should give them a bit more of a chance to make it through that double elimination bracket tomorrow. But yeah, all in all,
yeah, pretty confident. They've got to be right. Predictions going into our final best of 3 of the day.
Mission Magpies, I think 2-1. I think Faceless rely too much on the crowd, and when they start losing, they lose momentum way too much, and it's going to cost them.
I've got to go with Mission Magpies 2-0. Complete clean game. I think they'll just sweep them.
Jesus.
The desk thinks it's going to be a Mission Magpies 2-0. Will that be a jinx, or will Faceless fall flat yet again? Over to the casters now for our final best of 3 of the day.
Thank you very much, Desk. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a good point of view. Do you reckon Mission Magpies are going to finish off their mission here in the main stage, get their win that they're wanting to get here on the main stage, or are Faceless going to get their first win on the main?
It's interesting to see for Mission Magpies because we haven't seen them since the start of the day, and 10 hours have passed since then, and there's a different ambient feel around the venue tonight, and it more or less is we are way past bedtime. So I feel like in terms of Faceless having a series here already, and they remained in their station, going to be warmer naturally off the collar. So the first opening moments in the hard point do tell quite an opening story in terms of the remaining in your station buff from your previous series. And I think Mission Magpies, their experience, again, we don't go over the 101 years old combined between the 4 players, the Death Star, if you will. They've had a very, very good tenure so far today, performed well, and achieved the results they were looking for, set out beforehand. So opening up on the Skyline hardpoint, again, going to go really, really fast here, speed it up. And the submachine gun players, again, can play a huge role, an important value to actually open up proceedings, because it always feels like from the first P1, neither team really fights for P2 spawn straight away. Again, it's just way too easy to lose from a given set rotation. Might as well keep it scrappy, win the opening head-to-heads, and establish confidence straight away.
Yeah, exactly that. It's all with that early start. Like you, looks like we're going to get a reset a little because they're shooting bodies at each other, so something's not right. But we'll go back to ourselves on the desk here, and the casters once again, because.
Oh, hello again. Nice to see you all.
Oh, nice to see you. How are you doing, Chad? How are you doing, everybody else in the audience as well that are still here, still for the long haul so far as well? We've still got a couple of hours left to go ahead, which we've just been informed as well, which we're looking forward to, aren't we, guys?
So the matches today, it will be just best of 3, and then we start 2 best of 5s in the lower bracket to help things succeed into Sunday, and we have a smooth schedule. So it means the night shift tonight for me and you, and many unnamed energy drinks consumed. We need sponsorship, please. Thank you.
Something to add extra lines to my eyes that are already building at this age in this day and age. 35-year-old this year, and it's you're saying combined age of 101 over for the Mission Magpies. If we added me to that, that's all of a sudden it's.
I mean, you look great for 35. I look terrible for 24. The standards here have already been set.
I'd love to say it's more moisturiser, but there's not such thing as that either. To be fair, I don't even
use
anything.
I'm
soap
blessed.
and water. Good old-fashioned soap and water, and the fact I can't grow a beard, so I don't have to shave as often, so it doesn't affect the skin. You see, it's a bonus.
Are we getting COD matches, or are we getting healthcare tips?
I mean, we could just give you all healthcare, maybe fashion tips
guru.
as well. Maybe nice wee bit of fashion tips. I don't know if I've got any good fashion, but I mean. I've seen some people in the audience having a wee smirk and a wee laugh there. Maybe not so fashion.
I think it's just more like a free night.
But I need to get a
free night of COD tonight. They're getting more than the bargain for. They're getting extra matches.
Yeah, they say I need a faceless hoodie, and then all of a sudden the fashion's top notch. We're sorted. Yeah, maybe just sign one over there, and I'll get it on, and we'll put it on the desk. That means you need to strip it off, though. That means that's what you got to do there, crybaby. There we go.
He's right. There is only 20 cameras trailed on you, so again, the internet's a powerful thing.
Yes, exactly. Well, we're hoping, obviously, with the tech issue, we'll get into the map one, but like we said there, we didn't actually get a reference of the maps that we're going to see for this best of 3. So we know that Skyline was obviously way to be map number 1 here for our hardpoint. I'll need to just double check with the production because we want to know what the other maps we could be potentially seeing here in the S&D and on the control.
Just a few crowd cams for you all at home to enjoy. I mean, of course, with Mission Magpies in the first portion, and then we have a rather deflated yet strangely energized Faceless Fruits.
Yeah, they still got a wee bit of energy there at least. Hopefully that energy gets transferred over to the desk and their boys that are competing on the side. And they're going to need that energy coming off of a loss, but they're going to try and build that momentum. They did have some good rounds and some good phases of play throughout their whole series, and they're not exactly the worst team that are going to be competing on this weekend anyway, for sure. So we've been informed it is going to be a protocol later on if we get to control, but it's a red card. You're looking forward to one of those?
I am, to be fair. I don't really know the maps we play at this point. It's just let's play them and let's hope they're really, really good. Given probably the themes that everyone's running off of tonight, the Call of Duty and the mistakes are going to be evident all across the board. There's no denying it. But at the same time as well, probably some of the more fun games you're going to have, actually. Some more fun maps where things that will be super regimented for tomorrow, more relaxed today. Given that seeding is basically already wrapped up, we can confirm again that AVNG, as mentioned on the guest, as well as mistaken, are through to winners round 2. They've got a Lion tomorrow. Bad news for everyone else. We go through tonight.
Yes. Wait through the evening, see what you can do in the morning. You might be a bit tired come tomorrow morning, but we'll wait and see how everybody stands. It depends on what your plans are afterwards as well. If you're going to stay the late night hour, because most of us COD gamers, they tend to be late hours anyway. They're up until the early hours of the morning. Sometimes you're going on and you're seeing people at 2 o'clock in the morning still screaming. I'm like, that is passion. That is some COD passion.
Yeah, we all have that phase in Call of Duty. We all have that sort of younger era when we just start out and we think, oh, who wants a 3 a.m. scrim? I'm like, it's Monday. It's Monday night. You got work tomorrow. Oh, no, you don't. You just taken a day off school.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I never had that issue. I never had to worry about that back then. And I was never doing scrims, such a thing. So I played a wee bit of ranked, a wee bit of normal game modes, and then that would be me. I'll be like, I could go to bed at any time. Like, I'll be fine. I don't have to worry about any other individuals, whereas these guys have got to get all 4 of them together to try and get themselves as a nice wee cohesion, which shows when they come to things like this LANs, the online events that they take part in. obviously, the more they play together, the better they become as a team together. The more synergy they have, the better chances they've got of winning some maps.
They do.
Instantly.
And what's interesting as well is that there's a few pickups for each team. I know Eclectic are running one pickup as well for the event, and Faceless Fruits again. Zappy wasn't meant to play this event, but this week again.
Zappy said he's no longer doing a LAN anymore, and he said he's potentially maybe even go to the next one. So I mean,
he's the guy that's like, no more for me, and the next one gets announced, he's like, right, I'm buying the team pass. You know, he's first up for the chopping block.
Yeah.
But no, I think 4 days ago he was picked up, and sort of 4-day notice, limited scrims. I kind of like these story teams, you know, these sort of little unexpected gems that appear through the massive fray of Call of Duty players.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that there's so many players that are playing in different leagues, like across like the whole Discord scene, and lower levels, amateur levels, working their way up, trying to get to where we are here. And the fact that they could be going to something like a LAN where they've got a team built together, they've got it's mostly their friends, mostly people they know in the COD scene, and you know, it's just how it works. And then pretty much everybody knows almost everybody in the kind of smaller community side of the COD scene, which is pretty interesting. But it also means that there's also a wee bit of bickering, there's a wee bit of rivalries as well between certain players and individuals, maybe even teams as well. The little rivalries that build up between it, and after a couple of games against each other and stuff, that's where the passion comes from. And when you do see them upstairs, they've been a lot more passionate up there than they are on the main stage, to be fair. It's quite surprising. Maybe they're a bit put off by the counters a little bit as well for that, but it is good to see the passion that comes out of it as well when it comes to the COD.
Well, it's been quite an awkward period where we feel like the broadcast has ended, but it hasn't really ended. You know, we've done sort of like the set routine for today, gone through all the best of threes, played it well. Now we're in sort of this unknown grey area where we have got best of fives, the first real block of them, and it's just more of a relaxing ambient vibe. You know, you're not really sort of pressured with your friends in the crowd to perform well or even do so, because seeding is wrapped up by essence. This is the last one for the day, but given the actual set best of fives, there isn't much change between Faceless Fruits and Mission Magpies. They're going to be facing with a minor variance, of course.
Yeah.
And this is where, you know, you can just sort of kick back, enjoy, test out a few maps that you haven't really added to the pool yet. These matches are probably the most valuable at LAN, where you know what the writing on the wall is going to be. You use the series just to add in your anti-vetoes. That's where I really consider most value for teams going into tomorrow, just to kind of know where their place is at, because there have been so many instances across LAN where you'll scrim maps and you'll have a record where you're like, what, 20 and 80 on this map. You run it in this, you win it by convincing fashion. All of a sudden, wow, I think we might use this map in our pool now, even though it's like 20 and 80 in scrims.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we're still trying to sort this tech issue. Maybe we put a wee bit of replays on for you guys in the broadcast, so the our casters we can start practicing and warming ourselves up here when they eventually kick off map number 1, which will be Skyline. So we'll head you to a wee short break of replays, and we'll be back once we are sorted with the tech issue in the background. Thank you.
Here you go, Jack. You're taking this one.
There you go. Welcome back, everyone, to the ES Hub LAN here at the University of Staffordshire. We're still waiting to finally get back into it, and the Fearless Fruits have actually got their sorted out. And you know what it was? It's because Activision have now let us get the opportunity to use that cross-play system, and now it's actually caused them to not be able to get in. They had to log out and get another login.
Just love a non-scheduled patch update, don't we? Especially in this circuit and this scene, it happens almost every event.
Perfect.
So I've been to events before where they've actually had full-on like 10 gigabyte updates during the progression of CDC events, even in World League events as well. It's happened. Just systematic. It's emblematic of Call of Duty, and what is so great about it.
I mean, at least hopefully that means that it's sort of we'll get back into it and we'll get the maps underway very shortly once we're all loaded in. But like we said, it's Skyline map number 1 on our hard point here between the two teams. I'm pretty sure the Skyline, we didn't see these two teams playing a Skyline map.
We actually have. That's a good spot from actually the whole day's progression. With this particular head-to-head, neither team has had it in the primary pool. But I've already mentioned beforehand why we start to see different increments and different maps appear. It's because we've now sort of established seeding and where teams are going to be. Why not explore the maps that you would not necessarily pick to play in your series and try and get some good reps in on them, just to kind of see if anything's changed? Because from scrims to LAN and the actual environment you're in against teams, it's very unsteady ground. I mean, you could be drastically good at a map that you went 20 and 80 on in a 6-week scrim period, or you could be really bad at your favorite map for a whole day. That's sort of the way the tides tend to turn when it comes to LAN Call of Duty.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, well, we're still waiting, but let's see.
Still waiting.
It's just a wait away. I mean, hopefully we're not waiting too long, because we've got a long schedule still ahead of us. We've got 2 best of 5s to go as well. We're going to have to keep that energy level up there, and sure as hell the players will want to keep it as well going into the game. But speaking of that, we're going into Skyline, a beautiful map, the beautiful pool. I wish I was at the pool myself, to be fair, because I think a nice splashing in the cold water potentially would actually be quite nice.
I think we need more than a splash here, Mark. It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, the jacuzzi sounds like an even better job, though, to be fair. Maybe like a nice wee cocktail in hand as well at the same time.
Is that an open invitation?
Yeah, there we go.
I'd be more than happy to
in
accept.
That jacuzzi. Let's get heated up in that jacuzzi, but this is what the boys are going to have to do now here. They've had a wee bit of a break here, so going to have to get warm again after that break. And we obviously know that the Fearless the Faceless, I want to say Fearless, I hope they're fearless.
Oh, no, it's another false start.
Another
false start. And Jumpy's the most reactive, which means something has happened again to the same person twice in a row. It's all right, lads. We've got 2 more best of 5s to go here today.
I think we just have to do 3v4s. Go on in, Faceless. Let's do it.
If the crowd ever need any food or beverage or refreshments,
3v4.
McDonald's for 24 hours.
It's just the same issue. It looks like we're having again, where it's just the disconnect for crossplay for some reason. He's not allowed to get in. It's a bit of a strange one, but
yeah, I feel like as well the actual hours are taking a toll as well on the Magpies. I'm pretty sure Copley's fallen asleep, which is never a good sign.
We have organised this in like
He's
we're
only
going to
29.
stay here a little bit longer, and we're going to go to the best of 5s just to get it over and done with today. That this has had to creep up on us, and we're like, nah, maybe you're not supposed to do the best of 5s today. Maybe that's not the goal, but it could be a 12 o'clock finish, maybe even later.
That's right. We'll never have a bad finish. We come back after COVID, had an event that was, until 3 in the morning. This is just, usual stuff for us. We've become accustomed to it. It's made us harder and tougher. Only fair enough, though, that we don't sort of keep you waiting in terms of the match. We'll come back straight to the match after a quick break. It's all resolved. Next thing you'll see, though, is straight gameplay feed and us commentating. Give it a second.
We go, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. We're loading into the game. Skyline, hopefully, for the third time of asking, will get underway. But it does look like one of them lobby crash bugs at this point in time where the map doesn't as well. But
it's just when observer moves, that's when we know something good or bad could happen.
Everybody behind the desk would even thank God.
I'm just staring at Jumpy right now, making sure that he actually has got everything working. It could be a third time's a fail, for all we know. But no, the break-off is there. P1's online. Faceless Fruits, Mission Magpies, for the final set of seeding matches. Already a fantastic opening so far. As we do see Faceless Fruits, though, not really quite make the impression they wanted to of those 2 nade kills. Now starting to aggress 2 players towards the hill. A player in kitchen ready for the pinch. That's what Magpies tend to thrive. They found all the coverage up top and can drop down quite easily for any exit kills.
Yeah, we checkerboard in the feed though, but they will get the player off of the hard point at the moment in time for Mission Magpies as they're trying to keep the control, but Jumpy is just looking absolutely great since he's turned on his own name. It seems to be the chance to build the streaks. He does find 3, but eventually gets taken off of the hard point. And yeah, where are we going to start from here? A good start for the Faceless Fruits here on 21-0 so far.
A lovely way to absorb P1. We don't often see it in the first set rotations just because the P2 spawns have always been a fundamental hard point to just leave this all contested. 5-second gap, set up a 460 for New. That's when Magpies, thanks to Faceless Fruits over rotation, are gifted spawns. The only real split is going to be Mimo again pushing around the backside, but now the heads-to-heads really create a tense environment for Faceless Fruits as they're trying to at least get rid of Copley in the back.
Yeah, definitely. There's checkerboard, but Mission Magpies finding some good kills there in this one, holding back spawns here, holding the time here. 12 seconds gone their way so far, still 40 to play for here, and you're going to see plenty of the chance for Faceless to try and make that breakthrough here. Kill with the pistols coming out as well, but there's the double that you need. Keeps them going. Mimo finds 2. The hardpoint still in their favour, but they're still down by 9 here. But 26 seconds still to play for in that hardpoint, and they've got plenty of time to get even more and make that lead for the first time.
Stellar game out of Ryan so far. Definitely the loudest in the room in terms of bringing the team up to morale, up to speed. Last time we saw them was 8 hours ago when there was still sunlight. Now again, in the evening shift, he's putting in the most work for Mission Magpies. A small lead for them, and Faceless Fruits already are looking to try and exaggerate against this Mission Magpie scrap time with an initial hold in kitchen of their own. A good little 2-2 split covering all the exits and choke points that could be entered in. And it's just a beautiful 3 kills. No spawn control just yet. No one's aggressed that far because they want to hold a nice line with the ARs.
Powerhouse is on a power at the moment. 4 kills in a row. He's kill and dead between the shots. He's keeping it going. Can he build the streaks? And can they keep hold of the spawns and ready for P4? Because they're in that position. They've got the good hold on kitchen so far. They've got the lead back again, but 3 dead in the feed go for Mission Magpies. And now the breakthrough comes in. The last bit of scrap time potentially going their way, but I'm sure Faceless will be pushing themselves in here to make sure that they hold for the new hardpoint and also get some more of the scrap time.
They've been really split terribly, though, when it comes to the scrap time for this hill. I mean, 19 seconds is fantastic, and thanks to Sage and Jumpy, they get it locked in straight away. Look at the rotation now, Mission Magpies. 2 players were blocking the west side spawns from Faceless Fruits. They're now forced to get through Piano in a really dangerous crossfire. From this hill, the ARs could be set up and take them out at any point.
Yeah, Powerhouse has done a good game so far. 11 and 6 at the moment in time, finding some good picks here, keeping the players pinned back. Their Mission Magpies will fall in the feed. All 3 dead once again here, and a good amount of time held here for Faceless Fruits. Jumpy going to stay in behind that bathtub here. The strongest position probably to be here in the bathroom, and also the kitchen side as well, because that could be pretty nice in the inside the shower where.
Yeah, lovely little shower, lovely little P3, especially given that it was a very tough, jumpy situation to get out of, if you will. Magpies have found a way to get 30 seconds on the board. Lovely block from Copley again, the key factor. And they've made it with a very impressive effort from Ryan. High octane in front of the map on a 5-kill streak for himself, aiming for a Hellstorm at least. And this is where we start to see, you know, protect the asset of all costs now from Magpies. They need to get some footing, and a Hellstorm is the way forward.
Yeah, he was so close to finding the other. His teammate finds the pick, but then he eventually gets traded out. So Ryan doesn't get the streak turned, but he did get a really good spree going into it. And Mission Magpies starting to claw back that difference here as well. 10 seconds going back to P1. A couple of kills going their way. Logic finds 2. And you've got Mimo. Oh, he's found the 3rd one as well from Logic. Can he keep it up as it's going towards the hardpoint?
Magpies now are shifted away from playing bodyguard style Call of Duty. Often have the isolated 1v1s. Logic on here has got great control of kitchen, but Ryan's off all alone on hill. Trophy again to cover the Overwatch. Great nade placement as well. Opened up a nice stall. Faceless Fruit's original record attempt has now been halted, relying solely on Zappy up top to coordinate a push. The piano spawns have come in, bedroom spawns have come in, and it's still a 5-point game.
Yeah, it's a very tight one here, and it looks like Mission Magpies gets a couple more seconds on the point here, and they're going to get that lead change once again. The 2 dead in the feed is fantastic. Ryan and me will find a couple of kills, but it is to make that 3 kills go in the way of Faceless here as they start to make the last bit of scrap time going their way. But Mission Magpies have the P2 spawns in the P2 position here to set up whether Sage can find his way in to the zone.
And Magpies have been spawned here on the southwest side of the map, haven't left it. Simply put, Mimo has found 2 kills, opened up Piano for every single player now to push and aggress into P1, ready for the rotation, but given the full hill, I mean, it's an awkward split. Faceless Fruits have pushed the south side of the map, found their way up, and Magpies have flipped out.
Yeah, there's only 1 player left in the back. Mimo will stay alive for now. Can he keep it going though and keep that position, potentially get the spawn back here and get the last bit of scrap time? 33 seconds though isn't really much scrap time. That's more so half the time you want to try and get as much of that as possible here. A 5 spree is finally ended there for Mimo, but the break does come in through from Faceless, and it's 24 seconds potentially. Will Mission Magpies fight for this one, or will they look to set up here in the kitchen where it could be pretty strong hold position and straight onto P4 as well?
Scrap time's still up in the air for both teams. Faceless Fruits just about win out with the final contest, and that really is sort of now Mission Magpie's call to order. 20-point gap, looking towards Kitchen, who's already there. Jumpy with an AR and an SMG as well, picked it up off the floor for extra coverage. But in terms of actually the skulls on the map, it's a constant 4v3 for Magpies, and Faceless Fruits now are starting to find their form and really starting to exaggerate this lead.
Yeah, 20-point lead going this way. They've got hold of Kitchen. The players of Mission Magpies have to go back through P2, find themselves position here in the catwalk side of things, and a team nade coming in as well. Isn't going to be the way as Logic falls to that, and it's going to be a good wee hold here so far at the very start of the Kitchen side of things. All 30 seconds going their way so far, and now the contest eventually comes in here for Mission Magpies. Mimo finding 2. Ryan still well, but it's the opportunity here to try and push back in as they hold the final bits of seconds here. They can get that back to almost a tie game.
I mean, Magpies right now have some really staggered spawns at this point in time. 1 in bedroom, 2 in kitchen, and again, the player that was solely alive for 30 seconds died outside of hot tub. Means they're going to be now susceptible to a huge trap from Faceless Fruits. They're aggressive with the north and south lanes. A kill in bedroom means that they still have to fight for the front, and the awkward split again has caught up to them. Ryan there has covered balcony, covered hallway, opted now again to take top bedroom and cover every single avenue, and it's just great fundamentals and a really overworking man in his role.
Yeah, Ryan finding it from the kills there from the top bedroom side of things. They've got control of the hard point for now, but there's only 50 seconds still left to play for. All 4 dead, but one of them is being a team nade once again. A Logic does fall. The break on does come through from Faceless, and they're going to get them spawns here in the backside. And now Mission Magpies are going to have to try and find a breakthrough.
Oh, bedroom might be the way forward. They've got a player that's actually aggressed through. That's going to be Logic on, and he's cut it around the back beautifully alongside Ryan. Mimo is on support inside the hill. It's great tandem play. 25 seconds to go their way, closing the gap now to about an 18-point deficit. Still in the game for this one. One last pinch around the back though with Faceless Fruits. They want the scrap time. They know it's really key for them to hold this to exaggerate now to a 200-point lead.
Yeah, it's definitely a back and forward for sure. The Mission Magpies getting the last bit of seconds here. 7 more seconds to play for. Now we're going to go back towards P1 side of things where you have Jumpy set up and ready, but you've got also Sage in the back. They're trying to hold spawns in the back still for now so that they can get in some good time as they find the final pick on Logic.
And both teams again went for really static spreads and setups. All the players from Mission Magpies have dropped from their original spawns, and given again that all players across the map are holding corners, the splits are pretty much in front of them. Wonderful planning from Faceless Fruits, as now it's still just Jumpy soaking up time. 2 minutes 25 in the hill to note, and a Hellstorm missile as well is really going to exaggerate what could be a really strong map.
Yeah, if they could build that up there, but with 27 seconds left on this one, Mission Magpies nowhere near the hard point. They're not even looking to go and challenge that in P1 as well, so if they let that 22 seconds go their way, they might actually get a good chance here going towards P2, and Powerhouse is continuing his spree. He's on a 6 so far, but he does eventually fall. Whether that means he's earned anything there, I very much doubt it at this point in time, because it's so much difficult in the score streak side of things, but a good wee play there for them, and they're going to get themselves a good 30 seconds left.
30 seconds is just a little bit nice for Faceless Fruits, and what we do have now is spawns changing hands. One last one between Jumpy and Ryan to get control, and it's all blue. Magpies find a way to get the initial time here. 50 seconds is up for grabs. Faceless Fruits only need 30 of it to convert map 1. Powerhouse, an impressive map so far for him, 35 and 23, but they can't find a break from their usual route. It's been the annoyance of Mimo, sitting static, playing off angles, and just cutting down players. The one that sneaked through, Powerhouse again, has to hold this position and allows Zappy to cross for the spawns to flip, but they're actually paralleled now back into bedroom.
Yeah, look at this. This is a great hold here on P2 for Mission Magpies. They're closing that gap ever so slightly, and they could pretty much even up the score almost within 20 seconds potentially if they can continue to hold that last bit of scrap time. But Faceless have got themselves a few kills on their way, but Mission Magpies are still fighting for that hardpoint position and control to try and get themselves into that 200-point mark.
They've made a real meal of it here, Faceless Fruits. And Magpies have soaked up 46 seconds. The rotation to P1's going to be key. They've won it for the last 2. And already they've got an idea for this one. Powerhouse, home position, allowing Station Jumpy to watch the front kitchen and hopefully pick up the mid because that's where they're most exposed. But Magpies have found a way again to at least wrap around the pitch. They're all closing down on the point. The split spawns are active. It's 2 aside.
Yeah, this is where it comes in though. The split spawns might come in favour here for Faceless as they try to push on through, but 2 dead in the feed here. Going the way of Mission Magpies means they're getting even more time to try and build that score to an even score, and it's going to be a really tight ending we're looking at here so far between the two sides.
And what's really interesting as well, this gunfight between Logicom is so key. The spawns are still up for grabs. Faceless Fruits have got more bodies on the map, but Magpies now have to try and coordinate with an already aggressive spread. You're seeing right there, Ryan's out in no man's land. Same for Jumpy. They're just picking up kills, but the time's going to Faceless Fruits' way.
Mimo's on 8 kill streak so far. He held that back there at the very back of the spawn for the new rotation. 5 seconds left of scrap time. It looks like they're willing to give that up here, and the risky part for the bedroom and kind of bathroom side of things, if they can hold this here, they can win it, but both teams have the opportunity here to win it. The player in the back does get fall out there, it's Zappy, but the hard point is done. Quick and easy like that at the end to try and find the breakthrough. The kills going their way, and Faceless Fruits do take map number 1.
I mean, it was beautiful to watch Faceless Fruits perform so well, had the advantage in hand. And Mission Magpies, again, we saw Tech 10 Mimo coming out of the retirement for that final closing embers. 36 and 25, and still a stellar game out of Powerhouse as well, nearly reaching the 40 kills. I have to say, in terms of performances, guys have been quiet all day, relatively just playing the objective role, playing the leadership role, have come out to original form. I mean, look at the actual spread of what we see here. I mean, Ryan, 40 kills on the team, Powerhouse at 39. It was a very high kill game, not really focused on objective per se or holding lives. That was Jumpy in particular. 3 minutes in the hill. The numbers simply don't lie.
I honestly don't really see very many players get to that 3 minute mark on the hard point. That was his. He was holding his own in the zone, and a good win for them. They're going to take a wee quick break here before we get into the map number 2, the players. But at this point in time, we'll get the wee replays up, and we'll get to show you.
Let's have a look back at what happened.
Yeah, because that was a good hard point. A very strong and pretty evenly spread hard point, I think, for the most part.
I mean, a hard point for 10 PM, it just turned into like a passion scrim, you know? It really was just putting, you know, barrel for barrel on every single front, and there wasn't really a trade that wasn't going unanswered. What was interesting, though, again, to see is just Ryan and Powerhouse having the map they had. I mean, of course, given now that we're going to a toilet break and then into an S&D, we're going to see, you know, slightly lower levels of high octane. Got to conserve it in this best of 3. Yeah. And it's just Mission Magpies again, showing at the very end they do have lots of stamina in the tank. I mean, Mimo again is hitting, you know, CDC Paris form. It really is quite a scary sight to see.
Yeah, I think he comes down to that knowledge as well and that time spent in game as well. The amount of time that these boys have played this game, COD, it's changed over the years slightly differently every single year, but not on the grand scheme of things. They know the ins and outs of the basic rules and what should apply and how to play the games and the game modes, but obviously controls being one of the newer things. But even then, Hardpoint has been pretty much one of these tried and studied and well achievable matchups.
Tried and tested.
Tried and tested is the word. That's the words. There we go.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
That's where your knowledge and your plenty of time of casting at the desks and use of words comes out for yourself. There we
You
go.
figure them out as you go along. I mean, back in the day, I used to be so Americanized in terms of my sort of verbal. Yeah, it really has changed a lot.
Yeah.
Especially being so engrossed in the UK circuit for as long as I have. But I feel like you have to sort of revert back to the conversation at point. And Mission Magpies still look really tip-top form.
Yeah.
Faceless Fruits from, I think, the majority of the middle portion of the second set of rotations, right to the very start of the third. They really had control of the map. and they allowed Powerhouse actually to, be conductor for the team. And that's where the system now has changed from let Zappy sort of be the aggressive one to Zappy is playing more of the filler and the funnel to coagulate all these players here in a certain lane. Line up free calls Powerhouse, there's the wipe. But I really think as well, in terms of the system, they've employed Jumpy to be more objective-based rather than kill. And 190 points was simply just Jumpy being in Hill, which is just, recipe for success and converting the map.
Yeah, exactly. If you're not getting on the hill, you're not getting time added, you're not going to get that opportunity to win a hard point for sure. Doesn't matter how many kills you get in the feed, you could go and drop 50 bombs if all you want, but if you're not getting on the time, you're not winning the hard point, and that's exactly what it came down to there. The time held for Jumpy was just phenomenally outstanding, and that's maybe because he got to get logged in on his own account. He felt nice and fresh, it's all good, everything's running nice and smoothly, and all of a sudden he's just lighting up the kill feeds.
I feel like as well, water count should be established as well for the players and how much has been consumed today. I feel like Zappy's on at least 7 litres, which is the average for a baby elephant. And, for the remaining players that are awake or somewhat awake in the crowd as well, it is just going to be one of these events now where we're just relying solely on what's left in the tank. But at the same time, the playbook is a bit more effective now. I'm starting to see that from this series in particular, for both Magpies and from Fruits, lots of benefits come from this, from trying the new maps out, clearly faceless again, having fun on the Skyline. Going over to the Vault S&D is going to be, of course, a new test, and that's sort of where we have to raise the question mark again of the S&D prowess of Faceless Fruits. It's simply probably one of the worst ranked out of the 10 teams here today. Mission Magpies, again, probably sitting around the top 3. In terms of chemistry, these guys have been playing S&D now for about 10 years apiece, and that really is where the Magpies have got the biggest edge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they had I was watching it up in the Passion Pit, we like to say, is Faceless up against Avenge in their matchup, and their S&D was actually looking pretty decent for them, to be fair. They did end up losing the control, so they didn't end up winning the game against Avenge, but Avenge were the top seed going into this, and that was quite a good game that they put up against both the Faceless teams, actually, the teams to take a map off of Avenge as well, which is quite interesting to see. So the fact that they're able to do that as like an overall organisation side of things, that means they've kind of looked at Avenge maybe as well as the biggest target. So that's probably practice they've been putting in against in scrims and such like, and that will maybe come into play here when it comes to the S&D.
We've already had Dogs as well kind of highlight some of the teams here today, and in terms of like overall S&D reps, nobody here has got an extra advantage in S&D just because of scrim practice leading up to the event. Mainly it's the hard points that have been played most as per the usual set 5 rule when you go into a 1.5 hour scrim period. I feel like in terms of what has been addressed so far in the series today, that's where we have to look towards Faceless Fruits, because in the last series against ICG, who were at the bottom table without a win, ICG found a way to go 6-5 in the S&D and 3-2 in the control. So most of their question marks, again, are sort of centered around, when we're in the high-pressure last rounds, how do we get a conversion rate? And I feel like, again, they just sort of fumble by the wayside. The tactics just aren't really as developed, or even the intuition, again, where players can really trust their instincts. Not everyone in the team is on board with soloist ideas.
Yeah, definitely, that is the case, especially with it being a best of 3, the whole fact that you're just getting one respawn and one S&D makes it really tough for the players to kind of get grips with it, because they're used to the best of 5 scenarios, and that's obviously what we're getting when we go into our winners and losers bracket next up. But we're going into map number 2 here, and with the lead going 1-0 in favour of Faceless. I keep want to say Faithless. I don't know what it is, but maybe Faithless.
I'll tell you what it is. It's 10:05 p.m.
That could be what it
Verbal is starting to really fall.
Verbal is falling, yawns are going out across the stage and across the spectators as well, because it's been a long day of COD and a long time in front of a computer screen practicing and getting ready for this time that they are going to face here in the S&D.
So, Ryan's carrying bomb here for Mission Magpies in the opening round. I mean, of course, in the red card, you start to see teams really aggressive towards Ticket and try and get the first blood. That's where we start to see the Magpies really show their prowess. Make it a 4v2 as we start to fight towards VIP. This, is, of course, is the destination of choice. And that's where the wraps from Faceless Fruits, from their original set spawn and setup, can start to equalize it. Now we rest it up in a 3v2.
Yeah, Zappy getting at least one back here to make it a little bit more even here, but still in favor of Mission Magpies here. But there we go, the second kill goes their way, and they're going to make it a 2v2 scenario. Bomb still in the hands of Ryan at the moment, but we're not looking to get that bomb planted at any time soon, it looks like, so far. But they're over towards that B side.
So now we float towards, again, what control do Faceless Fruits have. And again, they're just adjusting a little bit too early for the 35-second mark and committing their ideas again on one heavy gamble. Magpies have got at least a couple more areas to re-clear. They want control of mid just to make sure, again, they can catch a player on an exit. And given the timing, again, this is where the movement comes into question. Do you really have to be that aggressive this late on? Well, your player's planting, it's a 2v2 post plan, and Magpies need to position now into safety and have set nades already. Save some utility for even the worst case scenario.
Yeah, exactly. Saving utility is crucial, especially at this point in time when nobody's got them trophy systems ready on the defense, and it's all about waiting their time. But 29 seconds to try and play this here. First kill goes in, it's traded back out, but all of a sudden it's a 1v1 scenario, and Ryan, it will come out on top here. Mission Magpies taking round number 1.
Lovely opening, and just new in the 2v2 situation again. One last adjustment just to play it safe, hopefully hold the angle. Gave him much more coverage to even spot where Faceless Fruits were going to push from. It's just the way geography is on red card. You take the high stairs, you can have a great time holding. Worst case scenario, someone's really doing a late pinch, 20 seconds. Never usually the case. Now, flipping it round to Mission Magpie's first defense, one thing we noted again as well is that if Ryan's alive in the rounds and carrying bomb in the post-plant conversion, their options are so expansive. They just set themselves up again for 3 to 4 positions to hold. And Faceless Fruits now again relying on Sage to try and keep the bomb. And they're playing him really far back in the setup.
Yeah, definitely. They are quite far back. Taking their time with it a little bit here and trying to kind of ease the players of Mission Magpies out into the open, give themselves a first pick and give it Faceless. Faceless. I can't say. I told you, Faceless is the way forward, guys. That's the way forward. But let's see if they can find that first pick that they're looking for. Here you can see Powerhouse trying to get the laser beams down here, and I'm pretty sure that's Ryan up top here in the building. But First Blood does come the way of logic. Opening is up here for Mission Magpies. They find a second. Going to make it a third potentially here. There we go. It's 2 in a row here. And all of a sudden, Mimo looking nice in this one. Last alive is all down to Zappy.
And there's no cigar in that one. Slides out of the ambulance. 50 HP. A full stack. And Magpies convert the trade. 2-0 start. Simply Mimo. Simply gorgeous is how you would describe that round in particular. Especially given the opening, especially given what we already know from the context of these players from Mission Magpies. Been in the higher stakes rounds. I mean, of course, one thing to mention as well is, again, the storied history and career of these guys. I mean, Mimo, again, last proper event, I think it was CDC Paris before COVID struck. And again, finished top 8 against some of the best in Europe at the time. That'd be Nasty, Hydra playing in that event. He's no stranger to these high stakes situations. And S&D is only really the start of what could be quite a storied event between Faceless Fruits and Mission Magpies.
Yeah, maybe Faceless just didn't get the memo. That's a bad one. I'm sorry.
That's
take
good.
that right
10
back.
PM, everyone forgives you.
It is late in the evening. It definitely is. Trying to make all these funny jokes that we just don't get off. But Mission Magpies got themselves clustered towards this B side, looking to kind of clear it in tickets here, making sure that everything is clear for them to make their way towards that B bomb site. But you do have Zappy, who's in and around the stadium side of things with their teammate ready for that first pick. Logic does spot him though. Turns in, gets the kill. It's Powerhouse that falls first. Traded out straight away from Zappy though. So we're back to a 3 versus 3 scenario here in the B, but they know that most of the Mission Magpies players are over there, so Faceless will make that a rotation round.
And they're very late to the party in this one. It could benefit them because look at where the isolations are now fanning out for the arrows on the map. Particularly now where Jumpy is in this position. Again, he has to make sure he converts the kill because otherwise Mission Magpies open a 3v2 post plan. They can hold again from stadium side and just allow Faceless Fruits again to clear 6 angles, and they get the first draw of the gun, which is just a really punishing push. You're allowing Copley now again to rotate with Ryan, and it finally leaves Sage all alone in 1v2. Has the weaponry in hand, no utility to throw, and just simply not enough time to shift out the way. Magpies extend it. Talking about 3 rounds in the bounce in a row, simply fantastic.
I'm not going to jinx it early on, but it's looking very good here for Mission Magpies. 3 on the bounce, like you said. But we did this last time round in the last S&D in the last series, and what happened? It was the flipped on its head, and it didn't turn out that way. And Faceless. There we are. God's sake, man. Faceless came out on top. So.
I feel like now we have to sort of look towards the players and what could be changed. I mean, it is a very slow start for Powerhouse and Jumpy in this one, both of which have been, designed man marking positions on Mimo and Ryan. Already having a blinder makes sense. But in terms of the head-to-head now, look at the spread and how things change here in the 4th round. We're relying on Faceless Fruits here to take control stage and hopefully have trophies down again to block early spam utility and hopefully save some for their own, because the retakes again, we're seeing them have positioning but not the utility to match. This strategy now again is trying to save that so they have more of a chance.
Yeah, see Logic having to drop back a little bit because he knew that these were coming and making sure that he's not found out even from the stuns or the concussion checks and such, because I don't want to be given that position. The fact he's here ready to defend, and obviously Faceless are looking to go towards that A side for that bomb plant. But it's all about this first pick so far. It's been a longer series here for this one in the map, and the bomb will be getting put down. The first pick goes the way of Powerhouse, and they could open in, but can they keep hold of this now here over towards the site?
Oh, this is a tough position to hold, especially because Ryan's got position here up top with the AR, already confident in shooting across for his competitor. And it's just really tough for Faceless Fruits in a position where they stack 2 players onto bomb to find a trades, but they found a way to allow Jumpy really to get into a really good rhythm to find these players and aggress the map. But now it's all down to Copley in a 1v2. And it's going to be a very tough order here. He's got 2 players he needs to identify, and the one last clear could potentially be a tough spot. The routing here is just perfect, and it's found one. 7 seconds left though, not enough time to defuse. And it's a round where Faceless Fruits again find the consolation kill, had the time on the clock to give that the round.
Yeah, exactly. It looked it was over way anyway after the first kill that he does fine, but at least he's trying to look for that other kill there. Maybe build towards the strike side of things, but they get 1 round on the board here for Faceless, and it was a better round there for them this time around.
I think so. And it was just a round where they looked more comfortable, even in a situation where they heavily committed towards B. They had a really aggressive overwatch as well from Emo and Ryan. They dealt with that in a fashion where the positions should just line up for Mission Magpies. I think now again, that's just again saving utility and buying room to stall, because if they stall Magpies, they have more time to be elusive and more time to be evasive from any information that could go their way. Because Magpie's been very, very good at getting the stun checks early and figuring out where they're going, and this round's no different.
Yeah, definitely. Another wee split this time for the defensive side here from Faceless. They've got themselves 2 players over towards the A side, 2 pretty much bang on in the B zone, ready and waiting, expecting maybe Mission Magpies to go early towards B, trying to open up here towards the stadium side. But Logic is just sneaking away through the front row. But first kill does come out in the favour of Zappin. He's found 8 so far in this S&D, even though he's been on the losing side so far. He's just looking good in the S&D so far.
Well, Logicon already spots 1, and it makes a really tough call now for Magpies. Do we aggress and help our teammate? Because Faceless Fruits already have hit the panic button. They've stacked towards VIP, a dream scenario, and a nade spare as well for Powerhouse. Means they can block an area, push out as a team, and start taking down Magpies.
Yeah, exactly. They've got the best position as it stands here, obviously with that extra man advantage here. Ryan's still not got the chance to put anywhere with the bomb. They've got 25 seconds to play for. They're going to have to push towards B here because the rotation round to A is going to be too late, but it is traded out kill-wise there. Copley falls, Logic falls next. It's 2 dead. Ryan's left alive on his own. Faceless will find their 2nd round.
Yeah, fantastic win. And much needed for Faceless Fruits and the momentum, because now they're starting to re-establish their foot in the game. But for the first 3 rounds of Magpies, they were just outclassing in many regards, and always the 1v situations that crop up in Red Card that do have like the most impact on where you should position yourself. But now we have Faceless Fruits here with 2 rounds back-to-back in post-plants, looking flawless, where they're just going to have, I'd say, much more of an easier time to predict the path in. And even the counters now in this stage here, round number 5, really wild. Sometimes teams go all out towards A and commit, like we've seen, Faceless Fruits do on their first round win. But Magpies, I feel like conservatively speaking, opted for a 2-2 split here at the start, as yes, they do in fact now opt to spread through Ticket and through Stadium.
Yeah, you got the defense split as well once again, but it seems that Faceless are going to face all the way towards that A site here, getting closer, watching over each other's crosses here as well, trying to see if they can push up towards the map, towards that stage side here. We do have Logic sitting waiting like it was last round when they went on the attack. Their defense didn't hold strong in that one, but can they do it this time round here against the Faceless squad, who are slowly working their way up, but one does fall. Powerhouse is the first to fall, and Logic gets that first blood.
Oh, just some suppressing shots again, just to keep them at bay. Not really for information. They know already there's a heavy stack outside the stadium. And that's why Magpies now are just starting to again opt to start holding the X's. And they're really trying to get Faceless Fruits in all positions. A pinstripe kill feed. But numbers again in favor of Magpies. A 2v1. And Zappy left all alone. Needs to collect bomb. And has got the high ground. Could be doable, given again the nade again. That could be a great placement.
If he wins these gunfights, he's going to have to be renamed Anakin for now, but it looks like he's been picked out, and there we go. Mission Magpies finally get a round back again here, and they'll make it a 4-2 lead in the S&D. 2 more rounds away, and they'll get themselves a map on the series and look at to take it towards that control, but still quite far away from that at this point in time, the way we have seen the last couple of S&D rounds going the distance, so we'll see what Faceless have got next in their defensive round.
I mean, if I'm in Faceless Fruits comms right now, the simple mission is stop Ryan. Stop Ryan Card. He has, the highest kills in the first map. In the second map, again, as bomb carrier, he's having the most impact while opening the most space for his team, where he really should be playing static and safe. He finds his way to hold the trade and then get bombed down in an immediate 4v3. And now on the attacking side again for Magpies, it's no different. But this time, more support with Ryan through the middle of the map. Again, the bodyguard strategy has paid well and dividends to what they could do.
Yeah, exactly there. So this is where we go and see how they decide to approach it here. Mission Magpies open up with the first kill, though Mimo once again in the kill feed. Going to try and push on through now. They're going to be rotating around towards that A side here. You can see Ryan making that big rotation around the back, but also keeping one player towards that B side to keep Faceless in one position here so they can make that rotation round.
And looking at B again, it's just a massive ploy here from Logicom. I feel like, again, Faceless Fruits have no default option other than to overstack B because it is the most vulnerable site for them. But Magpies can start exaggerating ideas from the other side of the map and putting numbers towards there. But the timing of Logicon is simply perfect here. He's snuck behind enemy lines. He's found the perfect system. But now it's about trying to get out of your life. And given the split here, there's no idea what Sage has got to deal with all this pressure.
Yeah, finding that kill there opens up. There was now a 4 versus 2 scenario for Mission Magpies in a good position. But that's 2 dead in the feed once again. We're back to 2v2 scenario. The bomb will be getting planted towards that A bomb site. And it's all about the position of where you put your guns now, watching over that cross.
And it's nice to see again Mimo's opted for a safe strategy. Utility's been held as well as a nade, so he can throw it at 10 seconds and safely secure the round. But this is where Faceless Fruits can make the most moves on the chessboard and really start to exaggerate stage, exaggerate where they can position themselves in footy. That's the only place to clear when it comes to A. But that was well worked from Powerhouse. And a beautiful opening again. No more Mimo in the map. It's down to Ryan in a 1v2. And he's got a frag left over, so can we see similar patterns emerge? 1 kill is found there, Defuse is being stuck. The timing and the movement just simply were not to match. And Faceless Fruits, with the safety of cover, have converted it. Now we're at 4-3.
Yeah, exactly that. There just wasn't enough time on the board after finding the kill eventually in the movement. The mana wasn't there. See, if you had the mana one, would that have worked? Would he have got up there in time? I don't know, but maybe...
No chance. The only real sort of like closing moment would have been a time frag grenade a second before that kill was found. You know, that's the only real way. Sort of a killer style 1v2 from Black Ops 2 champs. Yeah. And it's just never going to replicate again, given the situation. But actually, geography is there for this map. It could be done.
Yeah, I mean, Zappy though, like, you just can't be stopped just now in S&D. He's definitely becoming the person you need to get out of the map here if you're Mission Magpies, because they're here finding most of the kills in these rounds. And now that Powerhouse, Jumpy and Sage are all starting to find kills as well, it's actually making it a little bit easier for them to come find that game back here that they were losing early on as Jumpy gets the first blood.
And Copley's out of the match. Now, how can we see the rest of the team coordinate a beautiful attack? Faceless Fruits again have control of VIP early on, which is good news. I mean, it's tough to see what Sage can do here. Needs to position himself in more of a safety corner with a nice little X hold. Because right now, again, Ryan's just getting a feel for the information, distracting so that Logic and Mimo can make a move. Where we see Logicon really shine is coordinating with a teammate to break into VIP. And it's just plays like this again, which sort of stall the push. Opens up room for Ryan now to find a kill. And look at the feed. Beautiful shade of blue. They picked apart Faceless Fruits from the inside out. Ryan's on a 5 spree. RC Car is literally locked away, safe in the account. And it's 5-3 in the Search and Destroy.
What a round from Mission Magpies, though. That was phenomenal. That bait and switch between the door, just making sure he's going between the 2 positions there, keeping firing the shot so that everybody from Faceless are kind of looking that way. And then Logic comes in the back, finds the kills. And then there you go. All of a sudden it's 4 dead. And Mission Magpies are on that point.
It's just wonderful to see. And it's just a great indication now for how we can set up what could be the final round in the S&D. Magpies are on track for it. Ryan as well has got 3 plants this map, which is just absurd when it comes to what their strategy is every single round in the attack. And it's no different here again. Same bodyguard strat through mid, but look at Faceless Fruits. They're aggressing towards stage straight away. They need a threat from rounds 4 to 5 and how much for an open hole it was. Less on VIP, and it stalled Magpies.
Yeah, exactly that. And this is going to be a really, really crucial map here for round here for Faceless. They need to find that first pick early. They need to try and get themselves back into that momentum swing as well. They kind of got a good few maps in a row, rounds in a row, but now they need to just try and keep it holding all the way to make it to around 11. 2 rounds in a row is going to be a difficult ask once again to do, but it has been done from them.
And this is a beautiful idea as well. It's the same thing that Logicon tried 2 rounds ago, but this time it comes off. And Faceless Fruits, again, are just sort of scrapping for the 1 kill on this man. But look at the remaining players, and look at really where we should see Sage in the mix. It's just opening up the timings a little bit more. The 3v2, of course, is the man advantage, but the late lurk is what's so important.
Oh, Logic. Again, 5 in a row now, and there we go. It's back to 1 player left alive here for Faceless, and it's Sage. It's all down to him. 1v3 scenario here to keep themselves alive here in this S&D. or else Mission Magpies will get that bomb down as well, and B, give themselves 43 seconds to have to defend for this one. And Sage is at a big disadvantage here. He's spotted, they know where he is. There's two players watching over these two doorways, and it's going to be a very difficult task to get in there and find that first pick early on. But there we go, Mission Magpies will find the kill and end the S&D round. We're going to round number 3 here in the protocol. We're going to see a protocol, on control.
Lovely. Battle of the ARs. We're going to see exactly Powerhouse again. And this time, though, you've got Mimo in the picture and you've got Logicon in the picture. So I think one more real recap that we can summarize the S&D with in a word. It's just experience. Yeah. They took apart a 4-stack of VIP Faceless Fruits are designed to hold from just simply playing the bait and switch, like you've said. And looking at the numbers themselves, I mean, you can't really look any better than Ryan for this map. Logicon as well was on a 5 in the final round. And that's really where you start to see signs of life and really showing impact here in the later portions of the schedule.
Ryan and Logic together combining to make the same amount of kills as Faceless made between the whole 4 players. So I mean,
and that's just a scary stat.
That's a scary stat. That's pretty scary. A very good, solid S&D round. The experience coming out, and we're gonna show you them beautiful replays here as we get set up here for map number 3. What we said is going to be a control on protocol. It's going to be the first protocol control of the day as well on the broadcast, at least anyway.
Well, I thought it was nice to have Protocol and Hardpoint as well today, and it's a map again that is just widely overlooked right now in the current meta, just given how bad it was to deal with for one strict role. But now I feel like again we've reached the point where players have played the same maps over and over again now, particularly your Vaults, particularly your Red Cards. It's creeping back in very slowly here in the January window, and it plays very differently than it did 2 months ago. I mean, of course, given the patch updates, given the spawn updates from last month, of course we expect it. Seeing it in person, seeing it on LAN, it feels a little bit more consistent than it did about 2 months ago.
Yeah, it definitely does. And a lot of people didn't really like the way it played originally, and are starting to get into a wee bit of a love-hate kind of thing with the map to start with. Now it's getting more picked and more usable, at least for the players, and more of a kind of like even enough map up, whereas it always seemed to be a very defender side map.
I feel like again we've reached the point where you can definitely make the argument every single time. But there is nothing really similar than an equal map and equal footing than VIP on Red Card and who gets there first.
Yeah. Sometimes
it is just a foot race, and with Omni Movement again, Black Ops 6, where the map's been designed to allow more room for diving and even more corner cutting for sliding. It just feels like a foot race rather than previous titles and engines where you would have to simply engineer a way to find the exit kill or find the perfect line of sight to eliminate that room.
Yeah, we don't have jetpacks, we don't have wall running, we don't have these fancy different ways of movement.
We wish.
Omni movement is like, imagine you had the wall run into the midst of this as well with Omni movement, wall running. I think that'd be a good combination. Let's bring that up next.
And that's sort of a thing where I sort of visit some of the older generation players, particularly in the 2015 era where they were breaking out into COD from the jetpack era. And we go to this game where it kind of has the closest homage to that style of play, given, of course, the multi-movement mechanics and the high-low verticality. I mean, Advanced Warfare and Black Ops 3 were games that were designed around players that could look high and aim well in a larger range of motion. With the new gen players, again, breaking out World War II, Black Ops 4, and 2019, they're used to just, being faster than your opponent, and even being used to just switching between players in, a 0.2 second response time. So that's sort of, I think, where we do have quite a nice head-to-head from a movement that just balances out both areas and both generations so well.
The speed of the game is too much for me nowadays at my old age, but it does look good, very good, but it does mean your reactions do have to be on point every single time. Your predictions and where you're going to be pretty much pre-aiming and firing is to be on point every single time as well. But I don't have that reaction time, sadly, but these boys definitely do have it, and even Mission Magpies with the experience, they still have that little bit of reaction times there. And as you've seen it in the S&T, they were pretty good and well drilled in that. And now it's just to see what they can do in the control side of things. Can they bring it back here? And obviously they lost map number 1, but it's back to a respawn again. And it wasn't too far of a distance in the hard point. The both teams look good in the respawn side of things, but the control side of things, we'll have to wait and see how both teams fare. Obviously, the last map here from Faceless, they did go to the control. So
I feel that's sort of one of the nicer openings that we can understand. But particularly, again, with Faceless Fruits and Mission Magpies, and where they sort of have a good idea in the control. Again, not just the AR conversation, but the SMG roles. They're so different. They're getting really loud right now because they realise it's the last map for seeding, and I think the 80% of the gas tank is going to be spent here. Expect like a full, no sipping on the petrol, just full-blown full-on madness. But Mimo and Jumpy is a great comparison I love to make as a commentator, because Jumpy, again, is been moved into a role now where he's strictly objective to try and force the team to collect more points rather than focus so much on just, farming, the entire map. But Mimo, again, is a player that has sort of at one point fulfilled that role many years ago, and now has enough room and knowledge to understand when he needs to do it. So that's sort of like a nice generational thing where you can look at what the outcome could be for Jumpy in a few months' time, even a year's time. And Mimo, again, who's already quite a good master at it.
Yeah, definitely. See, having all this knowledge from all your experience of all these guests and meeting all these players, felt like someone came flying my direction. I was going to catch it.
A projectile, it's okay. It was a stem.
A projectile from the powerhouse himself.
I mean, I'm
fair. In his hand, but he's got his hand warmers, trying to keep himself warmed up, trying to make sure they're still warm as well, so he can keep his hands nice and cool.
I mean, he could give us some as well. He's got quite a few stashed away there, just to make sure, again, in the later shift. I mean, my hands right now feel like ice cubes.
I'm sure the local convenience store, if they sell them, they would be able to put a good wee deal.
Oh my God,
well.
They'd have about 800% revenue from this event alone.
Yeah.
If the Premier down the road or even the Spa got hand warmers, yeah, the gamers are going to rob them all.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure there's definitely going to be a good high sale of our energy juice as well. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's going to keep them stocked up for a little bit as well. And plenty of water going around, which is keeping hydrated has to be done, because otherwise I'm pretty sure the energy levels and water levels going low would make it really difficult to keep that concentration. Because I know what I'm like. If I don't have some water, I can't keep myself fresh, especially the amount of chatting that they're doing with each other as well on the comms. Like, it is crazy, like the amount of communication that has to be passed out. You've heard it on CDL, for example, where they go into a listen-in and it's almost unrecognizable what they're actually saying, but they know each other so well, they play so much together, they scrim so much together, their chat is loud, you've got to try and respond to that, and the game and the map. It's crazy amount of work that goes into your head to pay attention to what's going on.
I tried to do that consistently for 10 hours.
Yes, exactly. And this is
some things are just going to slip up.
Yeah, exactly. Even in their scrims, they've been doing it. So their voice is going to be going very, very difficult by the end of this night, and they're going to have to do it again tomorrow.
That's why 8 hours of sleep and plenty of water has always been, the key to my heart and the key to a player's mind. It's going to be fun, though, just actually having tomorrow. I feel like, again, we've already let Avenge and we've already let, Mistaken just have the night because they've already finished top seeds. No, probably still in bed just after a shower watching what's going on tonight just to have a good feel, because I feel like, again, given tomorrow's starting time at 10 a.m., that's when you'll catch stream tomorrow, around 10:15, 10:30, when we get the matches rolling. Who's going to have the most energy? And the layer from day 1 to day 2, again, changes a player's ability to perform quite drastically, and that's what players today not necessarily might carry into tomorrow, because the window is so short for recovery.
Yeah, so this obviously map is, this match, is definitely detrimental to where the seeding goes. It could mean that these guys maybe have to play again today. So they're hoping that maybe they can actually get their win, and that maybe means they don't have to start off today, or maybe get an early bed and come ready fresh in the morning, or maybe
I feel like as players though, Mark, when you have that sort of dynamic of would you want to have an early start tomorrow but an early finish the day before, or a late finish the day before, or would you like to have a late start tomorrow but an even later finish the day before? I feel like, again, if I'm getting up at like 7 a.m, I'm locked in just regardless. I feel like the whole mission completion complex of like having a set task to do, especially for all the players here, is what gets them through that kind of like really tough plateau.
Yeah, I feel like they would still, no matter what though, even if they did get the early night, right, I feel like some of these players and teams are still going to be here early doors. As soon as this opens, they'll be here ready, practicing, because the team Mistaken, for example, they were here on Friday. They came to see the venue. They weren't supposed to be here. No teams were meant to be here, but they came in to have a wee nosy.
Absolutely.
They were even asking if they could scrim on the Friday night.
I can guarantee I'm going to see around 5 teams at the Premier Inn breakfast tomorrow just stuffing down 2 kilos of bacon to try and ensure performance is reigning on top.
I don't know if I could deal with that. If it was another long day and that much food, my energy levels would definitely be down there. Thankfully, I'll take that unlimited breakfast to one setup of breakfast.
What did you have this morning? I saw a few eggs floating around the table.
Oh, that wasn't my eggs. I had 1 egg. Did I have an egg? Yeah, I had an egg.
You had an egg?
A couple of sausages, a hash brown, a black pudding. The only thing they don't have is potato scone.
They do not. No, that's not the budget.
That's my favourite thing to have.
Shut up and eat your eggs. Well, the story.
I'm getting told to shush because some people here are absolutely starving. I am actually starving. The last thing I had was a tikka pasta at like 11 o'clock.
I had a Jamaican patty from Premier, and that thing's kept me going for about, 10 hours? Yeah, serious stuff in there. Might need to check the calories.
Well, that being said, we're into the map here in Protocol. The control is underway. The attacking side is going to be Faceless to start off with here. We're going to see where this opening goes, and if they can start getting some early ticks of progress early on, they get the first pick for Mission Magpies though for Logic. Sparky, well, I can say Sparky, but we know it's not Sparky, it's Mimo once again, finding another kill as well here. They're pushing on up. Ryan finding a kill as well in the feed, and that's going to be a good bit of pressure here as they can push themselves up into the attacking side of the map.
Awkward splits now for Faceless Fruits. Given the players that have dropped off from their original break-off, they're going to have a really tough time now to regroup and start coordinating attacks. Mission Magpies done a better job of trusting the island players. I feel like, again, when you're relying so much on certain key figures from Faceless Fruits to have a top performance, this is really where you start putting pressure on the control, on Protocol, and relying on Zappy and Powerhouse. And already, again, the start has been more of Magpies showing Mimo has come flying out the gates. He's stuck himself right on edge to try and get the time off.
Yeah, they did get the tick of progress, at least one tick of progress towards that A side of things. We know that it could be detrimental to the map here, but the frag comes in, 2 kills in the feed straight away here. Faceless Fruits get back onto the zone. Maybe 2 ticks of progress we're going to be seeing here. Yeah, I've got one player still alive there and keeping that going, but you're going to see Logic trying to find a kill, but that's 3 dead in the feed. Make that 4, and Faceless are going to find the A zone secured.
And how they adjust as well from those 4 kills is fantastic. They make Powerhouse go out wider, they push Jumpy forward on the south side of the map, and they just try and create an awkward trap here for Mission Magpies to just sort of distract them from, you know, the prime position here, the north side push. But I felt the verticality, again, is sort of where you have to put Clark, or should we say Sage in this instance, down here, because that's where the rotations and the heat map really generate the most revenue.
Yeah, definitely. This is the thing with this map for sure. The ups and downs of the map definitely makes it difficult to kind of deal with where the players are going to be. But 3 dead and the feed here, Mission Magpies are going to be able to push up once again. There's only 1 player nearby, and that is going to be Sage trying to rotate into the back spawn of Mission Magpies, hoping for at least these teammates to find some picks here so he can get them off the back of the spawn, and he does do so there. Sage making it 3 in a row for himself.
So FaZe has procured a lot of points here and got A out of the way. Focus on towards B with a minute 13, and look at the life count as well, 15-10. Numerically speaking, a lot of room here to get this done. Trophies down the outside as well, so they can't throw nades in Magpies.
No, definitely not. 2 ticks of progress is almost there, but 2 dead in the feed for Mission Magpies. It will be traded out straight away by a 2 hit for Powerhouse. Make that 3, and that's what's going to be needed here to secure that B zone potentially here. 2 players nearby, only one that can get near the point just now to stop that will be Logic, and he's going to have to try and find the player that's coming through, and that's going to be Jumpy, and he deals with Logic already. They're going to get onto the zone. 2 ticks of progress is going to be 3 ticks of progress, and that will be the round win here for Faceless.
A lovely opening, and you know, great vibes from the control so far. And when it comes to the attacking rounds as well, it's an Hacienda, much more punishing when you're starting off on that side, who saw in the ICG Takeover series. This time around, though, the players that need to have the most input and performance are waking up. And Powerhouse's final 3 here in the kill feed and on the replay just show you exactly the kind of movement we're expecting from the young man.
If only he had the face cam on, because he throws a wee nice shady sweet wink to his teammates and his friends in the audience. He's like,
oh, that'll be in the replay. So replay ops already got that locked in, ready for the for the rollback.
He's gonna save that. It'll be a Twitter post for sure. Okay, we are into round number 2 though, and it's going to be Mission Magpies now looking to do the attack here. First blood going their way here as well. It's going to be Mimo finding that first pick. Going towards B zone early on to start with though this time round, instead of the A, which we expect to see on a regular occasion, but they'll get over there trying to pull Faceless over as much as possible.
And Logicon's making the really interesting play here for Magpies, because the majority of the stack is actually trying to keep the pressure off of the points from the front, but they've allowed Logicon again just to be the rat in this situation and distract, you know, any sort of flanking or lurking players that could be of impact to Faceless Fruits away from what could be a really prosperous outcome. Now when it comes to the kill feed as well, 2 in the feed is just perfect opportunity again to keep Faceless Fruits away from points, but still, when you're attacking from the north side, as we saw from the previous round, Faceless Fruits found a way to exhaust a lot of energy, getting time, and then ensuring a life lead. Magpies are doing the exact same right now.
Yeah, definitely. They've got 2 ticks of progress towards that A zone. They did have 1 player of Logic, just to kind of distract them over towards B, get a wee bit of progress, just so that they can get that full ticks of progress as much as possible towards that A site. 59 seconds still to play for. They need 1 tick of progress on A to give you that extra minute here, and it looks like Ryan was going to try and do that. He does get picked off though, and that's 2 dead in the feed once again for Faceless as they start to clear that zone and that progression that they're making towards A.
It's a lovely idea, and even collectively as a team, they've started to really mark the ideas down of where they need to spin the map, mainly through mid, cut it off against the lower ground underneath the bunker. That's where they find the heat map kills. Mission Magpies, though, again, have just found loads of room to allow Logic on to have a great impact, and what it does best, again, is switching off to the sub for a couple minutes, adding the third layer of an element of a team that could just really run through Faceless Fruits, already high-progressive team, in the best formation possible.
Yeah, well, they've got that full ticket progression. The extra minute is added, but we're pretty much even here in lives counts. 40, well, we are now. There we go. That pretty much evened up, just as we say. But the extra minute is going to be helpful here for Mission Magpies, but they're going to have to try and find that opening towards B now. And you can see they're all over towards that A side. They're back at the Grandmas. I don't know which one you call as Grandmas now, because they're both buildings, and most of the time a building gets called Grandmas.
Oh, cool. So here's my sort of breakdown for the two identical buildings. Where the players are now, from this little building here on the mini-map on the left side, I call that ammo, and Grandma's is my right-hand side.
Fair, fair, fair. That's a good one to know.
It just helps out so much.
For,
you know, all the kills found from there. I mean, then we've got spiral stairs and you have bunker underneath. It just helps so much to not sort of get stuck on a really crucial kill.
Yeah, well, there's Faceless finding a couple of good kills there. Is going to give the live count in their advantage here on the defensive side. The Mission Magpies don't look like they're going to be getting towards that B site anytime soon, because Faceless are trying to get them back in their spawn and hold them here between that ammo building.
And again, the sort of key feature here again is just what can Kopi do? He's the only player that's aggressed beyond the static line, the original sort of trap set by Faceless Fruits. But I mean, listen, it's enough distraction again for the north side to have more of an opening. And now Ryan slipped through the net. So this again is just a consistency of flanking around and trying to get the kills to break the setup, because they're being really disciplined here, Faceless Fruits.
Yeah, Jumpy in that console room is doing some great work there. He's 5 in a row. He's trying to find the 6. Can he do it? No more respawns left alive. The nade goes out. The 6th kill comes their way. He's getting close to that Hellstorm, but he will be eventually found there. Logic gets a kill, but it's 2 versus 7 a scenario. Mission Magpies at a deficit, going to be a difficult task, but they're going to try and get that ticket progression towards B at least. But can they do it with one player left alive quickly on the zone? Does he get that one ticket progression? I think he just got it there just before he does fall.
Still though, 2-0 start for Faceless Fruits in the control. Really woken up on this one. I'm surprised they kept away the protocol. I think they tried to vote it in a few times in the third map, and we can see exactly why they want this, given their AR setup. And even in this round, I feel like Jumpy had a really nice running. Sage as well was making most of the crucial decisions on where to sort of, you know, ferry the team, you know, where to shove them on the map to get the most impact.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it could be a quick 3-0 here for Faceless as they look to do the attack, and if it's anything like the first attack, it could be the series over with, and then they'll get their win on the main stage here. But let's see, Sage, who's currently on a 4 streak just now. Jumpy stayed alive in that last one as well at the end there, but straight on down through Spiral.
Okay, very, very static mid portion is what we would usually say for a round number 3. Not the case for Magpies. They've actually pushed right through the spiral, and they've allowed room for Mimo to do the Lord's work. He has stuck himself down on the ground. His teammates now pushing for the north side, and they're already trying to create a trap to push Faceless Fruits right towards the south side of the map, where they cannot get near A or B. But that's where the back marker and Zappy slipping through the net can make a huge impact.
Yeah, so Ryan gets a kill in the back there, but you do have Powerhouse, who does get the spawn really close by, manages to pick him off, but he's managed to slow the time down. We've got a minute left on the clock here. Takes the progress going towards that A. 2 kills in the feed for Faceless. Gives them the opportunity here to try and push on up into the map, and they've all spawned out towards that P2 side of things here for Mission Magpies, and only one player in Grandmas does get found. That's Copley there, 2 dead once again, and it's Jumpy and Powerhouse finding kills between them, and it's pretty good here for them on the attack. They're going to get that full tick of progress, I think, as well here towards that A zone, give them that extra minute. It's going to be almost 2 minutes if it holds its own here. They're going to have to find the 2 kills on the zone, though. One more player to fight, deal with Logic.
Again, that kill though was in vain. Those 2 players are ready with barrels up on the south side of turret. They've hit stairs, now they can play the head glitch, and it puts a lot of pressure on Mimo to even find the entry. Now look at this again, the stack is complete. They get A converted, a minute 45 on the clock, and a small 2 life deficit for Magpies, but plenty of waves to still work around the new opportunity.
Yeah, with that deficit in numbers, it's going to help them here. They push up the spawns. They're going to get that B progression starting to make, and you can see the chase is on here for Zappy, but he does fall to the floor. Logic will find 1. The other kill is found there by Copley as well, but Mission Magpies keep spawning on the south side here at this point in time. The position that Faceless are in, they look like they get a good few kills here in ammo, which they are doing so. they can keep that going and they can keep pushing towards that B zone. But pretty dead in the feed for Faceless, and that's going to be a tough task here to come back at this here as Mission Magpies are pushing back up through the map and getting them in the spawn.
They found the right idea here. Memo's starting to get very aggressive now on the entry lane. Same again goes for Ryan. I feel like now with the two Amy's positioned and postured around turret and inside of ammo, it creates a room now where he also faces Fruits to take long-range battles against Copley. It is just really, really difficult for him to break through. The movement from Sage there has opened up a nice window. 21 and 12 to note as well. His first drill. Nice scoreline that we've seen so far, and definitely shoved into the Zappy's role of being, sort of the person that runs in behind. Do we really need to say any more about that position? No, we don't. That was just outrageously disgusting.
That was outrageously disgusting. I thought it was so disgusting the Observer almost disappeared off the map there, but here we go. They've got the 26 seconds left on the clock. They've managed to stop the time, and they're on the zone.
That way there was like a 3 monsters deep kind of kill. You're not going to get that without at least a, fatal overdose level caffeine inside your bloodstream. And the opening as well is perfect. With 20 seconds left, they start touching time.
Here we go. Are they going to finish this one up here? Are they going to have the opportunity? They have got the life count just though. It's 6 versus 5 scenario, 17 seconds left and not near the time here. You can see the only person nearby is going to be Powerhouse, but he's going to have to try and make a way up towards that zone. But nobody's actually going towards B. Are they going to leave it to the very, very last second here? Looking for them picks. 2 players are on the zone. Make that free. A very quick progression will be made here if nobody comes to challenge on Mission Magpies. Ryan does fall. No more respawns left alive. There's 2 left on the feed here from Mission Magpies. They're going to have to do something about it, but it looks like this could be the map over if they don't challenge us here right now. And there we go. 1 dead. It's the last one down. Faceless are your victory winners here, and they're going to take map number 3 here to make it a 2-1 win.
I know, and some small celebrations there as we round out seeding. A very happy Zappy is all we could really comment on.
Zappy,
the reaction.
I like it. I like it.
It's just beautiful to see, and again, just sort of like a nice round out to seeding, because I think that right there is the matchup now that just finally closes out the first part of the format. Now we look towards playoffs at a very humble and respectable 10:43 p.m.
Oh. you need to stop reminding us of the time. I'm sure everybody here is like a couple hours left, and I'll be going.
I think we're talking to the players and to the audience as well. We all got here at like 9 in the morning to log in and register, so it's been around 13 hours. 13 hours deep in this, and we're all here, and we're still sticking around.
Crazy. We're going to hit you some replays here from that last map there where, Faceless looked really strong in it, and Mission Magpies just didn't have it in the end to finish up and close the series out.
Maybe that could be the sort of set tempo, the real idea of what could happen now in playoffs, because we start now again from the actual base seeding to see some teams now that maybe not have had the greatest round robin start off in the bracket, start off in the real test of might. And given that we're going to best of 5s, great, we're going back to our usual bread and butter of Call of Duty. No real need to worry about respawns, because S&Ds again start to play more of an important factor when it comes to the overall series.
Yeah, definitely, but you still get the more opportunities of respawns. So obviously, if it goes the distance to that map 5, you'll finally see an S&D decider, which sometimes it could be a massive game. Sometimes you get in the map 5 match around 11s, and they're just pressure cookers.
Oh, I know, and it comes now to... we're coming out of the best of 3, where you have to start hot and be consistent for 2 maps. The late bloomers usually in series, the players that scale up really towards the end of a best of 5 are now going to have, their share of the Lions. They're going to have, the advantage going into what we're now going to call playoffs. Started officially.
Yeah, playoffs have started on a Saturday evening. It's almost going to turn, by the time these are finished, it will be Saturday morning. Sunday morning, sorry, should we say? It will be Sunday morning.
Oh, yeah, you're pardon the pun.
Technically, it's Sunday, right? It is technically Sunday. I've been here long enough. This is a Sunday to me now. We're going to have a long couple of series against us, but we don't know who we're going to be seeing in the season. Once that is all finalised, we'll get it to you. We'll get the overall finishing standings, I hope, as well, to be able to kind of share with you who's going to be up next. But for the meantime, we'll go to a quick break. Well, we say quick, we don't know how quick it can be, but we'll go to a
substantial break. We do need some water.
Yes, we'll get some water. We'll get ourselves the seedings
maybe the toilet
out, and we'll get to see who's up next.
Definitely the toilet.
Broadcast. Yes, everything, all over them. Right, catches on the flip side.
haters been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels, ain't do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. Falling, I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. And the pressure would sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was ghosting. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stolen. My stock is misslowing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
Knocking models, popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
Heaven just knows what it was. Will I go back to the place where I belong? Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. You'll be my pleasure. I got nothing to be scared of, because where people live, there is always love. I know the answers in my heart, so I'll try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure? And I find it hard to let go. Memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure?
There's an error in the code, let me show you, let me show you. Look.
Well, that's it for group play here at the Esports Hub January Clash. Mission Magpies unfortunately falling short to Faceless Fruits in what was a pretty entertaining game, all things considered. Been a very long day. Been here since obviously 9 a.m. We're getting close to 11 p.m. now. So ending ending group games with a win. Surely good for Faceless Fruits. Ending group games with a loss.
Yeah.
Disappointed for Mission Magpies, but they're heading into playoffs.
They played well.
They played well. and they've got a game against Hammer Esports to look forward to, who have struggled in groups.
Have not looked as good as we expected them to today.
But then again, they have a very new roster, only available for like a few weeks, like a week, if that. But yeah, that last game, how do you think that went for Mission Magpie?
Not terribly. I think their S&D was strong. The hard point wasn't awful. They were a bit slow off the rip, but built into it. Then they just got a bit pulled away. Then they had control. They just got unlucky, I'd say. I think it was just the map that really ruined them a little bit, because Protocol.
We know what you like with Protocol. It's just as bad as Red Card, huh?
No, but hard point is okay.
Yeah.
Control's just a bit awkward.
It's something we brought up in the pre-game, is that Faceless tend to work well when the atmosphere is vibrant and it's loud and it's energetic. And it got loud. It got very loud. And mostly from the mission side. They got loud.
It was
I'm hoping they got loud again during these playoffs. It's late. First playoff game of the day. It's a different format as well. We're no longer in groups. We are in a double elimination bracket. Did get lectured for that one. But yeah, double elimination. It's best of fives. So yeah, we've got the bracket up now.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh,
here we go.
Okay. So yeah, Excite IGC. I think that could be a very interesting matchup as well. Got Algeria getting what looks to be a bye. They're against Faceless.
Yeah.
They're against the first team Faceless. There are two Faceless.
Yeah, Faceless Esports.
That's something we haven't seen Faceless Esports on the main stage so far, so that could be something we could angle into the schedule for you all tomorrow. Eclectic and Fruits as well. That's Faceless Fruits got to be thinking, okay, we got a bye. After such a long day, we get a little bit of a lion. But yeah, first game we've got... it's Mission Magpies back on stage yet again.
But now they've had a chance. They've fully set themselves up now because they played really well in that last game. They've built themselves to do this, and I think, honestly, they may take it from Hammer.
I think they could. It's going to be quite close. I think both teams have been quite unlucky today with how they've played, and they have had some good games where they've deserved to win, but just fallen short like the last minute. But yeah, I think this one could go down to a 3-game. I mean, Magpies has to be happy. I mean, any game that goes to the third map is both teams playing somewhat well, so I think they can be happy with the last game and move on.
Well, consider it's best of 5. We'd hope it goes to the third map.
You know what? Yeah,
like they want those. They want it to be a quick 3-0.
Yeah, hopefully a 3.
Like they want it to be quick.
But
quick.
If this drags out, like if these teams are going to be wanting to beg for the late games tomorrow,
they're going to get to like map 4, and they're all going to be.
They're going to be.
Can we please win?
If we hit the same volume coming out of Mission Magpies as we did in that last game, I'll be very impressed, especially if we go to a map 5.
That's a hard thing to do, to keep the energy at this late in the day.
Yeah, but we've been in for ages. You have to kind of question if fatigue comes in, because I mean they've been like waiting and playing for so long.
It's a lot of back and forth, moving up and down, a lot of busyness.
Also, a lot of moving parts with schedule and like tech pauses.
Yeah,
it's bound to happen.
It can halt people's like rhythm and flow. And so like Mission Magpies, they've had a bit of a flow to it now. They're back on stage again. They don't have to move about as much. Hammer, on the other hand, haven't been on stage since the first game of the day. The opening stages, they haven't. Like, I don't think they've won a game yet. So maybe it's just a case of when the pressure's on and elimination is on the cards, they pull out an upset.
Yeah,
they could be running off the the nighttime fumes. Everyone's a bit like sleepy. They could be like waiting and striking, and they could. They may
have been setting themselves up a little bit. They played their first 4, like, a bit unfortunate in those games, but having not won any means they haven't had to stretch constantly into those 2-1s, 2-1s, 2-1s repeatedly, and they actually aren't as tired, I think, as everyone else, which gives them maybe that boost at this time of day.
They can only hope anyway.
Yeah,
we'll have to find out, really.
Yeah,
you never know.
They can only hope. It's Hammer and Mission Magpies on for our final game of the day. It's best of 5. It's playoffs. It's the night shift crew.
Blazing night shift crew. Ian, well said. I mean, we're going to be getting into the back shift as well. We call it when it gets past.
The graveyard shift is like the formal term for down in the dumps, down bad, no real way to get out of it. Welcome to winners round 1. What a way to sort of set up the table.
What a table. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting matchup. The Mission Magpies are fresh off a loss there, but it was quite a good game between the two sides there with Faceless. Hammer Esports, on the other hand, they're going to an uphill battle here, trying to find their first win on in the board. And like we said, they're brought back here onto the main stage after the first map of the series. The whole day, they kicked it off. They're going to end it here.
It's been a 13-hour layover from the start of the day where we had Hammer on stage to now officially 13 hours later, and they're back on stage again. This time in different circumstances. We're starting playoffs a little bit earlier. Definitely agreed upon the players and everyone in attendance that it fits better this way to have a lighter Sunday.
Yep.
Just give it again. Extra bit of time in bed. Less matches to worry about tomorrow, more time to get everything rolling, in quick fashion. And just interesting as well, I mean, we have two teams again that are currently on buys, and that is Mistaken Esports and AVNG. I was quite mistaken in the crowd as well, which is actually quite nice to see that they're still here. They could be in bed right now, resting up for a Lion tomorrow, but they're like, actually, no.
I've got
spectators today. It's actually quite nice to see.
And Rasco says he's there to support his friends, so he's supporting Webby here for the Hammer Boys.
I know, and trying to be incog about it as well. Hood up in the front row.
He doesn't want
really stand-up fashion.
Yeah.
I love to see it.
Maybe he's just going to close that against it, ready to have a wee quick nap before he leaves.
The look's all you need to know about that. Let's move on to the next point.
It's the lights. It's the lights. It's making him tireder. That's what it is. He says it's beaming in his eyes, but I mean, we've been used to it. We've minimised the crew. We've minimised the people that are left available. It's just down to the bare minimum structure now. But we're in our best of 5 now for this next matchup, and it's going to be.
They've picked really well. They've picked so well. Red card
so
half point. Triple Hacienda, red card S&D.
I think the little audience already says that's
I know. In terms of what you guys have been through today out in the audience, I'm looking directly mistaken. This should be quite light-hearted. This is what we call, a generous series. But again, this is sort of the standard where the winner of this will go through and they will play Avenged Esports tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Sorry, your early morning doors is up against the top 1 seed and their winners. It's going to be a rough ask, but either way, both teams will get a game again tomorrow at least at minimum. So no matter if they lose or win here, they're getting a game. Definitely, obviously, if you win, you're definitely getting a game and potentially another second game after that down into the losers bracket. But at least you're not out on a Sunday. You're not just like, right, I can pack my bags, I can get on the car, I can get up the road, I can get a flight home or whatever it is you're having to go and how far you're travelling. But they're getting to be here for the Championship Sunday to at least enjoy it, get on the stage as well, potentially as well, maybe, depending on how we obviously set it up or who's doing what. But they're ending up on the red card and starting on the red card, will we get as far as the second red card? Not entirely sure. The Mission Magpies team still a relatively solid squad and roster. So
if we go back to the first series of the day when they were on Mission Magpies, and the same again as well for Hammer Esports when they were on, their red card, particularly their red card against Excite Gaming, was 240-250. So this is a nice, generous opener for the team that finished dead last.
Yeah.
But it's also an opportunity again. Now we've got the sort of layoff, and they've had the time again to reassess the tactics. They probably could convert this one, given already sort of the state of play today. They're going back on the map there already for them. It's given them lots of good opportunities to get a win. Yeah. But it's also again Hacienda, which has never really benefited them in their general pool selection. They like to lean towards a vault, rarely a protocol. Hacienda is something that they are still experimenting on.
Yeah, well, the Hammer Esports boys were saying earlier as well before they started, we've not had that many chances to scrim and play as a team. They've pretty much thrown together, come here for a bit of fun, enjoy
a stuck together roster.
Stuck it together, and they're here. Okay, it's not been the best of days for them, but it's all about having fun. And Koji side of things, they've got to come and experience, get on the main stage a couple of times as well. I mean, potentially maybe even more tomorrow, and you never know. Maybe they start their form here. Maybe this first round here in the winners bracket is their first win.
I think in terms of that, it's just a tough one to call. I mean, we've talked about all the context and factors in terms of time relative to the start of the day. Now and near the end of the day, it's been 14 hours. Rest and recovery in between matches. I mean, optimally speaking, Avenge and Mistaken are probably the most well-rested, and they're still sort of dotting around the venue, just having a little poke and prod and see what's actually going on, just for coverage and general COD spectator feel and vibes. It's good to see it. Least rested, Mission Magpies. They just played about half an hour ago. They're going back into another series, and we're talking about, on top of 5 matches today, they're playing an additional 6th.
Yeah.
Which is just,
and additional amount of maps potentially as well, if it goes at this.
I think total 20 maps today, maybe even 18 maps today, if I was to do the maths right. Yeah, 18 maps
Oh,
in
maps
one
at
day
this
is
time,
a lot to
it's
get
too late.
through, let alone an online 2K.
Yeah, definitely. It's too late in the day to think about maths, to be fair. But we're just waiting to get themselves set up in the lobby, like we said. We'll hopefully be getting the map 1 underway in just a few more seconds here. But going into it, prediction-wise, since we don't have the predictions from the analysts, we never actually got what they
They
expected.
didn't. They actually left us out for it. For me
Yeah.
again, it's a Magpies 3-0.
I think 3-0. I think the general consensus may well be that. I mean, I'd like to see Hammer finding
Magpies 3-0, but Flames gets a 2 KD in map 1. That's my caveat.
Some caveat, there we go. Red card is our first hard point of the day in this best of 5. Their first best of 5 series. And our only best of 5 on broadcast today, at least, thankfully. Because otherwise, it would be 1 o'clock in the morning by the time we potentially leave the venue. But at this point in time, we're going to be leaving.
Oh, you sound
just
so
after
inexperienced,
12.
Mark. These are the passion hours. And these
Yeah.
are also as well the Gulag hours, as commonly referred to on
The
broadcast.
Gulag, yeah.
Yeah.
I was never good in the Gulag. Get me out of it.
Oh, well, you're learning pretty well. You're doing fantastic, my son. Opening break off now. Red card. We're seeing Hammer Esports starting on a preferred side, and there's more opportunity to get the set lanes across through Stadium. But if you look towards Ticket as well, you'll see that Mission Magpies opted for a nice little split to get coverage onto stage.
Yeah, there we go. A double kill, though. They are coming out straight away early from Mimo. This is exactly how we started the last round as well, and the last maps in the series. He's been pretty decent in terms of the first bloods, the first couple of kills, getting a good wee momentum running behind them as they get 11 seconds on the first hardpoint so far. And now Hammer Esports just in and around that hardpoint area. We'll get a few bits of seconds here on the time, and they fight through. Tickets getting free in the feed as well from the couple of players there in the kill feed there. It's good to see.
Quinn's doing fantastic work so far to even set up Hammer Esports on this hill. Magpies are sort of boxed in right here in the garage exit, and it's never a good position to be in, particularly in the P1, setting up for the P2. It's brought a lot of time to make the play call now for Flames to start getting squad spawns onto the new hill, and that's where you start to see the regression. That's where you start to see Copley and Mimo position themselves over towards new, but is the timing position there? No. A lot of contest here in Plaza.
Yeah, definitely. Quinn getting a good kill there. He's on the hard point. Hammer Esports have got the lead so far into P2. And you know, this is probably a good wee start here for Hammer Esports. You're hearing a lot of passion coming out here as well from the players, and it's a lot of dead shouts here, but they are leading the way by over 16 points at the moment here against Mission Magpies. But I'm pretty sure Mission Magpies will make that break on in and try and find the opportunity to get some more time in the hard point.
They broke it in, but it's not a clean break. The spawns are still in Hammer Esports' favour, and you need to make a really audacious flank through Ticket in order to even try and section it. Scrap time still from the front can be held on rotation to Garage P3, and I think that really is at the front of the players' minds right now, Mark, because given the actual 14-point deficit, Hammer Esports have got position to potentially break through and cover lots of ground in Stadium, whereas Magpies, again, have to watch the exits for any players that can cut them off and potentially flip spawns back onto P2 for them.
Yeah, so this is where they start making that rotation here through the Stadium side. Hammer Esports have got a couple dead in the feed. Make that very dead in the feed as Mission Magpies are starting to clear up, and it's the back close spawns that are going to be here for Hammer Esports. However, when you've got that time in that position, you know where their players are spawning out. They're ready to watch the lanes that they're going to come up through here towards the side streets, but there's a good couple of kills here from Hammer Esports.
They have spawns, but Logicon's playing blocker, so it creates an awkward split here. The kill is found. They've stacked towards hill. It's still going to be confirmed. Hammer Esports have got closest proximity to the hill. They've stacked 3 inside, waiting on trophies to generate, and optimally speaking, they now take the lead for the first time.
Yeah, they take the lead, and then Quinn here on a 4 streak as well so far, keeping things nice and going. It's 5 in a row now for him. Can he keep building towards it? The answer to that is no. He does eventually get found out. Mission Magpies make on a couple of good kills, but they've now got that back spawn here, and it's all about Hammer Esports. 16 seconds left on the time.
Rotation player is going to be Quinn, already positioning himself onto stage. No teammates to support, but a really spawning player in tank can actually assist. Mission Magpies, boxed inside of Garage, is prime conditioning here for Hammer Esports. The best situation they can find leading into the next hill, on top of a small 15-point cushion. But look again at this awkward little stack in the middle here. Magpies have committed 4 onto the point, creates an awkward split here for Flame, and that comes down to timing and coordinating where the push might be, because the pressure is really hard to read.
Yeah, here behind us, the little spectator desk here. Quinn's doing quite well here to hold a good amount of time here so far for Hammer Esports to take the lead here by over 40 points potentially here, as they do see Copley trying to get the opportunity to find his way in. But Memo once again finding the 2-piece, doesn't manage to find the 3rd, but at least Hammer Esports have got the contestant, and Mission Magpies will eventually find that final player up top, which was Quinn. So just Webby left alive around the outside, and he'll eventually fall. So now the last bit of scrap time is going to go towards Mission Magpies.
And that's one of the more interesting contexts to explore. especially Hammer Esports right now. They haven't got time on Hill, and they're trying to rotate along Submission Magpies to get to New. This is so much time for Ryan just to actually do God's work here and get the sponge. There's no contest, and it's just a heavy commitment for Hammer Esports to get towards VIP and set up the ARs. Mission Magpies, though, are slipping the net a little bit with some late flanks.
Yeah, there we go. We've got 2 players outside just from the old hard point here. Is going to be caught up. Ryan's going to find that kill. He's going to make it 2 dead in the feed so far. Hammer Esports will get the last 2 players on and around the hard point. Do find some good kills here, though. Do keep yourself alive, but Ryan's on a 4 pace here, trying to kind of tie it all together, but also gets onto that hard point, finds his 5th kill, and there we go. It is a breakthrough for Mission Magpies as they're looking to try and close this gap.
I mean, of course, Ryan caught a breakout player in Black Ops 3, returning to full in Black Ops 6. Only a small 9-year window, but he has found wonderful footing here on the red card. And only an 11-point gap between the 2 teams. Hammer Esports have slight control, but Spawn's positioning are drastically different from when they were second for the most time.
Yeah, definitely. There's 3 dead in the feed. Mission Magpies now starting to get their superiority here in the map with the last 10 seconds going their way. It'll swing the lead in favour of them for now, but it's all about this new rotation back to P1. They're mostly contested and very little time really earned on the P1 hardpoint, but it's all about these next positions that you can find. A couple dead for Hammer Esports. They're all getting kills across the board, but it's kind of checkerboard at the moment in time, but the lead is Mission Magpies by that mere 1 second.
A comfy little exit. And look at the way in which we see Hammer Esports opt to actually position in mid. It's very much an audacious move to hold this line because the splits are going to be on either side for Mission Magpies. Given proximity, it's going to be really close. No one's going really far out from the hill to create the awkward, you know, foot race towards New. But still, they find a way again to establish the last 40 seconds.
27 seconds left to play for here as well, but very little time is going to be used on that here to gain some extra points. But 11-point lead here for Hammer Esports. They're looking actually relatively pretty decent here in the grand scheme of things, and considering the way they started off their most of their matches so far, they've actually kind of warmed up pretty well here into this hard point. But a couple dead in the feed here from Mission Magpies. They're going to be pushing on the way towards P2 here, and they've got already positioned 2 players already there, but one was found in the back. But who's going to hold is Mimo, currently on a free streak inside that goal.
Ryan, 1.8 KD, a minute and 3 in time. Hill, still a 6-point game. Santa Quinn and Hammer Esports actually finding the entries. I think that's because again leading the line, and it's just beautiful to have 3 in a row on the bounce. But Magpies spawns are too close. This is immediate pressure, and all the work in the world Quinn can do and Webby have simply done the perfect hold.
Yeah, definitely. Webby there doing a great bit of work there, a 4 streak for himself as well, keeping it going. But Hammer Esports still keeping that lead here, but 4 dead in the feed, one of which is their teammate though. But Mission Magpies will get that break in here for a second, but there we go, the 5th in a row for Tank. He's been unstoppable there so far for the last few kills, but does eventually get picked off and Webby gets back onto that time.
And look at where Magpies now are starting to realise the mistakes might be made. Hammer Esports have already thinking ahead on rotations, putting a lot of pressure here on Copley to find the exits, and he's done good to find one outside of bus, opening up a nice little lane for a teammate to actually take the front of this hill. But again, those are down, so they can throw nades.
Yeah, definitely. A 7-point lead in the way of Hammer Esports here, but already on the hard point, Mission Magpies have got onto it pretty quickly. They've got the close spawns, but sometimes that is the worst part to be in. As long as you can try and push them out and get the kill time and the kills going their way, which is going so far for Copley here and Mimo. They're finding the kills on the outside. Does make it another. There's 3 in a row for the both players so far, keeping Hammer Esports at bay. 4 in a row.
4 players stacked enough for Magpies, once to the net, and unfortunately fallen now. Back to stage you go. 3 skulls appear. Hammer Esports are now in an uncomfortable spot. They were fighting for control. They've lost it, and Magpies can get 20 seconds uncontested. Watching again for the pinch around to Garage, because the spawns can flip in this spot, given the proximity now to the new hill. And this really is where Hammer Esports again go back to strategy, rotate.
Yeah, Copley and Mimo, they were pretty much matching each other in terms of the kills here in the spree. But there you go. Mimo makes it 5 as well, and there's 2 players so far. These wee streaks here building towards that potential.
Copley and Mimo.
Yeah, Copley and Mimo both on 6 now. Oh, Mimo eventually does get picked off. Copley's still there, but Hammer Esports have 3 dead in the feed. Copley makes it 7.
And 26-18 for Copley is such an impressive scoreline. I mean, 9 years in the game, the Hellstorm is now available. Just holding stage is all you need to do. But now you need to think about the Overwatch. The streak's secured. Help the team.
Yeah, they go out. They've managed to push that lead even over 40 points now. This is the biggest gap we've seen so far. The 2 for the Hellstorm missile comes in as well. That's going to be even more time soaked up here under the stage, and eventually the last player nearby, Webby, does fall. It's going to have to try and jump in here. Flame, can he find the kill? It's the answer to that's no. Quinn is up top though, gets a contestant, tries to find the player underneath the stage as well, finds the 2. He's on a free streak, and so far the last bit of time going towards Hammer Esports if they wish to hold on to that stage.
Copley on a 10 kill streak there from P2 to P3. Opened up a nice 60-point margin here between the two teams. Grab time and initial though will float over towards Hammer Esports as they reset for a firm P1. Successful in the last 2 attempts. Will there be another conversion to tie it back up to 200 apiece?
Yeah, definitely. This P5 hardpoint is going to be an interesting one here. If Hammer can hold on at least for most of this time, it will always be a tie game again. But Mission Magpies look to get that break on through. But 2 dead in the feed for Hammer Esports. Make that free. All of a sudden, Tank once again is like a tank. He's shooting them down, getting the wins and getting the fights and the hardpoint time all going their way so far.
And they've played really careful. They're playing the head glitches almost to a T, but they're understanding that positioning and where it might land. Some good shots go across onto the VIP booth, but simply put, they're playing the head glitches, and the Hellstorm is finally used. 2 more additional kills in the feed, a full adjustment from the team of Magpies, and they can set up, if it wasn't for a deep pinch from Webby, additional shots, get the 3rd kill converted. They stick 2 on the point.
Webby finds the multi-kill. 7 seconds left on the time though, and we're going to be rotating back to P1. Already in position, you've got Hammer Esports, got 3 players ready and set, but they're going to be pinched by the Mission Magpies either side of the map, looking to try and get through tickets, try and find the players that are set up there and in these long range gunfights are winning them fights so far.
And how can Magpies adjust from this seemingly fortitudinal setup from Hammer Esports? 3 dead in the feed, a full wipe, and they gain control. Excellent shooting from Logic and Ryan in the front. They make a perfect push. And now they start to adjust again to really install some deep spawns.
Yeah, they definitely can. They've got the position here, but I'm not sure. They're definitely not going to win it here on P1 because it is going to be more contest on this one. But at this point in time, 4 in a row for Logic. He's keeping it going. Can he make it 5? Can he keep hold of this time in this zone as Hammer Esports tries to get the contestant? Kill does go the way of Flame here. He gets back onto the time, which means it's definitely out of contention here on this hardpoint for Mission Magpies. But going into P2, rotations are going to be getting started now here, and Mission Magpies have that close early spawn as already Meme was set up for.
And look at Hammer again. Similar fortune we saw in the first series of the day where they really brought it back up the score. They're going into an infamous P3 where their breaking potential is fantastic. And it really relies a lot on Tank being the sort of core X factor for this team. We saw him pull off an amazing 3-piece in the first series of the day. The break off and the break attempt is so similar right from the backside. Reinforcements from Quim can open it up, but the stage push was not expected, and that's where Kopi can find the most coverage.
Yeah, there you go. He finds a 5 spray himself before he falls, but we've got 9 seconds left to play here for the Mission Magpie squad. If they can hold on to 9 more, they'll take map number 1 here. But Hammer Esports are just all falling in the feed. I think we've got 6 seconds left, and it looks like the game is about to be wrapped up here, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1 is going to go on Mission Magpie's way.
Oh, another close defeat, but still a fantastic hard point to watch. Magpies did an excellent job of allowing Kopi to really get some good coverage with the AR. A 10 kill streak to boot as well. It's not something you should glance over and mock at. It really is impressive, and especially given that it was holding his life as well in stage for a good 50 seconds of that second set of rotations in that hill. It's just simply astounding.
Yeah, there was just a couple of hard points there in favour of Mission Magpies where Hammer Esports just couldn't find that break, and they just held for at least 40 seconds on it, and that's kind of what swung it in the grand scheme of things. We were about 49 seconds was the difference. So looking at that there, multiple kills there. Rascal, I'm going to say Rascal because it's on screen, but it's Ryan.
It's Ryan, yeah. 29 untraded.
29 untraded.
2 minutes in the hill.
On the other side is on the same bit as well. Copley both over 4,000 damage between them. 37 and 36 kills. Unbelievable.
I mean, that's sort of where Webby really has woken up in the series. I think he was a lot quieter early in the morning, but now he is really using effective utility.
He's got his biggest fan.
Yeah, no, he's got 3 fans. He's brought all the entire fan base of Hammer Esports out, and they are loud and they are happy. I mean, never seen such joy. Yeah. Let's look at the replays though and understand exactly what happened throughout the map. And realistically, again, Hammer Esports started off really strong, took the lead for the first few sectors of the first set of rotations, but really Magpies allowed Kopi to be in effective positions. That was the turning point.
Yeah, definitely a big turning point. It's kind of getting them big sprees and getting the chance to get 2 missiles earned. Definitely gives you a good opportunity to get a good amount of time on one of the hills, or maybe even 2 of the hills potentially. It made that big swing in the gap because it was pretty much a close hardpoint pretty much the whole way through until then. And with that wee spree that he went on, Copley just ripped it up a little bit, and then there you go, the biggest advantage went their way because Hammer was in the lead for quite some time as well through the very start phases, and through, obviously, from the first set of rotations, it was pretty decent for them.
They've made a good meal of understanding where P4 to P1 should be. I think Hammer, especially in this section of the second set rotations here, we're doing really well